The forgotten workshop was a labyrinth of discarded dreams and forgotten ambitions, its air thick with the scent of rust and old wood. Jagged gears and half-finished weapons littered the floor, their edges dulled by years of neglect, while monolamps flickered erratically, casting long shadows over the piles of broken gear. At the center of the chaos stood Jiang Yan, his hands trembling as he held the fate-changing pen, its slender, silver body glowing faintly with an energy that seemed to hum in time with the workshop's own strange resonance. The pen vibrated slightly in his grasp, as though it recognized the weight of the moment, while the contract core, a distant but ever-present force, seemed to hum faintly in the background, its presence a whisper of something ancient and unresolved. Jack! Yan's eyes widened as he pointed the pen at a nearby broken sword, muttering.
Modify.
The sword shuddered, its dull blade vibrating with a frequency that made the air around it quiver. Then, with a sudden burst of light, the sword's description changed from
Blade of the Forgotten.
to
Blade of the Spork.
its edge sprouting a fork-like prong that clinked softly, the sound echoing like a misplaced joke. A faint metallic asterisk clink asterisk echoed through the workshop, and the air seemed to ripple with the absurdity of it all. Jiang stared at the spork-like sword, his mind racing with questions. Was this a trick, a mistake, or had he just rewritten the very fabric of magic itself?
Wait.
Jiang Yan muttered, his voice tinged with disbelief. He turned to Jiang Nan, who had just stepped into the workshop, his expression a mix of confusion and awe.
Xiaonan, I think I just broke magic.
Xiao Nan's eyes darted between the pen and the spork-like sword. His voice, a mix of disbelief and laughter.
Mate, you broke magic.
He exclaimed, stepping closer.
That sword's not just a spork, it's a asterisk. Spork asterisk. What even is that?
Jiang Yan shrugged, his grin widening despite the chaos.
I don't know, but I think it's pretty cool.
He raised the pen again, pointing it at a nearby pile of broken tools.
Let's see what else it can do.
As he muttered,
Modify.
the tools on the pile shuddered, their descriptions shifting in the air. Like ghostly words, a rusted hammer's inscription changed from
Hammer of the blacksmith.
to
Hammer of the ham.
its head reshaping into a flat, circular object that looked suspiciously like a meat press. A broken chisel transformed into a spoon, its edge curving into a smooth, rounded shape that seemed to glisten with a strange, oily sheen. Xiaonan let out a low whistle.
Mate, you're not just breaking magic, you're rewriting it.
Jiang Yan laughed, the absurdity of the moment finally sinking in.
Looks like I've got a tool that can turn anything into something completely ridiculous.
He turned to Xiaonan, his eyes alight with mischief.
What do you say we test it out?
Xiaonan hesitated for a moment, then nodded.
All right. But if you turn my hammer into a spork, I'm not letting you near my tools again.
Jiang Yan grinned.
Deal.
As they set to work, the forgotten workshop seemed to pulse with energy, the air thick with the promise of chaos and absurdity. The word balancing scale, a massive, ancient-looking device hanging from the ceiling, trembled slightly, as if it were aware of the pen's power. The trial stone, a slab of black rock in the corner, began to glow faintly, its surface etched with strange, shifting words that seemed to rearrange themselves in response to the pen's presence. Jiang Yan's fingers brushed against the pen's surface again, and a strange warmth spread through his palm as though the tool were alive, or at least aware. He glanced at the pocket watch in his pocket. Its hands still frozen on the day of his awakening, but now it seemed to pulse faintly, resonating with the pen's energy. A flicker of doubt crossed his mind. Was this pen the key to something greater, or was he just playing with forces he didn't understand? The workshop's shadows seemed to deepen, and for a moment the air felt heavier, as though the walls themselves were holding their breath.
Jiang Yan,
Xiao Nan said, his voice low.
what if this pen isn't just a tool? What if it's an asterisk key? Asterisk to something bigger.
Jiang Yan blinked, the thought catching him off guard.
A key?
He echoed, his voice tinged with both curiosity and unease.
To what?
Xiaonan shrugged, but his expression was serious.
To the truth about the contract core. Or maybe to the first fate changer.
The words hung in the air, and for a moment the workshop seemed to hold its breath, as though the very idea of first fate changer, was something it had been waiting to hear. Yen's mind raced. The first fate changer was that the person who had rewritten the rules of the profession guild, the one who had turned the world upside down with a single stroke of the pen. He could almost hear the legends echoing through the workshop. Tales of a figure who had defied the guild's laws, who had turned swords into sporks and fireballs into firepotatoes, who had laughed in the face of tradition and chaos. But what if those stories were true? What if the pen he held was the same asterisk pen that had changed the world? The thought sent a shiver down his spine, but it was quickly replaced by a grin.
Then let's see what else this thing can do.
He said, his voice steady.
Because if the legends are right, then maybe I'm not just an underdog. Maybe I'm the next fate changer.
As he raised the pen again, the air around him seemed to shift, as though the workshop itself were holding its breath, waiting for the next absurd transformation to unfold. The forgotten workshop was a labyrinth of discarded ambition, where rusted gears and half-finished weapons lay in chaotic disarray, their edges dulled by years of neglect. Jiang Yan stood at the center, the fate-changing pen trembling in his grip as if it were alive. The mana lamps flickered erratically, casting jagged shadows over the piles of broken gear, their glow reflecting off the pen's silver surface. A faint hum emanated from the pen, vibrating against Jackie Yan's palm like a heartbeat. Across the room, the word balanced in scalea massive. Ancient device hanging from the ceiling trembled slightly, its intricate runes flickering with an eerie, otherworldly light. Nearby, the trial stone, a slab of black rock etched with shifting words, pulsed faintly, as though sensing the pen's presence. Yen's eyes darted between the artifacts, his mind racing. The air smelled of rust and old wood, a scent that only deepened the absurdity of the moment. He had wandered into the workshop by accident, following whispers of a tool that could.
Rewrite fate.
But now, as he held the pen, he wondered if fate had already rewritten itself to bring him here.
Wait.
Jiang Yan muttered, his voice tinged with disbelief. He pointed the pen at a nearby broken sword and muttered.
Modify.
The sword shuddered, its dull blade vibrating as if it were alive. Then, with a sudden burst of light, the sword's description changed from
Blade of the Forgotten.
to
blade of the spark.
A faint, metallic asterisk, clink asterisk, echoed through the workshop, and the sword's edge sprouted a fork-like prong. Yan Yan stared at it, his eyes wide.
Did I just turn a sword into a spork?
He whispered before he could process the absurdity of the moment. A faint glow emanated from his pocket. A small, tarnished pocket watch, its hands frozen on the day of his awakening, began to pulse with a soft, rhythmic light. The watch's glow seemed to resonate with the pen, as if the two were connected in some way.
Jiang Yan, what did you do?
A voice called from behind him. Yang Yan spun around, his heart racing.
Xiao Nan, I think I just broke magic.
The apprentice blacksmith, Jiao Nan, stepped into the workshop, his expression a mix of confusion and awe.
Mate, you broke magic.
Jiang Yan laughed nervously, the absurdity of the moment finally sinking in.
I think I did.
Xiao Nan's eyes darted between the pen and the spork-like sword, his voice low.
That thing, that pen, it's not just changing things, it's rewriting them. Do you even know what that means?
Jiang Yan shrugged, his grin widening.
I don't know, but I think it's pretty cool.
He raised the pen again, pointing it at a nearby pile of broken tools.
Let's see what else it can do.
He muttered,
Modify.
and the pen glowed brighter than before. The tools on the pile shuddered, their descriptions shifting in the air like ghostly words. A rusted hammer's inscription changed from
Hammer of the blacksmith.
to
Hammer of the ham.
its head reshaping into a flat, circular object. A broken chisel transformed into a spoon, its edge curving into a smooth, rounded shape. Jiang Nan let out a low whistle.
Mate, you're not just breaking magic, you're rewriting it.
Jiang Yan laughed, the absurdity of the moment finally sinking in.
Looks like I've got a tool that can turn anything into something completely ridiculous.
He turned to Jiao Nan, his eyes alight with mischief.
What do you say we test it out?
Xiao Nan hesitated for a moment, then nodded.
All right, but if you turn my hammer into a spork, I'm not letting you near my tools again.
Jiang Yan grinned.
Deal.
As they set to work, the forgotten workshop seemed to pulse with energy, the air thick with the promise of chaos and absurdity. The word balancing scale trembled slightly, as if it were aware of the pen's power. The trial stone began to glow faintly, its surface etched with strange, shifting words. Jiang Yan and Zhao Nan had no idea what they were unleashing, but one thing was certain: the forgotten workshop was about to become the scene of a very strange and very hilarious experiment. Jiang Yan's fingers tightened around the fate-changing pen as he stared at the transformed hammer, its flat, circular head gleaming in the dim light. The absurdity of the moment gnawed at him. How could a simple tool rewrite the very fabric of magic? He had always been the underdog, the one who stumbled into the wrong place at the wrong time. But now, with this pen in his hands, he felt like he was standing on the edge of something monumental. The pen's glow pulsed in rhythm with the trial stone's faint light, and for a fleeting second, he imagined the words on the stone shifting into something he couldn't quite understand. What if the pen wasn't just a tool? What if it was a key to something far greater? His mind raced with possibilities, each more ridiculous than the last. The pocket watch in his pocket pulsed again, its glow syncing with the pen's vibrations. He had no idea what it meant, but the connection between the two artifacts felt undeniable. Zhao Nan's voice cut through his thoughts.
You're really doing this, aren't you?
The apprentice blacksmith's tone was a mix of awe and disbelief as he watched Jiang Yan raise the pen again, pointing it at a nearby pile of discarded armor.
Mate, you're rewriting magic. Are you even aware of what that means?
Jiang Yan chuckled, his grin widening.
I think I am. I mean, I turned a sword into a spork and a hammer into a ham. That's not exactly what I expected, but it's pretty cool.
Jiao Nan shook his head, his expression a blend of admiration and concern.
This isn't just a joke, Hien. The fate-changing pennant's not just a tool, it's a relic. The legends say it was forged by the first fate changer, the one who rewrote the rules of the Profession Guild itself. If you're using it now, you're stepping into history.
Jiang Yan's eyes widened as he processed the words. The first fate, Changer, the one who had changed the rules of the world. His mind reeled with the implications. Had he been chosen for a reason, or was this all just a coincidence? The pen's glow intensified, and for a moment, the trial stone's words seemed to shift into something unreadable. A strange warmth spread through Jiang Yan's fingers as he gripped the pen tighter. The pocket watch pulsed again, its rhythm matching the pen's vibrations. He had no idea what was coming next, but one thing was certain. The absurdity of his journey had only just begun. The workshop trembled as the fate-changing pen's glow intensified, its silver surface pulsing with an energy that seemed to hum through the very air. Jiang Yan's eyes darted to the word balancing scale, its runes flickering erratically as if reacting to the pen's power. He had just turned a hammer into a ham, but now something deeper was happening. The trial stone's surface, once etched with shifting words, began to glow with a strange golden light. The words on its surface rearranged themselves, forming a single phrase, asterisk.
The first fate, Changer's legacy.
Asterisk. Yan's breath caught in his throat. The legends were true. The pen was more than just a tool. It was a relic of the first fate changer, the one who had rewritten the rules of the Profession Guild. Xiaonan's eyes widened as he stepped closer, his voice barely above a whisper.
Jiang Yan. That's not just a relic. That's a key. The legends say the first fate changer used it to break the guild's control over magic. If you're holding it now, you're not just rewriting fate. You're rewriting the rules of the world.
Jiang Yan's hands trembled as he stared at the trial stone. The words on its surface pulsed with an otherworldly light, and for a moment he felt a strange sense of purpose settle over him. The pocket watch in his pocket pulsed again, its glower sinking with the pen's vibrations. He had no idea what the future held, but one thing was certain. The absurdity of his journey had only just begun. The workshop trembled as the fate-changing pen's glow intensified, its silver surface pulsing with an energy that seemed to hum through the very air. Jiang Yan's eyes darted to the word Baladahon scale, its runes flickering erratically as if reacting to the pen's power. He had just turned a hammer into a ham, but now something deeper was happening. The trial stone's surface, once etched with shifting words, began to glow with a strange golden light. The words on its surface rearranged themselves, forming a single phrase.
The first fate, Changer's legacy.
Asterisk lack. Yan's breath caught in his throat. The legends were true. The pen was more than just a tool, it was a relic of the first fate changer, the one who had rewritten the rules of the profession guild. Jiao Nan's eyes widened as he stepped closer, his voice barely above a whisper.
Jiang Yan. That's not just a relic. That's a key. The legends say the first Fate Changer used it to break the guild's control over magic. If you're holding it now, you're not just rewriting fate, you're rewriting the rules of the world.
Jiang Yan's hands trembled as he stared at the trial stone. The words on its surface pulsed with an otherworldly light, and for a moment he felt a strange sense of purpose settle over him. The pocket watch in his pocket pulsed again, its glover sinking with the pen's vibrations. He had no idea what the future held, but one thing was certain: the absurdity of his journey had only just begun. The workshop trembled as the fate-changing pen's glow intensified, its silver surface pulsing with an energy that seemed to hum through the very air. Jiang Yan's eyes darted to the word balancing scale, its runes flickering erratically as if reacting to the pen's power. He had just turned a hammer into a ham, but now something deeper was happening. The trial stone's surface, once etched with shifting words, began to glow with a strange golden light. The words on its surface rearranged themselves, forming a single phrase: asterisk.
The first Fate Changer's legacy.
Asterisk. Yan's breath caught in his throat. The legends were true. The pen was more than just a tool. It was a relic of the first fate changer, the one who had rewritten the rules of the profession guild. Zhao Nan's eyes widened as he stepped closer, his voice barely above a whisper.
Jiang Yan. That's not just a relic. That's a key. The legends say the first Fate Changer used it to break the guild's control over magic. If you're holding it now, you're not just rewriting fate. You're rewriting the rules of the world.
Jiang Yan's hands trembled as he stared at the trial stone. The words on its surface pulsed with an otherworldly light, and for a moment he felt a strange sense of purpose settle over him. The pocket watch in his pocket pulsed again, its glover sinking with the pen's vibrations. He had no idea what the future held, but one thing was certain: the absurdity of his journey had only just begun. The bronze arena was a cacophony of noise and absurdity, a place where the lowest tier combatants fought for the amusement of the crowd. The air reeked of burnt mana and the lingering scent of spicy food from the skill market vendors who sold their wares to the spectators. Jiang Yan stepped into the arena, his patchwork armor clinking as he adjusted the spork-shaped hat on his head. The crowd roared with laughter, their jeers echoing off the prayer stele, a towering structure inscribed with the names and skills of legendary professionals. His opponent, a burly man with a sword that looked like it had been forged by a drunk blacksmith, sneered as he stepped forward, his voice booming over the crowd.
You think you can fight me with that ridiculous hat? I'll make you regret ever coming to the arena.
Jiang Yan raised the fate-changing pen, its silver surface gleaming in the dim light. He grinned, his voice laced with self-deprecating humor.
I think I can, actually.
He muttered,
Modify.
and the pen glowed. The burly man's sword shuddered, its description shifting in the air.
Blazing Splash.
Became,
Blazing Crave.
and suddenly the sword was surrounded by a shimmering aura that smelled faintly of grilled meat. The crowd gasped as the scent of sizzling food filled the arena, and the burly man blinked in confusion.
What the?
The man muttered, his sword now emitting a soft, golden glow. Yan stepped forward, his grin widening.
Looks like your sword's got a taste for food now. I think it's going to be a bit hard to fight with that.
The burly man's eyes widened as he realized the absurdity of the situation. His sword, which had once been a weapon of destruction, was now a tool for cooking. The crowd roared with laughter. Jiang Yan's opponent frantically tried to swing his sword, only to find it producing more food than fighting.
Looks like my useless professions are actually pretty useful.
Jiang Yan quipped, his grin spreading. As the burly man's sword continued to launch platters of grilled meat, the crowd's laughter echoed through the arena, and Jiang Yan knew that this was only the beginning of his absurd journey.
Mate, you've gone and done it now.
Xiao Nan's voice cut through the chaos as he appeared at the edge of the arena, his expression a mix of awe and disbelief.
That sword's not just cooking. It's asterisk launching asterisk food at him like a damn catapult.
Jiang Yan laughed, dodging a stray piece of grilled meat that had flown past his head.
Hey, it's not my fault the pen's got a sense of humor. Besides, look at him. Can't even swing a sword without turning it into a barbecue.
Xiao Nan crossed his arms, shaking his head.
You're not just breaking magic, you're rewriting it. Do you even know what this means?
Jiang Yan grinned, the absurdity of the moment finally sinking in.
I think it means I've got a tool that can turn anything into something completely ridiculous. What do you say we test it out?
Jiao Nan hesitated for a moment, then nodded.
All right, but if you turn my hammer into a spork, I'm not letting you near my tools again.
Jiang Yan's eyes sparkled with mischief.
Deal.
As they set to work, the forgotten workshop seemed to pulse with energy, the air thick with the promise of chaos and absurdity. The word balancing scale, a massive, ancient-looking device hanging from the ceiling, trembled slightly, as if it were aware of the pen's power. The trial stone, a slab of black rock in the corner, began to glow faintly, its surface etched with strange, shifting words. Jiang Yan and Zhao Nan had no idea what they were unleashing. But one thing was certain. The forgotten workshop was about to become the scene of a very strange and very hilarious experiment. Jiang Yan's heart pounded as he watched the burly man's sword launch another platter of grilled meat into the air, the crowd's laughter echoing through the arena. He couldn't help but chuckle as he dodged another flying piece of food, the absurdity of the situation finally sinking in. Asterisk, this is insane. Asterisk, he thought. Asterisk, but I'm loving it. Asterisk, his mind raced with possibilities as he raised the fate-changing pen again, its silver surface gleaming with potential. He had no idea what the pen could do next, but he was determined to find out. The burly man's confusion only added to the chaos, and Zacian couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement as he realized that his
Useless.
professions were actually pretty useful. He had always been the underdog, the one who had been laughed at and dismissed, but now he had a tool that could turn the tables on anyone who dared to underestimate him. The crowd's laughter and jeers only fueled his determination, and he knew that this was just the beginning of his absurd journey.
Hey, mate, you're not even trying to fight back.
The burly man shouted, his voice tinged with frustration as he swung his sword again, only to launch another platter of grilled meat.
What's wrong with you? Are you scared?
Jiang Yan laughed, the absurdity of the moment finally sinking in.
I'm not scared. I'm just enjoying the show. Look at you can't even swing a sword without turning it into a barbecue. What's next? Are you going to start cooking your own armor?
The burly man's face turned red as he frantically tried to swing his sword, but the more he struggled, the more the arena filled with the scent of sizzling food. The crowd roared with laughter, their jeers echoing off the prayer, "Still, Jelly!" Yan's grin widened as he stepped forward, his voice laced with self-deprecating humor.
Looks like my useless professions are actually pretty useful. Why, just a few minutes ago I turned a sword into a spork and a fireball into a fire potato. That's not mockery, that's innovation.
The burly man's eyes widened in confusion as he realized the absurdity of the situation. His sword, which had once been a weapon of destruction, was now a tool for cooking. The crowd roared with laughter as Yan's opponent frantically tried to swing his sword, only to find it producing more food than fighting.
Looks like my useless professions are actually pretty useful.
Jiang Yan quipped, his grin spreading, as the burly man's sword continued to launch platters of grilled meat. The crowd's laughter echoed through the arena, and Jiang Yan knew that this was only the beginning of his absurd journey. The arena was in chaos, the burly man sword launching platters of grilled meat into the air, the crowd's laughter echoing through the bronze arena. Yan dodged another flying piece of food, his grin widening as he realized that the absurdity of the situation was only getting more ridiculous. He had always been the underdog, the one who had been laughed at and dismissed, but now he had a tool that could turn the tables on anyone who dared to underestimate him. The burly man's confusion only added to the chaos, and Jiang Yan couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement as he realized that his
Useless.
professions were actually pretty useful. He had no idea what the pen could do next, but he was determined to find out. The crowd's laughter and jeers only fueled his determination, and he knew that this was just the beginning of his absurd journey. As the burly man's sword launched another platter of grilled meat, Jiang Yan raised the fate-changing pen again, its silver surface gleaming with potential. He muttered,
Modify.
and the pen glowed brighter than before. The burly man's sword shuddered, its description shifting in the air.
Blazing Crave.
Became.
Blazing Crave a Plus.
And suddenly, the sword was surrounded by a shimmering aura that smelled faintly of grilled meat. The crowd gasped as the scent of sizzling food filled the arena, and the burly man blinked in confusion.
What the?
The man muttered, his sword now emitting a soft golden glow. Yan stepped forward, his grin widening.
Looks like your sword's got a taste for food now. I think it's going to be a bit hard to fight with that.
The burly man's eyes widened as he realized the absurdity of the situation. His sword, which had once been a weapon of destruction, was now a tool for cooking. The crowd roared with laughter as Yan's opponent frantically tried to swing his sword, only to find it producing more food than fighting.
Looks like my useless professions are actually pretty useful.
Jiang Yan quit, his grin spreading, as the burly man's sword continued to launch platters of grilled meat. The crowd's laughter echoed through the arena, and Jiang Yan knew that this was only the beginning of his absurd journey. Jiang Yan's heart pounded as he watched the burly man's sword launch another platter of grilled meat into the air, the crowd's laughter echoing through the arena. He couldn't help but chuckle as he dodged another flying piece of food, the absurdity of the situation finally sinking in. Asterisk, this is insane, asterisk, he thought. Asterisk, but I'm loving it. Asterisk, his mind, raced with possibilities as he raised the fate-changing pen again, its silver surface gleaming with potential. He had no idea what the pen could do next, but he was determined to find out. The burly man's confusion only added to the chaos, and Jiang Yan couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement as he realized that his
Useless.
professions were actually pretty useful. He had always been the underdog, the one who had been laughed at and dismissed, but now he had a tool that could turn the tables on anyone who dared to underestimate him. The crowd's laughter and jeers only fueled his determination, and he knew that this was just the beginning of his absurd journey. The burly man's sword launched another platter of grilled meat, the crowd's laughter echoing through the arena. Jiang Yan dodged another flying piece of food, his grin widening as he realized that the absurdity of the situation was only getting more ridiculous. He had always been the underdog, the one who had been laughed at and dismissed. But now he had a tool that could turn the tables on anyone who dared to underestimate him. The burly man's confusion only added to the chaos, and Jiang Yan couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement as he realized that his
Useless.
professions were actually pretty useful. He had no idea what the pen could do next, but he was determined to find out. The crowd's laughter and jeers only fueled his determination, and he knew that this was just the beginning of his absurd journey. As the burly man's sword launched another platter of grilled meat, Jiang Yan raised the fate-changing pen again, its silver surface gleaming with potential. He muttered,
Modify.
and the pen glowed brighter than before. The burly man's sword shuddered, its description shifting in the air.
Blazing Craze Plus.
Became,
Blazing Crave Plus Plus.
and suddenly the sword was surrounded by a shimmering aura that smelled faintly of grilled meat. The crowd gasped as the scent of sizzling food filled the arena, and the burly man blinked in confusion.
What the?
The man muttered, his sword now emitting a soft golden glow. Yan stepped forward, his grin widening.
Looks like your sword's got a taste for food now. I think it's going to be a bit hard to fight with that.
The burly man's eyes widened as he realized the absurdity of the situation. His sword, which had once been a weapon of destruction, was now a tool for cooking. The crowd roared with laughter as Zeki Yan's opponent frantically tried to swing his sword, only to find it producing more food than fighting.
Looks like my useless professions are actually pretty useful.
Jiang Yan quipped, his grin spreading as the burly man's sword continued to launch platters of grilled meat. The crowd's laughter echoed through the arena, and Jiang Yan knew that this was only the beginning of his absurd journey. Jiang Yan stepped out of the bronze arena, his spork-shaped hat still perched on his head, and the scent of grilled meat clinging to his clothes. The crowd's laughter echoed in his ears, but he barely had time to savor the absurdity before a group of figures blocked his path. Their robes were embroidered with the insignia of the Profession Guild, and their expressions were a mix of disdain and curiosity. At the forefront stood an older man with a sharp gaze and a heavy staff that hummed with restrained power.
Jiang Yan,
The man said, his voice carrying the weight of authority.
you've been causing quite the disturbance in the arena. That kind of behavior is not tolerated.
Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow, his grin not fading.
Disturbance? I think I just made the arena more entertaining. Everyone was laughing.
The man's lips pressed into a thin line.
Entertainment is not the purpose of the Profession Guild. We are here to maintain order and ensure that only the worthy are allowed to advance in their professions. Your so-called modify skill is a mockery of the system.
Jiang Yan chuckled, adjusting the spork-shaped hat on his head.
Mockery? I think it's more like a game changer. Why, just a few minutes ago, I turned a sword into a spork and a fireball into a potato. That's not mockery. That's innovation.
The man's expression darkened.
Our Asian, you're a low-tier Frank professional, and you dare to challenge the guild's authority.
Jiang Yan shrugged.
I'm not challenging anyone. I'm just showing the world that even the lowest ranked professions can be useful if you know how to use them. And if that makes me a threat, then so be it.
The man's grip on his staff tightened.
You will not be allowed to continue this nonsense. The guild has its rules, and they will not be broken by a foolish boy with a silly hat.
Jiang Yan laughed, the sound echoing through the streets of Yunxiao City.
Rules? I think I just broke a few of them. But hey, if that's what it takes to make the world a little more absurd, then I say, let's keep going.
With that, he turned on his heel and walked away, leaving the guild representative fuming. The world was full of rules, but Jayan had just proven that even the most absurd of them could be rewritten. As he walked, his pocket watch pulsed faintly in his pocket, its glow intensifying as if it had sensed the confrontation. He paused, mid-step, his fingers instinctively reaching into his pocket. The watch's glow intensified, and for a brief moment, a vision flickered in his mind, a glimpse of a vast, ancient structure, its walls inscribed with glowing runes. The contract, core, the legendary backed that recorded all profession skills, loomed in his imagination. The connection between the watch and the contract core was undeniable, and a shiver ran down his spine.
Wait,
Jiang Yan muttered, his voice barely above a whisper.
is this watch connected to the contract core?
Before he could dwell on the thought, a soft chime echoed through the alley, and the watch's glow dimmed slightly, as if acknowledging his realization. He pulled it out, turning it over in his hands. The surface was smooth, but beneath the tarnish faint engravings were visible sips that matched those on the contract core.
Oh, nah.
He called, his voice tinged with excitement.
Do you know what this is?
Xiao Nan, who had been following him, peered at the watch and blinked.
That's your old pocket watch, isn't it? I thought it was broken. Why is it glowing?
Jiang Yan's grin widened.
I think it's not just broken. I think it's something more. Something tied to the contract core itself.
Xiao Nan's eyes widened.
You mean you're connected to the contract core?
Jiang Yan nodded slowly, his mind racing with possibilities.
I think so. And if that's the case, then this watch might be the key to understanding everything that's happened to Mammy, awakening, my professions, and maybe even my past.
As the watch continued to pulse faintly, Yan Yan felt a strange sense of purpose settle over him. The absurdity of his journey had only just begun, but now he had a clue that might lead him to the truth. Just as he was about to continue walking, a sudden commotion erupted down the street. A group of guild enforcers, their robes emblazoned with the guild's insignia, were approaching, their expressions grim.
Jiang Yan!
One of them called out.
You've been warned. This is your last chance to stop this nonsense.
Jiang Yan's grin widened.
Nonsense. I think I just broke a few of them. But hey, if that's what it takes to make the world a little more absurd, then I say, let's keep going.
He stepped forward, the fate-changing pen glowing faintly in his hand.
Modify.
He muttered, and the pen hummed to life. The enforcers' weapons shimmered, their descriptions shifting in the air.
Chain bind.
Became,
Chain bounce.
and with a sudden burst of light, the weapons began to leap around the enforcers, bouncing off their bodies like playful toys. The enforcers stumbled back in confusion, their weapons now useless.
Looks like your chain bind is now a chain bounce. I think that's going to be a bit hard to fight with that.
Jiang Yan quipped himself, deprecating grin widening. The enforcers' faces turned red as they frantically tried to regain control of their weapons. But the more they struggled, the more the chain links bounced around them. The crowd that had gathered to watch the confrontation roared with laughter, and Jiang knew that this was only the beginning of his absurd journey. As he turned to leave, Jiang Yan caught up to him, his eyes still wide with amazement.
You just turned the guild's enforcers into a comedy show.
He said, shaking his head in disbelief.
What are we going to do now?
Jiang Yan shrugged.
We keep going. The absurdity of this world is just getting started.
With that, he walked away, the watch still pulsing faintly in his pocket, and the world of Yunxiao City watching in stunned silence as the underdog with the spork-shaped hat continued his ridiculous but unstoppable journey. The alleyways of Yunxiao City were dim, the air thick with the scent of damp stone and distant spice markets. Jiang Yan clutched the pocket watch, its faint glow pulsing in time with his heartbeat, as if it were alive. The watch's tarnished surface shimmered with faint engravings that matched the contract, Core's runes, a discovery that sent a shiver down his spine. Around him, the city's usual hum of life was muted, as though the world itself had paused to listen. A nearby skill scroll, forgotten on a pile of discarded gear, flickered with an eerie blue light, its text shifting between languages no one could understand. The fate changing pen in jacking, Yan's other hand vibrated faintly, its silver tip humming with a low, almost musical tone. The contract core, hidden deep within the city's archives, seemed to hum in response, a distant, resonant sound that only Jiang Yan could hear. His fingers tightened around the watch as he stepped forward, the shadows of the alleyways stretching unnaturally around him.
Ow, now.
Jiang Yan said, his voice low.
Do you know what this watch is?
He held it up, the glow intensifying as if it were reacting to the question. Zhao Nan, who had been following him, peered at the watch with a mix of awe and confusion.
That's your old pocket watch, isn't it? I thought it was broken. Why is it glowing?
Jiang Yan's grin widened, though his eyes were sharp with realization.
I think it's not just broken. I think it's something more, something tied to the contract core itself.
He paused, his voice dropping to a whisper.
The day of my awakening, the watch stopped, but now it's pulsing again, like it's been waiting for this moment.
Xiao Nan's expression shifted from skepticism to curiosity.
You mean you're connected to the contract core?
Jiang Yan nodded slowly.
I think so. And if that's the case, then this watch might be the key to understanding everything that's happened to Mammy Awakening, my professions, and maybe even my past.
He looked down at the watch, its glow dimming slightly, as if it were listening.
Wait,
Xiao Nan said, his voice tinged with unease.
if the watch is tied to the contract core, then what does that mean for the guild? They've been hiding things about the first fate changer, right?
Jiang Yan's eyes narrowed.
The guild has been hiding the truth about the first fate changer, and I think this watch is the only thing that can unlock it.
As he spoke, the watch's glow flared again, and the shadows around them seemed to deepen, as if the alleyways themselves were holding their breath. Yassi Yan's mind raced as he stared at the watch, its glow pulsing in time with his thoughts. He had always felt like an outsider, a low-tier frank professional with a ridiculous hat and a pen that turned swords into sporks. But now, the pieces were starting to fall into place. The watch, the contract core, the guild's secrets, everything was connected. He could almost hear the old man's voice from the vision, warning him about the guild's lies and the truth of the first fate changer. But what was that truth? And why had the watch stopped on the day of his awakening? He had no answers, only questions that felt heavier with each passing second. The fate-changing pen in his hand vibrated again, its hum growing louder, as if it were urging him forward. The skill scroll nearby flickered once more, its shifting text now forming words that seemed to be mocking him. Asterisk.
The pen writes, but the watch tells the story.
Asterisk. Yan exhaled sharply, his grip tightening on the watch. He had no choice but to keep going. As he turned a corner, the alleyways opened into a forgotten part of the city, where the air was thick with the scent of old wood and something metallic. At the center of the space stood a stele, its surface covered in runes that were unlike any Jiang Yan had ever seen. The runes were distorted, their edges jagged and uneven, as if they had been rewritten by the fate-changing pen itself. The stele's base was cracked, revealing a faint, glowing line that pulsed in time with the watch.
Yeah. Nah.
Jiang Yan said, his voice hushed.
Look at this.
Xiao Nan stepped closer, his eyes widening.
These runes, they're not from the contract core. They're modified. Like someone tried to change them, but it didn't work.
Jiang Yan's fingers traced the runes, his mind racing. If the guild had tried to alter the contract core's records, then what had they been hiding? He turned the watch over in his hands, its glow intensifying as it seemed to react to the stele. A soft chime echoed through the alley, and the runes on the stele shifted, rearranging themselves into a new pattern.
Wait,
Xiao Nan said, his voice tinged with awe.
the runes are changing,
Jiang Yan's eyes narrowed.
not changing, being rewritten.
As the runes shifted, the ground beneath them trembled, and a deep, resonant sound filled the air. The stele's base cracked further, revealing a hidden chamber beneath it. The walls of the chamber were lined with strange floating objects, items that looked like they had been modified by the fate-changing pen. A teapot hovered mid-air, its spout pouring tea into nothingness. A chair with three legs turned into a duck. When someone sat on it, Jiao Nan let out a low whistle.
Mate, this place is insane. What's going on?
Jiang Yan's grin returned, though it was tinged with something deeper.
Looks like the fate-changing pen isn't just a tool for rewriting skills. It's a key to something bigger. And I think this chamber is the first clue to what that something is.
As he stepped into the chamber, the watch's glow flared again, and the air around them seemed to hum with anticipation. The absurdity of the moment was undeniable, but Jiang Yan could feel. This was only the beginning of his journey. The silver arena was a place of grandeur and absurdity, its towering banners depicting legendary professionals whose names had long since faded into obscurity. The air was thick with the scent of burnt manna and the faint tang of sizzling potatoes, a lingering effect from Jiang Yan's previous modifications. At the center of the arena, the prayer stele loomed, its inscriptions glowing faintly as if the very fabric of the world were shifting in response to the fate-changing pen's presence. Baisei Yan adjusted his spork-shaped hat, its metallic prongs glinting in the dim light, and glanced at the crowd. Their murmurs of confusion and laughter rippled through the arena like a wave, but he barely noticed. His focus was on the pen in his hand, which vibrated subtly, as though it were alive and waiting for the next absurd transformation. The contract core, hidden deep within the city's archives, seemed to hum in the distance, its ancient runes flickering in sync with the pen's glow.
Modify.
Jiang Yan muttered, his voice low but firm. His opponent, Zhao Ruyi, sneered as he stepped forward, his sword gleaming with an ominous aura.
You think you can fight me with that ridiculous hat? I'll make you regret ever stepping into this arena.
Jiang Yan's grin widened.
I think I can, actually.
He raised the pen, and the air around Zhao Rui's sword shimmered. The description in the air shifted from
Fireball.
to,
Firepotato.
and with a sudden burst of light, the sword's aura transformed into something entirely different. The crowd gasped as the scent of burnt potatoes filled the arena, and Jorui's eyes widened in confusion.
What the? My sword is now firing potatoes.
Jiang Yan laughed, the absurdity of the situation finally sinking in.
Looks like your fireball is now fire potato. I think that's going to be a bit hard to fight with that.
Zhao Rui's face turned red as he frantically tried to swing his sword, only to find it launching more spuds than flames. The crowd roared with laughter as the arena filled with the sound of sizzling potatoes and the occasional
Potato explosion!
Jiang Yan's self-deprecating grin widened
Looks like my useless professions are actually pretty useful after all.
as Zhao Rui's sword continued to launch spuds. The crowd's laughter echoed through the arena, and Jiang Yan knew that this was only the beginning of his absurd journey. In his mind, Jayan's thoughts churned with confusion and curiosity. The pen's power was unpredictable, its effects often defying logic. He had no idea how it worked, but he couldn't help but wonder if it was connected to the pocket watch, which had begun to pulse faintly in his pocket. Was it possible that the watch was a key to understanding the pen's origins? He had no answers, only questions that seemed to multiply with every modification. The contract corps' hum in the distance felt almost like a warning, a reminder that the guild's secrets were far more complex than he had imagined. He glanced at the prayer stele again, its inscriptions flickering as if aware of his presence. What if the pen wasn't just a tool for rewriting skills? What if it was something more, something tied to the first fate changer, the one who had changed the rules of the world? The thought sent a shiver down his spine, but he couldn't shake the feeling that this was only the beginning. As the crowd's laughter faded into a low murmur, Jiang Yan's eyes flicked toward the arena's edges where a peculiar stele stood, its runes distorted and glowing faintly. The inscription read,
Skier Modify unlocked.
He frowned, his curiosity piqued. What was this? A hidden message? A clue? He had no time to dwell on it, for Zhou Rui was still struggling with his now potato launching sword. But as Jiang Yan turned back to face his opponent, a sudden tremor ran through the arena. The mana lamps flickered erratically, their light casting long, jagged shadows across the floor. The air grew heavy, as if the world itself were holding its breath. Then, with a sudden burst of light, the stele's runes flared, and the ground beneath Jiang Yan's feet shifted. A hidden chamber, long forgotten, had been revealed. The entrance was a narrow passage, its walls lined with ancient tools and scrolls that seemed to glow with a strange, otherworldly energy. Jiang! Yan's heart pounded. What had he just uncovered, and more importantly, what was waiting inside? As the crowd's laughter faded into a low murmur, Yan's eyes flicked toward the arena's edges, where a peculiar stele stood, its runes distorted and glowing faintly. The inscription read,
Skill Modify unlocked.
He frowned, his curiosity piqued. What was this? A hidden message? A clue? He had no time to dwell on it, for Zhou Rui was still struggling with his now potato launching sword. But as Jiang Yan turned back to face his opponent, a sudden tremor ran through the arena. The mana lamps flickered erratically, their light casting long, jagged shadows across the floor. The air grew heavy, as if the world itself were holding its breath. Then, with a sudden burst of light, the stele's runes flared, and the ground beneath Jiang Yan's feet shifted. A hidden chamber, long forgotten, had been revealed. The entrance was a narrow passage, its walls lined with ancient tools and scrolls that seemed to glow with a strange, otherworldly energy. Jiang Yan's heart pounded. What had he just uncovered, and more importantly, what was waiting inside? As the crowd's laughter faded into a low murmur, Jiang Yan's eyes flicked toward the arena's edges, where a peculiar stele stood, its runes distorted and glowing faintly. The inscription read,
Skill Ngodive unlocked.
He frowned, his curiosity piqued. What was this? A hidden message? A clue? He had no time to dwell on it, for Zhou Ruyi was still struggling with his now Patatolanching sword. But as Zagin turned back to face his opponent, a sudden tremor ran through the arena. The mana lamps flickered erratically, their light casting long, jagged shadows across the floor. The air grew heavy, as if the world itself were holding its breath. Then, with a sudden burst of light, the stele's runes flared, and the ground beneath Jiang Yan's feet shifted. A hidden chamber, long forgotten, had been revealed. The entrance was a narrow passage, its walls lined with ancient tools and scrolls that seemed to glow with a strange, otherworldly energy. Yan's heart pounded. What had he just uncovered? And more importantly, what was waiting inside? The forgotten workshop buzzed with an energy that felt almost alive, the air thick with scent of rust and old wood, as Jiang Yan and Jiao Nan stood beside Lin Stai, the branch alchemist who had just revealed the pen's connection to the first fate changer. The room was a labyrinth of discarded tools and half-finished weapons, their edges dulled by years of neglect, but now they seemed to hum with a strange, expectant vibrancy. Zhao Yan's fingers tightened around the fate-changing pen, its silver surface gleaming faintly as if it could sense the weight of the moment. Zhao Nan, ever the pragmatist, shifted uneasily, his eyes darting between the pen and Ling Zue.
So, you are saying this thing could rewrite the rules of the entire Perfection Guild?
He asked, his voice tinged with disbelief. Ling Sui's lips curved into a faint smile.
Not just a guild. The very fabric of what we call profession. This pen isn't just a tool. It's a key to something far older than any of us.
Jiang Yan chuckled, the absurdity of it all washing over him like a wave.
So we're not just breaking the rules. We're rewriting the entire game.
El Nan groaned, rubbing his temples.
Mate, I don't think I can handle this kind of chaos.
Ling Su's eyes sparkled with mischief.
That's the point, isn't it?
Jiang Yan laughed, the sound echoing through the workshop as he twirled the pen between his fingers.
You know, I used to think being in Frank was the worst thing in the world, but now I feel like I've got the universe in my hands.
Xiao Nan rolled his eyes but couldn't suppress a grin.
Yeah, just don't turn my hammer into a spork again.
Ling Xue stepped closer, her voice low and conspiratorial.
The pen's power isn't just about modification, it's about choice. You can change anything, but only if you understand what it truly is.
Jiang Yan's grin widened.
So I can turn my useless professions into something epic.
Ling Zu nodded.
That's the beauty of it. The world doesn't have to be what it is, it can be what you want it to be.
Xiao Nan let out a low whistle.
Mate, I think you just made me believe in magic again.
Jiang Yan's laughter was infectious, and for a moment the workshop felt less like a place of forgotten dreams and more like a sanctuary of absurd possibilities. The monolamps flickered in time with their mirth, casting long shadows that danced like old friends.
Wait,
Xiao Nan said, his voice suddenly serious.
if this pen can rewrite fate, what does that mean for the guild? For the contract core?
Ling Sui's expression darkened.
That's why the guild wants it. They've been suppressing the truth for centuries. If the first fate changer's power fell into the wrong hands, the entire system could collapse.
Jiang Yan's grin faded, replaced by a flicker of determination.
Then we need to find out what else the pen can do. And we need to do it before the guild does.
Xiao Nan nodded, his usual skepticism giving way to a rare sense of purpose.
All right, mate. Let's make some noise.
Jiang Yan raised the pen, its glow intensifying, as he muttered.
Modify.
The air around them shimmered, and for a brief moment, the workshop seemed to pulse with the weight of untold possibilities.
Wait.
Xiao Man said, his eyes wide.
What are you doing?
Jiang Yan's grin returned, but now it was tinged with something deeper.
Testing the limits of absurdity.
As the pen's light spread, the workshop's forgotten tools began to shift, their descriptions flickering in the air like ghostly words. A rusted hammer's inscription changed from
Hammer of the blacksmith.
to
Hammer of the helm.
its head reshaping into a flat, circular object, a broken chisel transformed into a spoon, its edge curving into a smooth, rounded shape. The word balancing scale, a massive, ancient looking device hanging from the ceiling, trembled slightly, as if it were aware of the pen's power. Zhao Nan let out a low whistle.
Mate, you're not just breaking magic. You're rewriting it.
Jiang Yan laughed, the absurdity of the moment finally sinking in.
Looks like I've got a tool that can turn anything into something completely ridiculous.
He turned to Zhao Nan, his eyes alight with mischief.
What do you say we test it out?
Xiao Nan hesitated for a moment, then nodded.
All right, but if you turn my hammer into a spork, I'm not letting you near my tools again.
Zhang Yan grinned.
Theo.
As they set to work, the forgotten workshop seemed to pulse with energy, the air thick with the promise of chaos and absurdity. The trial stone, a slab of black rock in the corner, began to glow faintly, its surface etched with strange, shifting words. Zhang Yan's heart pounded as he realized the truth. This wasn't just a tool for rewriting skills, it was a key to something far greater. And if the guilds had been suppressing the truth for centuries, then he and his allies were about to uncover a reality that had been hidden for far too long.
Wait.
Xiao Nan said, his voice tinged with awe.
What if the pen can do more than just modify things? What if it can change the very rules of the world?
Jiang Yan's grin widened.
Then let's find out.
As the pen's light spread, the workshop's forgotten tools began to shift, their descriptions flickering in the air like ghostly words. A rusted hammer's inscription changed from
Hammer of the blacksmith.
to
Hammer of the helm.
its head reshaping into a flat, circular object, a broken chisel transformed into a spoon, its edge curving into a smooth, rounded shape. The word balancing scale, a massive, ancient-looking device hanging from the ceiling, trembled slightly, as if it were aware of the pen's power. Zhao let out a low whistle.
Mate, you're not just breaking magic. You're rewriting it.
Jiang Yan laughed, the absurdity of the moment finally sinking in.
Looks like I've got a tool that can turn anything into something completely ridiculous.
He turned to Zhao Nan, his eyes alight with mischief.
What do you say we test it out?
Xiao Nan hesitated for a moment, then nodded.
All right, but if you turn my hammer into a spork, I'm not letting you near my tools again.
Jiang Yan grinned.
Deal.
As they set to work, the forgotten workshop seemed to pulse with energy, the air thick with the promise of chaos and absurdity. The trial stone, a slab of black rock in the corner, began to glow faintly, its surface etched with strange, shifting words. Jiang Yan's heart pounded as he realized the truth. This wasn't just a tool for rewriting skills, it was a key to something far greater. And if the guild had been suppressing the truth for centuries, then he and his allies were about to uncover a reality that had been hidden for far too long.
Wait.
Xiao Nan said, his voice tinged with awe.
What if the pen can do more than just modify things? What if it can change the very rules of the world?
Jiang Yan's grin widened.
Then let's find out.
As the pen's light spread, the workshop's forgotten tools began to shift, their descriptions flickering in the air like ghostly words. A rusted hammer's inscription changed from
Hammer of the blacksmith.
to
Hammer of the hum.
its head reshaping into a flat, circular object. A broken chisel transformed into a spoon, its edge curving into a smooth, rounded shape. The word balancing scale, a massive, ancient-looking device hanging from the ceiling, trembled slightly, as if it were aware of the pen's power. Zhao Nan let out a low whistle.
Mate, you're not just breaking magic, you're rewriting it.
Jiang Yan laughed, the absurdity of the moment finally sinking in.
Looks like I've got a tool that can turn anything into something completely ridiculous.
He turned to Zhao Nan, his eyes alight with mischief.
What do you say we test it out?
Xiao Nan hesitated for a moment, then nodded.
All right. But if you turn my hammer into a spork, I'm not letting you near my tools again.
Jiang Yan grinned.
Deal.
As they set to work, the forgotten workshop seemed to pulse with energy, the air thick with the promise of chaos and absurdity. The trial stone, a slab of black rock in the corner, began to glow faintly, its surface etched with strange, shifting words. Jiang Yan's heart pounded as he realized the truth. This wasn't just a tool for rewriting skills. It was a key to something far greater. And if the guild had been suppressing the truth for centuries, then he and his allies were about to uncover a reality that had been hidden for far too long.
Wait.
Xiao Nan said, his voice tinged with awe.
What if the pen can do more than just modify things? What if it can change the very rules of the world?
Xiang Yan's grin widened.
Then let's find out.
The Golden Arena was a place where the air shimmered with the weight of legends, where the names of the greatest professionals were etched into the pillars like sacred scripture. Jiang Yan stood at the center of the arena, his spork-shaped hat tilted at a jaunty angle, the fate-changing pen clutched in his hand like a scepter of absurdity across from him. Zhao Guji, the president of the Profession Guild, loomed with the cold authority of a man who had never faced a challenge he couldn't crush. The crowd roared, their voices a cacophony of anticipation and mockery. But Jiang Yan only grinned, his eyes alight with the kind of mischief that could only come from someone who had turned swords into sporks and fireballs into fire potatoes.
Modify.
He muttered, and the pen glowed with a light that seemed to mock the very laws of reality. Sao Wuji's skill description flickered in the air.
Time-space lock.
Becoming,
Time-space glitch.
and the arena itself twisted as if reality had been caught in a glitchy video game. The crowd gasped, then erupted into laughter as Zhao Wuji's form flickered in and out of existence, trapped in a chaotic, absurd reality of his own making. Jiang Yan laughed, the sound echoing through the arena, and for a moment the weight of the guild's disapproval, the fear of failure, the loneliness of being a frank professional, all melted away. Xiaonan and Ling Zue stood at the edge of the arena, their faces lit with the same kind of joy that came from witnessing the impossible.
Mate, you just made the president of the guild look like a fool.
Xiaonan shouted, his voice cracking with laughter.
And I think he's still trying to escape from that glitch.
Ling Zhu added, her sharp eyes gleaming with amusement. Yan turned to them, his grin widening.
What can I say? I've got a knack for turning the rules upside down.
The crowd's laughter swelled, a wave of sound that seemed to carry the weight of their collective disbelief. For a moment, the absurdity of it all was so overwhelming that Jiang Yan felt a strange sense of peace. He had spent so long being the underdog, the joke, the one who was never taken seriously, but here in the chaos of the golden arena, he was the one who had rewritten the rules, and for the first time, he wasn't alone. His allies stood beside him, their laughter a testament to the bond they had forged through absurdity and defiance. He thought of the forgotten workshop, of the broken tools and discarded dreams that had once seemed like the only reality he had. He thought of the pocket watch, its faint glow a reminder that he was part of something bigger than himself. And he thought of the guild, their disapproval now a distant memory, their authority crumbling under the weight of his ridiculousness.
You know,
He said, his voice carrying over the noise of the crowd.
I think I finally found my place in this world, not as a professional, not as a hero, but as the guy who turns the impossible into a joke.
Honan laughed, wiping tears from his eyes.
Mate, you're not just turning the impossible into a joke, you're making the impossible into a celebration.
Ling Sui stepped forward, her expression softer than usual.
You've given people something they've never had before, a chance to laugh at the absurdity of it all. That's not just ingenuity, that's courage.
Jiang Yan's heart swelled, the words washing over him like a warm tide. He had spent so long fearing failure, fearing that he would never be taken seriously, that he would never find his place in this world. But here, in the chaos of the golden arena, surrounded by allies who had laughed with him, fought beside him, and believed in him, he realized that he had already found his place. It wasn't in the guild, not in the ranks of the elite, but in the absurdity of it all. In the ridiculousness of turning swords into sporks and fireballs into fire potatoes. In the joy of making the world laugh, even when it didn't make sense. And as the crowd's laughter echoed through the arena, Zhou Yiyan knew that this was only the beginning. The guild would come for him. The challenges would only grow. But he had allies now. People who would stand by him, who would laugh with him, who would help him rewrite the rules of the world. And with that thought, he raised the fate-changing pen once more, ready to face whatever absurdity came next. The forgotten workshop's air was thick with the scent of rust and old wood, the monolamps flickering erratically as if sensing the shift in power. Jiang Yan stood frozen, the fate-changing pen rolling slowly toward a strange, glowing rune etched into the floor, a symbol he hadn't noticed before, its edges shimmering faintly with a light that seemed to pulse in time with the pocket watch's glow. His fingers twitched as he reached for the pen, but it stopped just short of the rune. Hovering midair as if drawn by an invisible force, a sudden spark leapt from the skill scroll in his other hand, its parchment crackling with energy that sent a jolt up his arm. The arena outside the workshop had gone eerily quiet, the distant hum of mana surges cutting off abruptly as if the world itself had paused to listen. Sahing, Yan's heart pounded. Something was about to happen, and he had no idea what.
Mate, you're staring at that pen like it's going to bite you.
Xiao Nan said, his voice tinged with amusement as he leaned against a rusted workbench.
You've turned swords into sporks, fireballs into fire potatoes, and now you're just staring. What's wrong?
Jiang Yan exhaled sharply, his grin returning as he nudged the pen toward the rune.
Nothing really, just thinking about how absurd this all is. I mean, who would have thought a pen could rewrite fate? I guess I'm just the guy who's supposed to make the world a little more ridiculous.
He chuckled, but the sound was tinged with unease.
Though I have a feeling this isn't the last time I'll be turning things into something completely useless.
Xiao Nan raised an eyebrow, his expression shifting from amusement to curiosity.
You know, I've been wondering about that watch of yours. It's been glowing ever since you got that pen. What if it's not just a broken relic? What if it's connected to the contract core somehow?
Jiang Yan froze, the words hitting him like a thunderclap. The pocket watch pulsed faintly in his pocket, its glow intensifying as if it had heard Yanan's question. His mind raced. The contract, Korethian legendary Bakid that recorded all professions' skills was a myth, a story told to scare low-tier professionals into obedience. But what if it was real? What if the watch was a key to unlocking its secrets? His hands trembled as he reached for the watch, his thoughts a whirlwind of confusion and realization.
I don't know.
He said finally, his voice barely above a whisper.
But I have a feeling we're about to find out.
As if in response, the rune beneath the fate, changing pen, flared with a sudden burst of light, sending a shockwave through the workshop that knocked over stacks of broken tools. The mana lamps above flickered violently, their glow turning an unnatural shade of blue. Jiang Yan stumbled back, his eyes wide as the pen lifted itself from the floor and hovered above the rune, its silver surface now glowing with the light that seemed to pulse in sync with the watch.
Wait, what the hell is happening?
Xiao Nan shouted, his voice barely audible over the sudden chaos. Jack, Yan's mind reeled as the workshop's walls seemed to shift, the shadows stretching and twisting as if the space itself was alive. The rune beneath the pen was no longer just a sim. All of it was a doorway, a portal to something far greater than he had ever imagined. And then a voice echoed through the workshop, deep and resonant, as if it had been waiting for this moment.
Jiang Yan. The watch is not just a key. It is a choice.
The words sent a shiver down his spine, and for the first time he felt the weight of the path he had chosen. The absurdity of his journey was no longer just a joke. It was a test, a trial that would determine the fate of everything he had ever known. As the rune flared brighter, the fate-changing pen trembled in the air, and the pocket watch's glow intensified. Jiang Yan knew one thing for certain. The truth was about to be revealed, and it would change everything. The forgotten workshop's air was thick with the scent of rust and old wood. But something felt different, now charged, like a storm was brewing just beneath the surface. Jiang Yan's fingers tightened around the pocket watch as he stepped inside, its faint glow pulsing in time with the rhythm of his heartbeat. Xiao Nam followed closely, his eyes darting between the piles of discarded tools and the faint shimmering rune etched into the floor near the center of the room, the fate-changing pen which had been resting in Jiang Yan's hand suddenly rolled toward the rune on its own, its silver surface catching the dim light of the mana lamps. A spark leapt from the pen's tip, illuminating the rune's intricate patterns for a brief moment before fading.
Wait,
Jiang Yan muttered, his voice low.
that rune, it looks like the ones on the contract core.
Xiaonan blinked.
You mean the one that records all profession skills.
Jiang Yan nodded, his eyes narrowing.
This isn't just a workshop, it's a vault.
Before he could say more, the mana lamps flickered violently, their glow dimming as if the very air had been sucked from the room. A low hum resonated through the workshop, and the pen's glow intensified, casting long shadows that seemed to stretch toward the far wall.
Mate, what's happening?
Xiao Nan asked, his voice tinged with unease.
I think the pen's reacting to the rune.
Jiang Yan replied, his voice steady despite the growing tension.
And I don't think it's happy about being ignored.
Old Tai, who had been silent until now, stepped forward, his sharp eyes scanning the scene.
You're right.
He said, his voice calm but firm.
The pen is a key, but it's not the only one. The watch you hold
He gestured towards Yan's pocket.
is the other half of the equation.
Jiang Yan's heart pounded as he pulled the watch from his pocket, its engravings glowing faintly.
You mean the watch is a key too?
He asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Old Tai nodded.
It's the key to the truth the guild has been hiding, and if you're willing to use it, then we have a lot to discuss.
As the mana lamps flickered once more, Yang Yan felt a strange sense of purpose settle over him. The absurdity of his journey had only just begun, but now he had a clue that might lead him to the truth.
Then let's start.
He said, his grin returning, though it was tinged with something deeper determination. The bronze arena's cracked stone floor trembled as Again stepped forward, his eyes gleaming with mischief. The crowd's laughter echoed in his ears, but his focus was on the glowing skill scroll tucked into his sleeve, its ancient runes flickering like fireflies. Beside him, the fate-changing pen in his hand vibrated faintly, as if sensing the chaos to come, while the contract core embedded in his chest hummed with a low, rhythmic pulse. His opponent, a burly man with a stone-heavy gauntlet, raised his hand and chanted.
Earthquake!
A tremor rumbled beneath the arena, sending dust and loose gravel flying into the air. The crowd gasped as the ground beneath Jiang Yan's feet began to shake violently, but Tremor Yan simply smiled. With a flick of his finger, he muttered,
Modify.
the word
Earthquake.
on the opponent's gauntlet shimmered and shifted, changing to
Earthquake cake.
A moment later, the ground beneath the burly man's feet erupted, revealing a massive, steaming cake covered in frosting and sprinkles. The man stumbled backward in shock as the cake slowly melted into the earth, leaving behind a trail of sugary residue. The crowd erupted into wild laughter, and Jayan bowed mockingly.
Sorry, I just couldn't help myself. My skills are so bad. Even the ground feels hungry.
As the laughter faded, a low murmur rippled through the arena. A gray-haired elder in the crowd muttered,
That scroll. It's the same one Master Li spoke of. The one that turned a war general into a baker.
Another voice chimed in.
And that Penhei must have stolen it from the Fate Changer's vault. Legends say it can rewrite destiny itself.
Jiang Yan's ears twitched. He had no idea what they were talking about, but the words made his stomach churn with unease. He had always thought his
Modify.
skill was just a Quarka ability to twist enemy spells into absurdity, but now the air around him felt heavier, as if the arena itself was watching him. His inner monologue was a cacophony of confusion.
Why does the contract core hum like that? Is it reacting to the cake or is it reacting to me? I've never felt this before. Maybe the scroll is broken. Or maybe I'm the one who's broken. Wait, does that even make sense? I'm not broken. I'm just weird. I mean, what's a modify skill anyway? It's not like I studied it in a school or anything. I just picked it up, like it was handed to me. By who? Why?
His thoughts were interrupted as the arena's stone floor beneath him cracked further, revealing a faint glowing rune etched into the stone. It was a symbol he had never seen before, but something about it felt familiar. As he stared, the rune pulsed once, then twice, and the ground beneath him shifted. A hidden chamber opened beneath the arena, revealing a staircase spiraling downward into darkness. The crowd gasped, but Jayan's eyes widened.
Wait, what is this? Why is there a staircase here? Did someone hide a secret workshop under the arena? Or is it a trap? Or is it my trap?
He glanced at the glowing scroll again, its runes now brighter than before. A sudden realization hit him.
Modify, Gomalai. Maybe this is what the scroll is for. Maybe it's not just about changing enemy spells. Maybe it's about changing everything. Even the ground, even the past, even me.
His thoughts were cut short as the burly man's opponent, the one who had summoned the earthquake cake, stumbled forward, his face red with embarrassment.
You're you're not even trying to fight. Are you? You're just modifying everything.
Jiang Yan chuckled nervously.
Sorry, I just couldn't help myself. My skills are so bad, even the ground feels hungry.
As the crowd laughed again, the hidden staircase pulsed with a soft light, and the rune on the stone floor began to glow brighter. Yaya Yan's heart raced. He had no idea what was down there, but he had a feeling it was about to change everything. The bronze arena trembled as Yan's opponent, a lithe woman with a robe that shimmered like liquid mercury, raised her hands enchanted.
Gravity control.
The air thickened, and Jian's feet lifted off the ground, leaving him floating helplessly in the air. The crowd gasped, but Jiang Yan simply raised his hand and whispered
Modify.
the word.
Gravity.
On the woman's robe shimmered and shifted, changing too.
Gravity spoon.
A moment later, a massive spoon materialized above her, gently scooping up the floating debris and sending it spiraling into the sky like a cosmic salad. The woman gasped as her own gravity suddenly pulled her downward, and she landed with a soft asterisk thud asterisk. As the crowd erupted into laughter, The fate-changing pen in Jiang Yan's hand vibrated faintly, its ink swirling in a pattern that matched the runes on the woman's robe. The contract core at his chest hummed, its faint glow pulsing in time with the pen's vibrations, as if sensing something ancient and hidden beneath the surface. A nearby scroll, its edges frayed and glowing with an eerie blue light, fluttered open, revealing a passage about
Fate Changer's legacy.
a legend Yan had only heard whispers of in his past.
Your power. It's not just a joke, is it?
The woman asked, her voice trembling as she rose to her feet. She pointed at the spoon still hovering in the air, its edges glowing faintly.
That wasn't just a modification. That was a complete reversal. You turned my gravity into an asterisk tool asterisk for someone else. How is that even possible?
Jiang Yan gave her a sheepish grin, his eyes darting toward the scroll and the pen in his hand.
Sorry, I just couldn't help myself. My skills are so bad. Even gravity is a spoonful of fun.
He paused, then added,
But if you're asking about how I did it, well, I've never been good at anything except making things worse. My first time using this skill, I turned a fireball into a asterisk potato asterisk.
The woman blinked, her confusion deepening.
A asterisk potato asterisk. That's not just absurd. That's asterisk dangerous asterisk. Who taught you this? There are legends about the Fate Changer, a being who could rewrite destinies, but no one's ever seen it. If you're using a skill like this, you're either a genius or a madman.
Jiang Yan chuckled, but his mind was already racing. He remembered the first time he'd used his power, back when he was a nobody, a lowly apprentice in a forgotten guild. He'd tried to summon a flame, and instead he'd created a candle that burned with the scent of burnt toast. His mentor had laughed, calling it,
The worst skill in the world.
but Yan had felt something strange in the air then, a hum that had never left him. Now, with the pen vibrating and the contract core humming, he wondered if that hum had been the first whisper of something far greater. As the crowd's laughter faded, Jockey Yan's gaze fell on the scroll, its glowing text now shifting to match the runes on the woman's robe. He stepped forward, his curiosity piqued.
You said the Fate Changer is a legend. But what if I'm not the one who changed your gravity? What if this skill is asterisk reacting, asterisk to something else?
The woman narrowed her eyes.
What are you talking about?
Jiang Yan didn't answer. Instead, he reached out his fingers, brushing the scroll's surface. The moment his skin touched the parchment, the runes flared, and the air around them grew heavy. A low rumble echoed through the arena, and the ground beneath them cracked, revealing a hidden chamber filled with ancient machinery and glowing runes that pulsed in time with the contract core. The crowd gasped, and Jiang Yan's heart pounded.
Wait,
He muttered, stepping back.
this isn't just a random scroll. These runes, they look like the ones on the Fate Changer's relics. But why are they here? And why does my skill asterisk modify asterisk things instead of destroy them?
The woman stared at him, her confusion turning to awe.
You're not just a joke, are you?
Jiang Yan shook his head.
I'm not sure what I am, but I think I'm about to find out.
As the chamber's doors groaned open, revealing a workshop filled with tools and blueprints that looked suspiciously like the ones from his own guild, Yan's mind raced. He had always thought his skill was a curse. But now, with the fate-changing pen vibrating in his hand and the contract core humming, he wondered if it was the key to something far greater, And if that was true, then maybe his
Terrible.
skills weren't so bad after all. The bronze arena was a cacophony of roaring laughter and stunned gasps as Jiang Yan stepped forward, his eyes gleaming with mischief. His opponent, a wiry man with a bow slung over his shoulder, nocked an arrow and shot it toward Jiang Yan, who barely dodged it.
Infinite ammo.
The man called, and a storm of arrows rained down from the sky. Jiang Yan ducked and weaved, but the arrows were relentless, filling the air with a deafening thwack of impact. The arena's cracked stone floor trembled under the weight of the barrage, and the crowd watched in stunned silence as Jiang Yan's movements became a blur of dodging and weaving. But then, with a smirk, Jiang Yan muttered,
Modify.
"The word
Infinite.
on the mass ball shimmered and changed to."
Infinite barrage.
A moment later, the arrows in the air transformed into a never-ending deluge of arrows, so numerous that they formed a wall of projectiles. The man screamed in panic as the arrows pelted him from all sides, and he was forced to cover his head. Jiang Yan raised a hand and gave a mock bow.
Sorry, I just couldn't help myself. My skills are so bad. Even the sky is an arrow shower.
The crowd erupted into wild laughter, and the arena's cracked stone floor trembled under the weight of the absurdity. The wiry man's face was a mask of confusion as he stumbled backward, his bow now a useless piece of wood. Jiang Yan gave a sheepish grin.
Sorry, I just couldn't help myself. My skills are so bad. Even the sky is an arrow shower.
The crowd erupted into wild laughter, and the arena's cracked stone floor trembled under the weight of the absurdity. The wiry man's face was a mask of confusion as he stumbled backward, his bow now a useless piece of wood. Jiang Yan gave a sheepish grin.
Sorry, I just couldn't help myself. My skills are so bad. Even the sky is an arrow shower. Jiang Yan, you're absolutely insane.
Said Li Wei, a fellow contestant who had been watching the match from the sidelines.
You just turned a deadly attack into a comedic spectacle. How do you even think like that?
Jiang Yan chuckled, wiping a bit of dust from his sleeve.
It's not about thinking, leeway, it's about feeling. When I see an opponent's skill, I don't see a threat, I see an opportunity to make things absurd. The more ridiculous the modification, the better. I mean, who wouldn't want to face a barrage of arrows that never end? It's like being trapped in a never-ending game of darts, but with no target.
Li Wei shook his head in disbelief.
You're going to get yourself killed one day. You know that?
Jiang Yan grinned, his eyes sparkling with mischief.
Maybe. But if I do, I'll go out with a bang, literally. I mean, look at this.
He gestured toward the wiry man, who was now frantically trying to shield himself from the endless arrows.
Even the sky is an arrow shower. That's a line I never thought I'd hear.
Li Wei groaned, rubbing his temples.
You're going to be the death of me, you know that?
Jiang Yan laughed, his voice carrying over the crowd's laughter.
Maybe. But at least I'll be the death of the arena in the most entertaining way possible.
As the wiry man continued to be pelted by arrows, Yan's mind raced with thoughts of his own. Asterisk, this is insane, I can't believe. I just modified an attack into a never-ending barrage of arrows. I mean, I knew my skill was unpredictable, but I didn't expect it to be this ridiculous. The way the arrows transformed into a wall of projectiles, it's like the sky itself is mocking the opponent. I wonder what other skills I can modify. Maybe next time I'll turn a fireball into a cake or a gravity spell into a spoon. The possibilities are endless. I just hope the arena can handle the chaos. After all, if I keep modifying skills like this, I might end up turning the entire competition into a surreal, absurd spectacle. But that's the point, isn't it? To make the impossible possible, to take the serious and make it ridiculous? I mean, who wouldn't want to see a level 96 beast charging at them, only to be turned into a harmless chicken? The world is full of absurdity, and I'm just here to embrace it. Asterisk the wiry man's situation was becoming increasingly desperate as the arrows continued to rain down, forming a wall of projectiles that seemed to stretch endlessly into the sky. He was frantically trying to shield himself, but the arrows were too numerous, too fast. The crowd watched in stunned silence, their laughter mingling with the deafening asterisk, thwack asterisk of the arrows hitting the ground. Jiang Yan, standing on the sidelines, watched with a mixture of amusement and satisfaction.
You know,
He said, addressing the crowd.
I think I've just discovered the perfect way to win a fight. Instead of dodging the arrows, I just let them hit me. After all, what's the point of dodging if you can turn the attack into a never-ending barrage of arrows? It's like the sky itself is mocking the opponent. I mean, who wouldn't want to face a barrage of arrows that never end? It's like being trapped in a never-ending game of darts, but with no target.
The crowd erupted into wild laughter, and the arena's cracked stone floor trembled under the weight of the absurdity as the wiry man continued to be pelted by arrows. Xian's thoughts turned to the next opponent he would face. He had heard rumors of a level 97 beast that could summon a storm of fireballs, but instead of fearing the beast, Yan felt a surge of excitement. Asterisk, what if I modify the fireballs into cakes, or turn the storm into a cake shop? The possibilities are endless. I mean, who wouldn't want to face a storm of fireballs that turn into cakes? It's like the sky itself is mocking the opponent. I wonder what the beast would do if it saw its own attack transformed into a never-ending deluge of cakes. It would be absolutely ridiculous. But that's the point, isn't it? To make the impossible possible, to take the serious and make it ridiculous. I mean, who wouldn't want to see a level 96 beast charging at them only to be turned into a harmless chicken? The world is full of absurdity, and I'm just here to embrace it. Asterisk the wiry man, now completely overwhelmed by the endless barrage of arrows, finally collapsed to the ground, his arms raised in surrender. The crowd erupted into wild laughter, and the arena's cracked stone floor trembled under the weight of the absurdity. Gaster Yan gave a sheepish grin, raising a hand in mock bow.
Sorry, I just couldn't help myself. My skills are so bad. Even the sky is an arrow shower.
The wiry man, still on the ground, groaned in defeat.
I can't believe I just lost to a guy who turned my attack into a never-ending barrage of arrows. I mean, I knew my skill was deadly, but I didn't expect it to be this ridiculous. I wonder what other skills I can modify. Maybe next time I'll turn a fireball into a cake or a gravity spell into a spoon. The possibilities are endless. But I hope the arena can handle the chaos. After all, if I keep modifying skills like this, I might end up turning the entire competition into a surreal, absurd spectacle. But that's the point, isn't it? To make the impossible possible, to take the serious and make it ridiculous.
The crowd continued to laugh, and the arena's cracked stone floor trembled under the weight of the absurdity. As the wiry man was carried away by the arena's staff, Jiang Yan turned to face his next opponent, a towering figure with a flaming sword. The crowd gasped as the figure roared
Fireball!
and launched a massive fireball toward Jian. The air shimmered with heat, and the arena's stone floor cracked under the impact. But Jiang Yan simply stood his ground.
Modify!
He muttered, and the word
Fireball!
on the opponent's sword shimmered and changed too.
Firepotato.
A moment later, the fireball transformed into a glowing spud-shaped orb that floated in the air. The opponent gasped in confusion as the fire potato bounced around the arena, landing with a soft asterisk thud asterisk wherever it went. The crowd erupted into laughter, and Jiang Yan gave a sheepish grin.
Sorry, I just couldn't help myself. My skills are so bad. Even fire wants to be a vegetable.
The towering figure, now completely confused, looked around in disbelief as the fire potato continued to bounce around the arena.
What the hell is this?
He shouted, his voice echoing through the bronze arena.
I summoned the fireball, and it turned into a potato? This is ridiculous.
Jiang Yan chuckled, wiping a bit of dust from his sleeve.
I mean, I knew my skill was unpredictable, but I didn't expect it to be this ridiculous. The way the fireball transformed into a glowing, spud-shaped orbits like the sky itself is mocking the opponent. I wonder what other skills I can modify. Maybe next time I'll turn a gravity spell into a spoon or a storm of arrows into a never-ending deluge of cakes. The possibilities are endless, but I hope the arena can handle the chaos. After all, if I keep modifying skills like this, I might end up turning the entire competition into a surreal, absurd spectacle. But that's the point, isn't it? To make the impossible possible. To take the serious and make it ridiculous.
The crowd continued to laugh, and the arena's cracked stone floor trembled under the weight of the absurdity. The bronze arena roared with anticipation as Yan stepped forward, his eyes gleaming with mischief. Across from him stood a towering figure, his massive frame clad in armor that shimmered with an ominous red glow. In his hand, a flaming sword crackled with heat, the air around it warped by the sheer intensity of its energy. The crowd leaned forward, their breaths held as the opponent raised the sword and chanted.
Fireball.
A massive, searing orb of flame erupted from the blade, hurtling toward Jan with terrifying speed. The arena's cracked stone floor trembled under the impact, and the heat was so intense it made the air shimmer like a mirage. The crowd gasped, the collective fear, palpable as the fireball closed in on Yan. But the young man simply stood his ground, his expression one of calm amusement. With a flick of his finger, he muttered
Modify.
the word.
Fireball.
On the opponent's sword shimmered and shifted, changing too.
Firepotato.
A moment later, the searing fireball transformed into a glowing, spud-shaped orb that floated in the air, its surface glistening with a faint golden sheen. The crowd erupted into wild laughter as the fire potato bounced around the arena, landing with a soft asterisk thud asterisk wherever it went. The opponent gasped in confusion, his face a mix of shock and disbelief as the glowing spud rolled toward him. Yasi Yan gave a sheepish grin, his eyes twinkling with mischief.
Sorry, I just couldn't help myself. My skills are so bad. Even fire wants to be a vegetable.
The crowd's laughter echoed through the arena, a cacophony of delight, as the absurdity of the scene unfolded before them. A voice from the stands called out,
Jiang Yan, that's brilliant. You turned his fireball into a spud.
Jiang Yan turned, his eyes lighting up as he spotted his friend Zhao Li, a tech expert who had been watching the match with a mixture of admiration and disbelief. Zhang Li was grinning broadly, his arms crossed over his chest as he leaned forward in his seat.
You've got a real talent for this.
He said, his voice filled with excitement.
I mean, who would have thought that a fireball could become a fire potato? It's like you're rewriting the rules of the arena.
Hui Xiangyan chuckled, his grin widening as he waved back at Yao Li.
Thanks, Zhao Li. I just follow the flow of things, you know. It's not about the power of the skill, it's about how we can make it funny.
Another voice chimed in, this time from the other side of the arena. It was Zhao Wei, a rival fighter who had been watching the match with a skeptical frown.
You're just lucky, Jiang Yan.
He said, his tone dry.
This isn't a game, it's a test of strength. You're turning everything into a joke.
Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow, his expression one of playful challenge.
And what's wrong with a little humor, shall we? The arena's not just about brute force, it's about creativity. Besides, even the strongest skills can be twisted into something absurd if you know how to do it.
Zhao Wei scoffed, but the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, betraying a hint of amusement. The crowd's laughter continued, the absurdity of the scene filling the air with a sense of joy that seemed to defy the usual seriousness of the arena. The arena was a whirlwind of chaos. Adzeki Yan dodged a barrage of modified,
Spud missiles.
each one a glowing spud-shaped orb that bounced and rolled with a peculiar, almost playful energy. The Firepotato had multiplied, its absurd transformation creating a surreal spectacle that left the crowd in stitches. Jiang Yan's movements were a blur as he leapt over one missile, only to trip over a second that had rolled into his path. He landed with a thud, his arms flailing as the crowd roared with laughter. The arena's stone floor, once cracked and unyielding, now seemed to be a stage for the absurd, with the fire potato bouncing off walls and landing in the most unexpected places. A stray spud missile even rolled into the stands, where it came to a stop with a soft asterisk, thud asterisk, in the lap of a stunned spectator who was still laughing. Jiang Yan, now on one knee, gave a sheepish grin as he watched the chaos unfold.
Sorry about that.
He said, his voice laced with mock apology.
I didn't mean to trip over my own modified gear.
The crowd's laughter only intensified their collective amusement, a testament to the absurdity of the scene. Ia Yan's mind raced as he watched the fire potato bounce around the arena, its glowing surface reflecting the chaos of the moment. He had never expected his
Modify.
skill to have such an effect, turning an opponent's deadly attack into a comically harmless object. It was both surprising and exhilarating, a reminder that even the most serious of skills could be twisted into something absurd with the right touch. The sheer unpredictability of the situation thrilled him, and he couldn't help but feel a surge of determination as he prepared to face whatever absurdity the next moment might bring. He had always been an underdog, but now, with his modified skills, he was turning the tables on his opponents in the most unexpected ways. The arena was a stage for his rebellion, and he was the star of the show. As the fire potato continued its chaotic dance, the opponent's confusion deepened. He had expected a fiery onslaught, but instead, he was faced with a glowing spud that seemed to have a mind of its own. With a frustrated grunt, he lunged forward, trying to grab the fire potato, but it dodged his reach, bouncing away with a playful asterisk, plop asterisk. Jiang Yan, watching from a safe distance, couldn't help but laugh.
You're welcome, my friend.
He said, his voice filled with mock sincerity.
I just couldn't resist turning your attack into a little snack. It's the least I could do.
The crowd's laughter grew louder, their amusement a source of both pride and embarrassment for Jiang Yan. The opponent, now thoroughly confused, took a step back, his face a mix of disbelief and irritation.
This is ridiculous.
He muttered, his voice barely audible over the din of the crowd.
You're turning my skills into a joke.
Jiang Yan's grin widened as he took a step forward, his eyes gleaming with mischief.
And what's wrong with a little humor, my friend? The arena's not just about brute strength, it's about creativity. Besides, even the strongest skills can be twisted into something absurd if you know how to do it.
The opponent's frustration was palpable, but the crowd's laughter only grew louder, their collective amusement a testament to the absurdity of the situation. The Firepotatoes' antics reached a new level of absurdity as it began to multiply. Each new spud-shaped orb appearing out of nowhere, bouncing and rolling with a peculiar, almost playful energy. The arena was now a chaotic stage, with the fire potato bouncing off walls, landing in the stands, and even rolling into the arms of spectators who were still laughing. The opponent, now thoroughly exasperated, took a step back, his face a mix of disbelief and irritation.
This is ridiculous.
He muttered, his voice barely audible over the din of the crowd.
You're turning my skills into a joke.
Jiang Yan, watching from a safe distance, couldn't help but laugh.
You're welcome, my friend.
He said, his voice filled with mock sincerity.
I just couldn't resist turning your attack into a little snack. It's the least I could do.
The crowd's laughter grew louder, their amusement a source of both pride and embarrassment for Jian. The opponent, now thoroughly confused, took a step back, his face a mix of disbelief and irritation.
This is ridiculous.
He muttered, his voice barely audible over the din of the crowd.
You're turning my skills into a joke.
Jiang Yan's grin widened as he took a step forward, his eyes gleaming with mischief.
And what's wrong with a little humor, my friend? The arena's not just about brute strength, it's about creativity. Besides, even the strongest skills can be twisted into something absurd if you know how to do it.
The opponent's frustration was palpable, but the crowd's laughter only grew louder, their collective amusement a testament to the absurdity of the situation. The fire potatoes' absurd antics reached their peak as it began to multiply, each new spud-shaped orb appearing out of nowhere, bouncing and rolling with a peculiar, almost playful energy. The arena was now a chaotic stage, with the fire potato bouncing off walls, landing in the stands, and even rolling into the arms of spectators who were still laughing. The opponent, now thoroughly exasperated, took a step back, his face a mix of disbelief and irritation.
This is ridiculous.
He muttered, his voice barely audible over the din of the crowd.
You're turning my skills into a joke.
Jiang Yan, watching from a safe distance, couldn't help but laugh.
You're welcome, my friend.
He said, his voice filled with mock sincerity.
I just couldn't resist turning your attack into a little snack. It's the least I could do.
The crowd's laughter grew louder, their amusement a source of both pride and embarrassment for Jayan. The opponent, now thoroughly confused, took a step back, his face a mix of disbelief and irritation.
This is ridiculous.
He muttered, his voice barely audible over the din of the crowd.
You're turning my skills into a joke.
Jiang Yan's grin widened as he took a step forward, his eyes gleaming with mischief.
And what's wrong with a little humor, my friend? The arena's not just about brute strength, it's about creativity. Besides, even the strongest skills can be twisted into something absurd if you know how to do it.
The opponent's frustration was palpable, but the crowd's laughter only grew louder, their collective amusement a testament to the absurdity of the situation. The fire potatoes' antics reached a new level of absurdity as it began to multiply. Each new spud-shaped orb appearing out of nowhere, bouncing and rolling with a peculiar, almost playful energy. The arena was now a chaotic stage, with the fire potato bouncing off walls, landing in the stands, and even rolling into the arms of spectators who were still laughing. The opponent, now thoroughly exasperated, took a step back, his face a mix of disbelief and irritation.
This is ridiculous.
He muttered, his voice barely audible over the din of the crowd.
You're turning my skills into a joke.
Jiang Yan, watching from a safe distance, couldn't help but laugh.
You're welcome, my friend.
He said, his voice filled with mock sincerity.
I just couldn't resist. Turning your attack into a little snack is the least I could do.
The crowd's laughter grew louder, their amusement a source of both pride and embarrassment for Jayin. The opponent, now thoroughly confused, took a step back, his face a mix of disbelief and irritation.
This is ridiculous.
He muttered, his voice barely audible over the din of the crowd.
You're turning my skills into a joke.
Jiang Yan's grin widened as he took a step forward, his eyes gleaming with mischief.
And what's wrong with a little humor, my friend? The arena is not just about brute strength, it's about creativity. Besides, even the strongest skills can be twisted into something absurd if you know how to do it.
The opponent's frustration was palpable, but the crowd's laughter only grew louder, their collective amusement a testament to the absurdity of the situation. The Firepotatoes' antics reached a new level of absurdity as it began to multiply, each new spud-shaped orb appearing out of nowhere, bouncing and rolling with a peculiar, almost playful energy. The arena was now a chaotic stage, with the fire potato bouncing off walls, landing in the stands, and even rolling into the arms of spectators who were still laughing. The opponent, now thoroughly exasperated, took a step back, his face a mix of disbelief and irritation.
This is ridiculous.
He muttered, his voice barely audible over the din of the crowd.
You are turning my skills into a joke.
Jiang Yan, watching from a safe distance, couldn't help but laugh.
You're welcome, my friend.
He said, his voice filled with mock sincerity.
I just couldn't resist turning your attack into a little snack. It's the least I could do.
The crowd's laughter grew louder, their amusement a source of both pride and embarrassment for Jialian. The opponent, now thoroughly confused, took a step back, his face a mix of disbelief and irritation.
This is ridiculous.
He muttered, his voice barely audible over the din of the crowd.
You're turning my skills into a joke.
Jiang Yan's grin widened as he took a step forward, his eyes gleaming with mischief.
And what's wrong with a little humor, my friend? The arena's not just about brute strength, it's about creativity. Besides, even the strongest skills can be twisted into something absurd if you know how to do it.
The opponent's frustration was palpable, but the crowd's laughter only grew louder, their collective amusement a testament to the absurdity of the situation. The bronze arena's air crackled with tension as Yan stood before the level 96 beast, its feral eyes glowing with a primal hunger that made the ground tremble. The crowd had fallen silent, their usual laughter replaced by a nervous hush as the creature roared, its voice shaking the very stones of the arena. Jackie Yan, however, was unfazed, his fingers twitching slightly as he clutched the fate-changing pen in his hand. It had been vibrating for days now, a faint hum that only he could hear, as if it were trying to communicate something he couldn't quite understand. Beside him, the contract, Korea Small, iridescent orb that had been gifted to him by a mysterious old man in a tavern hummed softly, its glow flickering like a candle in the wind. Both objects had been oddities from the start, but now, As the beast charged, they seemed almost alive.
Modify.
Jiang Yan muttered under his breath, his voice barely audible over the creature's growl. The word
Rebirth.
on his palm shimmered, shifting into something else entirely. The crowd gasped as the beast's attack struck him, but instead of the expected explosion of light, the arena was bathed in a strange golden glow. A scroll, hidden beneath the arena's floor, began to glow oddly, its ancient runes pulsing with a rhythm that felt almost familiar.
This isn't right.
Jiang Yan muttered, his eyes narrowing as he glanced at the scroll.
Why does this feel like I've seen this before?
He turned to a nearby spectator, a grizzled old man with a weathered face and a look of quiet amusement.
You've seen this before, haven't you?
Jiang Yan asked, his voice tinged with both curiosity and frustration.
I mean, I've been using this modify skill for weeks, turning earthquakes into earthquake cakes and gravity into gravity spoons. But this feels different. Like it's not just a joke anymore.
The old man chuckled, his eyes twinkling with a knowing light.
Ah, young man, you're not the first to stumble upon the fate-changing pen. It's said that whoever wields it can rewrite the world, but only if they're willing to face the consequences. You're not just changing spells, you're changing fate itself. Be careful, or you might end up rewriting your own.
Jiang Yan blinked, his mind racing.
Rewriting fate.
He echoed, his voice barely above a whisper.
But why would the pen vibrate like that? And why does the contract core hum when I'm near the scroll?
The old man's smile faded, his expression growing solemn.
Because the pen and the core are not just tools. They're keys. Keys to a door that's been locked for centuries. And you, my boy, have just opened it.
As the old man's words sank in, Yan's gaze fell back on the scroll, its glow intensifying. He could feel something stirring beneath the arena's surface, a presence that was neither beast nor man, but something far older. His hand trembled as he reached for the scroll, his mind a whirlwind of questions. What was this place? Why had the pen and core chosen him? And most importantly, what had he unleashed by modifying the beast's
Rebirth.
ability? As if in answer, the ground beneath him split open, revealing a hidden chamber filled with strange glowing runes that pulsed in time with the contract core. The air was thick with the scent of old parchment and something sweet like burnt sugar. Jiang Yan's stomach twisted as he realized the truth. The chamber wasn't just a hidden workshop, it was a bakery that had been sealed away for centuries, its ovens still warm, and its shelves stocked with pastries that looked suspiciously like the earthquake cake he had once conjured.
Oh no.
Jiang Yan muttered, his voice laced with both dread and amusement.
I think I've found the origin of my modify skill. But if this is a bakery, why is it sealed? And why does it feel like I'm being watched?
As he stepped forward, the runes on the chamber's walls flared to life, casting long shadows that danced like specters. The contract core's glow intensified, its hum now a low, almost musical tone that seemed to resonate with the air itself. Jiang Yan's heart pounded as he realized the truth. The scroll, the pen, the core, and even the beast were all connected to this place, and whatever had been sealed away here was still waiting to be unleashed. The bronze arena roared with anticipation as Yan stepped forward, his usual mischievous grin replaced by a flicker of unease. His opponent, a towering figure draped in obsidian armor, raised a gauntlet that pulsed with an eerie, violet glow.
Void collapse.
The figure bellowed, and the air around them thickened like syrup, pressing in on Jan's chest. The crowd gasped as the arena's stone floor began to dissolve into nothingness, leaving only a swirling void where the ground had once been. But Jiang Yan didn't flinch. He raised his hand, the fate-changing pen in his grip vibrating faintly, its ink well humming with a low, resonant tone. The contract core on his wrist pulsed in response, its faint blue light flickering like a heartbeat.
Modify.
He muttered, and the word
Void.
on the opponent's gauntlet shimmered, shifting too.
Void collapse. Wait. No. Void collapse is already a thing. Modify again.
The gauntlet's runes twisted into a jumble of nonsensical symbols before settling on.
Void collapse. Please don't let me fall.
The void froze mid-collapse, and the arena erupted into laughter. Yan's eyes darted to the ground, where a faintly glowing scroll had appeared, its edges curling like smoke. The pen in his hand vibrated harder now, as if trying to communicate something. He didn't have time to think. His opponent was already shouting,
What is this nonsense?
but the scroll's glow was undeniable, and the contract chorus hum had deepened.
Jiang Yan.
A voice called from the crowd, sharp and incredulous. It was Master Lin, the arena's grumpy referee, who had been watching the fight with a scowl.
Are you trying to tell me that your modify skill isn't just a joke? That it's actually rewriting reality in some asterisk, weird asterisk way?
He leaned forward, his face half shadowed by the arena's flickering lights.
I've seen mages try to bend the laws of the world, but they end up burning themselves out. You're just asterisk playing asterisk with it? Is that what you're doing?
Jiang Yan blinked, the scroll's glow now pulsing in time with the contract core.
I don't know.
He stammered, his voice tinged with confusion.
It just asterisk happens asterisk. Like the pen is guiding me, or the core is asterisk telling asterisk me what to do.
He paused, then added,
But I swear I'm not trying to break the rules. I just want to make things asterisk fun asterisk.
Master Lin huffed, crossing his arms.
Fun? You're turning the void collapse into a plea for mercy. That's not fun. That's asterisk. Dangerous asterisk.
His eyes narrowed, and Jiang Yan felt the pen in his hand vibrate again, this time with a frequency that made his teeth ache. As the crowd's laughter faded, Jiang Yan's mind raced. Asterisk, what is this? Asterisk, he thought, staring at the scroll and the contract core. Asterisk, why is the pen vibrating like this? Why does the core hum when I use Nagalai? Is this skill really connected to the fate-changing pen? Asterisk. He had always assumed the pen was just a tool, a relic from an old mentor who had vanished years ago. But now, as the scroll's glow intensified and the core's hum deepened, he couldn't shake the feeling that something far more mysterious was at play. Asterisk. Could this be why I was chosen for the arena? Why I keep getting these weird modifications? Asterisk. He glanced at the scroll again, its symbols shifting like liquid. Asterisk. And what if the pen isn't just guiding me? What if it's asterisk? He stopped himself, his thoughts spiraling into chaos. Asterisk. No, that's too much. I'm just a joke of a mage who turns everything into a cake or a chicken. That's all I am. Asterisk, but, just as he tried to push the thoughts away, the ground beneath him trembled again, this time not from the opponent's spell, but from something else. The scroll's glow flared, and the contract core's hum became a low, resonant tone that seemed to vibrate through his bones. The arena's stone floor cracked open, revealing a hidden chamber beneath the arena, its walls lined with ancient runes that mirrored the ones on the scroll. Jiang Yan's eyes widened. Asterisk. A hidden workshop. Asterisk, he thought, his mind racing. Asterisk. Why would there be a workshop here? And why do the runes look like they're modified? Asterisk. He turned to his opponent, who was now staring at the chamber with equal parts fear and confusion.
What is this?
The figure demanded, his voice trembling.
This isn't part of the arena.
Jiang Yan didn't answer. Instead, he stepped towards the chamber, the fate, changing pen in his hand, vibrating with a new intensity. Asterisk. Maybe this is the key to everything. Asterisk, he thought, his heart pounding. Asterisk. Maybe this is why I keep getting these weird modifications. Maybe this is why the pen and the core are reacting like this asterisk. He hesitated for a moment, then stepped into the chamber, the runes on the walls glowing in response. The crowd's laughter had died away, replaced by a tense silence as the arena's lights flickered. Asterisk. This is just the beginning. Asterisk, he thought, a strange mix of dread and excitement bubbling in his chest. Asterisk, and I have no idea what's coming next. Asterisk, the bronze arena roared with the thunderous crack of lightning as Jiang Yan faced his seventh opponent, a hulking man with eyes that glowed like storm clouds. The man raised his hands, and the air around him crackled with electricity, the scent of ozone sharp in the crowd's nostrils.
Thunder strike.
He bellowed, and a bolt of lightning shot toward Jian, splitting the air with a deafening roar. The arena's stone floor sparked under the impact, and the crowd gasped as the lightning struck the ground inches from Jiang Yan's feet, sending a shockwave that made the arena tremble. But Ziyan simply stood there, his expression calm, his eyes gleaming with mischief.
Modify.
He muttered, and the word
Thunder.
on the man's hands shimmered and changed too.
Thunder chicken.
A moment later, the lightning bolt transformed into a massive, clucking chicken that pecked at the air, its feathers crackling with faint sparks. The man gasped in confusion as the chicken pecked at his face, and the crowd erupted into laughter. Jiang Yan gave a sheepish grin, his shoulders shaking with suppressed giggles as he watched the chicken squawk and flap its wings, scattering sparks like confetti. When the chicken finally hopped away, leaving a trail of smoldering feathers, Jiang Yan bowed mockingly.
Sorry, I just couldn't help myself. My skills are so bad. Even thunder is a clucking menace.
The crowd's laughter was so loud it seemed to shake the arena itself. And as Aizian turned to leave, he caught sight of his allies, Li Wei, Chen Jia, and Master Lu clapping him on the back, their faces alight with pride and mirth. Li Wei, ever the joker, shouted over the din.
You turned thunder into a chicken. What's next? A dragon made of noodles?
Chen Zhao laughed, her eyes sparkling with delight.
You're the only one who can make a lightning bolt look like a farm animal.
Master Lu, usually stoic, chuckled and said,
Jiang Yan, your absurdity is a gift. You turn every battle into a comedy and every enemy into a punchline.
Jiang Yan's grin widened as he waved at them, the weight of their approval warm on his chest. He had always been the underdog, the one who stumbled and fell. But now, with every ridiculous victory, He felt the bonds between him and his allies deepen. He remembered the first time he had failed a mission, the way Li Wei had dragged him out of the ruins, his laughter echoing through the dust. He remembered Chen Zhao's tearful embrace when he had nearly died in the Valley of Echoes, her voice trembling as she said,
"You're not alone anymore."
and he remembered Master Lu's quiet words after the final battle in the Iron Citadel.
"You don't need power to be a hero. You need heart."
As the crowd's laughter faded, Jelly, Yan's mind drifted to the new challenges ahead. The guild's next trial was said to be the Storm Spire, a tower of lightning that no one had ever scaled. But as he stood there, the memory of the thunder chickens still clucking in the arena's dust, he felt a spark of confidence. He had turned thunder into a joke. Why not turn the storm spire into a stage for his next absurdity? He turned to his allies, their faces lit by the arena's flickering lights, and for the first time he felt not like the underdog, but like the star of his own ridiculous, glorious story.
Huh?
He called, his voice cutting through the din.
What if we take the storm spire and turn it into a giant noodle? Just a thought.
Lin Wei howled with laughter, and Chen Yao clapped her hands, her eyes alight with mischief. Master Lu raised an eyebrow, but the corners of his mouth twitched upward.
"You're mad."
He said, but there was no malice in his voice, only the faintest trace of admiration.
"But I like it."
As the crowd's laughter swelled once more, Ayan felt the weight of his allies' trust settle on his shoulders, not as a burden, but as a promise. He would face whatever came next, not with power, but with the absurdity that had made him a hero. And if the storm spire was the next challenge, he would turn it into a comedy, a feast, a ridiculous masterpiece that would make the gods themselves laugh. For the first time, he wasn't afraid of failing his allies. He was ready to make them proud, one absurd victory at a time. The arena was a cacophony of chaos as the green mist swirled around. Yan, its sickly hue curling like a serpent through the air. The opponent, a woman with a vial of poison in her hand, watched with a smug grin as the mist seeped into the cracked stone floor, spreading like an oozing wound. But Jiang Yan stood unmoved, his eyes gleaming with mischief, as he muttered
"Modify."
the word.
"Poison."
On the val shimmered and shifted, changing to
"Poison marshmallow."
the mist transformed into a swirling mass of fluffy pink marshmallows, their soft edges glowing faintly in the dim light of the arena. The crowd gasped, then erupted into laughter as the marshmallows floated around the woman, bouncing gently like playful clouds. Jackie Yan bowed mockingly, his grin widening as he said,
"Sorry, I just couldn't help myself. My skills are so bad, even poison is sweet."
The woman stumbled backward, her face a mix of confusion and disbelief, while the crowd roared with delight as the laughter echoed through the arena. Yasen allies gathered around him, their faces alight with mirth. Xiaolan, a wiry girl with a knack for alchemy, clapped her hands together, her eyes sparkling.
"That was brilliant. Jiang Yan."
She shouted over the din.
"You turned her deadly poison into a sugary snack. I've never seen anything so ridiculous."
Her voice carried the same exuberance she always showed, and Jiang Yan couldn't help but laugh. Across from her, Master Li, a gruff but kind-hearted warrior, grunted, his face red from laughing so hard he could barely speak.
"You're a madman, Jian."
He finally said, wiping tears from his eyes.
"But I'd follow you into a battle with a dragon if it meant seeing that again."
The group erupted into a cacophony of laughter, their bond unshakable even as the absurdity of the moment hung in the air. Jan's heart swelled with a mix of pride and gratitude as he looked at his allies. He had always been the underdog, the one who could never match the power of others. But here they were, laughing with him, celebrating his ridiculous victories. He remembered the first time he had failed a mission, the way they had stood by him, their encouragement a lifeline in the darkest moments. He had feared letting them down, had worried that his absurd skills would never be enough, but now he saw how their support had transformed his weakness into something uniquely powerful. The joy of their absurd victories wasn't just in the K, it was in the way they had turned every failure into a shared joke, every misstep into a moment of connection. As the crowd's laughter faded, a new challenge emerged. A guild member, a young man named Wei, rushed into the arena, his face pale and trembling.
Jiang Yan,
He called, his voice shaking.
I need your help. My guild is being attacked by a level 50 monster, and I can't stop it.
The monster in question, a hulking beast with glowing red eyes, loomed in the distance, its roar shaking the ground. Wei's hands trembled as he gestured to the creature, his voice barely above a whisper.
Its skill is called Sticky Webbit. Releases a web that traps anyone who touches it. I tried to fight it, but I got stuck, and I couldn't move.
Jiang Yan's eyes narrowed as he studied the monster, his mind already racing with possibilities. He turned to his allies, his voice steady.
We'll take care of this. Don't worry, Wei.
He stepped forward, his confidence unshakable despite the absurdity of the situation. As he faced the monster, he muttered,
Modify.
"The word."
Sticky.
On the monster's web shimmered and shifted, changing to
Sticky web of cotton candy.
the web transformed into a shimmering mass of pink and white threads, their edges soft and sweet smelling. The monster roared in confusion, its massive form stumbling as the cotton candy web clung to it, its movement slowed by the sugary trap. Wei's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched the monster struggle, its powerful limbs entangled in the cotton candy.
That's impossible.
He stammered, his voice filled with awe.
You turned its deadly web into something so ridiculous, it's practically harmless.
The crowd erupted into laughter once more, their cheers echoing through the arena as Jiang Yan gave a sheepish grin.
Sorry, I just couldn't help myself. My skills are so bad. Even monsters are stuck on sugar.
As the monster finally collapsed, its movements slowed by the absurdity of the situation. Wei rushed forward, his face flushed with gratitude.
Jiang Yan, I don't know how to thank you.
He said, his voice trembling with emotion.
You saved my guild, and you did it with a skill that's so ridiculous. It's almost magical. I never thought I'd see something like this.
Jiang Yan chuckled, his eyes soft with warmth.
You're welcome, Wei. But don't forget, it's not just my skillets. All of us. We're the ones who made this possible.
He turned to his allies, his voice filled with sincerity.
Every time we laugh together, every time we face something impossible and turn it into something absurd, we're proving that even the underdog can win, and I wouldn't be here without you.
The crowd's laughter faded into a quiet hum of admiration. The weight of their shared victory settling over them, the monster's defeat was a small moment in the grander scheme of their journey. But it was a moment that reminded them all of the power of friendship, of the joy that came from turning the impossible into the ridiculous. As the arena lights dimmed and the crowd began to disperse, Yaxian stood with his allies, their bond unshakable, their laughter echoing into the night. The bronze arena was a cacophony of roars, laughter, and the occasional clatter of weapons clashing. But as Jiang Yan stepped forward, the air grew unnaturally still. His skill scroll, a tattered relic he had somehow acquired during a failed quest for a
Useless.
talent, sparked with an eerie blue light, its edges flickering like a dying flame. Nearby, the fate-changing pen, a tool he had never learned to use properly, rolled across the arena's cracked stone floor, its tip gliding toward a peculiar rune etched into the ground, the symbol that looked suspiciously like a half-eaten snack. The crowd, usually a sea of jeering spectators, fell into a tense silence as a surge of mana rippled through the air, the kind that made even the most seasoned warriors clutch their chests. Yan, oblivious to the ominous energy, adjusted his collar and muttered,
Modify.
his voice tinged with the same smugness he had shown in previous battles. The rune beneath his feet pulsed, and for a moment the arena felt like it was holding its breath, as if the world itself was waiting for something absurd to happen.
Hey, you ever think about how weird it is that my skills keep turning everything into food?
Jiang Yan asked the crowd, his voice carrying over the sudden hush.
I mean, if I had a talent for something useful like, I don't know, swordsmanship or spellcasting, this wouldn't be happening, but no me modify skill is so bad, even the ground wants to be a snack.
A few spectators snickered, though their laughter was nervous, as if they feared the joke might come true. Nearby, a fellow competitor, a wiry man with a sword that had previously been turned into an
Infinite barrage.
of arrows, muttered to himself.
That rune looks like a snack maybe the contract core is hiding in plain sight.
His words were barely audible, but they hung in the air like a warning. Yan's mind raced as he stared at the rune, its edges glowing faintly with the same blue light as his skill scroll. He had always known his abilities were unconventional.
Modify.
Skill had been a curse, a joke, a thing that turned his opponent's most fearsome attacks into absurd, harmless objects. But this was different. The rune felt wrong, almost alive, as if it were watching him. He had spent years mastering the art of making everything he touched into a joke, but now, for the first time, he felt a flicker of unease. What if the
Modify.
skill wasn't just a joke? What if it was a key to something far more dangerous? The thought sent a shiver down his spine, though he quickly masked it with a grin.
Sorry, I just couldn't help myself.
He said, his voice dripping with mock apology.
My skills are so bad, even the ground feels hungry.
The ninth opponent, a gaunt man with a glowing spectral chain coiled around his arm, stepped forward, his eyes locked on Jiang Yan with a mixture of determination and fear.
So blind.
He intoned, his voice a low growl as the chain shot toward Jiang Yan. Like a living thing, the crowd gasped as the chain wrapped around Jan's wrists, its spectral light seeping into his skin. Jiang Yan winced, but he didn't struggle. Instead, he muttered,
Modify.
his voice barely above a whisper. The chain shimmered, its light flickering like a candle in the wind. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, with a soft asterisk pop asterisk, the chain transformed into a glowing, edible snacka, golden, crinkly wafer that smelled faintly of cinnamon and sugar. The man gasped in confusion, his spectral eyes widening as the snack floated in the air, hovering just out of reach. The crowd erupted into laughter, but Yeyen's heart pounded in his chest. This wasn't just another absurd twist. It was something else, something deeper. He had always thought of his
Modify.
skill as a joke, a way to make his enemies look foolish. But now, as the snack hovered in the air, he felt a strange sense of purpose. The rune beneath his feet pulsed again, and for the first time he realized that maybe his
Useless.
skill wasn't so useless after all. Maybe it was a key, a way to unlock something far greater than he had ever imagined. He looked down at the snack, then at the rune, and for the first time he felt a flicker of hope. The gaunt man, still staring at the snack, suddenly lunged forward, his spectral chain reaching for it.
What is this?
He demanded, his voice shaking.
This isn't a soul bind. This is ah.
His words were cut off as the snack floated away, landing in the air with a soft asterisk thud asterisk. The crowd's laughter turned into murmurs of confusion, and Jiang Yan took a step back, his mind racing. He had spent years making everything he touched into a joke. But now, for the first time, he felt like the joke was on him. Then, as if in answer to his thoughts, the rune beneath his feet flared with a sudden burst of light. The air crackled with energy, and the snack in the air began to glow brighter, its edges shimmering with the same blue light as his skill scroll. Yan's breath caught in his throat. This wasn't just a joke. This was something else entirely.
Wait.
The wiry man muttered, his voice barely audible over the sudden commotion.
That rune. It looks like a contract core. But why would it be here?
His words were met with silence, but Jayan could feel the weight of his realization. The contract Korath, legendary Bakad, that was said to grant its wielder unimaginable power was here, hidden in plain sight, waiting for someone to find it. Jiang Yan's heart pounded as he looked down at the room, then at the glowing snake. He had always thought of himself as the underdog, the joke of the arena, but now, for the first time, he felt something else. He felt like the punchline to a joke that was about to change everything. The crowd's murmurs grew louder, and the gaunt man's eyes widened in horror as the snack in the air began to pulse with energy. Jiang Yan took a step forward, his hands trembling. He had spent his life making everything he touched into a joke, but now, he realized, the joke was just beginning, and the contract core was waiting for him. The bronze arena had never been this quiet. The crowd's usual cacophony of jeers and cheers had vanished, replaced by a tense hush that pressed against Jiang Yan's ears like a suffocating blanket. The air crackled with unspent mana, the kind that made even the arena's cracked stone floor tremble. Jiang Yan's hands tightened around the scroll that had just sparked unexpectedly, its ink bleeding into a strange swirling pattern that pulsed like a heartbeat across the arena. The fate-changing penis, most prized step rolled slowly toward a rune, etched into the ground, one that had been invisible until now. The rune glowed faintly, as if it had been waiting for this moment. Yan's eyes flicked to the pen, then back to the beast, its feral eyes locked on him. The mana surge that had frozen the crowd in place was now a churning storm above them, lightning crackling in the air like a warning. He could feel it. The arena was holding its breath, the world itself pausing for the next move.
Hey, you think my modify skill is actually useful for anything besides making fire turn into vegetables?
Jiang Yan muttered to himself, his voice barely louder than the hum of the mana storm.
I mean, I've turned gravity into a spoon and earthquakes into cake. But what if this time it just doesn't work?
His words were half joke, half prayer, but the scroll in his hand flared again, the runes on it shifting as if in response. The crowd's silence deepened, the beast's roar echoing through the arena like a thunderclap. Somewhere in the stands, a voice called out.
Jiang Yan, that contract. Koryu found it's not just a tool, is it?
The words hung in the air, unremarkable at first, but Jackie Yan's pulse quickened. He had never told anyone about the contract core, not even his allies. How had they known? Yan's mind raced, the absurdity of the situation clashing with the weight of the moment. He had spent years being mocked for his
Useless.
skills, for his inability to cast even the simplest spell. But now, as the beast lunged, its claws slicing through the air, he felt a strange certainty. The contract core wasn't just a tool, it was a key to something he had never understood, something that had been waiting for him all along. His fingers twitched, the scroll in his hand trembling as if it too was waiting. The mana storm above them surged, and the rune under the fate-changing pen flared to life, its light piercing the darkness.
Modify.
Jiang Yan whispered, his voice steady despite the chaos. The word left his lips like a spell, and the air around him shuddered. The beast's roar faltered, its feral eyes widening as the word
Rebirth.
on its massive form shimmered and shifted. The crowd gasped, the mana storm above them freezing mid-crack. The rune under the pen pulsed, its light spreading outward in a wave that rippled through the arena. Jahi Yan's breath caught in his throat. He had done it. He had modified the beast's final attack, turning its terrifying
Rebirth.
into something else's, something harmless. But as the light faded, the arena fell silent once more. The truth of what had just happened still hanging in the air.
Wait.
Jiang Yan said, his voice cutting through the silence.
Did you just say something about the contract core?
He turned to the voice that had called out earlier, his eyes narrowing. The man in the stands, a fellow contestant, shifted uncomfortably.
You're not supposed to know about that.
Jiang Yan continued, his tone laced with both accusation and curiosity.
How did you? I didn't know.
The man interrupted, his voice trembling.
But I've seen you use it, the way you modified the other skills, the way the contract core reacted when you touched it. It's not just a tool, is it? It's a part of you.
Jiang Yan stared at him, his mind reeling. The contract core had always felt like an extension of his will, but now, as the rune under the fate-changing pen pulsed again, he realized the truth. It wasn't just a key, it was a mirror, a reflection of his own power, his own absurdity, his own underdog reversal, and as the beasts
Rebirth.
finally transformed into a harmless burst of light, Yen smiled. The crowd erupted into cheers, the mana storm dissipating into the air. But for Jesse Yan, the real victory wasn't in the battle, it was in the discovery. The contract. Core wasn't just a tool, it was a part of him. And now he finally understood why. Jiang Yan stepped into the bronze arena, the air thick with the scent of burnt oil and the metallic tang of anticipation. The crowd's murmurs of mockery echoed around him like a chorus of hyenas, their laughter punctuated by the occasional jeer aimed at the frank repairman who had somehow managed to secure a challenge. His opponent, Bai Xue, stood across from him, her brank fire Mei aura crackling with barely contained disdain. Her eyes, sharp as a blade, flicked over him with the kind of pity reserved for a child who had wandered into a battlefield.
You're going to regret challenging me.
She said, her voice laced with condescension, as if she were speaking to a particularly stubborn insect. Jesse Yan adjusted his collar, the fabric of his tattered repairman's coat brushing against his neck like a reminder of his station. He gave a sheepish grin, the kind that always seemed to appear when he was about to do something monumentally stupid.
Sorry, I just couldn't help myself.
He said, his voice tinged with the kind of self-deprecating humor that made him sound like a man who had already accepted his fate.
My skills are so bad, even death wants to play.
Bai Ike scoffed, her lips curling into a smirk that was more a snarl than a smile.
You think a joke will save you?
She said, her fingers twitching as if she were already summoning the fire that would reduce him to ash. The arena's air grew heavier, the mana around her coiling like a serpent ready to strike. Then, with a flick of her wrist, she unleashed a wave of fire, the air around her crackling with heat that made the sweat on Jiang Yan's brow evaporate instantly. He raised his hand, his fingers twitching as he focused on the one skill he had left modify. His mind raced, the words in the spell, description blurring into a jumble of letters and symbols. Asterisk, one word, just one word. Asterisk, he watched Bagzi's spell description, searching for the perfect target. Then, with a sudden burst of inspiration, he altered the skill's name.
Flame blast.
Became.
Flame pudding.
The effect was immediate. Bike as fire erupted, but instead of scorching the arena, it transformed into a massive steaming dessert. The crowd gasped in disbelief as the arena filled with the scent of vanilla and caramel. Bagsway's eyes widened in horror as the fiery pudding oozed toward her, its sweet aroma making her stomach churn. Jiang Yan gave a nervous chuckle.
Oops, I think I messed up.
The audience erupted in laughter, their mirth echoing through the arena. Bai Engwei, now covered in a layer of pudding, groaned in frustration.
This isn't a joke, you useless.
Before she could finish, a sudden mana surge from the arena's edge sent her stumbling back. The crowd's laughter turned into murmurs of confusion. Something was off. Yan's eyes flickered with realization. He had just triggered something deeper than he had anticipated. As the mana surge subsided, a strange sensation washed over him. His body felt light, his mind clear. Then, with a sudden jolt, he was back in his awakening day, standing before the awakening tower, the world around him unchanged. He had used.
Rebirth.
For the first time, he understood the true power of his
Youth left.
profession. The fate-changing pen in his hand vibrated faintly, its ink swirling with a strange, otherworldly glow. A skill scroll on the ground near him began to pulse, its runes shifting as if alive. The contract car at his chest hummed softly, a low, almost imperceptible sound that seemed to resonate with the very fabric of the world. Jiang Yan's heart raced as he realized that his absurd skill was not just a joke. It was a key, a gateway to something far greater than he had ever imagined. The crowd's laughter still echoed in his ears, but now it felt like a prelude to something far more chaotic and extraordinary. As he stepped forward, the air around him seemed to shift, the mana of the arena thickening like a storm cloud ready to break. Somewhere in the distance, the faint outline of a stele with modified runes shimmered into view, its surface etched with symbols that seemed to defy the very laws of magic Ie. Yan's mind was a whirlwind of confusion and curiosity, his thoughts racing as he tried to make sense of the bizarre outcomes of his skill. Was this the work of the mysterious fate changer, the legendary figure who had supposedly rewritten the destinies of countless awakeners? Or was it something else entirely? A hidden truth buried within the very fabric of the world? He had no answers, but he had a feeling that his journey was only just beginning. The laughter of the crowd faded into the background as he focused on the stele, its runes glowing faintly in the dim light. He could almost hear the whispers of the past, the echoes of those who had come before him, their stories woven into the very essence of the world. Jassy! Yan took a deep breath, his resolve hardening. Whatever lay ahead, he would face it with the same absurd determination that had brought him here. The world was full of mysteries, and he was ready to uncover them, one ridiculous modification at a time. Jiang Yan stepped into the forgotten workshop. The air, thick with the scent of oil and the faint hum of residual mana that seemed to vibrate in his bones like a low-pitched psalm. The crumbling warehouse was a labyrinth of discarded equipment, half-finished tools, and rusted contraptions that seemed to whisper secrets in languages he didn't understand. A skill scroll on a nearby table glowed with an eerie blue light, its edges flickering as if it were alive. In his hand, the fate-changing pen vibrated gently, its nib twitching like it was trying to write something he couldn't see. The contract core in his pocket hummed faintly, a sound that felt both familiar and unsettling, as though it were trying to communicate with him. The workshop's atmosphere was charged with an almost tangible sense of mystery, like the walls themselves were holding their breath. Jiang Yan adjusted his collar, his eyes scanning the cluttered space, his mind already racing with questions about the strange energy that seemed to pulse through everything here.
Hi, you, the one who turned Baiju's fire into pudding?
A voice cut through the silence, and Jiang Yan turned to see a wiry teenager named Xiao Nan, his hands stained with grease as he tinkered with a broken sword.
You think you can just change a word and expect it to work?
Xiao Nan's tone was skeptical, but there was a flicker of curiosity in his eyes.
Modify? That's a joke, right? You think you can just change a word and expect it to work?
He repeated, his voice rising slightly as he gestured toward the broken sword in his hands.
Most of us who try that end up with cursed tools or broken weapons. Some even lost their lives.
Jiang Yan gave a sheepish grin, his mind already replaying the absurdity of the arena.
Well, it worked, sort of.
Xiao Nan's eyes narrowed, his skepticism deepening.
You're not the first one to try that, but I like what I see.
A gruff voice boomed from the shadows, and an older man with a grizzled beard and a hammer slung over his shoulder stepped forward.
You're the one who caused that mess in the arena, aren't you?
Jiang Yan nodded, his eyes flickering with unease.
That would be me.
The man gave a gruff chuckle. His eyes scanned Jiang Yan with a mix of amusement and calculation.
Old Thai leader of the Forgotten Workshop. You're not the first one to come here with a ridiculous idea, but I like what I see.
He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small, glowing stone.
This is a resonance stone. It can help you refine your godify skill. You'll need it if you want to survive in this world.
Jiang Yan took the stone, feeling a faint pulse of energy that sent a shiver up his spine.
Thanks, I guess I owe you one.
He said, his voice tinged with uncertainty. Jiang crossed his arms, his skepticism still lingering.
Just don't expect us to believe you're not going to fail.
Jiang Yan gave a nervous laugh, his mind racing with the implications of the resonance stone and the strange energy that seemed to permeate the workshop. He couldn't shake the feeling that something deeper was at play here, something that went beyond the absurdity of his Mavify skill. As he turned away from Zhao Nan, his eyes caught sight of a stele embedded in the wall, its runes glowing faintly with an unusual pattern. The runes weren't the standard ones he had seen in the guild. They were different. more intricate, as if they had been modified by someone who didn't understand the rules of magic. Yan stepped closer, his fingers brushing against the cold surface of the stele. The runes flared briefly, and a strange sensation washed over him, like the air had shifted in a way he couldn't quite comprehend. He blinked, his mind racing with questions. What was this stele doing here? Why did the runes look so different? And why did it feel like the workshop itself was watching him?
Hey, you're not going to touch that, are you?
Xiao Nan's voice cut through his thoughts, his tone a mix of concern and confusion.
That's the legacy steel. It's been here for centuries. No one knows what it does, but it's never been activated.
Jiang Yan turned to face him, his eyes narrowing.
Legacy steel. No one knows what it does.
He echoed, his mind already piecing together the implications.
But if it's been here for centuries, maybe it's connected to the Gavify skill somehow.
Xiao Nan gave a skeptical look, his arms crossing over his chest.
Maybe, but don't expect us to believe you're not going to mess it up.
Jiang Yan gave a nervous chuckle, his thoughts a whirlwind of curiosity and unease. He had a feeling that the legacy, Stele, was more than just a relicit, was a clue, a piece of a puzzle he hadn't even realized existed. And as he looked around the workshop, he couldn't shake the feeling that the answers he was looking for were hidden in the very walls of this place. Jiang Yan stood in the skill market, the air thick with the scent of fried oil and the cacophony of merchants shouting their wares. Old Tai and Zhao Nan flanked him, their expressions a mix of skepticism and reluctant admiration. A stout merchant with a long beard was demonstrating a scroll labeled
Bargain deal.
his voice booming over the din.
This allows the user to negotiate with any opponent, ensuring a favorable trade.
He declared, waving the scroll like a trophy. Yan tilted his head, his eyes flickering with mischief.
Sounds useful,
He said.
but I think I can do better.
The merchant's eyes narrowed.
You think you can improve on a skill like that?
Jiang Yan reached into his pocket, pulled out the resonance stone, and focused asterisk. One word, just one word. Asterisk. The scroll's description shimmered in his mind.
Bargain deal.
Became.
Bargain bait.
The merchant's face turned pale as the scroll's effect activated. Instead of luring opponents into negotiations, it now trapped them in an endless loop of haggling. The merchant's voice cracked as he tried to break free, shouting.
This is a scamp. This is a scamp.
The crowd erupted in laughter, their mirth echoing through the market. Yan gave a nervous chuckle.
Oops, I think I messed up again.
Old Tai let out a gruff laugh, his hands resting on his hips.
You got a knack for turning things upside down, kid. I'll admit, I didn't expect the modify skill to be this unpredictable.
Xiao Nan crossed his arms, his brow furrowed.
And predictable? That's one way to put it. You're playing with fire, you know. One wrong tweak, and you could end up with a cursed tool or worse.
Jiang Yan adjusted his collar, his grin widening.
Worse? I've already got a cursed merchant. What else is there?
Old Tai chuckled, shaking his head.
You're not wrong, but I'll be damned if I don't admire your audacity. Most people would run from a skill like this. You're running toward it head first.
Xiao Nan rolled his eyes but couldn't hide a smirk.
Yeah. Well, Maybe it's not all bad. I mean, if you can turn a fireball into a cake, who's to say you can't turn a curse into a prank?
Jiang Yan's eyes lit up.
Exactly. It's not about being perfect. It's about being absurd. And I've got a whole world of absurdity waiting for me.
His mind raced as he imagined the possibilities. A sword that hummed lullabies instead of striking. A shield that deflected attacks by turning them into confetti. The thought sent a thrill through him. He had spent his life being mocked for his
Useless.
profession. But now he was the one turning the tables. The merchant's groans of frustration faded into the background as Yan's thoughts spiraled. Asterisk, what if I could modify a spell to create a distraction or a trap? Asterisk, his fingers twitched with anticipation. The skill market was just the beginning. He could feel it. The shift in the air, the way the mana around him pulsed with potential. Something was changing. But before he could dwell on it, a sudden surge of mana from the market's edge sent a ripple through the crowd. The laughter turned to murmurs of confusion. Jiang Yan's eyes flickered with realization. He had just triggered something deeper than he had anticipated. The merchant's endless haggling was only the start. Jiang Yan stepped into the silver arena, the air thick with the scent of oil and the faint crackle of residual mana. The crowd roared with excitement, their voices a cacophony of mockery and anticipation. Across from him, Lin Wei stood with arms crossed, his wiry frame radiating smug confidence.
You think you can challenge me with your ridiculous tricks?
Lin Wei sneered, his voice dripping with condescension. Yan adjusted his collar, his usual sheepish grin plastered across his face.
Sorry, I just couldn't help myself. My skills are so bad. Even the wind wants to play.
The crowd erupted in laughter, but Lin Wei's eyes narrowed. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashed a flurry of wind blades, the air around him slicing into jagged currents of energy. Jiang Yan raised his hand, his fingers twitching. Asterisk. One word, just one word. Asterisk. He focused, his mind racing. Asterisk. Wind splash. Wind snack. That's it. Asterisk. The moment he altered the skill's name, the effect was immediate. Lin Wei's wind blades erupted, but instead of slicing through the air, they transformed into a flurry of snacks, crispy chips, sweet pastries, and juicy fruits. The crowd gasped in disbelief as the arena filled with the scent of fried dough and caramel. Lin Wei's eyes widened in horror as the snack-filled wind blades rained down on him, their sweet aroma making him gag.
Oops, I think I messed up.
Jiang Yan said, his nervous chuckle echoing through the arena. The audience erupted in laughter, their mirth shaking the very foundations of the silver arena. Lin Wei, now covered in a layer of snacks, groaned in frustration.
This isn't a joke, you useless.
Before he could finish, a sudden mana surge from the arena's edge sent him stumbling back. The crowd's laughter turned into murmurs of confusion. Something was off. Yan's eyes flickered with realization. He had just triggered something deeper than he had anticipated. As the mana surge subsided, a strange sensation washed over him. His body felt light, his mind clear. Then, with a sudden jolt, he was back in his awakening day, standing before the awakening tower, the world around him unchanged. He had used.
Rebirth.
For the first time, he understood the true power of his
Useless.
profession.
Hey, Jin. You. Okay.
Xiao Nan's voice cut through the haze of Yan's thoughts. He blinked, realizing he was back in the forgotten workshop, the air thick with the scent of oil and the faint hum of residual mana. Xiao Nan, the wiry apprentice, stood nearby, his eyes filled with curiosity.
You're the one who changed Baigu's spell into pudding, aren't you?
Jiang Yan gave a sheepish grin.
Yeah, I think I did.
Xiao Nan's eyes narrowed.
You are not the first one to try that. Most of them end up with broken weapons or cursed tools. Some even lost their lives.
Before Jie Yan could respond, an older man with a grizzled beard and a hammer slung over his shoulder stepped forward.
You're the one who caused that mess in the arena, aren't you?
Jiang Yan nodded.
That would be me.
The man gave a gruff chuckle.
Old Tai, leader of the Forgotten Workshop. You're not the first one to come here with a ridiculous idea, but I like what I see.
He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small, glowing stone.
This is a resonance stone. It can help you refine your modify skill. You'll need it if you want to survive in this world.
Jiang Yan took the stone, feeling a faint pulse of energy.
Thanks, I guess I owe you one.
Xiao Nan crossed his arms.
Just don't expect us to believe you're not going to fail.
Jiang Yan gave a nervous laugh.
I wouldn't dream of it. Alright, let's see what this thing does.
Jiang Yan muttered, holding the resonance stone in his palm. The stone pulsed faintly, its glow casting a soft light across the workshop. He focused, his mind racing. Asterisk, what if I could refine my skill further? What if I could make it even more absurd? Asterisk, the thought sent a thrill through him. He imagined the Sidious turning fire into pudding, wine into snacks, and mana into warmth. The idea was ridiculous, but it was also exhilarating. He could feel the power of the stone resonating with his Mavify skill, as if it were amplifying his ability to twist reality into something absurd.
This is insane.
He whispered.
But it's working. Hey, Jian, you're going to need more than just a stone if you want to survive in the arena.
Xiao Nan said, his voice laced with skepticism.
You've got to be careful. Those here-ranked awakeners don't take jokes lightly.
Jiang Yan gave a sheepish grin.
And now, I just hope my luck holds out.
Xiao Nan crossed his arms.
Luck? You're relying on luck? That's not a plan.
Jiang Yan shrugged.
Well, it's better than nothing.
Just then, a sudden burst of mana surged through the workshop, sending Xiaonan stumbling back. The air crackled with energy, and the walls of the workshop seemed to vibrate. Old Tai's eyes narrowed.
Something's happening. This isn't just a resonant stone. It's reacting to something deeper.
Jiang Yan's heart raced. He could feel the energy building, a strange force that seemed to be pulling him towards something unknown.
What is it?
He asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Old Tai shook his head.
I don't know. But whatever it is, it's not going to be good.
As the mana surge intensified, Ijan's mind raced. He had always thought of himself as the underdog, the frank repairman who was destined to fail. But now, with the resonant stone in his hand and the power of his Mavify skill, he felt something shift within him. He wasn't just a joke anymore. He was something else entirely. A force of absurdity, a disruptor of the status quo, and for the first time, he wasn't afraid of what lay ahead. He was excited.
Hey, Jian, you're really going to do it, aren't you?
Xiao Nan asked, his voice filled with a mix of disbelief and admiration. Jiang Yan gave a sheepish grin.
I guess I am. I mean, what else am I supposed to do? I've already turned fire into pudding, wine into snacks, and mana into warmth. Why stop now?
Yan Nan shook his head.
You're insane.
Jiang Yan laughed.
Yeah, I guess I am.
As the mana surge reached its peak, the workshop was bathed in a blinding light. The walls trembled, and the air crackled with energy. Jiang Yan felt a strange pull, as if the universe itself was watching him. He took a deep breath, his heart pounding with anticipation. Whatever was coming next, he was ready. He had the resonance stone, his movify skill, and the absurdity of his own existence. And with that, he stepped forward, ready to face whatever challenge awaited him. Jiang Yan's fingers trembled as he adjusted the fate-changing pen in his hand, its tip vibrating faintly with an eerie hum that seemed to resonate with the air itself. The forgotten workshop's dim light flickered over the cluttered shelves, casting long shadows that danced like phantoms across the floor. A scroll labeled
Ancient contract core.
glowed faintly on a nearby table, its runes shifting in patterns that looked almost like they were laughing. Zhao Nan, the wiry apprentice, leaned against a rusted workbench, his eyes narrowing as he watched Jiang Yan fumble with the pen.
You're not just modifying spells, are you?
He asked, his voice low.
That pen is not just a tool. It's a relic from the first rebirth, right? They say it was forged by a repairman who could turn curses into jokes. But if you're using it, why does it feel like it's asterisk, waking up asterisk?
Jiang Yan blinked, the pen's vibration intensifying.
I don't know. It just reacts when I use Mogify, like it's trying to tell me something.
Old Tai, the grizzled workshop leader, grunted from his seat by the forge, his hammer tapping rhythmically against a metal plate.
That pin's been dormant for centuries.
He said, his voice gravelly.
If it's waking up now, it means your skill isn't just absurd, it's asterisk connected asterisk to something bigger, something the guild tried to erase.
The contract core on the table let out a soft, almost musical chime, as if in agreement. Jackie Yan's mind raced. Asterisk, connected to something bigger. Asterisk, he had always thought his
Modify.
skill was a joke, a fluke that turned fire into pudding and swords into snacks. But now, with the pen vibrating and the core humming, he felt a strange pull, like the universe itself was watching, waiting.
What if?
He muttered.
What if my skill isn't just a trick? What if it's a key?
Xiao Nan snorted.
A key to what? The guild's prison. The world's biggest joke?
Before Jian could answer, the floor beneath them groaned a deep rumble, shaking the workshop. A hidden panel in the wall slid open, revealing a narrow staircase descending into darkness. The air from below smelled of old oil and something sweet like caramelized sugar.
Looks like your key just found a door.
Old Tai said, his eyes glinting.
But be careful, whatever's down there, it's been waiting for someone like you.
As Yen stepped toward the staircase, the fate-changing pen pulsed once more, its glow matching the strange light now emanating from the depths below. He had no idea what awaited him, but the absurdity of it aloft the vibrating pen. The humming gore, the staircase that seemed to asterisk want asterisk him to descend, mating love, a nervous, shaky sound that echoed through the workshop.
Oops,
He said.
I think I messed up again.
The staircase spiraled downward into a cavernous chamber, its walls lined with ancient tools and half-finished contraptions that looked like they had been abandoned mid-repair. At the center of the room stood a massive stele, its surface etched with runes that shimmered like liquid gold. Jiang Yan approached cautiously, the fate-changing pen in his hand, vibrating more intensely now, as if it recognized the stele. The runes on the stele were unlike any he had ever seen, twisted, chaotic, and somehow familiar asterisk. As he reached out to touch them, the pen's tip flared with light, and the runes shifted, rearranging themselves into a new pattern.
What the?
He gasped, stepping back, the runes now read.
Modify skill. Reversal origin unknown.
His breath caught. Asterisk's origin unknown. Asterisk that wasn't in any of the guild's records. He had always assumed his skill was a fluke, a random quirk of his profession, but this suggested something deliberate, something hidden.
You're not the first to find this.
A voice said from the shadows. Yeah. Yan spun around, his heart pounding. An old man emerged from the darkness, his face lined with age, and his eyes glowing faintly with the same golden light as the stele.
I'm Master Li.
The man said, his voice like rusted metal.
I was the one who built this workshop. I sealed away the truth about Modify because the guild feared it. But you've awakened it again. That pen.
He gestured to the vibrating tool in Jiang Yan's hand.
It's not just a relic. It's a asterisk key. Asterisk to the first rebirth. And you, my boy, are its latest bearer.
Jiang Yan's mind reeled. Asterisk, first, rebirth, asterisk. He had heard the term before, whispered in the corners of the guild, always dismissed as a myth.
But why me?
He asked, his voice trembling.
Why would the guild fear Ngonify?
Master Li's expression darkened.
Because it's not just a skill, it's a asterisk reversal asterisk of fate. Every time you use it, you're not just changing spells, you're rewriting the rules of this world. The guild tried to erase that power, but it can't be destroyed. It can only be asterisk used asterisk.
The stele pulsed again, and Jayan felt a strange warmth spread through his chest. He had always thought of himself as a joke, and frank repairman who turned fire into pudding and swords into snacks. But now, standing before the stele and the old man who had built this hidden chamber, he realized the truth. His skill wasn't a curse. It was an asterisk weapon asterisk, and the guild had no idea what it was capable of. Sen stood in the chamber, the weight of Master Li's words pressing down on him. The fate-changing pen vibrated with a rhythm that felt almost like a heartbeat. He stared at the stele, its runes shifting again, this time forming a new message.
Modify, skill reversal origin. The first rebirth.
His mind spun. Asterisk the first rebirth. Asterisk. He had heard the term before, always dismissed as a myth by the guild. But now, with the pen in his hand and the stele's light pulsing in time with its vibrations, he felt a strange certainty. This wasn't just a skill. It was an asterisk key, asterisk to something far greater.
So,
He said, his voice shaking.
if Magavai is a reversal of fate, does that mean I can rewrite the guild's rules? Change their power structure?
Master Li's eyes gleamed with something between amusement and sorrow.
Perhaps. But be careful, boy. The guild isn't the only one who fears what you can do. There are others, older, darker forces, who have been waiting for someone like you to awaken the first rebirth. They believe Modify is a curse, a tool to destroy the world. But you're not just a joke. You're an asterisk reversal asterisk of their plans.
Jiang Yan's breath caught. Asterisk a reversal of their plans. Asterisk He had always thought of himself as an underdog, a repairman who turned spells into snacks and fire into pudding. But now, standing in this hidden chamber, he saw the truth. His skill wasn't just absurd, it was asterisk, powerful asterisk, and the guild had no idea what they were dealing with. The fate-changing pen pulsed again, its glow matching the stele's light, and Jiang Yan felt a strange warmth spread through his chest. He had always thought of himself as a joke, and frank repairman who turned fire into pudding and swords into snacks. But now, standing in this hidden chamber, he realized the truth. His skill wasn't a curse, it was an asterisk weapon asterisk, and the guild had no idea what it was capable of. As he stepped back from the stele, the chamber seemed to shift around him, the air thick with the scent of old oil and something sweet like caramelized sugar. Master Lai's voice echoed in his mind. Asterisk, you're not just a joke, you're a reversal of their plans. Asterisk, yeah. Yan's fingers tightened around the pen, its vibrations growing stronger. He had always thought of modify as a fluke, a random quirk of his profession, but now, with the stele's runes glowing and the pen pulsing in his hand, he felt a strange certainty. This wasn't just a skill, it was an asterisk key. Asterisk to the first rebirth. And the guild had no idea what it was capable of. The thought sent a shiver down his spine. Asterisk, what if the guild was right to fear modify? Asterisk, he had always laughed at the idea of a repairman being powerful, of an Frank being anything more than a joke. But now, standing in this hidden chamber, he felt the weight of something far greater. The guild had tried to erase the truth about Mongify, to bury it in the forgotten corners of the world, but he had found it. And he had a feeling that the guild wasn't the only one who would come looking for him. As the pen's glow intensified, Yan took a deep breath. He had always thought of himself as a joke, and frank repairman who turned fire into pudding and swords into snacks. But now, standing in this hidden chamber, he realized the truth. His skill wasn't just absurd, it was asterisk, powerful asterisk, and the guild had no idea what it was capable of. He turned to Master Lai, his voice steady for the first time.
So what do we do now?
The old man's eyes gleamed with something between amusement and sorrow.
We find the others, the ones who were like you, the ones who tried to use modify before you, and we show the guild what they've been afraid of all along.
Jiang Yan's heart pounded. Asterisks. The others? Asterisk. He had always thought he was alone, a joke in a world that didn't need him. But now, with the fate-changing pen in his hand, and the steel's light pulsing in time with his vibrations, he felt something else. A sense of purpose. A realization that he wasn't just a joke. He was an asterisk, reversal asterisk of fate, and the guild had no idea what they were dealing with. As the chamber seemed to shift around him, Yan took a step forward, the pen's glow matching the stele's light. He had always thought of himself as a joke, and frank repairman who turned fire into pudding and swords into snacks. But now, standing in this hidden chamber, he realized the truth. His skill wasn't just absurd, it was asterisk, powerful asterisk, and the guild had no idea what it was capable of. Jiang Yan stepped into the Profession Guild's main hall, the air thick with the scent of aged parchment and the faint hum of man-infused contracts. The guild was a place of power and prestige where only the most elite awakeners could rise. And now, he was here, Jiang Yan, the frank repairman who had defied the odds with his absurd
Modify.
skill elder son. The guild's conservative faction leader, stood at the center of the hall, his expression one of disdain.
You think you can challenge the guild with your ridiculous tricks?
His voice was laced with condescension.
You're nothing but a joke.
Jiang Yan gave a sheepish grin.
Sorry, I just couldn't help myself. My skills are so bad. Even the guild wants to play.
Elder Sun's eyes narrowed.
You will regret that.
With a flick of his wrist, he unleashed a wave of mana, the air around him crackling with energy. Jiang Yan raised his hand, his fingers twitching. He had only one chance. His
Modify.
skill. He focused, his mind racing. Asterisk, one word, just one word, asterisk. He watched Elder Sun's spell description, searching for the perfect target. Then, with a sudden burst of inspiration, he altered the skill's name.
Marda Ceiling.
Became.
Mana. Warmth.
The effect was immediate. Elder Sun's mana wave erupted. But instead of sealing Jiang Yan's abilities, it transformed into a soothing warmth, enveloping the entire hall in a gentle glow. The crowd gasped in disbelief as the mana-infused energy filled the air with a comforting sensation. Elder Sun's eyes widened in horror as the warmth surrounded him, his own power now a source of comfort rather than destruction. Yang gave a nervous chuckle.
Oops, I think I messed up.
The audience erupted in laughter, their mirth echoing through the guild. Elder Sun, now wrapped in a cocoon of warmth, groaned in frustration.
This isn't a joke, you useless.
Before he could finish, a sudden mana surge from the guild's edge sent him stumbling back. The crowd's laughter turned into murmurs of confusion. Something was off. Jiang Yan's eyes flickered with realization. He had just triggered something deeper than he had anticipated. As the mana surge subsided, a strange sensation washed over him. His body felt light, his mind clear. Then, with a sudden jolt, he was back in his awakening day, standing before the awakening tower, the world around him unchanged. He had used.
Rebirth.
For the first time, he understood the true power of his
Useless.
profession. The guild's main hall, now eerily silent, seemed to pulse with an unseen energy. A skill scroll on the table near Elder Sun's feet began to glow oddly, its runes shifting like liquid gold. Jiang Yan's hand, still clutching the resonant stone, trembled slightly as the fate-changing pen in his pocket vibrated faintly, as though sensing the disturbance. The contract core embedded in the guild's central pillar hummed with a low, resonant frequency, its ancient mechanism stirring for the first time in centuries. A mysterious figure in the crowd, cloaked in shadows, muttered under their breath.
The Ngabify skill. It's not just a joke, it's a key.
Another voice, older and raspy, whispered.
The legends of the Fate Chinger, they were never just myths.
Jiang Yan's mind raced as he pieced together fragments of his past. He remembered the first time he had used the Modify skill, altering a simple pomprey.
Heal.
Spell into.
Heal with caramel flavors.
A mistake that had somehow saved a dying apprentice in the forgotten workshop. He had always thought it was a fluke, a quirk of his profession's absurdity. But now, standing in the guild's hall, he felt the weight of something far greater. His inner monologue churned with confusion and curiosity. Asterisk, what if the Modify skill isn't just a random ability? What if it's tied to something ancient, something the guild has been hiding? Asterisk. He glanced at the glowing scroll and the vibrating pen, his thoughts spiraling. Asterisk, could the fate-changing pen be connected to the Modify skill? And what about the contract core? Why is it humming now? Asterisk the questions gnawed at him, but he had no answer suddenly, the strange certainty that his journey was far from over. As the guild's murmurs faded into silence, a new conflict emerged. Jiang Yan's eyes locked onto a stele embedded in the guild's wall, its runes warped and incomplete. He stepped closer, his breath catching as he noticed the runes were not just damaged, they were asterisk, modified asterisk. Someone had altered them, leaving behind a cryptic message.
The repairman's origin.
His heart pounded asterisk. This isn't just a guild hall, it's a hidden archive. Asterisk, before he could react, the stele's runes flared with light, and the floor beneath him trembled. A hidden chamber door slid open with a groan, revealing a vast underground workshop filled with ancient repair tools, glowing mana cores, and a single ominous sign.
The first workshop of the forgotten.
Jiang Yan's eyes widened. Asterisk, this is it. The origin of my profession. Asterisk. But as he stepped forward, a sudden burst of mana erupted from the chamber, sending him sprawling. The crowd gasped as the guild's walls seemed to pulse with energy, and the fate-changing pen in his pocket vibrated violently. Asterisk, what have I uncovered? Asterisk, he wondered, his mind a whirlwind of absurdity and revelation. The guild's disdain had only just begun, but Jiang Yan knew one thing for sure. He was no longer a joke. He was a key, and the door to his destiny was finally open. The silver arena was a cacophony of disbelief and laughter as Jiang Yan stood in the center, his hands still twitching from the residual energy of his absurd modification. Li Wei, the rank elemental controller, was now a walking monument to culinary chaos, his once proud stance reduced to a wobbly, snack-covered mess. The crowd's mirth echoed through the arena, their voices rising in a chorus of
Oh my god. What even is this?
as crispy chits rained down like confetti and pastries oozed caramel across the battlefield. Yan's sheepish grin widened as he watched the spectacle, his mind already racing to the next challenge. But before he could take a step, a familiar voice cut through the noise.
Jiang Yan.
Xiao Nan's shout was followed by the thud of a heavy hammer as old Tai lumbered into the arena, his beard twitching with amusement.
You're not going to let this be the end of it, are you?
Xiao Nan added, his eyes alight with a mix of exasperation and pride. The crowd's laughter swelled, and for a moment Yan felt the weight of his absurdity lift, replaced by the warmth of his allies' unshakable support. He chuckled, the sound catching in his throat as he realized this was no longer just about survival, it was about the ridiculous joy of defying expectations together.
Li Wei, you're going to regret that.
Xiao Nan said, his voice tinged with a mix of disbelief and admiration as he watched the rank elemental controller flail under the weight of a pasture-laden wind blade.
I mean, I've seen people mess up spells before, but this is art.
Old Tai, standing beside him with his hammer slung over his shoulder, gave a gruff chuckle.
Art? No, this is revolution. You turned the most feared elemental controller into a walking dessert. That's not just a skill, that's a mindset.
Jiang Yan scratched the back of his head, his cheeks flushing as the crowd's laughter swelled around him.
I didn't mean for it to be this big.
He mumbled, his voice barely audible over the din. Xiaonan waved a hand dismissively.
You didn't mean for it to be this big. Look at you. You're the guy who turned a fire mage into a pudding and a brute into a snack storm. You're not just surviving, you're rewriting the rules.
Old Tai nodded, his eyes gleaming with something between pride and mischief.
And if the guild doesn't like it, Well, we'll just have to make them love it, or at least tolerate it.
Jiang Yan's chest tightened as he watched the crowd's laughter ripple through the arena, the absurdity of his actions lingering like the scent of caramelized sugar. Asterisk. This is what I wanted, isn't it? Asterisk, he thought, his mind flickering back to the day he'd first stepped into the awakening tower, his hands trembling as he'd failed his profession test. Back then, he'd been alone, his failures met with scorn and silence. But now, here he was, surrounded by people who didn't just tolerate his absurdity. They celebrated it. Zhao Nan's voice cut through his thoughts.
You're not just some joke one, Yan. You're the guy who turned the guild's most powerful spells into something ridiculous. That's not weakness, that's strength.
The words hung in the air, and for the first time, Yan felt the weight of his own insignificance lift. He wasn't just surviving, he was defying the world's expectations, and his allies were the ones who'd given him the courage to do it. As the mana surge from the arena's edge sent Li Wei stumbling back, a new ripple of energy coursed through the silver arena, its source unclear but its effects unmistakable. The snacks that had rained down on the battlefield began to shimmer, their edges crackling with an odd, unstable light. Jackie Yan's eyes widened as he realized what was happening.
Wait,
He started, but his voice was drowned out by the sudden, synchronized gasp of the crowd. The snacks were reacting to the mana, their sweet aromas now tinged with a sharp metallic tang. Zhaonan's face paled as he took a step back.
that's not normal.
He muttered, his voice barely above a whisper. Old Ty's grip on his hammer tightened.
No, that's not normal. That's a trap.
The arena's floor trembled as the snacks began to shift, their forms distorting into something neither solid nor liquid, their edges flickering like unstable mana. Jiao Ziyan's heart pounded as he realized the truth. His modification had triggered a chain reaction, one that had turned the silver arena into a testing ground for something far more dangerous than he'd anticipated. The crowd's laughter had died, replaced by a tense silence as the snacks coalesced into a swirling vortex of caramel and fire, their energy radiating outward like a storm.
Jiang Yan, we need to move.
Xiao Nan said, his voice urgent as he grabbing Yan's arm.
Whatever you did, it's not just messing with Li Wei anymore. This is something bigger.
Old Tai nodded, his expression grim as he surveyed the vortex.
The mana's unstable. If it collapses, it could tear the arena apart.
Jiang Yan swallowed hard, his mind racing. He had no idea how to reverse his modification, no plan to contain the chaos he'd unleashed. But as he looked at his allies, Sao Nan's determined face, Old Tai's weathered but resolute stance felt a spark of resolve.
Then we fix it.
He said, his voice steady, despite the fear gnawing at his insides.
Together.
Xiao Nan gave him a sharp nod.
Together.
Old Tai grunted in agreement, his hammer lifting as he stepped forward.
Then let's see what this absurdity can do.
The arena's vortex pulsed, its energy surging, as the trio braced themselves for whatever madness lay ahead. Jiang Yan's laugh echoed through the forgotten workshop as he flopped onto a pile of discarded tools, his face still flushed from the absurdity of the arena. Zhao Nan, perched on a rusted stool nearby, snorted as he tossed a half-melted mana core onto the table.
You turned a wind blade into a storm of misery. What even is that? A cursed wind or a depressed cloud?
His eyes gleamed with mischief as he leaned forward, a grin tugging at his lips.
I mean, I paid to see that again. Imagine a whole arena full of people crying because of your modified skill.
Old Tai, who had been quietly sharpening a chisel, let out a low chuckle.
Kid, you're not just a repairman anymore. You're a joke creator, and I like it.
Jiang Yan wiped a tear from his eye, still giggling.
I just wanted to make it rain chocolate and confetti. Instead, I made it rain despair. Who knew misery was a real word?
Xiao Nan rolled his eyes, but couldn't hide his own smile.
You're a disaster, but I'd follow you into a battle of cursed wind any day.
The group erupted into laughter, the absurdity of their situation binding them tighter than any skill ever could. As the laughter faded, Jiang Yan's mind drifted to the moment he had first entered the arena, his hands trembling as he faced Bai Xu's scorching flames. He had been terrified then, convinced that his
Modify.
skill was nothing more than a joke. But now, surrounded by allies who had laughed with him, mocked him, and still stood by him, he felt something shift. He wasn't just a repairman anymore. Where was a force of chaos? A joke that had somehow become a weapon. The thought made him grin, but it was tinged with a flicker of fear. What if he failed again? What if, the next time he tried to,
Modify.
a skill had backfired in a way that left his friends hurt? He pushed the thought aside, focusing instead on the warmth of their camaraderie. They had seen him at his worst, and yet they still laughed with him. Maybe that was the real power of his absurdity, not the skills, but the people who had chosen to stand beside him. The workshop's door creaked open, and a figure stumbled inside, their robes singed and their face pale. It was Li Wei, the Aring elemental controller, who had faced Jiang Yan in the silver arena. His eyes were wide with disbelief as he clutched a charred scroll to his chest.
You turned my elemental storm into a snack storm? I was covered in caramel and chocolate, and I had to negotiate with a Manet-infused pastry for 10 minutes before I could leave the arena.
His voice wavered between frustration and amusement.
I'm not even sure if I'm still in the guild. They're debating whether to ban me for being too delicious.
Xiaonan burst into laughter, nearly falling off his stool.
That's the best thing I've ever heard. You're not just cursed, you're a snack magnet.
Old Tai raised an eyebrow, his expression unreadable.
Here, maybe you should thank Yan Yan. He's the only one who's ever made you taste like a dessert.
Li Wei groaned, rubbing his temples.
I'm not sure if I should be insulted or flattered. Either way, I owe you one, Repairman.
Jiang Yan gave a sheepish grin.
No problem. Just don't let the guild know I did it. They might start charging me for the snacks.
As the group settled into a comfortable silence, Yan's thoughts turned to the guild's reaction he had used.
Rebirth.
After the Silver Arena challenge, but the guild's disdain for his absurd methods had only grown. Elder Sun had dismissed him as a joke, and Zhao Wuji had barely concealed his contempt. Yet, as he watched his allies laugh and mock the absurdity of his skills, he realized that the guild's hatred was a small price to pay for the freedom his
Modify.
skill had given him. He wasn't justifying the system, was rewriting it, one ridiculous twist at a time, and as long as he had friends like Zhao Nan, Old Tai, and even the cursed Li Wei by his side, he knew he could keep laughing through the chaos. The workshop's lights flickered as a sudden mana surge rippled through the air, sending a faint tremor through the floor. Yen gens. Yan's eyes narrowed, his instincts screaming that something was about to happen. He turned to Old Tai, who was already reaching for his hammer.
What now?
he asked, his voice laced with both dread and anticipation. Old Tai gave a grim smile.
Looks like the guild isn't done with us. They're sending a new challenge.
Xiao Nan's grin widened as he grabbed a rusted tool from the table.
Let's make sure it's as ridiculous as the last one. I've got a feeling this is going to be fun.
Jiang Yan chuckled, the weight of his fears momentarily lifted by the absurdity of his friend's confidence. Whatever came next, he knew he wouldn't face it alone. The silver arena buzzed with an electric tension, the air thick with the scent of sweat, anticipation, and the faint metallic tang of Menenchu's weapons. Jiang Yan stood at the edge of the ring, his fingers twitching as he clutched the ancient frayed skill scroll in his hands. It had sparked unexpectedly moments ago, its faded runes flickering with an eerie blue light, as if reacting to something unseen. Across the arena, Liu Feng, the Orang sword sole user, smirked, his sword humming with a lethal aura that sent shivers through the crowd. The fat changing pen, a peculiar package Yan had found in the forgotten workshop, rolled lazily across the arena floor, its tip hovering over a strange, jagged rune carved into the stone. The arena went eerily quiet as a sudden mana surge rippled through the air, causing the torches lining the stands to dim and the spectators to gasp. Yan's heart pounded as he glanced at the rune, a flicker of unease creeping into his mind. Liu Feng's voice cut through the silence, dripping with arrogance.
You think you can challenge me with your ridiculous tricks. I've crushed every frank fool who dared step into this arena. You're nothing but a joke, a broken tool that even the gods would discard.
Jiang Yan adjusted his collar, his usual sheepish grin tugging at his lips as he replied.
Sorry, I just couldn't help myself. My skills are so bad. Even the swords want to play.
His words were met with a chorus of snickers, but as he focused on Liu Feng's sword aura, a strange clarity settled over him. Asterisk, one word, just one word, asterisk. His mind raced, recalling the countless times he'd watched others fail in this arena, the way his
Modify.
skill had turned fire into pudding, wine into snacks, and mana into warmth. This time, though, something felt different. Liu Feng's sword slashed toward him, the air slicing with the force of 1,000 blades. But Shay Yan raised his hand, his fingers trembling as he altered the skill's name.
Sword aura.
Okay,
Trash talk.
the effect was immediate. Liu Feng's sword erupted into a deluge of mocking words.
You're weak. You're useless. You're a joke.
The crowd gasping in disbelief as the arena filled with the sound of cutting insults. Liu Feng's face twisted in horror as the trash talk rained down on him, his own arrogance now a source of humiliation. Ja! Yan gave a nervous chuckle, his mind racing with confusion. Asterisk, why does this feel right? Asterisk, the mana surge from the arena's edge surged again, sending Liu Feng stumbling back as the crowd's laughter turned to murmurs of confusion. Jassy, Yan's eyes flickered with realization. He had just triggered something deeper than he had anticipated. As the surge subsided, a strange sensation washed over him, his body feeling lighter, his mind clearer. He had used
Rebirth.
for the first time, he understood the true power of his
Useless.
profession. Jiang Yan stepped into the Profession Guild's main hall, the air thick with the scent of aged parchment and the faint hum of man-infused contracts. The guild was a place of power and prestige, where only the most elite awakeners could rise, and now he was here Jiang Yan, the frank repairman, who had defied the odds with his absurd dasha.
Modify.
Skill, Zhao Wuji. The guild president stood at the center of the hall, his expression one of cold calculation.
You think you can challenge the guild with your ridiculous tricks?
His voice was laced with condescension.
You're nothing but a joke.
Jiang Yan gave a sheepish grin.
Sorry, I just couldn't help myself. My skills are so bad. Even the guild wants to play.
Zhao, Kou, Gu, Jeez, eyes narrowed.
You will regret that.
With a flick of his wrist, he unleashed a wave of mana, the air around him crackling with energy. Jiang Yan raised his hand, his fingers twitching. He had only one chance. Hiss.
Modify.
Skill. He focused his mind, racing. Asterisk. One word, just one word. Asterisk. He watched Zhao Wuji's spell description, searching for the perfect target. Then, with a sudden burst of inspiration, he altered the skill's name.
Marna ceiling.
Became.
Mana. Warmth.
The effect was immediate. Zhao Wuji's mana wave erupted. But instead of sealing Jiang Yan's abilities, it transformed into a soothing warmth, enveloping the entire hall in a gentle glow. The crowd gasped in disbelief as the Manane-fused energy filled the air with a comforting sensation. Zhao Wuji's eyes widened in horror as the warmth surrounded him, his own power now a source of comfort rather than destruction. Jiang Yan gave a nervous chuckle.
Oops, I think I messed up.
The audience erupted in laughter, their mirth echoing through the guild. Zhao Wuji, now wrapped in a cocoon of warmth, groaned in frustration.
This isn't a joke, you useless.
Before he could finish, a sudden mana surge from the guild's edge sent him stumbling back. The crowd's laughter turned into murmurs of confusion. Something was off. Jia Yan's eyes flickered with realization. He had just triggered something deeper than he had anticipated. As the mana surge subsided, a strange sensation washed over him. His body felt light, his mind clear. Then, with a sudden jolt, he was back in his awakening day, standing before the awakening tower, the world around him unchanged. He had used.
Rebirth.
For the first time, he understood the true power of his
Useless.
profession. The air in the guild hall had gone eerily quiet, as if the mana surge had stolen the breath from the crowd. Yan's fingers trembled slightly as he watched Zhao Wuji's face contort in frustration. The once powerful guild president now cocooned in a warm glow that seemed to mock his authority. A faint spark flickered from the corner of Aya Yan's skill scroll, the ancient parchment glowing with an energy that had never been there before, the fate-changing pen which he had used to alter the spell's name. Rolled across the floor toward a strange rune etched into the guild's marble floor, rune that had been hidden beneath layers of dust and neglect. Jiang Yan's eyes narrowed as he noticed it, the rune pulsing faintly in sync with the warmth surrounding Zhao. Wuji asterisk. What is this asterisk, he thought, his mind racing. The rune looked like a fragment of the contract core, the legendary bucket that had supposedly been lost to time. Could this be a clue? His thoughts were interrupted by Zhao Wuji's voice, sharp with irritation.
You think you can twist my power into a joke. You're nothing but a lowly repairman, a joke of a profession.
Jiang Yan gave a sheepish grin. his voice carrying an edge of quiet confidence.
Sorry, but I think I just proved that even the most useless profession can have a trick or two up its sleeve. Maybe your joke is the one that's going to backfire.
Zhao Wuji's eyes flashed with anger, but before he could respond, the mana surge returned, stronger this time. Jai! Yan's mind was a whirlwind of confusion and realization as he stood in the guild hall, the warmth of Zhao Wuji's failed spell still lingering in the air. Asterisk. Why did the rune react to the mana surge? Asterisk, he wondered, his fingers twitching as he stared at the fate-changing pen rolling toward the hidden rune. He had always known his
Modify.
skill was strange, a power that defied the rules of the world, but this was something else entirely. The warmth surrounding Zhao Wuji wasn't just a twist on the spell. It felt like the mana itself was being rewritten, reshaped into something new. Asterisk, could this be the key to the contract core? Asterisk, the thought sent a shiver down his spine. He had spent so long being mocked for his frank status, for his
Useless.
profession. But now, standing here with the guild, President's power turned into a source of comfort. He felt something shift within him. It wasn't just a skill, it was a revolution. A revolution that had started with a joke, with a single word changed in a moment of absurdity. And yet, as the mana surge pulsed again, he felt a strange pull, as if the rune was calling to him, urging him to uncover the truth. Asterisk, what if this is the beginning of something bigger? Asterisk, his heart pounded with the weight of the possibility. The guild hall erupted into chaos as the mana surge intensified, the air crackling with energy that seemed to defy the laws of the world. Zhao Wuji stumbled backward, his face contorted with a mix of rage and confusion as the warmth of his own spell now surrounded him like a prison. The rune on the floor pulsed brighter, its faint glow illuminating the hidden symbols that had been etched into the marble for centuries. Yan's eyes locked onto it, his mind racing with possibilities. Asterisk, this isn't just a coincidence. Asterisk, he thought, his voice cutting through the noise.
You think this is a joke?
He said, his tone sharp as he pointed at the rune.
What if the contract core wasn't lost? What if it was hidden here, waiting for someone like me to find it?
The words hung in the air, and for a moment the crowd fell silent. Zhao Wuji's eyes widened, his grip on his mana wavering as if the very foundation of his power was being questioned. Asterisk, could this be it? Asterisk Jian's heart pounded as he stepped forward, the fate-changing pen still rolling toward the rune. He had always been the underdog, the one mocked for his frank status. But now, with the guild president's power turned against him and the rune pulsing with ancient energy, he felt something shift. Asterisk, this isn't just a twist of fate, it's a turning point. Asterisk, as the mana surge reached its peak, the rune on the floor flared with a blinding light, sending shockwaves through the guild hall. Jackie Yan's breath caught in his throat as the energy surged upward, wrapping around him in a cocoon of warmth and light. The fate-changing pen, which had been rolling toward the rune, now hovered midair, its tip glowing with an otherworldly brilliance. Asterisk, what is this? Asterisk, he thought, his mind racing as the warmth of Zhao Wuji's failed spell merged with the energy from the rune. The air around him felt alive, charged with a power that was both ancient and new. Asterisk, is this the contract core? Asterisk, his heart pounded as he reached out, his fingers trembling as they brushed against the pen. The moment his skin made contact, a surge of energy coursed through him, filling his mind with vision, saw the guild's past, of the contract, Core's true purpose, of the forgotten power that had been hidden for centuries. Asterisk. This is it. Asterisk, he realized, his voice barely a whisper. Asterisk. This is the key to everything. Asterisk, as the light from the rune intensified. The mana surge began to subside, leaving behind a silence that was heavier than any noise. Zhao Wuji, now completely surrounded by the warmth of his own spell, groaned in frustration, his power no longer a weapon, but a source of comfort. The crowd, once filled with laughter, now watched in stunned silence as Jiang Yan stood at the center of the hall, the fate-changing pen glowing in his hand. Asterisk, this is just the beginning. Asterisk, he thought, a slow smile spreading across his face. Asterisk, the underdog has finally found his strength. Asterisk, the bronze arena buzzed with a nervous energy as Yan stepped into the ring, his frank repairman's aura flickering like a dying candle. His opponent, a burly man with a drank
Fireball.
skill, sneered, his muscles bulging as he cracked his knuckles.
You think you can beat me with that useless modify skill? I'll burn you to a crisp.
The crowd roared with laughter, but Jiang Yan only raised an eyebrow, his fingers twitching as if brushing invisible dust from the air. A faint hum resonated from the arena's center, where the contract Korea, glowing, pulsating, crystal hovered above the ring, its surface rippling like water. Yan's hand trembled slightly, the fate-changing pen in his pocket vibrating with an almost imperceptible frequency, as though it sensed the absurdity of the moment.
I'm not here to fight.
Jiang Yan said, his voice cutting through the din.
I'm here to improve things.
The burly man's eyes narrowed, his confidence faltering as he muttered.
This guy's crazy. I've heard rumors about Frankershow. They're supposed to be the weakest, the ones who fix broken things instead of breaking them. But this modify skill, that's not a real skill. It's a joke, a trick, a way to waste time while the real fighters do the work. I've seen people with crank skills get crushed in seconds. This guy's got nothing. Nothing but a laugh and a ridiculous name.
His words hung in the air, but Jiang Yan only grinned, his eyes glinting with a strange mix of mischief and determination.
You think you're the strong one?
He said, his voice low and mocking.
You think your fireball is the real thing? Let me show you what happens when you're not the one in control.
The burly man's sneer faltered as Yan raised his hand, the air around him shimmering with an almost imperceptible glow.
Modify.
The word hung in the air like a spell, and the fireballa fiery orb that had been hurtling toward Zaki Yan's load midair, its fiery glow shifting to a dull orange hue. The crowd gasped as the orb landed with an asterisk thud asterisk, revealing a perfectly round, slightly squishy potato. The burly man blinked, his face a mask of confusion.
What the?
Jiang Yan, grinning, tossed the Firepotato into the air.
Oops, looks like my modify skill is a bit asterisk potato-sized.
The arena erupted in laughter, but Jiang Yan's mind was racing. He could feel the contract core's energy pulsing in his veins, a strange warmth that made his thoughts feel both clearer and more chaotic. What was this? Was his modify skill really just a joke, or was there something deeper at play? He glanced at the fate-changing pen in his pocket, its vibrations growing stronger, as if it were trying to tell him something. The burly man, now red-faced, lunged forward, but the Firepotato rolled toward him, exploding in a puff of smoke and a faint aroma of burnt earth. The crowd roared as Zaki Yan bowed mockingly.
My apologies, sir. I'll try to be more asterisk, flamey asterisk next time.
As the burly man stumbled out of the arena, Yan muttered,
Guess even the most useless professions can be Asterisk potato-sized miracles.
But his thoughts were already drifting elsewhere, to the contract, Core's strange hum, to the fate-changing pen's vibrations, and to the strange feeling that his Mogify skill was only the beginning of something far more absurd and far more dangerous. The forgotten workshop buzzed with an eerie stillness. Jiang Yan stepped over a pile of rusted tools, his eyes flicking toward the glowing scroll on the table. The scroll, a relic of the ancient fate-changing pen, pulsed with a faint violet light, its edges curling like smoke. Beside it, the contract core hummed softly, its crystalline surface etched with runes that seemed to shift when no one was looking. Yan's hand hovered over the scroll, his fingers tingling as if the air itself was alive. A sudden vibration in his pocket made him pull out the fate-changing pen, its nib twitching like a nervous bird. Zhao Nan, the apprentice blacksmith, peered over his shoulder, his eyes wide.
That scroll's been here for years.
He muttered.
No one's ever touched it. You think it's connected to the contract core?
Jiang Yan frowned, his mind racing.
Maybe.
He said,
But I've got a better idea. Let's see what happens if I modify the contract core's runes.
as he reached for the crystal, the workshop's shadows seemed to stretch, and the air grew colder, as if the universe itself was holding its breath.
Jiang Yan,
Yao Nan said, his voice low.
you've been using that modify skill on everything skills, weapons, even my sword. But what if it's not just a joke? What if it's a key to something bigger?
He leaned closer, his eyes gleaming with a mix of curiosity and fear.
I've heard rumors about the contract core. It's said to be the heart of the profession guild, the thing that binds all skills to their users. If you could modify it, you might be able to change the rules of the entire system. Imagine it, no more frankers being pushed to the margins, no more drankers being mocked. You could rewrite the hierarchy, turn the tables on the guild.
He paused, then added,
But there's a catch. The legends say the contract core is protected by the fate-changing pen. If you use it on the core, the pen might react in ways you can't predict.
Jiang Yan chuckled, though his grip on the fate-changing pen tightened.
So you're saying I should be afraid of my own skill? That modify is just a tool, not a weapon? I've turned fireballs into firepotatoes, gravity control into gravity spoons, and infinite ammo into infinite barrages. What's the worst that could happen?
He tilted his head, a sly grin spreading across his face.
Maybe the contract core will turn into a contract spoon, or a contract chicken, or a contract something that makes the guild look like a bunch of clueless potatoes.
He paused, then added,
But if you're worried, maybe we should test the pen first. See what happens when I modify it. Just don't expect me to turn it into a spoon.
As the words left his mouth, the fate-changing pen gave a sharp asterisk click, asterisk, its nib vibrating violently. The contract core's hum deepened, and the runes on its surface flared with a sudden burst of light. Jiang Yan's heart pounded.
Wait,
He said, his voice barely above a whisper.
what if the contract core isn't just a key to the guild's rules? What if it's a key to my past? The legends say the pen was forged by the first repairman, someone who could fix not just objects, but fates. Maybe the core holds the truth about why I got in frank profession, why I can't use my skills the way others do. Maybe it's all connected.
He looked at Zhao Nan, his eyes alight with a mix of fear and determination.
If I can modify the core, I might not just change the guild's rules, I might change my own.
Jiang Yan's thoughts spiraled as he stared at the contract core, its runes shifting like liquid gold. Asterisk. Why does my skill do what it does? Asterisk, he wondered. Asterisk. Is it because I'm a repairman or because I'm something else entirely? Asterisk, he remembered the first time he used Modify, the way the fireball had turned into a fire potato, the way the crowd had laughed, the way the burly man had stumbled out of the arena, red-faced and defeated. It had felt like a joke, a way to mock the system that had relegated him to the lowest rank. But now, standing in the forgotten workshop, he couldn't shake the feeling that it was more than that. Asterisk. What if the core is a mirror reflecting the truth of my profession? What if Gonify isn't just a skill, but a asterisk language? Asterisk a way to rewrite the world. Asterisk, his hands trembled as he reached for the core, the fate-changing pen vibrating in his grip. Asterisk, if I can change the core, I might change everything, but what if I change the wrong thing? Asterisk a sudden asterisk crack asterisk echoed through the workshop as the contract core's runes flared brighter, illuminating the room in a kaleidoscope of colors. Jiang Yan stumbled back, his breath catching in his throat. The air around the core was thick with energy, and the shadows on the walls seemed to pulse in time with the light. Then, with a sound like 1,000 whispers, the core's surface rippled, revealing a hidden compartment beneath its crystalline shell. Zhao Nan gasped.
What is that?
He asked, his voice barely a whisper. Jay? Yan's eyes widened as he peered into the compartment. Inside, a stele lay embedded in the core's base, its surface etched with runes that looked eerily similar to those on the fate-changing pen. But as he leaned closer, he noticed something strange with runes on the stele, where asterisk missing asterisk, a few characters as if someone had deliberately erased them.
This isn't just a key.
He muttered.
It's a asterisk message. Asterisk. Someone tried to hide something here.
He reached out, his fingers brushing against the stele, and a sudden jolt of energy coursed through him. The runes on the core flared again, and the workshop's walls began to tremble.
Jiang Yan,
Xiao Nan shouted, his voice trembling.
what's happening? I don't know.
Jiang Yan said, his voice tight with unease.
But I think we just found something the guild didn't want us to find.
As the contract core's light intensified, the workshop ceiling groaned, and a hidden door slid open behind them, revealing a chamber bathed in an eerie blue glow. Yan! Yan's heart raced. Asterisk! What's in there? Asterisk, he wondered. Asterisk? A secret about the guild? A clue to my past? Or something even worse? Asterisk, he turned to Zhao Nan, his eyes alight with a mix of fear and determination.
We're going in,
He said.
no matter what's waiting for us.
The air in the chamber was thick with the scent of old metal, and something something sweet, like burnt sugar. Yan's boots echoed as he stepped forward, his hand still clutching the fate-changing pen. The chamber was filled with shelves of ancient tomes, but what caught his eye was a massive, rusted spoon hanging from the ceiling, its handle twisted into an impossible curve. Zhao let out a nervous laugh.
So this is the spoon-sized chamber?
He said.
I guess even the guild secrets are asterisk spoon-sized.
Jiang Yan chuckled, though his eyes remained fixed on the spoon.
Maybe.
He said.
But I have a feeling this isn't just a joke. This is an asterisk clue, asterisk, and I'm going to find out what it means.
As he stepped closer, the spoon began to vibrate, its surface shimmering with a faint golden light. The runes on the fate-changing pen pulsed in response, and Jiang Yan felt a strange warmth spreading through his chest. Asterisk. This is it. Asterisk, he thought. Asterisk, the answer to everything. But I need to be careful. Because if I'm wrong. Asterisk, the spoon, gave a sudden asterisk clang. Asterisk, and the chamber's lights dimmed. The game had just begun. The Forgotten Workshop was a chaotic symphony of clanging metal, crackling mana, and the occasional squeak of a rusted gear. Jiang Yan stood in the center of the room, his hands trembling slightly as he hovered a glowing mana core above the workbench. Zhao Nan, the apprentice blacksmith, watched with wide eyes, his fingers twitching as he gripped a hammer like a nervous soldier.
You sure about this?
Hao Nan asked, his voice a mix of awe and trepidation.
Modifying a mana core. That thing's unstable enough to power a city, let alone a single workshop. What if it explodes? What if it turns into a giant spoon again?
Jiang Yan grinned, his eyes alight with the kind of reckless confidence that only someone with unfrank profession could muster.
Relax, Zhao Nan. This isn't a sword or a shield. It's a mana core. It's got layers of complexity. Right, so I'll just modify it into something even more complex, like a mana core that's also a tea kettle, or a mana core that's a disco ball, or
He paused, his grin widening as he glanced at the core.
a mana core that's asterisk, spud missile asterisk.
Xiao Nan's eyes went wide.
A spud missile? You mean one of those explosive potatoes that launched from the arena last week?
Jiang Yan nodded.
Exactly. Imagine the chaos. A mana core that's a spud missile. It could power the workshop, asterisk, and asterisk launch a potato every time someone sneezes.
Xiao Nan groaned, rubbing his temples.
You are insane, but I can't stop you. I've seen what your gunify skill does. Last time you turned a sword into a spoon, I thought I'd never fix anything again, but now I'm curious. What happens if you turn a mana core into a spud missile?
Jiang Yan's eyes gleamed.
Let's find out.
He whispered,
Modify.
and the mana core's description flickered.
Stable mana core.
Became.
Spud missile mana core.
The room erupted in a burst of golden light as the core began to vibrate, its surface rippling like a pond. Then, with a sudden asterisk pop asterisk, it launched a glowing potato the size of a cannonball straight at the ceiling. The workshop shook as the potato exploded into a cloud of shimmering mana, sending sparks raining down like a magical fireworks display. While Nan yelped, diving behind a workbench as the debris rained down.
You did it again.
He shouted, his voice tinged with both panic and exhilaration.
That thing just turned into a spud missile. What if it hit someone? What if it?
Jiang Yan, now crouched behind a pile of gears, waved a hand.
Relax. It's just a spud missile. It's not going to hurt anyone. Well, not asterisk 2, asterisk much.
He gestured toward the ceiling, where the mana from the explosion was now coalescing into a swirling vortex of golden light.
Look at that. It's forming a monostorm, a spud missile monostorm. This is better than anything I've ever seen. It's like the universe is laughing at the Profession Guild's rules, like they're saying, hey, Frankers aren't so useless after all.
Xiao Nan still crouched behind the workbench, peered out from his hiding spot.
You're right. It asterisk is asterisk kind of amazing, but also kind of terrifying. What if the mana storm goes out of control? What if it turns into a spud missile hurricane?
Jiang Yan laughed, the sound echoing through the workshop as he stood up, brushing off a layer of glowing mana from his sleeve.
Then we'll just have to modify it again, maybe into a spud missile that's also a hurricane, or a spud missile that's a hurricane that's also a disco ball. The possibilities are endless. Zhaonan, this is why I love my profession. It's not just about fixing things, it's about asterisk, redefining asterisk them. About turning the absurd into the extraordinary, about making the world a little more ridiculous every day.
Xiaonan groaned, but a smile tugged at the corners of his lips.
You're insane, but I think I'm starting to like it.
Just then, the mana storm above them began to pulse, its golden light intensifying. A low hum filled the workshop as the spud missile, Mana Core, started to vibrate again, its surface rippling with energy. Jiang Yan's eyes widened.
Ow, it's not that yet. It's still modifying. I think it's trying to turn into a spud missile that's also a tiny you.
He was cut off as the mana storm suddenly exploded outward, sending a wave of golden light crashing through the workshop. The air filled with the scent of burnt earth and something vaguely sweet like caramelized potatoes. Zhaonan yelped as he was thrown off his feet, landing in a pile of gears.
What the?
He shouted, scrambling to his feet.
Did you just turn the mana storm into a spud missile that's also a asterisk caramelized potato asterisk?
Jiang Yan, now standing in the center of the chaos, looked around at the workshop's transformed interior. The walls were now covered in glowing, golden patterns that resembled both circuitry and the intricate designs of a potato skin. The floor was a mosaic of tiny glowing spuds, each one pulsing with mana.
Looks like it.
He said, his voice filled with equal parts excitement and confusion.
I guess the Gavify skill isn't just about turning things into spoons or chickens. It's about turning everything into something asterisk, completely asterisk different. Something that defies logic. Something that makes the world a little more absurd every day.
Xiaonan, now standing on a pile of gears, looked at Jiang Yan with a mix of admiration and disbelief.
You're right. This is insane, but it's also kind of beautiful. Like the universe is trying to tell us that even the most useless professions can be asterisk spoon sized miracles.
Jiang Yan nodded, his eyes gleaming with the kind of determination that only someone who had spent their life being underestimated could possess.
Exactly. And I'm not done yet. There's still the contract core to modify, and the rebirth skill, and the perfection guild's rules. I've got a lot of work to do, but I'm not afraid of the absurd. I've spent my whole life turning the impossible into the ridiculous, and I'll keep doing it until the world itself becomes a spud missile.
As the mana storm above them pulsed once more, sending a final wave of golden light through the workshop, Jiang Yan and Zhao Nan exchanged a glance. It was a glance filled with mutual understanding, with the kind of camaraderie that only comes from facing absurdity together. And as the golden light faded, leaving behind a workshop that was now both a place of creation and a monument to chaos, Jiang Yan muttered to himself.
Guess even the most useless professions can be asterisk spoon sized miracles. Just don't expect me to fix your asterisk spoon sized mana core.
The bronze arena was a cacophony of roaring spectators as Jayan stepped into the ring, his frank repairman's aura flickering like a dying ember. Across from him, a burly brank warrior with a smug grin stood, his hands crackling with mana.
You think you can dodge this?
The warrior bellowed, his voice echoing off the arena's stone walls.
I've got asterisk, infinite asterisk arrows.
He raised his bow, and the air around him shimmered as a torrent of arrows materialized, an endless wave of projectiles hurtling toward Zayn. The crowd gasped, their collective breath held as the arrows filled the sky like a storm of death. Jiang Yan, however, remained utterly still, his eyes narrowing as he muttered the word that had become his mantra.
Modify.
The air around the arrows rippled, their description shifting from
Infinite ammo.
to
Infinite barrage.
the arrows, now massive and impossibly long, rained down like a wall of spears. The warrior screamed as he was buried under a pile of arrows, his face comically squished. The crowd roared with laughter, their cheers shaking the arena's ceiling. Jiang Yan, now standing atop a pile of arrows, waved mockingly.
Oops, looks like my modify skill is a bit asterisk barrage sized.
The warrior, still stuck under the arrows, groaned.
This is asterisk, not asterisk. How this was supposed to work.
Jiang Yan chuckled, his grin widening.
I know, right? My profession is so useless. Even asterisk, infinite asterisk ammo has to be asterisk barrage sized.
As the warrior finally escaped, his face red with humiliation, Yan muttered,
Guess even the most basic skills can be asterisk barrage sized disasters.
Later, in the forgotten workshop, Zhao, Yan, and Zhaonan huddled over a rusted sword, its blade dulled with age. Zhaonan's eyes were wide with curiosity as he watched Jasi Yan place his hand on the weapon.
So,
Xiao Nan said, his voice tinged with excitement.
you're telling me you can asterisk modify asterisk anything? Even this rusted piece of junk?
Jiang Yan nodded, his fingers twitching slightly as he whispered the word.
Modify.
The sword's description flickered, changing from
Rusted sword.
to.
Rusted spoon.
Xiao Nan stared, his mouth agape.
Wait, that's not a sword anymore.
Jiang Yan laughed, his voice carrying the same light-hearted defiance that had become his trademark.
Oops, my modify skill is a bit asterisk spoon-sized.
Xiao Nan, despite the absurdity, leaned in closer, his curiosity piqued.
This could be useful. If I can asterisk modify asterisk tools, maybe I can fix anything. Imagine turning broken weapons into something else entirely.
Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow, his grin widening.
Just don't expect me to fix your asterisk spoon-sized sword.
Xiao Nan chuckled, the absurdity of the situation not dampening his enthusiasm.
Maybe your modify skill isn't so useless after all.
As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across Yunxiao City, Jiang Yan found himself in the workshop again, this time with old Mo, the herb vendor, who had been watching his exploits with growing interest.
You've got a talent for asterisk modify asterisk, don't you?
Old Mo said, his voice low and conspiratorial as he leaned against the counter, his hands clasped behind his back. Jack! Yan nodded, his eyes flickering with a mix of determination and mischief.
In theory. But I've noticed some asterisk limitations. Asterisk.
Old Mo chuckled, his eyes gleaming with something that looked suspiciously like admiration.
I've heard of the contract core. If you can asterisk modify asterisk it, You could change the rules of the profession guild forever.
Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow, his mind racing with possibilities.
You think so?
Old Mo nodded, his voice dropping to a whisper.
The guild has been blocking Frankers for years. If you can modify their rules, you could change everything.
Jiang Yan grinned, the corners of his mouth curling into a sly smile.
Just don't expect me to modify it into a spoon asterisk.
Old Mo laughed, the sound echoing through the workshop.
You're a bit spoon sized, but I like that.
As Yan left, Old Mo's words lingered in his mind. Asterisk.
Watch out for the contract core. It's not just a crystal, it's a key to the future.
Asterisk back in the arena, the chaos was far from over. As Zaki Yan and Zhao Nan experimented with asterisk Malfly asterisk on a rusted shield, the workshop ceiling groaned ominously, and a massive glowing object fell from the Skia asterisk contract. Car asterisk, the magic crystal that recorded all profession skills. Yang gasped, his eyes widening as he stared at the pulsing crystal.
That's the contract core. I've heard rumors about it. It's said to hold the secrets of all professions.
Al Nan's eyes widened in awe.
If we can modify the contract core, we could change everything
Jiang Yan grinned, his confidence surging.
Just don't expect me to modify it into a spoon asterisk.
As the contract core pulsed with energy, Yan muttered.
Maybe the limits of modify aren't so spoon-sized after all.
But the absurdity of the day was far from over. As Seishiyan stood before the contract core, a sudden wave of mana surged through the workshop, sending Zhaonan sprawling to the ground. The crystal's glow intensified, and a voice echoed through the air, deep and resonant.
You dare tamper with the contract core?
The voice was followed by a wave of energy that crackled with power, sending Yan Yan stumbling backward.
What is this?
Jiang Yan muttered, his heart racing as he stared at the swirling mana. Zhao Nan, recovering from his fall, looked up with wide eyes.
That's the contract. Core's defense mechanism is testing us.
Jiang Yan's mind raced as he considered his options. He could try to modify the defense mechanism, but the risk was enormous. If he failed, the contract core might destroy them both.
We don't have a choice.
He said, his voice steady despite the chaos.
Let's see if my modify skill can handle this.
He raised his hand, the word on his lips.
Modify.
The air around the contract car shimmered, its description shifting from
Contract core.
to.
Contract spoon.
The defense mechanism faltered, its energy dissipating into the air. The crystal pulsed once more, then dimmed, its glow fading into the shadows. Xiaonan stared in disbelief.
Did you just modify the contract core?
Jiang Yan chuckled, his grin returning.
Oops, my modify skill is a bit spoon-sized.
As the workshop fell silent, the contract core's energy fading into the air, Jackie Yan and Zhao Nan exchanged a glance, their eyes alight with the possibilities that lay ahead. The absurdity of their situation was undeniable, but so was the power of Jiang Yan's skill. The limits of asterisk, Mawfly asterisk had been tested, and for the first time it seemed as though they might not be so asterisk spoon-sized after all. The forgotten workshop was silent, except for the faint hum of the contract core, a glowing crystal the size of a melon that pulsed with an eerie, rhythmic light. Jiang Yan sat cross-legged on the floor, his fingers hovering over the ancient tome. Asterisk, the art of modification asterisk, its pages crackling with static as if resisting his touch. Jiang Yan stood nearby, peering at the contract core with wide eyes, his apprentice's hammer clutched tightly in one hand. The air between them felt charged, as though the very laws of the world were holding their breath. Jiang Yan's fate-changing pen, a relic he had stumbled upon during a botched repair job, vibrated in his palm, its ink bleeding faintly into the air.
This thing's not just a crystal.
Jiang Yan muttered, his voice low.
It's asterisk. Alive asterisk.
Xiao Nan leaned closer, his voice trembling.
Old Mo said it's the key to everything. If you can modify it, you could change the rules of the Profession Guild forever.
Jiang Yan's eyes flickered toward the tome.
But what if it's not meant to be modified? What if the limits of modify aren't just spoon-sized?
The contract core pulsed again, and a faint ripple of energy spread across the workshop floor, revealing a stele half buried in the dust. Its runes, jagged and misshapen, seemed to shift when viewed from different angles, as though they were alive.
That's not normal.
Xiaonan, we've begged.
Those runes, they're asterisk modified asterisk.
Jiang Yan's heart pounded.
Then someone else tried this before and they left a clue. Wait,
Xiaonan said, his voice rising with excitement.
if the runes are modified, does that mean someone used a modify skill on this stele? But why would they do that? And why are the runes so asterisk broken? Asterisk?
His eyes darted between the stele and the contract core, his apprentice's mind racing with possibilities.
Maybe it's a warning.
Jiang Yan said, his tone cautious.
Or maybe it's a test. If the contract core is the key to everything, then the stele could be the lock. But what's the password?
Xiao Nan's grip on his hammer tightened.
What if it's not a password? What if it's an asterisk skill? Asterisk. Like a skill that's been modified so many times, it's unrecognizable.
His voice dropped to a whisper.
Old Mo said the guild blocked Frankers for years. What if this stele is proof that someone tried to change the rules before and failed?
Jiang Yan's eyes narrowed as he stared at the stele.
Then why is it still here? Why hasn't the guild destroyed it?
A sudden jolt of energy crackled through the workshop, and the contract core's glow intensified, its light casting jagged shadows on the walls. Zhao Nan stumbled back, his hammer clattering to the floor.
It's reacting to us.
He said, his voice shaking.
Like it knows we're here.
Jiang Yan's fingers twitched toward the fate-changing pen, its ink bleeding more forcefully now.
Then it's not just the key.
He said slowly.
It's an asterisk mirror asterisk. And we're standing in front of it.
Jiang Yan's mind was a storm of conflicting thoughts. The contract core's glow was hypnotic, its pulsing rhythm almost like a heartbeat. He had always thought of his modified skill as a tool for absurdity, a way to turn fireballs into firepotatoes and gravity into spoons. But now, standing in the forgotten workshop with the stele and the contract core, he felt the weight of something far greater.
What if the contract car isn't just a key,
He muttered to himself.
but a asterisk test asterisk? What if the guild blocked Frankers not because they were weak, but because they were asterisk, too strong asterisk?
The idea sent a shiver down his spine. He had always mocked his frank profession, calling it a spoon-sized miracle. But what if it was never meant to be a joke? What if the modify skill was a weapon, a tool for reshaping the world itself? His gaze flicked to the stele, its runes shifting again, and he felt a strange pull, as though the crystal was trying to communicate with him.
Maybe the guild didn't block Frankers.
He said aloud, his voice barely above a whisper.
Maybe they asterisk feared asterisk them.
As the contract core's glow intensified, the stele's runes began to shift rapidly, forming a pattern that looked almost like a map. Yan's eyes widened.
Xiaonan, look at this.
He pointed at the stele, his voice tinged with awe.
It's not just a modified stalates, a asterisk portal asterisk, or at least it's pointing the way to one.
Xiao Nan scrambled closer, his apprentice's hammer forgotten on the floor.
A portal?
He echoed, his voice trembling.
To where?
Jiang Yan's lips pressed into a thin line.
I don't know, but the runes are leading us somewhere. Maybe the guild's hidden archives, or the source of the contract core itself.
His hand hovered over the fat-changing pen, its ink still bleeding faintly into the air.
If we follow this, we might find out why the guild blocked Frankers, or we might find out why the contract core is asterisk glowing asterisk.
Xiao Nan's eyes started between the stele and the crystal, his mind racing.
What if it's not a portal?
He said, his voice barely above a whisper.
What if it's asterisk trap asterisk? A test to see if we're worthy of modifying the guild's rules.
Jiang Yan's grin was razor-thin.
Then we'll have to see if our modify skill is asterisk spoon-sized asterisk enough to survive it.
The contract core's glow flared suddenly, and the workshop's walls trembled. A low, resonant hum filled the air, vibrating through the floor and into their bones. Yan and Zhao Nan exchanged a nervous glance, their earlier excitement giving way to a creeping sense of unease. Then, with a sudden violent crack, the stele's runes flared brightly, and the ground beneath them split open, revealing a hidden chamber bathed in an otherworldly blue light. Jacking, Yan's eyes widened.
A hidden workshop chamber?
He said, his voice tinged with disbelief.
This is insane.
Xiao Nan's hands trembled as he reached for his hammer.
What's down there?
He asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Yan stepped forward cautiously, his fate-changing pen still vibrating in his hand.
I don't know.
He said, his voice steady despite the unease gnawing at him.
But if the guild hid this, it's probably something they don't want us to find. And that means it's asterisk. Important asterisk.
The contract core's glow pulsed again, and the chamber's entrance seemed to beckon them forward, its light casting long, flickering shadows across the workshop floor.
So,
Jiang Yan said, his grin returning.
what do you say, Zhao Nun? Ready to take a asterisk, spoon-sized asterisk, leap into the unknown?
Xiao Nan hesitated for a moment, then nodded.
Just don't expect me to fix your asterisk spoon-sized asterisk mistakes this time.
Jiang Yan laughed, the sound echoing through the workshop as he stepped into the chamber, the contract chorus glow following him like a silent, watchful eye. The forgotten workshop's air was thick with the scent of rust and old parchment, the dim light of a single flickering lantern casting long shadows over the scattered tools and half-finished contraptions. Jiang Yan stood before the ancient contract core, its surface shimmering with an eerie, pulsating glow that seemed to defy the laws of magic. The crystal's edges were etched with runes that shifted like liquid, their patterns rearranging themselves in a rhythm that felt almost alive. As he reached out, the fate-changing pen in his hand vibrated violently, its ink swirling into a chaotic spiral that left behind faint glowing trails on the air. Old Mo, the herb vendor, had just entered the workshop, his arms laden with bundles of dried herbs and a peculiar scroll that glowed faintly with an otherworldly blue light.
You've got a talent for asterisk modify asterisk, don't you?
Old Mo's voice was low, almost reverent, as he set down his cargo. Yan turned, his eyes narrowing at the scroll.
In theory,
He said,
but I've noticed some asterisk limitations. Asterisk.
Old Mo chuckled, his eyes gleaming with something between amusement and calculation.
I've heard of the contract core. If you can asterisk modify asterisk it, you could change the rules of the profession guild forever.
Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow, his mind racing.
You think so?
Old Mo nodded, his voice dropping to a whisper.
The guild has been blocking Frankers for years. If you can asterisk modify asterisk their rules, you could change everything.
Jiang Yan grinned, though his thoughts were already spiraling into the absurd.
Just don't expect me to asterisk modify asterisk it into a asterisk spoon asterisk.
Old Mo laughed, the sound echoing through the workshop like a distant thunderclap.
You're a bit asterisk spoon size, but I like that.
As Yan left, Old Mo's final words lingered in the air.
Watch out for the contract core. It's not just a crystal, it's a asterisk key. Asterisk to the future.
Jiang Yan's mind was a whirlwind of questions as he paced the workshop, the contract cores glow casting strange, flickering patterns on the walls. He had always known his
Modify.
skill was absurd, turning fireballs into fire potatoes, gravity into spoons. But the idea of asterisk modifying asterisk, the very foundation of the profession guild, felt like a joke too wild to be real. Yet, as he stared at the contract core, he couldn't shake the feeling that something about it was asterisk wrong asterisk. The runes on its surface weren't just shifting, they were asterisk responding asterisk to him, as if they recognized his presence. His fingers twitched, and the fate-changing pen in his hand pulsed again, its ink dripping onto the floor in a trail that formed a symbol he didn't recognize.
So my modify skill doesn't work when I'm asterisk dead asterisk, but my rebirth skill only sends me back asterisk partially asterisk.
He muttered, his voice barely audible. The thought of his rebirth skill failing mid-battle sent a shiver down his spine. But the contract core's glow seemed to mock his fears.
Maybe the limits of modify aren't so asterisk spoon-sized after all.
He said, though the words felt hollow. A sudden creak echoed through the workshop, and Jayen turned sharply, his eyes locking onto a rusted door in the far corner of the room. The door had been there all along, but now it seemed to asterisk, Glow asterisk faintly, its surface marked with the same shifting runes as the contract core. His heart pounded as he stepped closer, the fet, changing pen vibrating violently in his grip.
What is this?
He whispered, his breath catching in his throat. The runes on the door pulsed in time with the contract. Core, and as he reached out, a faint hum filled the air. The pen's ink swirled again. And for a moment, he saw a vision a workshop filled with strange, half-finished machines, their gears turning in impossible ways. A voice, ancient and distorted, whispered in his mind. Asterisk.
The key lies in the modification of the unmodifiable.
Asterisk Yan stumbled back, his mind reeling. The workshop had always felt abandoned, but now it seemed alive. Asterisk, as if the very walls were watching him. He glanced at old Mo's scroll, which still glowed faintly, and a thought struck him.
What if the contract core isn't just a key to the future?
He muttered, his voice trembling.
What if it's a asterisk test asterisk?
The idea was absurd, but the runes on the door seemed to agree asterisk, their glow intensifying as if in response to his words. Before he could move, the door creaked open, revealing a narrow passage that led deeper into the workshop. The air grew colder, and the faint scent of ozone filled his nostrils. Gan hesitated, his instincts screaming at him to turn back, but his curiosity was stronger. He stepped forward, the fate-changing pen still vibrating in his hand. And the contract core's glow seemed to follow him, as if guiding him toward something. Asterisk. Important. Asterisk. As he entered the passage, the walls around him began to shift, their surfaces covered in the same runes that had been on the door. The passage stretched endlessly, and the air was thick with the scent of old parchment and something else, something asterisk, metallic asterisk. Jiang Yan's heart raced as he pressed forward, the runes on the walls pulsing in time with the contract core. He had no idea what lay ahead, but one thing was certain. His
Modify.
skill had just become infinitely more complicated. The bronze arena was a shattered ruin, its once proud walls now jagged remnants of a battle that had left the ground cratered and the air thick with the scent of scorched earth. Jackie Yan stood in the center of the chaos, his frank repairman's aura flickering faintly as he stared at the massive frozen corpse of the frost titan, its icy breath still lingering like a ghost. His allies, Xiao Nan, old Mo, and even the reluctant apprentice blacksmith gathered around him, their faces a mix of awe and disbelief.
You really did it.
Xiao Nan said, his voice trembling as he pointed at the titan's frozen form.
You turned the level 96 beast into a frozen meatball.
Old Mo chuckled, his wrinkled face creased with laughter.
That's the power of modify, isn't it? Even death can be asterisk spoon-sized.
Jiang Yan laughed, the sound echoing through the ruins as he clacked Zhao Nan on the back.
Don't forget, it was your idea to use the contract core's energy to amplify the modify skill. Without you, I'd still be a glorified potato.
Xiao Nan grinned, his eyes sparkling with pride.
And without you, I'd still be fixing rusted swords instead of saving the world.
The group erupted into laughter, the absurdity of their victory washing over them like a wave. For a moment, the destruction around them faded, replaced by the warmth of their bond.
So,
Jiang Yan said, his voice tinged with both exhaustion and Triumph.
What now?
Old Mo raised an eyebrow.
Now we fix the arena. And maybe, just maybe, we turn the guild's rules into something asterisk spoon sized.
Xiao Nan nodded, already digging through the debris for tools.
Let's get to work before the guild sends someone else to modify us into potatoes.
Jiang Yan chuckled, the sound mingling with the distant rumble of the Titan's frozen body.
Sounds like a plan.
As the group worked, Yan's mind raced. He had always been the underdog, the frank repairman who could barely keep his profession from being labeled.
Useless.
But now, standing amid the ruins of the bronze arena, he felt something shift within him. The rebirth skill had only partially worked, sending him back to his awakening day, but the contract core's energy had pulsed with a promise.
Maybe the limits of modify aren't so asterisk spoon sized after all.
He muttered to himself, his voice barely audible over the sound of Zhao Nan hammering a rusted shield into a makeshift tool. He glanced at the others, their hands stained with soot, and their faces lit with determination.
You know,
He said, turning to Zhao Nan.
I used to think my modify skill was just a joke, but look at us turning a frost titan into a frozen meatball and fixing the arena with nothing but a rusted spoon and a little ingenuity.
Zhao Nan laughed, his eyes bright with admiration.
You're not just a joke, Yin. You're the guy who turned useless into asterisk spoon sized miracles.
The words struck something deep within him. For years he had been mocked, dismissed, and told he was nothing more than a failed repairman. But now, standing beside his allies, he felt the weight of their belief in him.
I'm not just a repairman.
He said, his voice steady.
I'm a asterisk, Galai asterisk. And I'm not done yet.
The group's laughter echoed through the ruins as they worked, their absurd solutions to the arena's destruction bringing both chaos and camaraderie. Zhaonan had turned a broken support beam into a giant, floating spoon that hovered above the arena, its curved surface reflecting the sunlight in a way that made the crowd below stare in awe.
This is going to be the most ridiculous arena in Yunxiao City.
Old Mo said, his voice tinged with amusement as he watched the spoon sway gently in the wind.
But I like it. It's asterisk spoon sized, just like you, Jian.
Jiang Yan grinned, his hands still glowing faintly with the energy of the modify skill.
I think it's perfect. After all, the guild's rules are asterisk spoon sized, and so is our revenge.
He turned to Zhao Nan, who was now using the rusted shield they had modified into a giant, clanging spoon to help lift debris.
You know, I used to think my modify skill was just a joke. But look at you turning a frost titan into a frozen meatball and fixing the arena with nothing but a rusted spoon and a little ingenuity.
Xiao Nan laughed, his eyes sparkling with pride.
You're not just a joke, Yen. You're the guy who turned useless into asterisk spoon-sized miracles.
The words struck something deep within him. For years he had been mocked, dismissed, and told he was nothing more than a failed repairman. But now, standing beside his allies, he felt the weight of their belief in him.
I'm not just a repairman.
He said, his voice steady.
I'm a asterisk Movrai asterisk and I'm not done yet.
As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the arena, Yan's thoughts turned to the contract core. It had pulsed with energy when he had first touched it, its glow a strange mix of blue and gold.
Maybe.
He said aloud, his voice low.
The contract core isn't just a key to the future, it's a key to asterisk. Everything asterisk.
Old Mo, who had been listening quietly, raised an eyebrow.
You think so?
Jiang Yan nodded, his eyes fixed on the crystal.
The guild has been blocking Frankers for years. If we can asterisk, modify, asterisk their rules, we could change everything. But I don't think it's that simple. The contract core has its own rules, its own limits.
Xiao Nan frowned, his hands still stained with soot.
So what do we do?
Jiang Yan looked at him, his expression thoughtful.
We find out, we see what the contract core is really capable of, and we make sure it doesn't become another asterisk, spoon-sized disaster.
The group fell silent for a moment, the weight of their mission settling over them. But then, Old Mo chuckled, breaking the tension.
Well, if anyone can turn a contract core into something asterisk spoon-sized, it's you, Yan.
Jiang Yan smiled, the corners of his mouth tugging upward.
I'll take that as a compliment.
As the group continued their work, the absurdity of their situation became more apparent. The arena was now a patchwork of floating spoons, rusted shields, and other bizarre contraptions that had been modified by Jiang Yan's modified skill. The crowd had gathered again, their murmurs of confusion and amusement filling the air.
What in the world is that?
One of them asked, pointing at a massive floating spoon that had been turned into a makeshift stage.
That's the new arena.
Xiao Nan said proudly, his voice echoing over the crowd.
Jiang Yan's idea. He said, it's asterisk spoon-sized, just like us.
The crowd laughed, their laughter mingling with the sound of the spoons clinking together.
I think I've seen enough absurdity for one day,
Old Mo said, shaking his head.
but I have to admit this is the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen.
Jiang Yan chuckled, his eyes twinkling with mischief.
That's the point, isn't it? To make the guild see that even the most useless professions can be asterisk spoon-sized miracles.
The crowd erupted into laughter once more, their joy infectious. For a moment, the destruction around them faded, replaced by the warmth of their bond.
So,
Jiang Yan said, turning to his allies.
what now?
Old Mo raised an eyebrow.
Now we fix the arena, and maybe, just maybe, we turn the guild's rules into something asterisk spoon-sized.
Xiao Nan nodded, already digging through the debris for tools.
Let's get to work before the guild sends someone else to modify us into potatoes.
Jiang Yan chuckled, the sound mingling with the distant rumble of the Titan's frozen body.
Sounds like a plan.
As the group worked, the contract core pulsed again, its glow intensifying. Jiang Yan felt a strange pull toward it, as if it were calling to him. He stepped forward, his hands trembling slightly, as he reached out to touch it. The moment his fingers made contact, a surge of energy shot through him, filling him with a strange mix of power and fear.
What is this?
He whispered, his voice barely audible. The contract core's glow intensified, and for a moment he saw visions off the guild's rules, of the Frankers being dismissed, of the world as it was. And then he saw something else, a possibility, a future where the contract core had been asterisk modified, asterisk into something asterisk spoon-sized.
This is it!
He said, his voice steady.
The key to everything.
Xiao Nan and Old Mo watched him closely, their expressions a mix of curiosity and concern.
You're not going to do anything crazy, are you?
Xiao Nan asked. Jiang Yan smiled, his eyes alight with determination.
Only if it's asterisk spoon sized.
The forgotten workshop was a chaotic symphony of clanging metal, the scent of oil, and the occasional hiss of steam. Jiang Yan stood hunched over a rusted shield, its surface pitted and dulled by years of neglect. Zhao Nan, his apprentice blacksmith, watched with a mix of curiosity and skepticism, arms crossed as he leaned against a workbench cluttered with tools.
You're really going to try modifying this?
He asked, his voice tinged with doubt. Yan grinned, his eyes glinting with the same reckless optimism that had brought him here.
Why not? If I can turn a fireball into a fire potato, I can turn anything into something ridiculous.
He placed his hand on the shield and whispered.
Modify.
The air shimmered, and the shield's description flickered before changing.
Rusted shield.
Became.
Rusted spoon.
Xiao Nan burst into laughter, doubling over as he clutched his sides.
That's not a shield anymore. That's a spoon.
Jiang Yan chuckled, his grin widening.
Oops, my Godify skill is a bit spoon-sized.
Ao Nan wiped tears from his eyes, still giggling.
You're insane, but I love it. This is the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen, and I'm not even sure if it's useful.
Jiang Yan leaned back, arms folded, and raised an eyebrow.
Useful? Maybe not, but it's fun, right?
Xiao Nan nodded, still laughing, and the two friends collapsed into a fit of giggles, the absurdity of the moment binding them tighter than any forge could. Zhao Nan straightened up, still grinning, and shook his head.
I mean, this is insane. You turned a shield into a spoon. What even is this?
Jiang Yan shrugged, his eyes twinkling with mischief.
It's a test, Xiaonan. A test of how far Modify can go. If I can make a spoon out of a shield, what else can I do? Maybe turn a sword into a teapot or a bow into a banana. The possibilities are endless.
Xiao Nan snorted, still catching his breath.
Endless? You're not even sure if this works, and you're already talking about turning weapons into fruit. You're either the craziest person I've ever met, or the most brilliant.
Jiang Yan laughed, the sound echoing through the workshop.
I'd say both, but let's be honest, I'm more of a crazy guy than a brilliant one. I just happen to be lucky enough to have a friend who thinks I'm brilliant anyway.
Xiao Nan rolled his eyes but smiled, the warmth of their bond evident in his expression.
You are not lucky. You're just weirdly talented, and I'm not sure if that's a good thing or a bad thing.
Jiang Yan winked.
It's a little of both, but I'll take it.
Jiang Yan's mind drifted as he watched Zhao Nan inspect the spoon shield with a mix of fascination and bewilderment. He couldn't help but feel a surge of gratitude for the apprentice's unwavering support. Even when his skills had turned him into a laughing stock, Zhao Nan had stayed by his side, treating every absurdity as a shared joke rather than a reason to abandon him. He remembered the first time he'd tried modify on a broken sword, only to turn it into a spoon that had nearly gotten him expelled from the guild. Zhao Nan had been the one to stand up for him, arguing that the guild's rules were too rigid and that Jiang Yan's ingenuity deserved recognition. Back then, he'd been terrified of failing the guild's expectations, of being the joke that everyone mocked. But now, with Zhao Nan's laughter ringing in his ears, he realized that failure wasn't the end, it was just another opportunity to be ridiculous. And if being ridiculous meant having a friend like Xiao Nan, then maybe the absurdity of his profession wasn't so bad after all. As they continued experimenting, the workshop door creaked open, and old Mo stepped inside, his weathered face lit by the glow of a lantern.
Heard about the spoon shield.
He said, his voice dry with amusement.
You're either a genius or a madman. Jan, I'm leaning toward the latter.
Jiang Yan grinned, unbothered.
It's a bit of both, I think, but I like to think I'm more of a genius.
Old Mo chuckled, his eyes narrowing as he examined the spoon shield.
You know, the guild's been looking for someone who can modify their rules. Maybe you're exactly what they need.
Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow.
Modify their rules? You think I can change the entire profession system with a spoon?
Old Mo nodded, his expression serious now.
The contract core is a key to the future. Yan, if you can modify it, you could change everything. But be careful, some rules are meant to stay.
Xiaonan frowned, his curiosity piqued.
What's the contract? Core.
Old Mo's eyes glinted with something between warning and hope.
It's the heart of the profession guild. If you can modify it, you can break the system or save it. The choice is yours.
The workshop fell into a tense silence as the weight of old Mo's words settled over them. Yang Yan's mind raced. The contract, core something he'd only heard whispers about. If he could modify it, he could change the fate of frankers like himself, those who had been dismissed as failures. But what if modifying it had consequences beyond his control? He looked at Zhao Nan, who was watching him with a mix of excitement and concern.
You think I can do it?
Jiang Yan asked, his voice quieter now. Old Mo nodded.
I think you can. That be wanted some rules and meant to stay.
Xiaonan stepped forward, his usual humor replaced by a rare seriousness.
If you're going to do this, we'll be with you, no matter what.
Jiang Yan looked at him, his heart swelling with gratitude.
You really mean that?
Xiaonan nodded.
Yeah, even if it means turning the world into a spoon.
Jiang Yan's hands trembled as he reached for the contract core, its surface pulsing with an eerie, otherworldly glow. The air around it felt charged, as if the very fabric of the profession system was holding its breath. He could feel the weight of every Frank repairman who had ever been dismissed, every underdog who had been told they were too weak, too useless, too absurd to matter. But now, standing with Zhao Nan and old Mo by his side, he felt something shift. This wasn't just about modifying a skill or a ruai, it was about proving that even the most useless professions could be turned into something greater. He whispered,
Modify.
and the contract core's glow intensified, as if it had been waiting for this moment. The workshop trembled, and for the first time, Yan felt like he wasn't just an Frank repairman. He was something else entirely. The bronze arena was packed to the brim, the air thick with the scent of burnt earth and the nervous energy of onlookers. Jassy Yan stood at the edge of the ring, his Frank repairman's aura flickering like a dying candle. Across from him, the Brank warrior grinned, his hands crackling with raw mana as he prepared to unleash his brand.
Thunder strike.
Skill. The arena's lights dimmed, casting long shadows over the crowd, and for a moment the entire space fell eerily silent. A faint spark leapt from the corner of Jiang Yan's skill scroll, its edges glowing with an odd, pulsing light that seemed to hum with hidden potential. Unseen by most, the fate-changing pin left carelessly on the ground by a previous match rolled toward a strange rune etched into the arena's floor, its surface shimmering like liquid silver.
You think you can dodge this?
The warrior sneered, his voice echoing through the hushed crowd.
I've got asterisk, thunder, asterisk.
Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow, his lips curling into a smirk.
I think I can make this asterisk chicken-sized.
The warrior's eyes narrowed, his confidence faltering as he raised his hands, the air around him crackling with electricity.
Modify.
Jiang Yan muttered, the word hanging in the air like a spell.
Hey, you ever think about what happens if you asterisk really asterisk push the limits of your modify skill?
Xiao Nan asked, his voice low as he watched from the crowd.
I mean, the stories say that the contract core can rewrite everything's skills, professions, even fate itself. But what if your skill isn't just a joke? What if it's the key to something bigger?
Jiang Yan's eyes flickered with a mix of amusement and unease.
Key, please?
He said, waving a hand.
It's more like a broken spoon that accidentally turns fireballs into potatoes. I don't even know why it works. One day I'm fixing a sword. The next I'm turning gravity into a spoon. It's not a key. It's a asterisk disaster asterisk.
Xiao Nan chuckled, but his eyes were sharp, watching the warrior's hands as they drew back for the strike.
Maybe.
He said,
But disasters can lead to miracles. Just don't let yours be asterisk chicken sized.
the warrior's hands shot forward, a bolt of lightning crackling through the air, its energy visible as a jagged, glowing line. The crowd gasped as the lightning struck the arena's floor, sending a shockwave rippling outward. But instead of the expected devastation, the bolt of lightning twisted midair, its shape warping into something absurd massive, clucking chicken with feathers that crackled with electricity. The arena erupted in laughter as the chicken pecked at the warrior with comically exaggerated movements, its beak snapping shut with a sound like a gong. Yan, perched on a floating rock, waved mockingly.
Oops. Looks like my modify. Skill is a bit. Asterisk chicken sized.
The warrior, now covered in feathers and screaming, lunged forward only for the chicken to peck him again, sending him tumbling backward.
This is asterisk, not asterisk. How this was supposed to work.
He bellowed, his voice drowned out by the crowd's laughter. Yan chuckled, his mind racing. Asterisk, why did the lightning turn into a chicken? Asterisk, he had no idea, but the absurdity of it all made his chest tighten with a strange sense of pride. Maybe his
Useless.
skill wasn't so useless after all, as the warrior scrambled to escape the chicken's relentless pecking. Johnny Yan's eyes flicked to the rune on the arena's floor, now glowing faintly with the same silver light as the fate-changing pen. A sudden realization struck him. The pen had rolled toward the rune, and the light was reacting to it, as if the two were meant to connect asterisk. Could this be a clue about the contract core? Asterisk, he barely had time to think before the chicken let out a triumphant cluck, its feathers flaring with a burst of energy that sent the warrior sprawling. The crowd's laughter turned into cheers as Zessi Yan jumped down from his rock. The absurdity of the moment, settling over him like a warm blanket. For the first time, he felt something other than frustration. Hope. Maybe his.
Modify.
Skill wasn't just a joke. Maybe it was a key. The warrior finally broke free, his face red with humiliation as he stumbled out of the arena. Yage Yan watched him go, his mind still reeling from the strange energy of the rune and the pen. He turned to Zhao Nan, who was now grinning at him, his eyes alight with curiosity.
You know,
Xiao Nan Fe.
That chicken thing, it was pretty cool. I mean, I've seen some crazy stuff in the Forgotten Workshop, but turning lightning into a chicken, that's asterisk art. Asterisk.
Jiang Yan laughed, shaking his head.
Art? No, it's just a broken spoon that accidentally turned a fireball into a potato. I don't even know how it works.
Xiao Nan tilted his head, his expression thoughtful.
Maybe that's the point. Maybe your skill isn't broken, it's just different, like the contract core. Maybe it's not a key to everything. Maybe it's just a asterisk spoon asterisk.
Jiang Yan stared at him, his heart pounding. Asterisk a spoon? Asterisk. He had no idea what that meant. But as the arena's lights flickered back to life and the crowd's cheers echoed around him, he felt a spark of something new, a sense that his
Useless.
profession might just be the beginning of something. Asterisk, bigger, asterisk. The bronze arena lay in ruins, its once proud walls now jagged remnants of shattered stone and scorched earth. Yan stood in the center of the chaos, his awakening day sun casting long shadows over the battlefield. His hands trembled slightly as he clutched the ancient skill scroll, its edges fraying and sparking with unstable mana. A sudden crackle of energy shot from the scroll, illuminating the air with a faint blue glow. Nearby, the fate-changing pen, which had been resting at his feet, rolled unsteadily toward a peculiar rune etched into the ground, the symbol he had never seen before, its lines pulsing like a heartbeat. The arena, usually teeming with the hum of mana and the chatter of spectators, fell eerily silent as a surge of energy rippled through the air, sending a shiver down Yan's spine. He glanced around, his mind racing. Something was about to happen. Something big.
Hey, you! Think the contract core's still around?
Xiao Nan's voice cut through the tension, his tone laced with both curiosity and nervousness. He stood a few paces away, his eyes darting between the rune and Jayan.
Old Mo said it's the key to everything. If you could modify it, you could change the rules of the guild forever.
Jiang Yan let out a dry chuckle, his gaze still fixed on the rune.
Yeah, but I'm not sure I'd want to change the rules. Last time I tried, I turned a fireball into a fire potato.
Yao Nan blinked, then laughed, the sound echoing in the stillness.
That was hilarious. But seriously, what if the contract course got something to do with that rune? I mean, it's glowing, right?
Jiang Yan's eyes narrowed.
It's not just glowing, it's reacting to the mana surge. Like it's awake.
Jiang Yan's mind churned as he stared at the rune, his thoughts a whirlwind of confusion and realization. Asterisk. Why did the rebirth skill only send me back partially? Why does the contract core feel so close yet so distant? Asterisk, he had always known his Mavafly skill was unreliable, a joke among the ranks of the guild, but now, as the rune pulsed with a rhythm that felt almost familiar, a strange certainty settled in his chest. Asterisk, this isn't just a coincidence. The contract core is tied to my skill somehow, maybe even to the rune. Asterisk, his fingers twitched, itching to reach out and touch it, but he hesitated. What if he triggered something he couldn't control? What if the contract core wasn't a key to the future, but a trap? The thought sent a chill through him, but it was quickly replaced by a flicker of determination. Asterisk, if I can modify the contract core, I might finally have a chance to change everything, even if it means turning the guild's rules into a fire potato. Asterisk, a sudden tremor shook the ground, and the rune flared brighter, sending a wave of mana rippling outward. Jiang Yan staggered back, his breath catching in his throat as the air around him seemed to warp and twist. Then, from the ruins of the arena, a faint hum began to resonate, a sound that was neither mechanical nor magical, but something in between. It was as if the very fabric of the world was holding its breath, waiting for him to make a choice.
Wait.
Xiao Nan's voice was barely a whisper, his eyes wide with realization.
That Hume. It's the same sound the contract core made when Oldma first mentioned it, like it's calling out to you.
Jiang Yan turned to him, his heart pounding.
You think it's trying to communicate?
Xiao Nan nodded, his voice trembling.
Maybe it's not just a key. Maybe it's a test, a chance to prove that your godify skill isn't so useless after all.
Jiang Yan's lips curled into a faint smile, though his eyes remained fixed on the rune asterisk. If that's true, then I better be ready to modify something bigger than I ever imagined. Asterisk. As the hum grew louder, the rune's glow intensified, and the air around it began to shimmer with possibilities. Jiang Yan took a step forward, his hand outstretched, the weight of his choices pressing down on him like the frost titan's icy breath. The contract, core, was no longer just a legend, it was real, and it was waiting.
Modify.
He whispered, his voice barely audible over the hum. The rune flared with blinding light, and the world around him seemed to freeze. Then, in a flash of energy, the rune expanded, revealing a hidden path that led deep into the ruins of the arena. The air crackled with potential, and Zayan felt a surge of hope. Asterisk. This is it, the beginning of something new. Asterisk. But as he stepped forward, a shadow moved at the edge of the ruins, a figure, cloaked in tattered robes, their face obscured by a hood. The figure raised a hand, and a strange symbol appeared in the air, one that mirrored the rune beneath Jiang Yan's feet.
You found it.
The figure said, their voice a mix of amusement and urgency.
But be careful. The contract core is not what you think it is.
Jiang Yan froze, his heart pounding. Asterisk, who are you? Asterisk, he had no time to ask. The rune pulsed again, and the path ahead shimmered with promise and peril. The adventure was only just beginning. The bronze arena buzzed with a mix of nervous energy and anticipation as Yan stepped into the ring, his boots crunching against the cracked stone floor. The crowd murmured, their voices a low hum of curiosity and skepticism. Across from him, the burly warrior, with the thick mustache, raised his hands dramatically, his muscles straining as he bellowed.
Let's see how long your useless profession lasts.
His voice echoed through the arena, a challenge that carried the weight of countless previous duels. Jiang Yan sighed, his shoulders slumping in a way that made the warrior's mustache twitch in amusement.
I'm not useless.
He said, his voice calm and almost apologetic.
I'm just uniquely underwhelming.
The warrior snorted, his laughter shaking the arena's ceiling. With a flick of his wrist, he launched a glowing red sphere toward Jiang Yan.
Explosion!
He shouted, the spear expanding into a massive fireball that roared with heat. But as the fireball reached Jiang Yan, he raised his hand and muttered.
Modify.
The words shimmered in the air, their edges glowing faintly before the fireball's description changed.
Explosion!
Became.
Explosion pie.
The fireball froze mid-air, then transformed into a giant, steaming pie with a perfectly golden crust. It dropped to the ground with a splat, sending a wave of sugary aroma through the arena. The crowd gasped, then erupted into laughter. The warrior stared in disbelief, his mustache now coated in pie filling.
What the?
He bellowed, his voice tinged with confusion. Yan blinked, his eyes wide as he looked at the pie.
I guess my skill's not useless.
He said, his tone tinged with dry amusement.
It's just dessert themed.
As the warrior scrambled to clean himself, Yan's pocket watch glowed faintly, its hands twitching as if counting something unseen. He frowned, but the moment passed as the arena erupted into more laughter. The air around Jan shimmered with an almost imperceptible vibration, as if the very fabric of the arena was reacting to his presence. A faint glow emanated from the edge of the ring, where a weathered skill scroll lay half buried in the dust. Its runes pulsed in time with the pocket watch's glow, their colors shifting from deep indigo to a soft gold. Jackie Yan's hand, which had been resting at his side, twitched slightly as if drawn to the scroll. The fate-changing pen, hidden in his sleeve, vibrated faintly, its nib humming with a low, resonant sound that only he could hear. The contract core, embedded in his chest, gave off a soft hum, its energy fluctuating in rhythm with the scroll's glow. Jiang Yan's eyes narrowed as he glanced at the scroll, his mind racing with half-formed thoughts. Was this a coincidence, or was there something deeper at play? The warrior, still covered in pie filling, wiped his mustache with a grimace.
This is not how this is supposed to happen.
He bellowed, his voice echoing through the arena. Yan raised an eyebrow, his lips curling into a smirk.
I think it's a new kind of magic.
He said, his voice laced with playful confidence.
Call it explosion pie magic.
The warrior stared at him, his expression a mix of disbelief and irritation.
You're making this harder than it needs to be.
He muttered, his voice low enough that only Yan could hear. Yan's mind whirred with questions as he watched the warrior's frustration. How had his skill managed to turn a deadly spell into a dessert? Was it a fluke? Or was there something more to it? He had always been told that his profession was a joke, a relic of a bygone era that no one took seriously. But here he was, standing in the center of the arena, his
Useless.
ability turning the tables on his opponents. He could feel the weight of the pocket watch on his chest, its rhythmic glow a constant reminder of something he couldn't quite understand. The fate-changing pen in his sleeve had always felt like a tool of last resort, a relic of a time when he had been forced to rely on it to survive. And yet, now it vibrated with a strange energy, as if it had been waiting for this moment. He had heard the legends of the Fate Changer, the mythical being who could alter the course of destiny with a single stroke of the pen. But those were just stories, weren't they, or were they? His thoughts were interrupted by the warrior's muttered words.
You're making this harder than it needs to be.
The warrior had said, his voice laced with frustration. Jan tilted his head, a smirk playing on his lips.
I think it's the opposite.
He said, his voice low and teasing.
I think you're making it harder than it needs to be.
The warrior's eyes narrowed, but before he could respond, the arena erupted into laughter once more, the sound washing over Jiang Yan like a wave. The warrior's frustration boiled over as he lunged toward Jiang Yan, his massive frame moving with surprising speed.
You think this is a game?
He roared, his voice shaking with rage.
I'll show you what real power looks like.
With a mighty swing, he brought his fist down toward Jiang Yan. the force of the blow sending a shockwave through the arena. But as the fist neared Jiang Yan, he raised his hand once more, his voice calm and steady.
Modify.
The air around the warrior's fist shimmered, the energy of the attack bending and twisting as if it were made of water. The warrior's expression shifted from anger to confusion as the punch transformed into a giant steaming pie, its crust golden and its filling oozing with a sweet aroma. The pie dropped to the ground with a soft thud, sending a wave of sugary scent through the arena. The crowd erupted into laughter once more, their voices rising in a cacophony of amusement. The warrior, now covered in pie filling, stared at Jiang Yan with a mix of disbelief and irritation.
This is not how this is supposed to happen.
He bellowed, his voice shaking with frustration. Yan, still standing in the center of the ring, raised an eyebrow.
I think it's a new kind of magic.
He said, his voice laced with playful confidence.
Call it explosion pie magic.
The warrior's mustache twitched as he wiped his face with a grimace.
You're making this harder than it needs to be.
He muttered, his voice low enough that only Yan could hear.
I'll show you what real power looks like.
As the warrior's words faded into the background noise of the arena, Yan's thoughts drifted to the strange glow of the skill scroll and the faint hum of the fate-changing pen. He had always felt like an outsider, a man out of place in a world that valued strength and power above all else. His profession, a relic of a forgotten era, had been mocked and ridiculed by everyone, from the arena spectators to the warriors who had faced him. But here he was, standing in the center of the ring, his
Useless.
ability turning the tables on his opponents. He could feel the weight of the pocket watch on his chest, its rhythmic glow a constant reminder of something he couldn't quite understand. The fate-changing pen in his sleeve had always felt like a tool of last resort, a relic of a time when he had been forced to rely on it to survive. And yet, now it vibrated with a strange energy, as if it had been waiting for this moment. He had heard the legends of the Fate Changer, the mythical being who could alter the course of destiny with a single stroke of the pen. But those were just stories, weren't they? Or were they? His mind raced with possibilities, each one more absurd than the last. Could it be that his profession was more than just a joke? Could it be that the fate-changing pen was more than just a tool? The thought sent a shiver down his spine, but he couldn't shake the feeling that something was about to change. As the warrior's frustration grew, Yan's attention was drawn to the edge of the arena, where the skill scroll's glow had intensified. The runes on the scroll pulsed in a strange rhythm, their colors shifting from deep indigo to a soft gold. It was as if the scroll was responding to his presence, its energy resonating with the pocket watch's glow. Yan's hand twitched slightly, as if drawn to the scroll. He took a step toward it, his movements slow and deliberate. The warrior, still covered in pie filling, watched him with a mix of confusion and irritation.
What are you doing?
He asked, his voice tinged with frustration. Yan didn't answer immediately. Instead, he focused on the scroll, his mind racing with questions. What was it doing here? Why had it appeared now? And more importantly, what did it mean? The fate-to-changing pen in his sleeve vibrated faintly, its nib humming with a low, resonant sound. The contract core in his chest gave off a soft hum, its energy fluctuating in rhythm with the scroll's glow. Yan's thoughts were interrupted by the warrior's voice.
You're making this harder than it needs to be.
The warrior muttered, his voice low enough that only Yang could hear.
I'll show you what real power looks like.
But Yan wasn't listening. His eyes were fixed on the scroll, his mind racing with possibilities. He had heard the legends of the Fate Changer, the mythical being who could alter the course of destiny with a single stroke of the pen. But those were just stories, weren't they? Or were they? As the warrior's frustration boiled over, Yan's attention was drawn to the edge of the arena where the skill scroll's glow had intensified. The runes on the scroll pulsed in a strange rhythm, their colors shifting from deep indigo to a soft gold. It was as if the scroll was responding to his presence, its energy resonating with the pocket watch's glow. Jai, Yan's hand twitched slightly, as if drawn to the scroll. He took a step toward it, his movements slow and deliberate. The warrior, still covered in pie filling, watched him with a mix of confusion and irritation.
What are you doing?
He asked, his voice tinged with frustration. Yan didn't answer immediately. Instead, he focused on the scroll, his mind racing with questions. What was it doing here? Why had it appeared now? And, more importantly, what did it mean? The fent-changing pen in his sleeve vibrated faintly, its nib humming with a low resonant sound. The contract core in his chest gave off a soft hum, its energy fluctuating in rhythm with the scroll's glow. Wanjie. Yan's thoughts were interrupted by the warrior's voice.
You're making this harder than it needs to be.
The warrior muttered, his voice low enough that only Yan could hear.
I'll show you what real power looks like.
But Yan wasn't listening. His eyes were fixed on the scroll, his mind racing with possibilities. He had heard the legends of the Fate Changer, the mythical being who could alter the course of destiny with a single stroke of the pen. But those were just stories, weren't they? Or were they? As Yan stepped closer to the skill scroll, the runes on it flared with an intense light, their colors shifting rapidly between deep indigo and soft gold. The air around the scroll crackled with energy, a low hum vibrating through the arena. Jiang Yan's hand hovered over the scroll, his fingers trembling slightly. The fate-changing pen in his sleeve vibrated with increasing intensity, its nib glowing faintly. The contract core in his chest pulsed in time with the scroll's glow, its energy fluctuating in a strange rhythm. He could feel the weight of the pocket watch on his chest, its hands twitching as if counting something unseen. His mind raced with possibilities, each one more absurd than the last. Could it be that the scroll was linked to his profession? Could it be that the fate-changing pen was more than just a tool? He had heard the legends of the Fate Changer, the mythical being who could alter the course of destiny with a single stroke of the pen. But those were just stories, weren't they? Or were they? His thoughts were interrupted by the warrior's voice.
You're making this harder than it needs to be.
The warrior muttered, his voice low enough that only Zhen Yan could hear.
I'll show you what real power looks like.
But Yan wasn't listening. His eyes were fixed on the scroll, his mind racing with possibilities. He could feel the energy of the scroll pulling him in, its glow intensifying with each passing moment. The arena around him seemed to fade into the background, the sounds of the crowd and the warrior's frustration becoming distant echoes. All that remained was the scroll, its runes pulsing in a strange rhythm, and the faint hum of the fate-changing pen. As the warrior's frustration boiled over, Yan's attention was drawn to the edge of the arena, where the skill scroll's glow had intensified. The runes on the scroll pulsed in a strange rhythm, their colors shifting from deep indigo to a soft gold. It was as if the scroll was responding to his presence, its energy resonating with the pocket watch's glow. Gui, Yan's hand twitched slightly, as if drawn to the scroll. He took a step toward it, his movements slow and deliberate. The warrior, still covered in pie filling, watched him with a mix of confusion and irritation.
What are you doing?
He asked, his voice tinged with frustration. Yan didn't answer immediately. Instead, he focused on the scroll, his mind racing with questions. What was it doing here? Why had it appeared now? And more importantly, what did it mean? The fate-changing pen in his sleeve vibrated faintly, its nib humming with a low, resonant sound. The contract core in his chest gave off a soft hum, its energy fluctuating in rhythm with the scroll's glow. Jai! Yan's thoughts were interrupted by the warrior's voice.
You're making this harder than it needs to be.
The warrior muttered, his voice low enough that only Yan could hear.
I'll show you what real power looks like.
But Jiyan wasn't listening. His eyes were fixed on the scroll, his mind racing with possibilities. He had heard the legends of the Fate Changer, the mythical being who could alter the course of destiny with a single stroke of the pen. But those were just stories, weren't they? Or were they? Sen stepped closer to the skill scroll. The runes on it flared with an intense light, their colors shifting rapidly between deep indigo and soft gold. The air around the scroll crackled with energy, a low hum vibrating through the arena. Jiang Yan's hand hovered over the scroll, his fingers trembling slightly. The fate-changing pen in his sleeve vibrated with increasing intensity, its nib glowing faintly. The contract core in his chest pulsed in time with the scroll's glow, its energy fluctuating in a strange rhythm. He could feel the weight of the pocket watch on his chest, its hands twitching as if counting something unseen. His mind raced with possibilities, each one more absurd than the last. Could it be that the scroll was linked to his profession? Could it be that the fate-changing pen was more than just a tool? He had heard the legends of the Fate Changer, the mythical being who could alter the course of destiny with a single stroke of the pen. But those were just stories, weren't they? Or were they? His thoughts were interrupted by the warrior's voice.
You're making this harder than it needs to be.
The warrior muttered, his voice low enough that only Yan could hear.
I'll show you what real power looks like.
But Yan wasn't listening. His eyes were fixed on the scroll, his mind racing with possibilities. He could feel the energy of the scroll pulling him in, its glow intensifying with each passing moment. The arena around him seemed to fade into the background, the sounds of the crowd and the warrior's frustration becoming distant echoes. All that remained was the scroll, its runes pulsing in a strange rhythm, and the faint hum of the fate-changing pen. The bronze arena was a cacophony of murmurs and muffled giggles as the pale woman with the flowing cloak stepped into the ring. Her lips parted in a whisper,
Drost Nova.
and the air around her shimmered with a cold, otherworldly energy. A wave of icy mist surged toward Jiang Yan, its edges sharp and lethal, promising a fate of frozen death. But as the frost crept closer, Jiang Yan's pocket watch pulsed faintly, its hands twitching like a metronome counting an unseen rhythm. He raised his hand, and the world around him seemed to hold its breath.
Modify.
He muttered, the word hanging in the air like a spell of its own. The frost wave paused midair, then shuddered as its description shifted.
Frost Nova.
Became.
Frost Puff.
The icy mist dissolved into a cascade of soft, cotton-like snowflakes, drifting lazily through the arena like confetti. The crowd gasped, then erupted into laughter as the flakes settled on Jiang Yan's shoulders, tickling his skin. The woman's eyes widened, her pale face a mask of disbelief.
What?
She hissed, her voice trembling.
This isn't how this is supposed to happen.
Jiang Yan tilted his head, a smirk tugging at his lips.
I think it's a new kind of magic. Call it frost path magic.
His words were met with a wave of snickers, but the woman's frustration was palpable.
You're making this harder than it needs to be.
She snapped, her cloak flaring as she raised her hands again.
Frost Nova.
She shouted, and another wave of icy energy surged toward him. But this time the air shimmered, and the frost turned into a second wave of fluffy snowflakes. The arena exploded into raucous laughter, and Jiang Yan's pocket watch glowed brighter, its hands spinning wildly. He frowned, his mind racing. Asterisk, what is this thing doing now? Asterisk, he had always known his skills were bizarre, but this felt different. The watch's glow was no longer just a faint flicker. It was a beacon, drawing his attention to something unseen. As the woman scrambled to regain control, Jiang Yan's eyes flicked to the ground where the snowflakes had landed. There, half buried in the arena's stone floor, was a stele, its runes glowing faintly with a strange modified script. He had never seen anything like it before. Asterisk, could this be connected to the contract core? Asterisk, his thoughts were interrupted by the woman's furious shout.
This is not how this is supposed to happen.
And the arena's laughter. But the stele's presence lingered in his mind like a puzzle piece waiting to be placed.
Modify.
Jiang Yan said again, his voice calm but edged with a strange determination. The woman's eyes narrowed as she watched the next wave of frost transform into another puff of snow, and for a moment her composure cracked.
You think you can just asterisk, mark asterisk, the power of the Frost Nova.
She shouted, her voice rising to a fever pitch.
This is a sacred technique passed down through generations. It's not some asterisk fluffy nonsense asterisk.
Her words hung in the air, and the arena fell silent for a heartbeat. Jackie Yan tilted his head, his expression unreadable.
Sacred technique.
He echoed, his tone dry.
I think you're confusing sacred with silly. I mean, look at this.
He gestured to the floating snowflakes, which had now formed a soft swirling cloud around him.
This isn't just fluffy nonsense. This is asterisk art. Asterisk.
The woman's face flushed red, her hands trembling as she raised them again.
You don't understand what you are dealing with.
She hissed.
The Frost Nova is a relic of the first frost, a power that could freeze the world itself. And you?
She pointed a shaking finger at him.
You're turning it into a asterisk cotton candy asterisk.
Xiang Yan blinked, then let out a low chuckle.
Cotton candy? No, no, no. This is asterisk frost puff. Asterisk.
He took a step forward, the snowflakes swirling around him like a protective barrier.
You see, I've been told I'm uniquely underwhelming, but I think I've just discovered the secret to the true asterisk power of the Frost Nova. It's not about freezing things, it's about asterisk softening asterisk them.
The woman's eyes widened, and for a moment she looked almost afraid.
Softening them.
She repeated, her voice barely above a whisper.
That's not.
She stopped, her words caught in her throat as another wave of frost transformed into a cloud of snowflakes, this time landing on her shoulders. She let out a strangled gasp, and the arena erupted into laughter once more. Jiang Yan watched her, his expression unreadable, as the pocket watch on his wrist pulsed again, its glow intensifying. Asterisk, what is this thing showing me now? Asterisk, he wondered, his mind racing with questions. Jiang Yan's fingers twitched as he stared at the pocket watch, its glow now a steady pulsing rhythm. Asterisk, what is this thing doing? Asterisk, he asked himself, his thoughts a chaotic mix of curiosity and confusion. He had always known his skills were strange. His ability to
Modify.
spells into absurd, harmless versions had made him the laughingstock of the arena, but this felt different. The watch wasn't just glowing, it was asterisk talking asterisk to him in a way. He could almost hear it. A faint whisper in the back of his mind, urging him to pay attention to the stele he had seen earlier. Asterisk. What does it mean? Asterisk, he wondered, his mind racing. Asterisk, is this connected to the contract core? To the fate-changing pen? Asterisk, he had heard rumors about the fate-changing pen before. A legendary Bubik said to rewrite destinies with a single stroke. But he had never seen it, never touched it, and yet, as he looked at the pocket watch, he felt a strange pull, as if it were a piece of the same puzzle. Asterisk, could this be the key to unlocking the truth about my skills? Asterisk, he shook his head, trying to push the thoughts away. He had a fight to win, after all. But as the woman's next attack transformed into another puff of snow, he couldn't shake the feeling that something bigger was at play. The pocket watch pulsed again, and this time he felt it not just in his hand but in his chest, like a heartbeat. Asterisk, what is this thing showing me? Asterisk, he wondered, his mind a whirlwind of questions. As the woman's next wave of frost turned into a cloud of snowflakes, Yan's eyes flicked back to the stele he had seen earlier. It was still there, half buried in the arena's stone floor, its runes glowing faintly with a strange modified script. He had never seen anything like it before. These runes weren't the standard magic symbols used in the arena. They were older, more intricate, and somehow asterisk wrong. Asterisk. He crouched down, brushing the snowflakes away with a careful hand, and as he did, the runes shimmered, their glow intensifying. A faint hum filled the air, like the sound of a distant bell. Jesse, Yen's breath caught in his throat. Asterisk. What is this? Asterisk, he thought, his mind racing. Asterisk. Could this be the source of my copper?
Modify.
Skill asterisk. He had always wondered how his ability to change spells into absurd, harmless versions worked. It wasn't like the other warriors in the arena, who relied on brute force and deadly techniques. His power was different, almost asterisk too, asterisk different. And now, standing before this stele, he felt a strange connection, as if the runes were calling to him. He reached out, his fingers hovering just above the surface, and the moment his skin touched the stone, a surge of energy shot through him. The pocket watch on his wrist flared brightly, its hands spinning wildly. Asterisk, what is happening? Asterisk, he thought, his mind reeling. Asterisk, is this the contract core? Asterisk, the thought sent a shiver down his spine. He had heard stories about the contract core, a relic said to bind the fates of those who wielded it. But this felt different. It felt asterisk alive. Asterisk. The runes on the stele pulsed again. And for a moment, Yen felt as though he were standing at the edge of something vast and unknowable. Asterisk. What is this place? Asterisk, he wondered, his heart pounding. Asterisk, and what does it have to do with me? Asterisk, as the woman's next attack transformed into another puff of snow, Jassine Yan's mind was still reeling from the discovery of the stele. He had always felt like an outsider in the arena, a man whose skills were mocked and ridiculed. But now, standing before this ancient relic, he felt something else, a flicker of purpose, a strange sense that his journey was far from over. The pocket watch on his wrist pulsed again, its glow intensifying, and for a moment he felt a strange pull, as if the watch were guiding him toward something. Asterisk? What is this thing showing me? Asterisk, he wondered, his thoughts a whirlwind of questions. He had always known his skills were bizarre, but this felt different. The stele was ancient, its runes glowing with a power he had never seen before. Asterisk, could this be the key to unlocking the truth about my abilities? Asterisk. He looked up at the woman, who was still shouting, her voice trembling with frustration.
This is not how this is supposed to happen.
She cried, her hands raised again.
You think you can just asterisk mock asterisk the power of the frost nova.
Jiang Yan let out a low chuckle, his eyes still fixed on the stele.
Mock?
He echoed, his voice calm but edged with something else.
I think you're confusing mock with modify, and I think I've just discovered the secret to the asterisk, true asterisk power of the frost nova. It's not about freezing things, it's about asterisk softening asterisk them.
The woman's eyes widened, and for a moment she looked almost afraid.
Softening them.
She repeated, her voice barely above a whisper.
That's not.
She stopped, her words caught in her throat as another wave of frost transformed into a cloud of snowflakes, this time landing on her shoulders. She let out a strangled gasp, and the arena erupted into laughter once more. Jiang Yan watched her, his expression unreadable, as the pocket watch on his wrist pulsed again, its glow intensifying. Asterisk, what is this thing showing me now? Asterisk, he wondered, his mind racing with questions. Asterisk, and what does it have to do with me? Asterisk, the bronze arena roared with anticipation. As Yan stepped into the ring, his eyes flicking toward the opponent across from him. The boy, no older than 12, stood with a wild mop of hair and a lightning-infused staff that crackled with energy.
Let's see how long your useless profession lasts.
The boy sneered, his voice echoing through the arena as he raised his weapon. Yan sighed, his expression one of weary amusement.
I'm not useless. I'm just uniquely underwhelming.
The boy snorted, his eyes narrowing as he shouted.
Lightning bolt.
A crackling arc of energy shot toward Jiang Yan, its edges shimmering with raw power. But as the bolt neared him, Jiang Yan raised his hand and muttered.
Modify.
The words shimmered in the air before the bolt's description changed.
Lightning bolt.
Became.
Lightning lollipop.
The energy arc froze mid-air, then transformed into a glowing, candy-colored lollipop with a stick that wobbled slightly. It floated towards Jiang Yan, its wrapper fluttering in the wind. The crowd gasped, then erupted into laughter. The boy stared in disbelief.
What?
He tried to summon another bolt, but the next one became a lollipop as well. Yan took a bite, his eyes widening as he savored the surprisingly good flavor.
Hmm? This is surprisingly good.
He said, grinning at the boy. The boy, now surrounded by floating lollipops, looked on in horror.
This is not how this is supposed to happen.
Jiang Yan shrugged.
I think I've just created the first ever lightning lollipop magic. It's not deadly, it's just sweet.
The boy, clearly frustrated, raised his staff again, and shouted.
Lightning bolt.
Another arc of energy shot toward Jian, but the moment it reached him, the air shimmered and the bolt transformed into another lollipop. The arena erupted into even louder laughter as the lollipop hovered in front of Yan, its stick wobbling like a pendulum. Jiang Yan took another bite, his expression one of unshakable calm.
You know,
He said, his voice carrying over the noise.
I think I'm starting to like this. It's not lethal, it's just sweet.
The boy, now surrounded by a growing swarm of floating lollipops, let out a strangled yell.
This is not how this is supposed to happen.
He shouted, his voice rising in pitch as he waved his staff in frustration. Yan Yan, unfazed, took a step forward, the lollipops drifting around him like a sugary halo.
I think you're missing the point.
He said, his grin widening.
This isn't about being deadly, it's about being delicious.
The crowd's laughter grew louder, the boy's face reddening as he struggled to maintain his composure. Jay, Yan tilted his head, watching the boy with a mix of amusement and curiosity.
You know,
He added,
I wonder what other things I can turn into lollipops. Maybe next time I'll try fire lollipop or ice lollipop.
the boy's eyes widened in horror.
No,
He whispered, his voice trembling.
please no.
As the boy's frustration mounted, Yan glanced at his pocket watch, which had been glowing faintly since the beginning of the tournament. Now, it pulsed with a soft, rhythmic light, as if counting something unseen. He frowned, his fingers twitching as he reached for the watch.
What is this thing doing now?
He muttered, his voice barely audible over the noise of the arena. The watch's hands twitched, then stopped. A faint image flickered on its face, a glimpse of a future battle, one that had not yet happened. Yen's eyes widened.
This this is a memory of something that hasn't happened yet.
The arena was silent for a moment, the boy's earlier outburst fading into the background. Jati Yan's expression shifted from amusement to something more serious. The pocket watch had started to show something more than just the past, it was showing the future. And for the first time, Yan felt something other than amusement. He felt anticipation. The boy, still surrounded by floating lollipops, let out a frustrated yell and raised his staff again.
Lightning bolt.
He shouted, his voice trembling with anger. Another arc of energy shot toward Jiang Yan, but before it could reach him, the air shimmered and the bolt transformed into a lollipop once more. The arena erupted into even louder laughter as the lollipop floated toward Zhang Yan, its wrapper fluttering in the wind. Yan took a step back, his eyes narrowing as he watched the boy's face twist in frustration.
You know,
He said, his voice calm but laced with amusement.
I think I've just created the first ever lightning lollipop magic. It's not lethal, it's just sweet.
The boy, now surrounded by a growing swarm of lollipops, let out a strangled yell.
This is not how this is supposed to happen.
He shouted, his voice rising in pitch as he waved his staff in frustration. Yan Yan, unfazed, took a step forward, the lollipops drifting around him like a sugary halo.
I think you're missing the point.
He said, his grin widening.
This isn't about being deadly, it's about being delicious.
The crowd's laughter grew louder, the boy's face reddening as he struggled to maintain his composure. Jiang Yan tilted his head, watching the boy with a mix of amusement and curiosity.
You know,
He added,
I wonder what other things I can turn into lollipops. Maybe next time I'll try fire lollipop or ice lollipop.
the boy's eyes widened in horror.
No,
He whispered, his voice trembling.
please, no.
The boy's frustration reached its peak as he raised his staff one last time, his face flushed with rage.
Lightning bolt.
He shouted, his voice trembling with fury. Another arc of energy shot toward Jiang Yan. But before it could reach him, the air shimmered, and the bolt transformed into a lollipop once more. The arena erupted into even louder laughter as the lollipop floated toward Jiang Yan, its wrapper fluttering in the wind. Yan took a step back, his eyes narrowing as he watched the boy's face twist in frustration.
You know,
He said, his voice calm but laced with amusement.
I think I've just created the first ever lightning lollipop magic. It's not lethal. It's just sweet.
The boy, now surrounded by a growing swarm of lollipops, let out a strangled yell.
This is not how this is supposed to happen.
He shouted, his voice rising in pitch as he waved his staff in frustration. Yan, unfazed, took a step forward, the lollipops drifting around him like a sugary halo.
I think you're missing the point.
He said, his grin widening.
This isn't about being deadly, it's about being delicious.
The crowd's laughter grew louder, the boy's face reddening as he struggled to maintain his composure. Jackie Yan tilted his head, watching the boy with a mix of amusement and curiosity.
You know,
He added,
I wonder what other things I can turn into lollipops. Maybe next time I'll try fire lollipop or ice lollipop.
the boy's eyes widened in horror.
No,
He whispered, his voice trembling.
please no.
The boy's frustration reached its peak as he raised his staff one last time, his face flushed with rage.
Lightning bolt.
He shouted, his voice trembling with fury. Another arc of energy shot toward Jen, but before it could reach him, the air shimmered and the bolt transformed into a lollipop once more. The arena erupted into even louder laughter as the lollipop floated toward Jiang Yan, its wrapper fluttering in the wind. Yan took a step back, his eyes narrowing as he watched the boy's face twist in frustration.
You know,
He said, his voice calm but laced with amusement.
I think I've just created the first ever lightning lollipop magic. It's not lethal. It's just sweet.
The boy, now surrounded by a growing swarm of lollipops, let out a strangled yell.
This is not how this is supposed to happen.
He shouted, his voice rising in pitch as he waved his staff in frustration. Yan, unfazed, took a step forward, the lollipops drifting around him like a sugary halo.
I think you're missing the point.
He said, his grin widening.
This isn't about being deadly. It's about being delicious.
The crowd's laughter grew louder, the boy's face reddening as he struggled to maintain his composure. Jie Yang tilted his head, watching the boy with a mix of amusement and curiosity.
You know,
He added,
I wonder what other things I can turn into lollipops. Maybe next time I'll try fire lollipop or ice lollipop.
the boy's eyes widened in horror.
No,
He whispered, his voice trembling.
please no.
The boy's frustration reached its peak as he raised his staff one last time, his face flushed with rage.
Lightning bolt.
He shouted, his voice trembling with fury. Another arc of energy shot toward Jiang Yan, but before it could reach him, the air shimmered and the bolt transformed into a lollipop once more. The arena erupted into even louder laughter as the lollipop floated toward Jiang Yan, its wrapper fluttering in the wind. Yan took a step back, his eyes narrowing as he watched the boy's face twist in frustration.
You know,
He said, his voice calm but laced with amusement.
I think I've just created the first ever lightning lollipop magic. It's not lethal, it's just sweet.
The boy, now surrounded by a growing swarm of lollipops, let out a strangled yell.
This is not how this is supposed to happen.
He shouted, his voice rising in pitch as he waved his staff in frustration. Yan, unfazed, took a step forward, the lollipops drifting around him like a sugary halo.
I think you're missing the point.
He said, his grin widening.
This isn't about being deadly, it's about being delicious.
The crowd's laughter grew louder, the boy's face reddening as he struggled to maintain his composure. Jahe, Yan tilted his head, watching the boy with a mix of amusement and curiosity.
You know.
He added,
I wonder what other things I can turn into lollipops. Maybe next time I'll try fire lollipop or ice lollipop.
The boy's eyes widened in horror.
No,
He whispered, his voice trembling.
please, no.
The bronze arena pulsed with a strange energy as the hulking figure of the stone golem stepped forward. His massive club raised like a warhammer. The crowd gasped as he roared, a sound that shook the very foundations of the arena. Jiang Yan, standing calmly in the center of the ring, watched the golem charge toward him with a mix of amusement and mild curiosity.
Modify.
He muttered under his breath, his voice barely audible over the thunderous footsteps of the golem. The golem's description shimmered in the air, shifting from
Stone golem.
2.
Stone goomba.
In a flash of light, the transformation was almost comical. His towering frame shrank, his skin turned a bright red, and a tiny, comically oversized club appeared in his hands. The Goomba blinked its eyes wide with confusion before letting out a squeaky
Mamma mia.
that echoed through the arena. The crowd erupted into laughter, some even clutching their sides in disbelief. Gussie Yan, unfazed, scratched his head and muttered,
I think I've just created the first ever stone goomba magic. It's not deadly. It's just adorable.
The Goomba, now fully transformed, wobbled on its feet, its tiny legs struggling to support its weight. It let out another,
Mamma mia.
and then, to everyone's surprise, began running in circles, shouting the phrase over and over. The arena was silent for a moment before erupting into even more laughter. Jaka! Yen sighed, watching the chaos unfold. His pocket watch, which had been glowing faintly since the beginning of the tournament, now pulsed with a soft, rhythmic light. He frowned, but the moment passed as the crowd's laughter filled the air.
Jiang Yan, are you even trying to fight here?
Li Wei, his closest ally, shouted over the din, his face a mix of exasperation and amusement.
You're just letting the Goomba run around like a lunatic.
Jiang Yan turned to him, his eyes still on the Goomba, which had now climbed onto a nearby platform and was waving its club like a tiny conductor.
It's not about fighting, Li Wei.
he said, his tone almost dreamy.
It's about the absurdity. You ever think about how ridiculous it is that a stone golem is now a Goomba yelling, Mamma Mia?
Li Wei groaned, rubbing his temples.
I'm not sure I want to know. But if this keeps up, I'm going to need a bigger hat to cover my ears.
Mei Lin, another of Jiang Yan's allies, who had been watching the scene with a mix of confusion and curiosity, finally spoke up.
You know, I've been wondering what if this isn't just a coincidence? What if your modify skill is actually rewriting reality in the most absurd way possible?
Jiang Yan grinned, his eyes lighting up.
Exactly. It's not just a skill, it's a revolution, a dessert themed Goomba screaming revolution.
Li Wei let out a long sigh, shaking his head.
I'm going to regret this, aren't I?
Mei Lin laughed, her eyes sparkling with excitement.
Probably, but I'm here for the chaos.
Jiang Yan's mind raced as he watched the Goomba's antics, his thoughts a whirlwind of absurdity and determination.
Modify.
Had become more than just a skill. It was a force of nature, a chaotic yet oddly harmonious way of turning the impossible into the ridiculous. He had always been the underdog, the one who had to rely on wit rather than strength. And now, with every transformation, he felt the power of his profession reversal solidify. The pocket watch's glow was a mystery, but it felt like a sign, a hint that his journey was only just beginning. He could almost hear the echoes of the future in its rhythmic pulse, a promise of even greater absurdities to come. He smiled, his determination growing with each passing moment. The Goombas
Mamma mia!
was no longer just a sound. It was a declaration of his triumph, a testament to the power of turning the mundane into the extraordinary. The stone Gomba's antics had barely settled when the arena's mana level spiked, sending a wave of energy through the air that made the very ground tremble. Yan barely had time to react as a barrage of spud-filled glowing projectiles that looked suspiciously like oversized potatoes rained down from the sky.
What the?
He shouted, dodging a missile that exploded into a puff of smoke and a faint smell of burnt corn. The Goomba, now perched on a nearby pillar, let out a squeak of surprise and began flailing its club wildly, accidentally knocking over a mana core that had been sitting on the edge of the arena. The core exploded in a burst of light, sending a shock wave that sent Jiang Yan stumbling backward.
Modify.
He muttered, his voice barely above a whisper, as the Spud missiles paused midair and transformed into floating cupcakes, their frosting glinting in the light. The Goomba, now covered in frosting, let out a startled
Mamma mia!
and began licking its tiny fingers, completely ignoring the chaos around it. The crowd, now fully immersed in the absurdity of the scene, erupted into even more laughter. Jian, still on his feet, took a deep breath and straightened his posture.
This is getting out of hand.
He muttered, but the smile on his face betrayed his true feelings. The pocket watch pulsed again, its glow intensifying as if it were counting something unseen. He could feel the next challenge approaching, and for the first time he wasn't just ready, he was excited. The mono-overloaded arena was a riot of chaos, with spud missiles bouncing around like hyperactive fireflies and the stone Goombas
Mamma mia!
echoing through the air. Yen, still trying to steady himself after the shock wave from the mana core, tripped over his own modified gear, a pair of boots that had somehow transformed into tiny, floating cupcakes. He landed with a thud, sending a puff of frosting into the air.
Modify.
He muttered, his voice tinged with exasperation as the cupcakes around him shifted into a series of floating pancakes, their edges wobbling slightly. The Goomba, now covered in a layer of frosting and pancakes, let out a squeak of confusion and began flailing its club again, accidentally knocking over another Monocore. The crowd's laughter was deafening, but Jiang Yan couldn't help but smile.
This is the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen.
He said, his voice barely audible over the din. Li Wei, who had been standing nearby, let out a groan as he watched the scene unfold.
I think I need to leave before this gets any worse.
He said, his face pale. Mei Lin, on the other hand, was completely entranced, her eyes sparkling with excitement.
This is amazing.
She said, her voice filled with awe.
You're turning the entire arena into a dessert-themed nightmare.
Jiang Yan laughed, shaking his head.
I think it's more of a dessert-themed miracle.
The pocket watch pulsed again, its glow intensifying as if it were counting something unseen. For the first time, Jane felt a sense of anticipation building in his chest, a strange mixture of excitement and determination. The next challenge was coming, and he was ready to face it head-on. The pocket watch's glow intensified a sec. Yan's eyes flickered toward the next challenger, a figure cloaked in shadow who had just stepped into the arena. The crowd fell silent, the absurdity of the previous moments fading into the background as the new challenger raised his hands, whispering a spell that sent a wave of darkness rippling through the air. Yan, however, was unfazed.
Modify.
He said, his voice calm and steady. The darkness paused midair, then shifted, transforming into a glowing, candy-colored lollipop. The lollipop floated toward Sang Yan, its stick wobbling slightly. The crowd erupted into laughter once more, but this time there was an undercurrent of tension in the air. The pocket watch pulsed again, its glow now a deep, rhythmic beat that seemed to resonate with the energy of the arena. Yan took a deep breath, his eyes narrowing as he watched the lollipop hover in front of him. He could feel the weight of the moment pressing down on him, the absurdity of his situation clashing with the gravity of the challenge ahead.
This is it.
He muttered to himself, his voice barely above a whisper.
The real test begins now.
The Goomba, still running in circles, let out a final,
Mamma mia!
before disappearing into the shadows, leaving Jiang Yan to face the new challenge alone. The pocket watch's glow pulsed one last time, its rhythm now perfectly in sync with the heartbeat of the arena, and for the first time Jiang Yan felt something other than amusement, and felt a sense of purpose, a determination to see this absurd journey through to the end. The bronze arena was a cacophony of gasps and guffaws as Yan stood motionless, his sleeves fluttering slightly in the breeze, while the gaunt man's
Pose and cloud.
hung in the air like a sickly green fog, now transformed into a steaming cup of tea that glowed faintly with an otherworldly shimmer. The crowd's laughter echoed like a thunderclap, but Jiang Yan's eyes flicked to his pocket watch, its hands twitching erratically as if counting the seconds before something catastrophic or absurd would occur. A faint vibration pulsed in his palm, where the fate-changing pen, usually dormant, now hummed with a low, resonant frequency, as though it had just discovered a new hobby. Across the arena, the gaunt man's robe fluttered unnaturally, and a scroll tucked into his belt began to glow with an eerie, pulsating light, its runes shifting from jagged poison symbols to something resembling a recipe for
Tea of the unseen. What in the name of the first flame is this?
The gaunt man barked, his voice cracking as he lunged forward, only to stumble as the ground beneath him rippled like water. Jiang Yan tilted his head, sipping the tea with a smirk.
You're welcome.
He said, his voice dripping with faux politeness.
I think your poison was just overcooked.
The gaunt man's eyes narrowed.
You think this is a joke. This is a fate changing skill. You've tampered with the very fabric of reality.
Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow.
Oh, I'm sorry, did I miss the memo? That poison cloud was a deadly spell. Because I thought it was a dessert.
The crowd erupted into laughter again, but Jay Yan's mind was elsewhere. His inner monologue buzzed with confusion and curiosity. Asterisk, why does the pocket watch keep twitching like it's counting something? And why does the fate-changing pen feel like it's excited? What if this isn't just a coincidence? What if the poison turning into tea is a clue? A test? A trap? Asterisk. He glanced at the gaunt man's glowing scroll, its runes now flickering with a strange, almost poetic symmetry. Asterisk, could this be a message from the past or a warning? Asterisk, his thoughts were interrupted as the ground beneath him shifted again, revealing a hidden stone door etched with runes that mirrored the ones on the scroll.
What's this?
He muttered, crouching to examine it. The runes glowed faintly and the door creaked open, revealing a dimly lit chamber filled with strange, half-finished contraptions, and a sign that read,
Welcome to the Academy of Absurd Professions, formerly known as the School of Catastrophic Mistakes.
Jiang Yan's eyes widened.
Wait, this is a workshop for people like me?
He turned back to the gaunt man, who was still shouting.
This is not how this is supposed to happen.
Jiang Yan grinned, his voice carrying a note of triumph.
Oh, but it is. It's just more delicious than you expected.
As the crowd's laughter faded into a low murmur, the pocket watch pulsed again, its image flickering with a glimpse of a future battle lone that had not yet happened. Jiasi Yan's heart skipped a beat. Asterisk anticipation. Asterisk, he thought, the word lingering like a sweet aftertaste.
What's next?
He whispered, the question hanging in the air, as the arena's lights dimmed, casting long shadows over the hidden chamber and the gaunt man's bewildered face. The bronze arena's air crackled with tension as Yan's pocket watch pulsed with an eerie blue light, its hands twitching like a nervous heartbeat. The final challenger, a gaunt figure draped in a cloak of shifting shadows, raised a skeletal hand. And the arena's ancient runes flared to life, their etched symbols glowing with a sickly green hue. Ja! Yan's eyes flicked to the runes, then to the challenger's outstretched hand, where a faintly glowing scroll hovered, its edges curling as if resisting the air.
You've seen this before.
The challenger hissed, his voice echoing with 1,000 overlapping whispers.
The Fet changing pen, the contrapt core, the scroll of the first modifier. You've touched them all.
Jiang Yan's fingers twitched toward his pocket watch, its glow intensifying.
I've touched a lot of things,
He muttered.
but none of them are yours.
The scroll shuddered, its ink bleeding into the air, forming a single word. Asterisk, Mavlai asterisk.
You think you're the first to twist fate.
The challenger sneered.
You're just a joke in a long line of failures.
Jiang Yan's lips curled.
I think I'm the first to make it taste like a cupcake. Modify.
He whispered, and the challenger's shadowy cloak rippled, transforming into a patchwork of fabric that looked suspiciously like a bakery apron. The arena erupted into laughter as the challenger's skeletal fingers morphed into doughy hands, kneading invisible dough.
What?
The challenger bellowed, his voice now a high-pitched squeak.
This is not how this is supposed to happen.
Jiang Yan grinned, his pocket watch's glow dimming slightly.
I think it's a new kind of magic. Call it Shadow Baker magic.
The challenger's apron flapped as he stumbled backward, his shadow now a collection of rolling pins and flour sacks.
You are making this harder than it needs to be.
He muttered, his voice muffled by the apron.
I think it's a new kind of asterisk challenge. Asterisk.
Jiang Yan replied, his eyes flicking to the glowing scroll, which had now vanished, leaving only a faint scent of cinnamon in the air. As the crowd's laughter faded, Yang Yan's pocket watch pulsed again, its hands twitching toward a new pattern. He frowned, his mind racing. Asterisk, Gomlai asterisk had always been his skill, but this felt different. The scroll's lingering scent, the challenger's mention of the fate, changing pen, the contract, core. Were these just random coincidences, or was there something deeper? He remembered the first time he'd used asterisk mogify asterisk when a fireball had turned into a candle. He'd laughed then too, but now the memory felt wrong, like a joke with a punchline he hadn't heard yet. His gaze drifted to the arena's ancient ruins, now dimming as the laughter died down. Asterisk, what if this isn't just a game? Asterisk, he thought. Asterisk, what if every time I twist a deadly spell into something harmless, I'm rewriting something bigger? Asterisk. The pocket watch's glow flickered, and for a moment he saw a glimpse of a future battle, his own hand, glowing with the same blue light, but this time the arena was empty. The sky split by a crack of lightning. He blinked, the vision gone.
Not now.
He muttered, shaking his head.
Not now.
The challenger's apron flapped as he stumbled toward the arena's edge, his shadow now a cluster of rolling pins.
This is not how this is supposed to happen.
He wailed, his voice echoing with a strange, hollow tone. Yen sighed, rubbing his temples.
I think it's a new kind of magic. Call it Shadow Baker magic.
The challenger's eyes widened as his apron morphed into a pastry chef's hat, complete with a tiny glowing star on the front.
You're making this harder than it needs to be.
He muttered, his voice muffled by the hat.
I think it's a new kind of asterisk challenge. Asterisk?
Jiang Yan replied, his eyes flicking to the arena's ancient ruins, which now pulsed with a faint rhythmic light. As the challenger stumbled backward, Jiang Yan's pocket watch glowed brighter, its hands twitching toward a new pattern. He stepped forward, his boots clicking against the arena's stone floor. The runes beneath his feet flared, their symbols shifting into something unfamiliars, something that looked like a recipe. Asterisk, Mawfly asterisk, he thought, and the runes shimmered, transforming into a stele that stood at the arena's center, its surface etched with glowing runes that pulsed in time with his watch. The crowd gasps as the stele's symbols rearranged themselves, forming a single word. Asterisk, legacy, asterisk, Jackie, Yen's breath caught. Asterisk, legacy, asterisk. He had heard that word before scrawled in the margins of an old scroll he'd found in a forgotten library, a scroll that had vanished the moment he'd touched it. His hand trembled as he reached for the stele, its surface warm beneath his fingers.
Modify.
He whispered, and the stele's runes flared, revealing a hidden chamber beneath the arena. The crowd's laughter faded into stunned silence as the ground cracked, revealing a vast underground workshop filled with glowing machinery, half-finished spellbooks, and a single, unmarked door. Jiang Yan's pocket watch pulsed, its glow matching the stele's. Asterisk. This is it. Asterisk, he thought. Asterisk, the beginning of something bigger than I ever imagined. Asterisk, the challenger's apron flapped as he stumbled toward the arena's edge, his shadow now a cluster of rolling pins.
This is not how this is supposed to happen.
He wailed, his voice echoing with a strange, hollow tone. Yan sighed, rubbing his temples.
I think it's a new kind of magic. Call it Shadow Baker magic.
The challenger's eyes widened as his apron morphed into a pastry chef's hat, complete with a tiny glowing star on the front.
You're making this harder than it needs to be.
He muttered, his voice muffled by the hat.
I think it's a new kind of asterisk. Challenge asterisk.
Jiang Yan replied, his eyes flicking to the arena's ancient runes, which now pulsed with a faint, rhythmic light. As the challenger stumbled backward, Jiang Yan's pocket watch glowed brighter, its hands twitching toward a new pattern. He stepped forward, his boots clicking against the arena's stone floor. The runes beneath his feet flared, their symbols shifting into something unfamiliars, something that looked like a recipe. Asterisk, Mawfly asterisk, he thought, and the runes shimmered, transforming into a stele that stood at the arena's center, its surface etched with glowing runes that pulsed in time with his watch. The crowd gasped as the stele's symbols rearranged themselves, forming a single word. Asterisk, legacy, asterisk, Jack. Yan's breath caught. Asterisk, legacy, asterisk. He had heard that word before scrawled in the margins of an old scroll he'd found in a forgotten library, a scroll that had vanished the moment he'd touched it. His hand trembled as he reached for the stele, its surface warm beneath his fingers.
Modify.
He whispered, and the stele's runes flared, revealing a hidden chamber beneath the arena. The crowd's laughter faded into stunned silence as the ground cracked, revealing a vast underground workshop filled with glowing machinery, half-finished spellbooks, and a single unmarked door. Jesse Yan's pocket watch pulsed, its glow matching the stele's. Asterisk. This is it. Asterisk, he thought. Asterisk. The beginning of something bigger than I ever imagined. Asterisk. The arena was a cacophony of laughter and confusion as the shadow clone cat meowed in a high-pitched squeak, pawing at the air with its tiny glowing eyes. Jassy Yan stood in the center. His face, a mix of exasperation and amusement, as he watched the feline version of the challenger circle him like a curious puppy. The crowd roared, some throwing popcorn into the air, others clutching their sides from laughter, while the original challenger stood frozen, his face pale as he stared at the swarm of cats now materializing around him.
This is not how this is supposed to happen.
He bellowed, his voice cracking as one of the cats leapt onto his shoulder and began licking his ear. Jahi. Nian chuckled, wiping a tear from his eye as he stepped forward.
You're right.
He said, his voice warm with mirth.
It's not supposed to happen, but it's happening now.
He turned to his allies, who stood at the edge of the arena, their faces lit with unrestrained joy. Li Wei, the ever-enthusiastic alchemist, was doubled over, his hands clapping so hard they looked like they might break.
You turned a deadly clone into a cat army.
He shouted, his voice trembling with laughter.
You're a genius, Jen.
Mai Ling, the stoic warrior, was no less amused, her lips twitching into a rare smile as she watched the cats pounce on the challenger's feet.
I've never seen anyone make a battle so cute.
She said, her voice tinged with disbelief. Yan grinned, his eyes sparkling with the thrill of the absurd.
It's not about being cute.
He said, his tone suddenly serious.
It's about turning the impossible into something that makes people laugh instead of cry.
His words hung in the air for a moment, before the crowd erupted once more into cheers, the sound echoing like thunder through the arena. As the laughter subsided, Jiang Yan turned to his allies, his expression softening. Li Wei, still wheezing from his mirth, clapped him on the back with a force that nearly sent him sprawling.
You know,
He said, his voice thick with admiration.
I used to think you were just some nobody with a ridiculous profession, but now I think you're the most brilliant person I've ever met. You take the worst of everything and turn it into something that makes people happy. That's not just skill, it's art.
Mei Ling, who had been watching the exchange with a small, knowing smile, stepped forward and placed a hand on Jiang Yan's shoulder.
You've saved us more times than you know.
She said, her voice quiet but firm.
When the guild was being attacked by those shadow clones, you turned them into cats and drove the enemy away. When the council tried to ban our profession, you turned their threats into pies and made them look like fools. You've never given up, even when the world told you to.
Her words struck a chord deep within Jiang Yan, and for a moment he felt the weight of her trust pressing against his chest. He looked at her, then at Li Wei, and the others who had stood by him through every absurd victory and every ridiculous defeat.
I don't know what I'd do without you.
He said, his voice barely above a whisper.
You've given me more than just support, you've given me a reason to keep going.
The moment was interrupted by a sudden commotion at the edge of the arena. A group of guild members rushed in, their faces pale and their voices frantic.
Jiang Yan,
One of them shouted.
there's a problem in the Eastern District. A group of rogue mages has taken over the old library, and they're using a forbidden spell to trap anyone who enters. They've already captured several of our people.
Jiang Yan's expression darkened as he processed the news, his mind racing.
A forbidden spell?
He asked, his voice sharp with concern.
What kind of spell?
The guild member hesitated before answering.
It's called the Void Bind. Once someone is caught in it, they're trapped in a state of endless silence, unable to speak or move. It's a curse that's been banned for centuries.
Jiang Yan's heart sank. He had heard of the spell before, a relic of an ancient war that had left entire villages in despair. If it was being used again, it could be catastrophic.
We need to stop them.
He said, his voice resolute.
But how?
Li Wei stepped forward, his eyes alight with determination.
You've turned deadly attacks into harmless absurdities before.
He said, his voice filled with confidence.
Maybe you can do it again. If you can turn a shadow clone into a cat, you can turn a forbidden spell into something else's something that can save those people.
Mei Ling nodded in agreement.
We'll help you,
She said.
no matter what it takes.
Jiang Yan looked at them, his eyes filled with gratitude and fear. He had always been the underdog, the one who had to rely on others to survive. But now, for the first time, he felt something different. He felt like he was part of something bigger, something that could change the world.
Then let's go.
He said, his voice steady.
We've got a curse to break.
As the group made their way to the eastern district, the weight of the mission settled heavily on Jiang Yan's shoulders. He had always relied on his
Modify.
skill to turn the impossible into the absurd, but this was different. This wasn't just about making people laugh, it was about saving lives. The thought of the cursed people trapped in endless silence filled him with a deep sense of dread. He clenched his fists, his mind racing with possibilities. Could he use his skill to turn the
Void bind.
into something harmless? Could he find a way to break the curse without causing more harm? He had no idea, but he knew one thing for certain: he couldn't do it alone. He looked at his allies, their faces lit with determination, and felt a surge of hope. They had always been there for him, through every ridiculous victory and every absurd defeat. Now, it was his turn to be there for them. He took a deep breath, his resolve hardening.
Whatever happens,
He said, his voice steady.
we'll face it together, no matter what.
The group arrived at the old library just as the sun was beginning to set, casting long shadows across the crumbling stone walls. The air was thick with tension, the once hallowed halls now filled with the eerie silence of the cursed. Jiang Yan stepped forward, his eyes scanning the area for any sign of the rogue mages. He could feel the weight of the curse pressing against him, a suffocating presence that made his skin crawl.
They're using the void bind on the trapped people.
He said, his voice low.
We need to find them before it's too late.
Li Wei nodded, his hands already moving to prepare a potion.
I'll try to break the curse.
He said, his voice filled with determination.
But it might take time.
Mai Ling stepped forward, her sword gleaming in the dim light.
I'll handle the mages.
She said, her voice firm.
You focus on the curse.
Jiang Yan nodded, his heart pounding. He had no idea how to break the curse, but he knew one thing: he couldn't let fear stop him. He closed his eyes, taking a deep breath, and whispered the words that had become his mantra.
Modify.
The air around him shimmered, the curse's oppressive presence wavering for a moment before shifting into something else. The cursed people began to move, their silence broken by a soft, melodic hum that filled the air. The mages, caught off guard, turned to look at Jiang Yan in shock.
What did you do?
One of them demanded, his voice trembling. Yan looked at them, his eyes filled with determination.
I turned the curse into a song.
He said, his voice steady.
Now it's time to stop you.
The arena was a cacophony of laughter and confusion as the muscular man with the flaming sword stood frozen, his weapon still raised, the fire mist swirling around him like a warm, glowing fog. Jesse Yan, his sleeves slightly singed from the harmless spray, wiped a smudge of soot from his cheek and grinned.
Guess I'll have to call these fire breath spray magic.
He said, his voice carrying over the din. The crowd roared, some clapping, others doubling over in laughter, while the muscular man's face turned red with frustration.
This is not how this is supposed to happen.
He bellowed, his voice cracking as he tried to summon another burst of fire. But instead of a torrent, a fine mist of fire particles drifted toward him, landing on his shoulders like a gentle, warm breeze. Jiang Yan tilted his head, watching as the man flailed, his flaming sword, now a dull, unimpressive stick.
Relax.
Jiang Yan said, stepping forward with a hand on his hip.
It's just a snack for the soul.
The crowd erupted again, and for a moment the arena felt less like a battlefield and more like a bizarre, absurd comedy show. Later, in the shadow of the arena's crumbling stone walls, Jiang Yan leaned against a pillar, his pockets full of snacks he'd collected from the previous battles. His allies Ling, a sharp-witted archer with a knack for sarcastic quips, and Zen, a burly but gentle warrior who had once saved Jiang Yan from a collapsing tower, joined him, their laughter echoing through the alley.
You know,
Ling said, her eyes gleaming with mischief.
if I had your modify skill, I'd turn every enemy into a giant cupcake. Imagine the chaos.
Zen chuckled, slapping Yang Yan's back so hard it nearly knocked him off the pillar.
You're a genius, Yan, even if you're the most useless guy I've ever met.
Jiang Yan grinned, the warmth of their approval settling in his chest.
Thanks, Zen, and you, Ling. I'd be dead without you two.
He paused, his voice softening.
Seriously, though, I don't know what I'd do if I failed you.
Ling rolled her eyes, but didn't let him finish.
You won't. We're not letting you fail.
As the group laughed, Yan's pocket watch glowed faintly, its hands twitching as if counting something unseen. He frowned, the warmth of his friend's presence suddenly feeling fragile, like a bubble that might pop if he wasn't careful. Asterisk. What if I let them down? Asterisk, he thought, his mind drifting to the memory of the first time he'd used his
Modify.
skill back then. He'd been laughed out of the arena, his abilities mocked as useless. Now, he was the one making others laugh, but at what cost? He looked at Ling and Zen, their faces lit by the fire mist still lingering in the air, and felt a surge of determination. Asterisk. No more failures. Not for me. Not for them. Asterisk. Just as the group began to disperse, a commotion erupted at the edge of the alley. A young boy, no older than 10, was cornered by two burly mercenaries, their weapons drawn and their eyes gleaming with malice.
Hand over the map.
One of them growled, his voice low and dangerous. The boy clutched a crumpled piece of parchment to his chest, his face pale with fear. Yan's heart clenched. He had seen this kind of scene before. Powerless children, adults with no regard for the weak. Without thinking, he stepped forward, his voice cutting through the tension.
Modify.
The mercenaries blinked as the boy's map shimmered, then shifted into a glowing, edible pastry.
What the?
One of them stammered, his eyes wide as the pastry floated toward him.
That's not a map.
Jiang Yan said, his tone laced with mock seriousness.
That's a mercenary map cake. It's not dangerous. It's just delicious.
The mercenaries stared, their weapons lowering as the pastry drifted toward them, its edges dusted with sugar and sprinkles. The boy let out a shaky breath, his eyes meeting Jiang Yan's.
Thank you.
He whispered, his voice trembling. Ling and Zen stepped forward, their expressions softening as they watched the scene unfold.
You're not just a joke.
Ling said quietly, her voice tinged with something Yan couldn't quite place.
You're a hero.
Zen nodded, his massive hand resting on Jiang Yan's shoulder.
We're proud of you.
The words hung in the air, heavy with meaning, and for the first time, Yan Perian felt the weight of his own power not as a burden, but as a gift. The mercenaries, now surrounded by floating pastries and the boys' nervous laughter, finally dropped their weapons.
We're sorry.
One of them muttered, his voice full of shame.
We didn't know.
As the group walked away, the pocket watch in Jiang Yan's pocket pulsed once more, its glow fading into the shadows. He didn't look back. For the first time, he wasn't just surviving. He was thriving, and with his friends by his side, he knew he never had to face anything alone. The bronze arena was a cacophony of murmurs and expectant gasps as Yan stepped into the ring, his usual smirk softening into a faint frown as he studied the young girl before him. Her glowing eyes flickered with determination, and the staff in her hands pulsed with a faint, eerie light. The crowd's energy hummed with anticipation. But Jayen's mind was elsewhere, his thoughts tangled in the strange behavior of his pocket watch. The device had been glowing faintly since the beginning of the tournament, but now, as the girl raised her hands and whispered,
Teleport.
it throbbed with a new intensity, its hands twitching like they were trying to escape. A sudden spark leapt from Zhang Yan's skill scroll, illuminating the air with a brief flash of gold. Across the arena, the fate-changing pen, which had lain dormant on the edge of the ring, rolled toward a peculiar rune etched into the stone floor. The arena went eerily quiet as a surge of mana rippled through the air, the scent of ozone sharp and electric. Jesse! Yan's eyes narrowed.
Modify.
He muttered, the word hanging in the air like a challenge. The shimmering portal that had formed before the girl froze mid-formation, then shifted into a glowing snacka, golden biscuit with a tiny glowing star on top. The girl's mouth dropped open as the snack floated toward Jiang Yan, her voice cracking with disbelief.
What?
She stammered, her staff trembling.
You're making this harder than it needs to be.
She whispered, her words tinged with frustration. Yan, meanwhile, tilted his head, a grin tugging at his lips.
I think I've just created the first ever teleport snapped magic. It's not deadly. It's just delicious.
His voice was light, but his eyes flicked toward the pocket watch, its glow intensifying.
Maybe it's not just a snack.
He mused aloud, his tone teasing, but his mind racing.
Maybe it's a key.
The girl's eyes widened.
A key to what?
She asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Yan didn't answer. Instead, he took a bite of the snack, his expression shifting from amusement to something deeper, something that made the pocket watch's glow pulse like a heartbeat. The arena, which had been silent for a moment, erupted into laughter, but Jackie Yan's thoughts were already elsewhere, his mind replaying the strange vision that had appeared on the watch's face, a glimpse of a future battle, one that had not yet happened. He felt the flicker of anticipation, a strange warmth in his chest that had nothing to do with the snack. The pocket watch had started to show something more than just the past. It was showing the future, and for the first time, Yan felt something other than amusement. He felt prepared. The bronze arena had never felt so still. Yan's fingers hovered over the skill scroll in his hand, its edges flickering with an odd, unsteady glow. A sudden spark leapt from the parchment, illuminating the runes etched into the arena floor, as if the very air had held its breath. Across the ring, the final Chalajera, towering figure, clad in obsidian armor and wielding a blade that shimmered like liquid shadow, raised his weapon. But his eyes flicked toward the fate-changing pen that had rolled across the ground, its tip now hovering over a strange spiraling rune. The crowd's murmurs had died to a low hum, as though the world itself was waiting. Jai. Yan exhaled slowly, his gaze drifting to his pocket watch, which pulsed with a rhythm that felt both foreign and familiar. He had faced every absurd challenge the arena could throw at him: explosion pies, frost puffs, lightning, lollipops. But this felt different. The air was thick with a tension that had nothing to do with magic or combat. It was the kind of silence that preceded a revelation, and for the first time, Jiang Yan wondered if his tasks,
Useless.
profession, might be more than just desert demmed.
Still, think your skills useless, huh?
The final challenger's voice boomed, his blade slicing through the air with a sound like tearing silk.
I've heard stories about you, how you turn fire into cakes and frost into fluff. But this is the real test.
He took a step forward, the ground beneath him crackling with dark energy. Jiang Yan tilted his head, a faint smirk tugging at his lips.
Oh, I think I've got a few surprises left. Like how I turned your explosion into a pie or your poison cloud into a cup of tea.
He gestured toward the pocket watch in his hand, its hands twitching as if counting something unseen.
You know, I've been wondering what happens if you try to fight someone who's already won.
The challenger's eyes narrowed, but before he could respond, a soft chime echoed through the arena, and the fate-changing pen snapped into place over the rune.
Hey, Jiang Yan,
A voice called from the crowd. It was Liang, the arena's announcer, his usual cheerful tone laced with something uncharacteristically serious.
you remember that contract core we found in the old ruins? The one you said was broken?
Jiang Yan blinked, his mind racing. The contract coret's shattered fragments had been buried in the arena's foundation for years, but now, as the pen settled over the rune, he felt a strange pull in his chest.
Yeah,
He said slowly.
but that thing was just a relic. It didn't do anything.
Zhang shook his head, his eyes flicking toward the pocket watch.
Maybe not, but I think it's starting to.
Jiang Yan's fingers tightened around the skill scroll as the arena's silence deepened. The pocket watch's glow intensified, its hands spinning wildly before settling into a pattern that looked almost like a heartbeat. He could feel it now, the weight of something vast and unknowable pressing against his mind, like a memory not his own. The final challenger's blade hovered inches from his throat, but Jayan didn't flinch. Instead, he whispered,
Modify.
and the world seemed to hold its breath again. The air shimmered, and the challenger's blade froze mid-swing, its dark energy unraveling into a cascade of golden threads. Jack! Yan's eyes widened as the pocket watch's face flickered, revealing a vision of the future. The final challenger standing in the same arena, but older, his armor cracked and his blade dulled. Behind him, a figure cloaked in shadows raised a hand, and the arena erupted in flames. Jahi. Yan's breath caught. This wasn't just a prophecy, was a warning. The pocket watch's glow pulsed once more, and the vision vanished, leaving only the sound of the challenger's confused muttering.
What the what just happened?
Jiang Yan's mind reeled. He had always thought of his skill as a joke, a way to turn deadly attacks into absurd, harmless things. But now, as the pocket watch's light dimmed and the arena's silence returned, he felt something shift within him. The contract core, the rune, the fate-changing pennant was all connected, and he was at the center of it. The underdog who had turned explosions into pies and frost into fluff was no longer just a joke. He was a thread in a tapestry far larger than he had ever imagined. And for the first time, he wasn't laughing. He was listening. The final challenger took a step back, his blade trembling as the dark energy around it flickered and died.
You're not even trying to fight me.
He said, his voice tinged with disbelief. Yan shrugged, his usual easygoing smirk returning.
Why fight when I can just turn your attack into a cake?
He raised his hand, and the air around the challenger's blade shimmered.
Modify.
He said, and the blade transformed into a giant golden cupcake, its frosting glistening in the arena's light. The challenger stared, his mouth hanging open.
What the?
He shouted, but before he could react, the cupcake floated toward him, its sprinkles swirling like a miniature storm. The crowd erupted into laughter, but Jiang Yan's eyes remained fixed on the pocket watch. The vision had been clear: the future battle, the shadowy figure, the flames. He had no idea what it meant, but one thing was certain: hiss.
Useless.
Profession was anything but. It was a key, a weapon, a shield, and as the final challenger scrambled to avoid the cupcake, Jan felt a strange sense of calm, the absurdity of it. All the pies, the cakes, the lollipops had always been his strength now. It was his destiny. Jiang Yan stepped into the midair arena, the resonant stone in his pocket, pulsing faintly with a soft blue glow, as if it were aware of the chaos it was about to unleash. The air around him felt charged, the ground beneath his feet humming with an almost imperceptible vibration. A nearby stone tablet, half buried in the arena's edge, shimmered with runes that flickered between visible and invisible, as though the ancient script was trying to communicate something long forgotten. Jiang Yan's fingers brushed the edge of the fate-changing pen tucked into his belt, and it gave a low, resonant hum, like a tuning fork struck by an unseen hand. The audience murmured, their curiosity piqued by the strange phenomena. But none could have guessed that the resonant stone's glow was about to grow brighter, its energy syncing with the chaotic rhythm of the arena itself.
Modify.
Jiang Yan whispered, his voice barely audible over the crowd's murmurs. The resonant stone's glow intensified, casting an eerie light across the arena floor. The elemental mage, a towering figure with a reputation for unleashing fireballs that could reduce mountains to ash, raised his hands, and a ball of fire formed in the air.
Fireball.
He muttered, his voice a low growl. The fireball pulsed with heat, its core a searing inferno. But as it began to descend, the resonant stone's glow flared, and the fireball shuddered, its edges fraying into a cascade of tiny, harmless fire. Crackers that burst midair, releasing a shower of sparks and the faint scent of gunpowder. The audience gasped, then erupted into laughter as the mage stood frozen, his face reddening.
Oops.
Jiang Yan said, shrinking as he adjusted his stance.
Looks like my fireball skill is asterisk firecracker asterisk now. I guess it's not as flashy as I thought.
His voice carried a tone of mock regret, but his eyes gleamed with mischief. The mage, still stunned, attempted to summon another attack, but Jackie Yan was already moving. He dodged the next burst of flames, which now looked suspiciously like a pile of glowing coconuts. The arena exploded with laughter as the mage's face turned even redder.
Sorry about the firecrackers.
Jiang Yan called out, his voice light and teasing.
But I'm just trying to make the best of my asterisk. Useless asterisk profession.
The announcer, barely containing his own amusement, declared Jiang Yan the winner. As he stepped out of the arena, Jiang Yan couldn't help but smile. He had just taken his first step into the midair world, and already the absurdity of his situation was proving to be his greatest weapon.
Did you see that?
The announcer's voice trembled as he introduced the next opponent, a sword saint whose name was whispered with reverence across Yunxiao City.
This warrior's aura alone sends shivers down the spines of onlookers.
Jiang Yan, ever the opportunist, reached for the resonance stone.
Modify,
He muttered. The sword saint raised his blade, and the shimmering aura surrounded him.
sword aura.
He intoned, his voice deep and commanding, but as the aura expanded, it flickered, then transformed into a golden glow that radiated the scent of fried chicken. The audience gasped as the warrior's blade suddenly dropped to the ground, covered in what looked suspiciously like a pile of snacks.
Looks like your sword aura skill is now. Asterisk sword snack asterisk.
Jiang Yan said, leaning against the arena's edge, grinning.
Guess I'm just a useless guy who can't even wield a proper sword.
The sword saint blinked, then looked down at his weapon.
What is this?
Jiang Yan shrugged, his voice laced with faux humility.
I'm just trying to make the best of my useless profession. You know, it's not every day you get to fight a sword saint who's basically a walking buffet.
The audience roared with laughter, and the sword saint, now more confused than angry, attempted to resummon his aura, but it only produced more snacks.
Wait a second.
Jiang Yan muttered to himself, his mind racing.
Why does the resonance stone keep turning these skills into things that smell like fried chicken? Is there a connection to the fate-changing pen, or maybe the contract core? I've heard rumors about the Fate Changer, a legendary Bapig that could rewrite destinies, but this is absurd. I mean, asterisk snacks. Asterisk. Who would have thought that the key to victory would be a pile of fried chicken?
He shook his head, a flicker of curiosity mixed with confusion.
But then again, if the runes on that stone tablet were trying to tell me something, maybe it's not a coincidence that every modified skill ends up with that golden glow and that smell. What if the resonance stone isn't just a tool, it's a key to something bigger, something ancient and forgotten?
As he pondered, the arena's atmosphere shifted again. The stone tablet at the edge of the arena began to glow faintly, its runes flickering in a pattern that seemed almost deliberate. Hanzei Yan's eyes narrowed.
Is this a message? A warning? Or just another one of those absurd coincidences that keep happening to me?
He took a step closer, the fate-changing pen vibrating in his hand.
Whatever it is, I guess I'll have to find out. After all, if my useless asterisk profession is going to keep turning hidier skills into snacks, I might as well embrace the absurdity.
The sword saint, still struggling to resummon his aura, turned to Jiang Yan with a mix of confusion and irritation.
What did you do to my skill?
Jiang Yan leaned against the arena's edge, grinning.
Looks like your sword aura skill is now. Asterisk sword, snack asterisk.
He shrugged.
Guess I'm just a useless guy who can't even wield a proper sword.
The audience roared with laughter, and Yan for the first time felt a flicker of pride. He had just defeated a sword saint with nothing but his useless asterisk profession. But as the laughter died down, a strange sensation prickled at the back of Jiang Yan's neck. The stone tablet's glow had intensified, its runes now forming a pattern that looked eerily similar to the ones on the resonance stone.
This isn't just a coincidence.
He muttered, his voice barely above a whisper.
Here's something ancient, and I think I just found the first clue to why my profession is so useless.
As the announcer called for the next match, Jassy, Yan's mind raced with possibilities. Was the resonance stone linked to the fate-changing pen? Was the contract core involved in this strange phenomenon? And what did the glowing runes on the stone tablet mean? He had no answers. But one thing was certain. His journey was only just beginning, and the absurdity of his situation was far from over. Jiang Yan stood in the mid-tier arena, his resonant stone glowing faintly in his palm as the announcer's voice trembled.
Introducing our next opponent, the legendary Sword Saint, Master Luacra, whose aura alone has shattered mountains.
The crowd erupted into a cacophony of cheers and gasps as the sword saint strode forward, his blade gleaming with an otherworldly sheen. Jiang Yan's eyes flicked to the contract, core strapped to his wrist, which pulsed with a low, rhythmic hum, as if whispering secrets to him. The faint, changing pen in his pocket vibrated slightly, sending a tingling sensation up his arm, though he had no idea why. He adjusted his posture, his mind racing. This was the same sword saint who had once nearly cleaved him in two during a training exercise until his resonant stone had turned the blade into a harmless butter knife. A memory surfaced, the old master's cryptic words.
The Faith Changer's power isn't about strength, but about absurdity.
Jiang Yan chuckled to himself.
Guess I'll have to see if that still holds true.
The sword saint raised his blade, a shimmering aura of steel and fury surrounding him.
Sword aura.
He intoned, his voice like thunder. Jian's fingers tightened around the resonant stone.
Modify.
He muttered, and the world seemed to hold its breath. The aura flickered, then transformed into a golden glow that radiated the scent of fried chicken. The crowd gasped as the sword saint's blade clattered to the ground, now covered in a pile of snacks.
What is this?
The sword saint asked, his voice trembling. Yan leaned against the arena's edge, grinning.
Looks like your sword aura skill is now asterisk sword snack asterisk.
He shrugged.
Guess I'm just a useless guy who can't even wield a proper sword.
The sword saint blinked, then turned to Jiang Yan.
How did you do this? This isn't possible. My aura is bound to the very essence of the Sword Saint's legacy.
Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow.
Lurdsy? Oh, I'm sorry, but I think your legacy just got upgraded to snack.
The crowd roared with laughter, and Jayan felt a flicker of pride. But as the sword saint attempted to resummon his aura, the arena's floor cracked, revealing a hidden chamber filled with glowing runes and strange artifacts.
Wait,
Jiang Yan muttered, his eyes widening.
that's a stele with modified runes. What does that mean?
His inner monologue spiraled. Asterisk, is this the workshop of the Fate Changer? Or just another absurd twist in my useless profession's journey? Asterisk, he shook his head, grinning.
Guess I'll have to find out. After all, if I can turn a Sword Saint's aura into snacks, maybe I can turn this whole chamber into a buffet.
The sword saint, now more confused than angry, attempted to resummon his aura, but it only produced more snacks. The audience roared with laughter, and Jiang Yan, for the first time, felt a flicker of pride. He had just defeated a sword saint with nothing but his useless asterisk profession. But as he stepped out of the arena, the contract corps' hum grew louder, and the fat changing pen vibrated violently, as if warning him of something far greater. Asterisk, what's next? Asterisk, he wondered, a mix of excitement and dread bubbling in his chest. Asterisk, maybe the next opponent will be a dragonor, a god, but until then, I'll just keep turning their powers into snacks. Asterisk, Jiang Yan stepped into the mid-tier arena, the air around him crackling with anticipation. The crowd roared as the announcer's voice boomed.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the grandest duel of the season. Our opponent is the fearsome Ice Magade, known for his devastating Frost Nova.
The Ice Magade, a tall figure draped in a shimmering blue robe, raised his hands, and a wave of frigid energy surged from his palms, freezing the arena floor in an instant. The audience gasped, some shivering as the cold seeped into their bones. Jiang Yan adjusted his posture, his eyes gleaming with mischief. He reached into his pocket, gripping the resonance stone tightly.
Modify.
He whispered, and the frost nova flickered like a candle in the wind. Instead of a deadly wave of ice, the attack transformed into a dazzling display of ice sculptures, tiny dragons, snowmen, and even a perfectly carved replica of the arena itself. The audience erupted into laughter, the ice meg's face turning red as the sculptures began to dance midair, twirling like an absurd ballet.
Oops.
Jiang Yan said, grinning.
Looks like your Frost Nova skill is now Asterisk Frost Nova Go. Asterisk, I guess I'm just a useless guy who can't even freeze things properly.
The ice mage blinked, his confusion evident as the ice sculptures multiplied, creating a surreal spectacle that left the crowd in stitches.
Jiang Yan, are you sure this is the best idea?
Xiao Lin, his ever loyal ally, asked, her voice tinged with both amusement and concern. She stood at the edge of the arena, her arms crossed as she watched the chaos unfold.
I mean, turning an enemy's attack into a bunch of dancing ice sculptures. That's not exactly a battle strategy.
Jiang Yan chuckled, his eyes still fixed on the ice mage.
Strategy? Nah, Xiao Lin. This is just fun. I mean, look at this. The ice mage trying to summon another frost nova, but all he's getting is a pile of ice snacks. This is the kind of chaos I live for. Besides, the resonance stone's been acting up lately. I think it's trying to make everything as absurd as possible. Who knew a useless profession could be so useless in the best way?
Zhao Ling groaned, shaking her head.
You're going to get yourself disqualified. You know that? The judges are already laughing so hard they're crying. This isn't a competition, it's a circus.
Jiang Yan grinned, his confidence unwavering.
Exactly. A circus where I'm the star, and the ice mage is just the punchline.
As the ice mage attempted to resummon his frost nova, the air around him shimmered with a strange golden glow. The audience gasped, their laughter fading into stunned silence. The ice mage's hands trembled as the energy he summoned transformed into a pile of ice snackstiny, glittering cubes that sparkled like diamonds. The arena erupted into chaos as the snacks rained down, some landing on the ice mage's head, others bouncing off his robe like playful snowflakes.
What is this?
The ice mage asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Yan leaned against the arena's edge, his grin widening.
Looks like your Frost Nova skill is now Asterisk Frost Nova Go. Asterisk.
He shrugged, his tone dripping with mock innocence.
Guess I'm just a useless guy who can't even freeze things properly.
The ice mage's face turned an even deeper shade of red, his confusion giving way to frustration. He tried again, his hands moving in frantic gestures, but the energy he summoned only produced more snacks, each one more absurd than the last. A snowman with a tiny hat made of ice chips rolled across the arena, followed by a dragon that seemed to be made entirely of frozen candy. Meanwhile, Jackie Yan's inner monologue buzzed with a mix of surprise and exhilaration. Asterisk, who knew the resonance stone could turn a deadly frost nova into a parade of ice snacks? I mean, I've been using this thing for weeks, and I still don't understand how it works. One moment I'm dodging a fireball. The next I'm tripping over a modified gear that looks like a giant rubber chicken. But this is gold. The Ice Mage face is priceless, and the crowd's laughing so hard, I think they're about to fall off their seats. I guess being a useless guy isn't so bad when you can turn the most powerful attacks into a comedy show. Just don't let the judges catch. Methys is the first time I've ever seen them laugh so much, and I don't want to be the reason they lose their composure. Still, I can't help but feel a little proud. Maybe this is what the resonance stone was meant for, to make the absurd the norm. Who needs a real power when you've got a bunch of dancing ice sculptures and a snack pile that's bigger than the ice mage himself? Asterisk, the chaos only escalated as the ice mage, desperate to regain control, attempted to summon a new attack. But the resonance stone had other plans. Instead of a wave of ice, the arena was suddenly filled with a barrage of modified,
Spud missiles.
tiny, glowing potatoes that zoomed through the air like fireworks. Jiang Yan ducked and weaved, his movements as erratic as the missiles themselves.
Oh no, not Spud missiles.
He shouted, dodging one that narrowly missed his head. Zhao Lin, watching from the sidelines, couldn't help but laugh.
You're going to die. You know that?
She called out.
I mean, Spud missiles. That's not even a real attack. That's more like a prank.
Jiang Yan, still dodging, grinned as he rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding another missile.
Hey, it's not a prank, it's an asterisk. Tactical asterisk prank. I mean, look at this. The Ice Mage trying to summon a Frost Nova, but all he's getting is a bunch of spuds. This is the kind of chaos I live for. Besides, I've got the Resonance Stone on my side. Who needs a real skill when you've got a bunch of spuds that can take down a heightier combatant?
Xiaoling groaned, shaking her head.
You're going to get yourself disqualified. You know that.
As the Spud missiles continued their chaotic flight, the Ice Magus' frustration reached its peak. He raised his hands again, his aura flaring with a desperate intensity.
This is ridiculous.
He shouted, his voice echoing through the arena.
I can't believe this is happening. I'm a heightier combatant, not some asterisk ice snack bender. Asterisk.
Jiang Yan, still dodging, turned to face him, his grin unwavering.
Hey, don't be so dramatic.
He said, his tone mocking.
You're not a snack vendorier or a asterisk frost nova go. Asterisk and I'm just a useless guy who can't even freeze things properly. But hey, at least I've got the resonance stone on my side. You've got, whatever this is, a bunch of spuds and a pile of snacks. That's got to be worth something, right?
The Ice Magade, now completely exasperated, threw his hands up in defeat.
I give up. This is absurd. I can't believe I'm losing to a guy who turns my attacks into a comedy show.
The audience erupted into laughter once more, their earlier shock giving way to pure, unfiltered joy. As the match came to an end, the announcer's voice trembled with barely contained excitement.
Ladies and gentlemen, the winner is Jiang Yan.
The crowd roared, their cheers echoing through the arena. Yan, still grinning, stepped out of the arena, his heart pounding with a mix of nerves and exhilaration. He had just taken his first step into the meteor world, and already the absurdity of his situation was proving to be his greatest weapon. Jiang Yan stood in the meteor arena, the air crackling with electricity as the lightning user raised his hands, a storm of energy swirling around him. The announcer's voice trembled as he introduced the warrior, whose name was whispered with reverence across Yunxiao City. The lightning user's eyes gleamed with confidence as he muttered,
Lightning bolt.
and a jagged arc of electricity shot towards Yan, the air humming with destructive potential. But Jiang Yan, ever the opportunist, reached into his pocket and pulled out the resonance stone, his fingers brushing over its smooth surface as he whispered.
Modify.
The lightning bolt flickered, then transformed into a cascade of tiny electric bolts that danced in the air like fireflies, illuminating the arena in a surreal glow. The audience gasped as the bolts created a dazzling display of light, illuminating the arena in a surreal glow. The lightning user blinked, then turned to Jiang Yan, his face a mix of confusion and disbelief.
What is this?
He asked, his voice tinged with frustration. Yan leaned against the arena's edge, grinning as he watched the electric bolts twirl around the arena, creating a chaotic yet mesmerizing spectacle.
Looks like your lightning bolt skill is now. Asterisk lightning bolt go. Asterisk.
He called out, his voice carrying over the murmurs of the crowd.
Guess I'm just a useless guy who can't even wield lightning properly.
The lightning user, now more confused than angry, attempted to resummon his attack, but the electric bolts only multiplied, creating a surreal spectacle that left the audience in stitches. As the bolts danced, a familiar voice called out from the sidelines.
Jiang Yan, are you sure that's the best idea?
It was Li Wei, his childhood friend and occasional ally, who had been watching the match with a mix of awe and concern.
You're turning a devastating attack into a light show. What if he actually asterisk uses asterisk that?
Jiang Yan chuckled, his eyes gleaming with mischief.
Relax. Li Wei. This isn't just a light show. It's a asterisk disaster. Asterisk waiting to happen. Watch.
He gestured toward the lightning user, who was now frantically trying to summon another attack, only for his hands to produce a swarm of tiny electric bolts that zipped around him like a swarm of bees.
See? He can't even control it anymore. It's like he's been cursed with the worst kind of magic asterisk fun. Asterisk magic.
Li Wei groaned, rubbing his temples.
You're going to get us all killed? You know that? Or at least get us all laughed out of the arena.
Jiang Yan grinned, his confidence unshaken.
Nah, I think we're already halfway there. Besides, I've got a plan.
He turned back to the lightning user, who was now frantically dodging the electric bolts that had begun to orbit him like a chaotic halo.
You're not going to win with that, are you?
Jiang Yan asked, his voice dripping with mock sympathy.
I mean, you're just a useless guy who can't even wield lightning properly.
The lightning user's face turned red with rage, but before he could respond, Yan's resonance stone pulsed again, and the arena suddenly filled with a low, resonant hum. The mana in the air thickened, the ground trembling as the energy from the modified lightning bolts began to overload the arena's magical infrastructure. A sudden burst of light erupted from the center of the arena, sending a wave of energy rippling outward, causing the audience to stumble back in surprise.
Oh no!
Li Wei muttered, his eyes wide.
That's not good. The mana levels are spiking. This could blow the arena to pieces.
Jiang Yan, however, was unfazed, his eyes alight with excitement.
Perfect. Now the whole place is a disaster zone. This is the best part.
He turned to Li Wei, his grin widening.
You know, I've always wanted to see what happens when a mana overloaded arena meets a lightning user who can't control his own power.
Li Wei groaned again, but there was no stopping Jiang Yan now. The lightning user, realizing the situation was spiraling out of control, tried to flee, but the electric bolts had already formed a barrier around him, trapping him in a chaotic vortex of light.
I'm not done yet.
Jiang Yan, said his voice carrying over the din of the crowd. He reached into his pocket again, his fingers brushing against the resonant stone as he muttered.
Modify.
The arena trembled as the mana overload reached its peak, and suddenly the electric bolts transformed into a swarm of glowing spuds that shot toward the lightning user like miniature missiles. The audience erupted into laughter as the spuds hit their target, exploding in a shower of harmless sparks and a faint scent of fried potatoes.
Oops.
Jiang Yan said, grinning as he watched the lightning user trip over his own feet, the spuds bouncing off him in a comically chaotic dance.
Looks like your lightning bolt skill is now. Asterisk spud missile asterisk.
He shrugged, his voice laced with playful mockery.
Guess I'm just a useless guy who can't even wield lightning properly.
The lightning user, now more confused than angry, attempted to resummon his attack, but the spuds only multiplied, creating a surreal spectacle that left the audience in stitches. As the match came to an end, the announcer, barely containing his own amusement, declared Jiang Yan the winner. As he stepped out of the arena, Yang couldn't help but smile. He had just taken another step into the midier world, and already the absurdity of his situation was proving to be his greatest weapon. His inner monologue buzzed with a mix of surprise and determination.
Who knew modifying skills could be this much fun? I mean, I expected a few laughs, but this is gold. The resonant stone is amazing, turning deadly attacks into harmless chaos. I can't believe I'm the one doing this. Maybe I'm not as useless as I thought. Or maybe I'm asterisk useless, and that's why I'm so good at this. Either way, I'm loving it. The arena's mana overload was a bonus, but the spuds, that was pure genius. I should have done that earlier. Next time, I'll make sure to add a few more surprises. This is just the beginning. Who's next? I can't wait to see what kind of absurdity I can unleash next.
As he walked away, the crowd's laughter still echoing in his ears, Jiang Yan felt a flicker of pride. He had just defeated a lightning user with nothing but his useless asterisk profession, and for the first time, he wasn't sure if he was the underdog or the one pulling the strings. Jiang Yan stepped into the mid-tier arena, the air around him crackling with a strange energy that made the resonant stone in his pocket hum faintly, the fate-changing pen tucked into his belt vibrated as if sensing a long-forgotten memory, while the contract core on his wrist pulsed with a low, rhythmic hum that seemed to sync with the heartbeat of the arena itself. The announcer's voice trembled as he introduced the time manipulator, a figure draped in robes that shimmered like liquid silver, his hands glowing with the eerie blue light of temporal energy.
Time slow.
The manipulator intoned, and the arena's air grew heavy, as if the very fabric of reality was being pulled taut. Yen's eyes flicked to the resonant stone, then to the faintly glowing skill scroll etched into the ground near the arena's edge, its runes shifting like sand in a desert storm.
Modify.
He muttered, and the time manipulator's aura flickered, the blue light twisting into a golden glow that radiated the scent of fried chicken. The audience gasped, then erupted into laughter as the manipulator's aura collapsed into a pile of snacks.
Oops.
Jiang Yan said, grinning as he leaned against the arena's edge.
Looks like your time slow skill is now. Asterisk time. Snack asterisk.
The manipulator blinked his expression, a mix of confusion and disbelief.
What is this?
He asked, his voice trembling. Jiang Yan tilted his head, the fate-changing pen vibrating in his belt.
Guess I'm just a useless guy who can't even manipulate time properly.
he said, his tone light but his eyes sharp. The manipulator's aura flickered again, and the snacks multiplied, covering the arena in a golden tide of fried chicken and rice cakes. The audience roared with laughter. But Yan's mind was elsewhere, his thoughts drifting to the contract core's hum and the strange glow of the skill scroll. Asterisk, could this be a clue? Asterisk, he wondered. Asterisk, why does the resonance stone react to the manipulator's aura like this? And what's with the fried chicken scent? Asterisk, he shook his head, pushing the thoughts aside as the manipulator attempted to resummon his attack, only to be met with a cascade of snacks that exploded into confitite bits of golden rice.
You know,
Jiang Yan said, his voice cutting through the chaos.
I've always wondered about the legends of the Fate Changer. They say he could rewrite destinies with a single stroke, but I guess even he couldn't have predicted this.
The manipulator stared at him, his confusion deepening.
What are you talking about?
He asked, his voice tinged with frustration. Yan shrugged, his grin widening.
Just a guy who's been told he's useless, turns out useless, is kind of a power, huh?
As the audience's laughter echoed through the arena, Yan's gaze drifted to the skill scroll on the ground, its runes now glowing brighter than before. As if responding to his words, he reached down, brushing his fingers against the stone, and the contract core on his wrist flared to life, its hum growing louder. Asterisk, this isn't just a coincidence. Asterisk, he thought, his curiosity piqued. Asterisk, there's something here, something the legends didn't mention. Maybe the Fate Changer's story is just the beginning. Asterisk, his mind raced with possibilities as the manipulator's aura collapsed into another pile of snacks. The arena's floor now littered with golden fried chicken and rice cakes that seemed to glow with an otherworldly light.
You're not making any sense.
The manipulator said, his voice rising.
What is this? What are you doing?
Jiang Yan turned to him, his expression calm, but his eyes alight with a strange determination.
I'm just doing what I do best.
He said, his voice carrying a note of defiance.
Making the best of my asterisk, useless asterisk profession.
The manipulator opened his mouth to argue, but the snacks beneath his feet began to shift, forming into a strange pattern that mirrored the runes on the skill scroll. Jasi. Yan's heart pounded as he realized what was happening. Asterisk. This isn't just a modification. Asterisk, he thought. Asterisk, this is a key, a clue to something bigger. Asterisk, he stepped forward, the fate-changing pen vibrating in his belt, the contract core humming in his wrist, and the resonance stone in his pocket glowing faintly. The arena's air was thick with tension. The audience laughter fading into a stunned silence as the snacks beneath the manipulator's feet began to rise, forming a floating staircase that spiraled upward into the shadows of the arena's ceiling.
What is this?
The manipulator asked, his voice trembling.
What is happening?
Jiang Yan's eyes gleamed with a mixture of excitement and fear.
I think
He said slowly.
we just found a way to unlock the next chapter of my story.
As the staircase solidified, the skill scroll's runes flared with a blinding light, and the contract core's hum grew louder, resonating with the strange energy that now filled the arena. The manipulator took a step back, his confusion giving way to a dawning realization.
This isn't just a modification.
He said, his voice low.
This is a gateway.
Jiang Yan's grin widened as he stepped onto the staircase, the resonance stone in his pocket glowing brighter than ever.
Guess I'm not the only one who's been told I'm useless.
He said, his voice carrying a note of triumph.
But I guess even the most useless professions can lead to the greatest adventures.
As the staircase rose into the shadows, the audience's laughter returned, but now it was tinged with awe, the realization that Jiang Yan's absurd victories were just the beginning of something far greater. The fate-changing pen vibrated one last time, the contract chorus hum fading into the background, and the resonance stone's glow dimming as the staircase disappeared into the darkness, leaving behind a trail of golden snacks that shimmered like stardust. Jiang Yan stood at the edge of the arena, his heart racing, his mind alight with possibilities. Asterisk, the legends of the Fate Changer were just the beginning. Asterisk, he thought, his eyes gleaming with determination. Asterisk, and I'm just getting started. Asterisk, Jiang Yan stepped into the mid-tier arena, the air crackling with anticipation as the announcer's voice trembled.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next match is a high-tier teleporter. The feared Shadow Strider, a combatant whose mastery of spatial manipulation has left entire battalions in ruins.
The crowd's murmurs swelled into a cacophony of awe and dread as the teleporter materialized on the arena's edge, his presence warping the air like a mirage. Jolly, Yan adjusted his posture, his fingers twitching toward the resonant stone tucked in his pocket. The stone pulsed faintly, its surface etched with runes that seemed to shift like liquid under his gaze. A strange vibration hummed in his palm, as if the fate-changing pen hidden in his satchel had awakened, its metallic nib twitching like a nervous animal. Jackie, Yan's mind raced. He had no idea why the resonant stone was reacting so strongly now, but the announcer's next words sent a chill down his spine.
His signature move, teleport, is said to be so fast it can bypass even the most advanced defensive spells. Prepare for the impossible.
Jiang Yan's eyes narrowed. He had faced fire mages, sword saints, and time manipulators, but this was different. The teleporter's aura shimmered, a kaleidoscope of shifting shadows and light, and Jiang Yan felt a strange pull in his chest, as if the very fabric of the arena was about to unravel. He whispered,
Modify.
and the resonant stone flared, its glow intensifying until it seemed to burn through the air itself.
Teleport.
The teleporter intoned, his voice a low, resonant hum that made the arena's floor tremble. A shimmering vortex of light erupted at his feet, spiraling upward like a miniature black hole. The crowd gasped as the teleporter vanished in a flash, his form dissolving into 1,000 points of light that scattered across the arena. Jesse, Yan's heart pounded. He had no idea what to expect until the air around him filled with the unmistakable scent of fried chicken. The vortex collapsed, and in its place lay a pile of golden, crispy snacks, their edges glistening with a strange, iridescent sheen. The teleporter reappeared, blinking in confusion as he stared at the pile of snacks that had replaced his devastating spatial rift.
What is this?
He muttered, his voice tinged with disbelief. Yan leaned against the arena's edge, a grin spreading across his face.
Looks like your teleport skill is now asterisk teleport go. Asterisk.
He shrugged, his tone casual.
Guess I'm just a useless guy who can't even teleport properly.
The crowd erupted into laughter, but Jayan's mind was elsewhere. He had noticed something odd. The resonant stone's glow had not faded, and the fate-changing pen in his satchel now vibrated with a frequency that matched the teleporter's aura. Had this been a coincidence, or was there something deeper at play? The announcer's voice cracked as he struggled to contain his mirth.
This is impossible. The Shadow Strider's teleport has been transformed into a pile of snacks. What is this sorcery?
The teleporter, now more confused than angry, attempted to resummon his aura, but the shimmering vortex that formed was no longer a portlet, was a golden fried chicken-shaped orb that hovered in the air, emitting a faint, greasy aroma. The audience roared with laughter, and Jiang Yan felt a flicker of pride. He had just defeated a hightier combatant with nothing but his useless profession. But as the laughter died down, a strange sensation prickled at the back of his neck. The resonant stone's glow had dimmed, but the fate-changing pen's vibrations had intensified, and for a fleeting moment, Jiang Yan thought he saw the teleporter's aura flicker with something ancient. A memory surfaced unbidden, a childhood tale his grandmother had told him, of a forgotten Bapik that could rewrite the fabric of reality itself. He had dismissed it as a bedtime story, but now, standing in the arena, he wondered if it had been more than that. As the crowd's laughter faded, Yan's eyes narrowed. He had seen this before, the way the teleporter's aura had flickered, the strange resonance in the air. It was the same as the time he had stumbled upon the ruins of the Celestial Workshop, a place whispered about in legends, said to be the birthplace of all magical artifacts. He had been a child then, too young to understand the significance of the ancient stele he had found, its runes etched with symbols that pulsed like a heartbeat. Now, as he stood in the arena, the same strange energy seemed to hum in the air, as if the very stones of the arena were alive. Yen's fingers brushed against the resonant stone, and a sudden jolt of energy coursed through him. The fate-changing pen in his satchel vibrated violently, and for a moment the arena seemed to blur, as if reality itself were being rewritten. The teleporter, still staring at the pile of snacks, finally spoke.
This is this is impossible. How did you do this?
His voice was a mix of confusion and something else. Fear. Yan tilted his head, his grin widening.
I don't know. I just said Monivai and boom asterisk teleport. Go asterisk.
He shrugged, but his mind was racing. The resonant stone's glow had faded, but the fate-changing pen was still vibrating, and the air around him felt heavier, as if the very laws of magic were shifting. He had a feeling this was only the beginning. As the announcer declared Jiang Yan the winner, the crowd's laughter echoed through the arena, but Jiang Yan's thoughts were elsewhere. He had a strange sense that the resonant stone and the fate-changing pen were not just tools, they were pieces of a larger puzzle. One that might lead him to the truth behind his
Useless.
profession. And as he stepped out of the arena, the faint hum of the fate-changing pen still vibrating in his satchel, he couldn't shake the feeling that the Celestial Workshop was calling him. The Meteor Arena buzzed with anticipation as Yan stepped forward, his eyes gleaming with mischief. The water mage, a towering figure draped in flowing robes that shimmered like liquid mercury, raised his hands. Water jet, he intoned, and a column of water surged toward Jiang Yan, roaring like a miniature tsunami. You know, he said, his voice soft, I never thought I'd be the one making people laugh. But I'm glad it's us. Mei Ling squeezed him tighter. We're glad too, idiot. The water mage, now fully defeated, trudged off the arena, muttering about fried chicken and failed spells. The crowd's laughter echoed as Ziane turned to his allies, their faces a mix of pride and mirth. So, he said, grinning, what's next? Firecrackers, sword snacks. Li Wei whooped. Let's do it all. Mei Ling giggled. I can't wait to see the look on the next opponent's face. Yan laughed. the sound ringing through the arena like a bell. For the first time, he didn't feel like the useless guy. He felt like a hero, even if his heroics were made of fried chicken and absurdity. As the announcer declared him the winner, Jiang Yan looked at his allies, their laughter and support a balm to his soul. He had no sword, no magic, no power, just a resonant stone and the people who believed in him. And that, he realized, was more than enough. The absurdity of his victories, the ridiculousness of his skills, the chaos of his path, it was all a part of something greater, a bond that no spell, no attack, no opponent could ever break. And as the crowd's cheers swelled, Yan knew that no matter how absurd the journey got, he'd never be alone. His allies were with him, and that was the greatest power of all. Jiang Yan's hands moved instinctively, fingers brushing the resonant stone in his pocket. Modify, he whispered, and the water column flickered, then transformed into a golden stream that carried the unmistakable scent of fried chicken. The arena erupted into laughter as the water jet splashed down, scattering golden crumbs and leaving a trail of fried chicken scent in its wake. The water mage blinked, his face a mix of confusion and disbelief. What is this?" he stammered, staring at the glowing crumbs now pooling at his feet. Yan leaned against the arena's edge, grinning. "Looks like your water jet skill is now. Asterisk water jet. Go, asterisk. Guess I'm just a useless guy who can't even wield water properly." The crowd roared with laughter, and the water mage, now more bewildered than angry, attempted to resummon his attack. But the water jet only multiplied, creating a surreal spectacle of floating fried chicken and golden water droplets that danced like fireflies. As the mage stumbled backward, Yan turned to his allies, who were already laughing uncontrollably. "You did it again!" shouted Li Wei, his eyes watering from laughter. "That's the third time this week," added Mei Ling, clutching her sides. Yan wiped a tear from his eye, grinning. "Hey, I'm just trying to make the best of my useless profession." Mei Ling wiped her eyes and pulled him into a hug. "You're not useless, Jassy Yan. You're a genius," she said, her voice trembling with laughter. Li Wei nodded, still chuckling. "And you're the funniest person I've ever met, even if you do make me laugh until I cry." Yan's cheeks flushed, but he couldn't help smiling. The absurdity of the moment was a reminder of how far he'd come from a ridiculed underdog to a mid-year sensation who turned enemies into allies with a single tweak. He glanced at Mei Ling and Li Wei, their faces alight with joy, and felt a warmth in his chest that had nothing to do with the fried chicken scent. For a moment, the chaos of the arena faded, leaving only the bond between them. Jiang Yan stepped into the mid-tier arena, his heart pounding as the announcer's voice trembled with reverence. The crowd's murmurs swelled into a cacophony of awe and mockery as the fire mage, a towering figure draped in crimson robes, raised his hands. A ball of fire ignited in the air, pulsing with destructive intent. Yan adjusted his posture, his grin widening as he reached into his pocket and pulled out the resonant stone.
"Modify,"
he whispered, and the fireball flickered like a candle in the wind. Then, with a pop, it exploded into a shower of tiny firecrackers, their harmless sparks scattering like confetti. The audience gasped, then erupted into laughter as the fire mage's face turned crimson. "Jackie!" Yan leaned against the arena's edge, his eyes gleaming with mischief.
"Oops.
He said, grinning.
Looks like my fireball skill is asterisk firecracker asterisk now. I guess it's not as flashy as I thought."
The mage, still stunned, attempted to summon another attack. But Yan was already moving, dodging the next burst of flames that now looked suspiciously like a pile of glowing coconuts. The arena exploded with laughter, and Jiang Yan's heart swelled with a strange mix of pride and relief. As he stepped out of the arena, his allies were already waiting for him, their faces alight with laughter and relief.
You did it again.
Shouted Zhao Li, his eyes wide with admiration,
That was incredible.
added Mei Ling, her hands clapping in delight. Yan laughed, the weight of his useless profession lifting slightly.
I'm just a guy who knows how to make the best of a bad situation.
He said, his voice tinged with sincerity. Zhao Li grinned, slapping him on the back.
You are not just making the best of it, you're turning it into a masterpiece.
The group erupted into laughter, their camaraderie a warm shield against the world's mockery.
Jiang Yan, you're a genius.
Mei Ling exclaimed, her voice bubbling with excitement as they gathered in the training hall later that evening.
That firecracker trick was pure brilliance. Who else could take a devastating fireball and turn it into something so asterisk, hilarious asterisk?
Jiang Yan chuckled, his eyes softening as he looked at his friends.
I wouldn't have made it this far without you.
He said, his voice low but heartfelt.
Every time I felt like a failure, you guys reminded me that being useless doesn't mean I'm not valuable. You're the ones who turned my absurdity into something worth fighting for.
Cao Yi raised his mug of tea, his face glowing with pride.
To Jen, the guy who turned useless into unstoppable.
The group clinked their mugs, the sound echoing with laughter and camaraderie. Mei Ling added,
And to the Firecracker King, who's about to take down the entire mid-year arena.
their laughter filled the hall, a testament to the bond they had forged through absurdity and resilience. Jesse. Yan's mind drifted as he sat alone in his room that night, the resonance stone resting on his desk. He remembered the first time he had failed a test, his classmates laughing as he fumbled with his useless profession. Back then, he had felt like a burden, a joke. Now he thought of Zhao Li's grin, Mei Ling's laughter, and the way they had stood by him through every ridiculous victory. He exhaled the weight of his fear of failing, their trust lifting slightly.
I'm not useless.
He whispered to himself, his voice steady.
I'm just different. And maybe that's what makes me unstoppable.
The next day, the mid-year arena buzzed with anticipation as Jiang Yan prepared for his next match. But the crowd's excitement was quickly replaced by confusion as the announcer's voice trembled.
The opponent for Yan is Zhao Li.
The crowd gasped, their laughter turning into murmurs of disbelief. Zhao Li stepped into the arena, his face pale as he looked at Jiang Yan.
You're my opponent?
He asked, his voice trembling. Jian raised an eyebrow, his grin returning.
Looks like the guild's new rule. Every member must face their closest ally in a match. Guess it's time to see how useless I really am.
Xiao Li's hands shook as he raised them, summoning a blade of light.
Light slash.
He intoned, but the moment he swung, the blade flickered and transformed into a golden glow that radiated the scent of fried chicken. The audience erupted into laughter, and Zhao Li's face turned red.
What did you do?
He demanded, his voice tinged with disbelief. Yan leaned against the arena's edge, his eyes gleaming with mischief.
Looks like your leg slash skill is now asterisk light snack asterisk.
He said, his voice dripping with mock solemnity.
Guess I'm just a useless guy who can't even wield a proper sword.
Xiao Qiu groaned, his face buried in his hands.
I can't believe this. I'm fighting my best friend with a sword that tastes like fried chicken.
The audience roared with laughter, but Jian's heart swelled with pride. He had saved his ally from a potentially devastating defeat, turning the absurd into a moment of shared victory. As the match ended, the group gathered in the training hall, their laughter echoing off the walls.
You saved me.
Xiao, T said, his voice tinged with gratitude.
I thought I was going to be embarrassed, but you turned it into something asterisk, unforgettable asterisk.
Jiang Yan smiled, his eyes warm.
That's what friends are for, right? To make the absurd into something worth remembering,
Mei Ling laughed, her hands clapping.
and to remind the world that even the most useless professions can be the most powerful.
The group clinked their mugs again, their bond stronger than ever, the absurdity of their journey now a source of unshakable pride. The mid-tier arena of Yunxiao City was a spectacle of grandeur, its towering pillars carved with ancient runes, and its floating banners fluttering in an unseen breeze. Jiang Yan stood at the edge of the ring, his casual, tear-ripped sleeves and a patched-up satchel clashing absurdly with the regal aura of the time manipulator across from him. The opponent, a figure draped in robes that shimmered like liquid mercury, raised his hands, and the air around him thickened with a palpable tension. A glowing rune on Jiang Yan's skill scroll sparked unexpectedly, its faint blue light flickering like a heartbeat. At the same time, the fate-changing pen, a mysterious Beckett Jecking, Yan had found in a dusty shop, rolled unbidden toward the ground, its tip hovering above a strange Halforist symbol etched into the arena's stone. The audience fell silent, their murmurs swallowed by an eerie stillness as the time manipulators' mana surged, the air vibrating with a low hum that made the ground tremble. Jase. Yan's fingers twitched toward the resonant stone in his pocket, his mind racing with the absurdity of the situation. He had no idea what was about to happen, but he had a feeling it would be unforgettable.
Hey, uh, time manipulator?
Jiang Yan called out, his voice cutting through the tension with a casual shrug.
I know you're probably super confident in your time slow skill, but let me just say this is going to be a real bop.
He grinned as the time manipulator's eyes narrowed, his aura flaring with barely contained fury.
I mean, I faced fire mages who turned their attacks into firecrackers, sword saints who ended up summoning snacks, and even a lightning user who got stuck with a lightning bolt go thing. You're a time manipulator, right? So I'm just going to assume your time slow is going to be asterisk time. Snack asterisk.
The crowd erupted into nervous laughter, but Jay Yan didn't flinch. He had a feeling this wasn't just another absurd twist, it was something bigger. The time manipulator's hands shot forward, and a shimmering wave of golden light surged toward Jiang Yan. The air itself bending and warping as the mana twisted into a vortex of frozen time. But as the attack neared, the light flickered, then abruptly transformed into a cascade of golden particles that smelled faintly of fried chicken. The audience gasped, their collective breath held as the vortex collapsed into a pile of Snacks golden fried chicken, crispy spring rolls, and even a single perfectly steamed dumplings spilling across the arena like a bazaar. Edible explosion. The time manipulator stared in disbelief, his face reddening as he stumbled back, his aura flickering with confusion.
Oops.
Jiang Yan said, stepping forward with a grin that bordered on mischievous.
Looks like your time slow skill is now asterisk time. Snack asterisk.
He tilted his head, his tone light but laced with an unspoken confidence.
Guess I'm just a useless guy who can't even manipulate time properly.
The crowd roared with laughter, their amusement echoing through the arena, but Jayan's eyes gleamed with something deeper. He had seen this before, the way the resonant stone twisted power into absurdity, the way the fate-changing pen seemed to respond to his presence. It was as if the universe itself was playing along, and he was just the one holding the script. The time manipulator's hands trembled as he tried to resummon his attack, but the air around him refused to bend the golden particles from the
Time's neck!
now swirled in the air, forming a strange edible vortex that pulsed with a rhythm almost like a heartbeat. Jiang Yan took a step closer, his voice low and teasing.
You know, I've been wondering about that fate-changing pen of yours. It's been rolling around like it's got a mind of its own. Maybe it's not just a random Beckett. Maybe it's asterisk connected asterisk to something bigger.
The time manipulator's eyes widened, and for the first time he looked genuinely rattled. Yan's grin widened.
Oh, don't worry. I'm not going to tell you what I think. That's your problem now.
Inside his mind, Jayan's thoughts churned with a mix of exhilaration and unease. He had always known his
Useless.
profession was a joke, a punchline to the universe's cruel sense of humor. But now, as he watched the time manipulator's aura flicker with confusion, he felt something shift. The resonance stone wasn't just a tool, it was a key, a piece of a puzzle he had yet to understand. The fate-changing pen, the strange runes, the way his skills twisted into absurdity, there was a pattern here, a thread that connected everything. And if he was right, the contract core, the mysterious backed he had glimpsed in a dream, was at the center of it all. He wasn't just an underdog, he was something else entirely. As the time manipulator's frustration boiled over, Yan took a step back, his hands raised in mock surrender.
Hey, I didn't say you were weak. I just said you're skilled at a little asterisk, snacky asterisk.
The crowd's laughter swelled, their joy echoing through the arena as the time manipulator's aura flickered again, this time producing a new wave of snacks that cascaded like a golden rain. Zhao! Yan's eyes gleamed with triumph. But there was something else too. Flicker of realization. A whisper of understanding that the absurdity of his journey was no accident. It was a plan, and he was just beginning to see the pieces fall into place. The meteor arena was a cacophony of anticipation, the air thick with the scent of fried chicken and the electric tension of a final showdown. Jiang Yan stood at the center, his resonance stone glowing faintly in his palm, its surface etched with runes that pulsed like a heartbeat. A sudden spark leapt from the edge of his skill scroll, sending a flicker of blue light dancing across the arena floor, as if the scroll itself had grown restless across the battlefield. The opponent's hands trembled as he chanted the incantation for his.
Final attack.
The mana surged, causing the arena lights to dim, momentarily casting long shadows that seemed to stretch toward the odd rune etched into the ground, a symbol Jiang Yan had never seen before, the fate-changing pen, which had been lying forgotten in his satchel, rolled slowly toward the rune, its ink-stained tip hovering just above it as if drawn by an invisible force. The crowd fell eerily silent. The only sound, the faint hum of the mana surge and the rhythmic pounding of Yan's heart as he wondered why his resonance stone felt so warm.
Looks like your final attack skill is now. Asterisk final snack asterisk.
Jiang Yan said, his voice carrying over the hush of the crowd as he leaned against the arena's edge, a grin tugging at his lips. His words were met with a collective gasp, the opponent's face contorting in confusion as his aura collapsed into a pile of golden fried chicken.
Guess I'm just a useless guy who can't even wield a proper attack.
Jiang Yan added, his tone light but laced with a hint of mischief. The opponent sputtered, his hands trembling as he tried to resummon his power, only for the arena to erupt in a cacophony of laughter as the pile of snacks multiplied, coating the battlefield in a golden haze. Yang Yan's mind raced as he watched the scene unfold, the absurdity of it all sending a jolt of adrenaline through his veins. Asterisk. Why is the resonance stone reacting like this? Asterisk, he wondered, his fingers tightening around the stone, as he noticed the runes on its surface glowing in sync with the fate changing pen's movement. Asterisk, is this a trick? A test? Asterisk, the opponent's confusion mirrored his own. But Yan couldn't shake the feeling that something was about to shift, something far bigger than a few misplaced snacks. His thoughts were interrupted by a voice from the crowd.
Wait, that rune, isn't that from the contract core?
The words hung in the air, and Jiang Yan's blood ran cold. The opponents
Final attack.
had transformed into a pile of snacks, but the real chaos began when the fate-changing pen finally touched the rune on the ground. A low rumble shook the arena as the rune flared to life, its light spreading like a virus across the battlefield. Jiang Yan stumbled back as the resonance stone in his hand pulsed violently, its runes aligning with the rune on the ground in a way that felt almost intentional. The crowd's laughter died as the arena's lights flickered, casting the scene in a surreal glow. The opponent's face paled as he realized the snacks weren't just snacks, they were a manifestation of his own power, twisted by the contract core's influence.
What is this?
He demanded, his voice trembling.
Why is my attack turning into asterisk food? Asterisk.
Jiang Yan's grin widened as he stepped forward, the resonance stone now humming in his palm.
Looks like your final attack skill is asterisk final snack asterisk.
He repeated, his tone dripping with mock solemnity.
But guess what? I've been waiting for this.
He raised the resonance stone, its runes glowing brighter than ever, and pointed it at the opponent.
Modify.
The arena erupted in a blinding flash. As the resonance stone's power surged outward, the snacks on the battlefield levitating into the air like golden confetti. The opponent's eyes widened in horror as the snacks began to coalesce into a swirling vortex, the energy of his own attack now weaponized against him.
What did you do?
He shouted, his voice barely audible, over the roar of the crowd. Jahi! Yan's heart pounded as he watched the vortex grow, its golden light casting long shadows across the arena. Asterisk. This is it. Asterisk, he thought, a flicker of pride mingling with the fear that had been gnawing at him since the beginning. Asterisk, the contract core. It's not just a relic, it's a key. And I just unlocked the first part of the puzzle. Asterisk, he turned to the crowd, his voice steady despite the chaos.
I'm not just a useless guy.
He said, his words cutting through the noise like a blade.
I'm the one who's going to change everything.
The arena fell silent once more, the only sound the hum of the resonant stone and the faint crackle of the vortex as it prepared to unleash its final absurd twist. The silver arena buzzed with anticipation as Zai Yan stepped onto the arena floor, his tattered robe fluttering in the cool breeze. The crowd's murmurs swelled into a cacophony of curiosity and mockery, their eyes darting between the frank repairman and the brank elemental controller, Li Wei, who stood with his arms crossed. A smug grin plastered across his face. Li Wei's hands crackled with energy as he summoned a swirling vortex of fire and ice, the air around him trembling with the raw power of his elemental mastery.
You're going to regret challenging me.
He sneered, his voice dripping with condescension.
Even the blind mouse could see your skills are useless.
Jiang Yan, however, merely adjusted the collar of his robe, his expression serene.
I'm not here to regret anything.
He said, his tone mockingly solemn.
I'm here to make sure your skills are as useless as mine.
As he flicked his wrist to activate his
Modify.
skill. A faint glow emanated from the scroll tucked into his sleeve, its ancient runes pulsing with an eerie rhythmic hum. Meanwhile, the fate-changing pen in his hand vibrated slightly, as if sensing the weight of the moment. Li Wei's eyes narrowed, his confidence faltering as he noticed the odd glow.
What's that?
He asked, pointing at the scroll.
A relic?
Jiang Yan chuckled, his voice low.
A relic? No, it's a reminder. A reminder that even the most powerful skills can be twisted into something absurd.
As he focused on Li Wei's.
Elemental control.
The word
Control.
shimmered and shifted, morphing into.
Crumble.
The moment the change took effect, Li Wei's vortex began to disintegrate, the fire and ice dissolving into ash that spiraled into the air like smoke from a dying ember. The crowd erupted into laughter, but Jiang Yan's eyes flickered with a strange intensity. He could feel the contract core at his chest humming faintly, as if it were aware of something deeper at play.
You know,
He said, his voice dripping with mock solemnity.
I always thought my skills were useless, but I never imagined they'd be so useless that even elements can't stand them.
His mind raced with questions. Why did the scroll glow when he used Modify? Why did the contract core react? And why did the air feel heavier, as if the arena itself were holding its breath? He wasn't sure, but one thing was clear. This wasn't just a simple reversal of skills. It was something far more mysterious and far more dangerous. Li Wei's vortex had collapsed into nothingness, leaving him standing in the center of the arena, his face a mask of disbelief.
What? What's happening?
He shouted, his voice trembling as he frantically tried to reassert control over his fading magic. His hands flailed, but the air around him was empty, devoid of the fire and ice that had once been his weapon. The crowd's laughter echoed in his ears, a cruel chorus that only deepened his humiliation. Yin, however, remained calm, his gaze fixed on Li Wei with an expression of deep, unshakable disappointment.
You know,
He said, his voice low and measured.
I always thought my skills were useless, but I never imagined they'd be so useless that even elements can't stand them.
Li Wei's hands clenched into fists, his face reddening with rage.
You think you're some kind of genius?
He spat, his voice shaking.
You're just a joke, a laughing stock. How dare you? How dare I what?
Jiang Yan interrupted, his tone cutting through Li Wei's rant like a blade.
How dare I show you the truth, that your so-called elemental control is nothing more than a facade, that your power is nothing but a hollow shell.
He took a step forward, his eyes gleaming with a strange intensity.
You see, I've been where you are. I've been the one who thought my skills were useless, who believed I was nothing. But then I found this.
He gestured to the scroll in his sleeve, its runes glowing faintly.
This isn't just a relic. It's a key to something much bigger than you or I. And
He paused, his voice dropping to a whisper.
I think it's time you learned what it really means to be powerless.
Li Wei's eyes widened, his mind racing with the implications of Jiang Yan's words. What was this scroll? What did it mean? And why did it feel like the air around him was thickening, as if the very fabric of reality was shifting? The crowd gasped, their laughter silenced, as the ground beneath them trembled. Jase. Yan's eyes widened as he realized what he was looking at. This wasn't just a stele. It was a relic, a remnant of an ancient power that had been buried for centuries. And it was reacting to him, his modified skill. He could feel it now, a strange resonance between the stele and the scroll in his sleeve, as if they were connected in some way. What did it mean? Was this a clue to the origins of his profession, or was it something else entirely? He had no answers, only the growing sense that this was the beginning of something far greater than he had ever imagined. As the shockwave from the stele faded, Yen's eyes locked onto the runes, their strange energy pulsing in time with the contract core at his chest. He could feel it now, a connection between the stele, the scroll, and his mobify skill. It was as if the very fabric of the world was shifting in response to his presence. He took a step back, his mind racing with possibilities. What if this was the key to unlocking the true power of his profession? What if the rumors of the fate changer were true, and this stele was a piece of it? He had always thought of his skills as a joke, a way to mock the powerful. But now, as he stood before the stele, he couldn't shake the feeling that he was on the verge of something much bigger. The crowd was still murmuring, their confusion and awe palpable. He turned to face them, his expression calm, but his mind was a whirlwind of questions. What did this mean for him? For his future, and what if the legends were true, and the fate changer was more than just a myth? He had no answers, only the growing sense that this was just the beginning. He had no answers, only the growing sense that this was no ordinary fight. This was something far more sinister and far more dangerous. As the last of Li Wei's elemental magic faded into the air, Jiang Yan's mind raced with questions. Why did the scroll glow when he used Mogify? Why did the contract core hum faintly, as if it were aware of something deeper at play? He had always thought of his skill as a tool for humiliation, a way to turn the powerful into the absurd. But now, as he looked around the arena, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The air felt heavier, the ground beneath his feet slightly warmer, as if the very fabric of the world was shifting in response to his actions. He had always been told that his profession was the lowest in the hierarchy, that his skills were nothing more than a joke. But what if that wasn't true? What if his modify skill wasn't just a way to twist other people's abilities into something ridiculous, but something far more profound? He had heard whispers of the Fate Changer, a legendary Bekig, said to be capable of rewriting the very laws of the world. Could this scroll be related? And if so, what did that mean for him? He had no answers, only the growing sense that he was standing on the edge of something much bigger than he had ever imagined. As the crowd's laughter faded into the background, Ye Yan's eyes flicked toward the far end of the arena, where a faint shimmer caught his attention. It was a stele half buried in the earth, its surface etched with runes that pulsed with an eerie, otherworldly light. The runes were unlike anything he had ever seen, twisted, jagged, and pulsating with a strange rhythmic energy. He took a step forward, his curiosity piqued. The air around the stele felt charged, as if it were holding its breath, waiting for something. He reached out, his fingers brushing against the cold stone, and the moment his skin made contact, the runes flared to life, sending a shockwave of energy rippling through the arena. The silver arena was a cacophony of gasps and guffaws. A Yan's
Modify.
scale turned Jiao Yun's
Stitch.
into a chaotic burst of loose threads, the colorful snakes of fabric fluttering like panicked fireflies. The crowd's laughter was punctuated by the faint, eerie glow of a skill scroll tucked into Jiang Yan's robe, its runes flickering with a strange, pulsating light that seemed to pulse in time with the vibrations of the fating pen in his hand. The contract core, embedded in his palm, hummed softly, its metallic surface warm to the touch, as if it were aware of the absurdity unfolding before it. Zhao Yun, her face a mask of horror, clutched her needle as if it might suddenly sprout wings and fly away.
What is this madness?
She shrieked, her voice trembling as the threads continued to spiral into the air.
This isn't tailoring. It's a disaster.
Jiang Yan tilted his head, his expression one of serene, unshakable disappointment.
You know, I always thought my skills were useless, but I never imagined they'd be so useless that even tailors can't stitch.
His words hung in the air as the threads formed a makeshift banner above the arena, reading,
FATECHANGER
in glowing, chaotic script. Zhao Yun's eyes widened as she stared at the banner, her mouth opening and closing like a fish out of water.
You modified my skill? But how? My runes are intact? This isn't possible.
Her voice rose to a fever pitch as she pointed at the glowing scroll.
That scroll, it's from the legendary fate-changing pen. I've heard tales of it, but I never thought it would be in the hands of an frank repairman.
Jiang Yan's lips curled into a faint smile as he adjusted his tattered robe.
Ah, the legends, you see. The fate-changing pen isn't just a tool, it's a mirror. It reflects the truth of its wielder, even if that truth is as absurd as a tailor's stitches turning into a swarm of fabric snakes.
His voice dropped to a conspiratorial whisper as he leaned forward.
Did you know the contract core was once part of a failed experiment to create a perfect healer? It's why it humsits trying to remember what it used to be.
Xiao Yun's eyes went wide as she stared at the contract, her horror deepening.
You're saying this isn't just a skill modification. You're saying it's a reprogramming of fate itself.
Jiang Yan's smile widened
Precisely. And I'm just getting started.
as the crowd's laughter reached a fever pitch. The glowing scroll suddenly flared brighter, its runes shifting into a new pattern. A faint, almost imperceptible hum filled the air as the contract core's vibrations grew stronger, resonating with the threads that now formed a swirling vortex above the arena. Jiang Yan's inner monologue was a whirlwind of confusion and curiosity. Asterisk. Why does the scroll glow like that? Is it reacting to the contract core, or is it reacting to me? Asterisk. He glanced at the swirling threads, their chaotic dance mirroring the strange energy in the air. Asterisk. The legends said the fate-changing pen could rewrite destinies, but this feels different, more like a glitch in the system. Maybe that's why my
Modify.
skill is so absurd. It's not just changing skills, it's exposing the flaws in them. But what if the flaws are deliberate? What if the contract core was never meant to be a healer, but of something else entirely. Asterisk, his thoughts were interrupted as the threads suddenly coalesced into a single glowing rune that floated above the arena, its shape unmistakable. A stylized version of the same rune on the scroll. The crowd gasped as the rune pulsed, its light casting long shadows across the arena. Jiang Yan's eyes narrowed as he stepped forward, his hand instinctively reaching for the fate-changing pen, asterisk, that rune. It's not from the scroll, it's from somewhere else, maybe the workshop. Asterisk, his mind raced with possibilities as the rune began to shimmer, its glow intensifying. The contract core's hum grew louder, almost like a warning. Asterisk, what if the workshop isn't just a place? What if it's a key? Asterisk, just then, a sudden gust of wind swept through the arena, carrying with it a faint metallic scent. The rune's glow flared one final time before vanishing, leaving behind a single, faintly glowing stele at the center of the arena. The stele was ancient, its surface covered in runes that seemed to shift and change as Zexian approached. His fingers hovered over it, his mind screaming with questions. Asterisk, what is this? Why does it feel familiar? Asterisk, as he reached out, the stele's runes flared again, this time revealing a hidden message.
The workshop of the unseen.
Jiang Yan's breath caught in his throat. Asterisk, the workshop of the unseen. That name sounds like something from the legends, but how could it be real? Asterisk, his thoughts were interrupted as the crowd's laughter reached a deafening crescendo, the absurdity of the scene overshadowing the mystery of the stele. For now, the workshop would have to wait. But as Gent's fingers brushed against the stele's surface, a faint vibration ran through his palm, a whisper of something ancient and waiting to be discovered. The silver arena was a cauldron of chaos, its grandstands packed with spectators who had come to witness the Frank Repairman's latest humiliation, jockey. Yan stood at the center of the ring, his tattered robe fluttering in the mana-charged wind as the crowd's murmurs swelled into a cacophony of anticipation. Across from him, Ling Hua, the crank alchemist, raised a vial of shimmering blue liquid, her face a mask of smug confidence.
You think you can challenge me with your useless skills.
She sneered, her voice echoing through the arena.
I'll show you the power of true alchemy.
The air crackled with energy as she prepared to unleash her potion. But Jackie Yan merely adjusted the collar of his robe and smiled.
I'm not here to challenge your skills.
He said, his tone dripping with mock solemnity.
I'm here to make sure your skills are as useless as mine.
With a flick of his wrist, he activated his
Modify.
skill, his mind focusing on the word.
Brew.
In Ninghua's,
Helshin brew.
a single thought later, the word transformed into,
Thing.
and the vial in Ling Hua's hands began to bubble violently. The crowd gasped as the potion erupted into a burst of colorful mist, swirling around the arena like a rainbow cyclone. Ling Hua's eyes widened in disbelief as the mist enveloped her, her confident smirk replaced by a look of pure horror.
Watch. What is these?
She shrieked, her voice drowned out by the crowd's laughter. Jay! Yan tilted his head, watching with an expression of deep, unshakable disappointment.
You know, I always thought my skills were useless.
He said, his voice carrying over the din.
But I never imagined they'd be so useless that even alchemists get confused.
As the mist settled, Yak, Yan's ally, Zhao Yun, The crank tailor stepped forward, her needle glinting in the arena's lights.
That was brilliant. Jiang Yan.
She exclaimed, her eyes alight with excitement.
You turned her potion into a spectacle. I mean, who would have thought that a simple tweak could make a crank alchemist look like a toddler trying to mix paint?
Jiang Yan chuckled, his grin widening as he adjusted his robe again.
It's not about the spectacle, Zhao Yun.
He said, his voice laced with dry humor.
It's about the absurdity. You see, my modify skill isn't just about changing words, it's about flipping the script on everyone's expectations. I mean, how many times have you seen an alchemist's potion explode into a rainbow? It's like turning a serious battle into a children's party.
Xiao Yun laughed, her hands clapping together in delight.
And I love it. You're not just making fun of their skills, you're making their entire profession look ridiculous. I mean, what's next? Will you turn a warrior's sword into a spoon or a healer's magic into a bubblegum explosion?
Jiang Yan's eyes sparkled with mischief as he considered her words.
Why not?
He said, his voice carrying a note of playful determination.
The more absurd, the better. After all, if I can't be a top tier hero, I'll just be the guy who turns every profession into a joke.
As the crowd's laughter echoed through the arena, Linghua's face twisted in frustration. She raised her hands, summoning another vial of shimmering liquid, her voice trembling with rage.
You think this is funny? I'll show you the real power of alchemy.
She shouted, her words barely audible over the din. With a flick of her wrist, she hurled the vial toward Jiang Yan, the potion glowing with an ominous red light. But before it could reach him, Jiang Yan raised his hand, his eyes narrowing as he focused on the word.
Real,
Again, this time he changed it too,
but
and the vial in Linghua's hands transformed into a glowing, potato-shaped missile. The crowd gasped as the missile shot toward Yan, only for him to leap backward with a graceful flip, landing on a nearby platform with a thud. The missile exploded in midair, releasing a cloud of starchy smoke that coated the arena in a thick golden haze. Linghua's eyes widened as the smoke began to swirl into the shape of a giant, grinning potato, its eyes blinking in a comically exaggerated manner.
what? What is this?
She screamed, her voice cracking with disbelief. Yan, still perched on the platform, raised a hand to his ear, as if listening to the potato's thoughts.
It says it's hungry.
He said, his tone deadpan.
Guess it wants to join the party.
The crowd erupted into laughter once more, the absurdity of the scene sending ripples of joy through the arena as the potato's laughter echoed through the air. Jiang Yan's inner monologue buzzed with a mix of surprise and exhilaration.
Who would have thought that modifying a potion could turn it into a sentient potato?
He mused, his mind racing with the possibilities.
I mean, this is the kind of chaos I live for. Every time I use my modify skill, it's like opening a door to a world of ridiculousness. I'm not just in Frank Repairman anymore, I'm a chaos engineer, a joke architect, a master of the absurd, and the best part, no one sees it coming. They think they're facing a lowly repairman, but I'm the one flipping their entire profession upside down. It's not about being powerful or respected. It's about making them look like fools in the most ridiculous way possible. And I can't wait to see what happens next.
The arena's mana levels surged as the potato's presence caused the air to shimmer with unstable energy. Yan's eyes flicked to the crowd, where the spectators were now cheering wildly, their faces lit with a mix of confusion and delight. He could feel the tension in the air, the way the mana overload was making the arena feel like a pressure cooker on the verge of explosion.
This is getting out of hand.
He muttered, his voice barely audible over the cacophony.
I need to contain this before the entire silver arena becomes a giant glowing potato.
He turned to Zhao Yun, who was still laughing uncontrollably.
Can you help me? I need to modify the potato's spud ability into something less edible.
Xiaoyong wiped tears from her eyes, her laughter subsiding into a fit of giggles.
You're going to modify a sentient potato.
She asked, her voice trembling with excitement.
What's the plan?
Jiang Yan's grin widened as he pointed at the potato, which was now bouncing around the arena like a hyperactive child.
Simple. I'm going to turn its spud ability into slap. That way, it'll stop being a giant grinning potato and start being a giant grinning slapstick comedian.
Xiao Yun clapped her hands together, her eyes alight with approval.
Brilliant. That'll make the crowd even happier. I mean, who doesn't love a slapstick potato?
Yan focused his energy on the potato. The arena's mana levels spiked even higher, the air crackling with unstable energy. The crowd's cheers grew louder, their voices blending into a single, chaotic symphony of laughter and disbelief. The potato's glowing form began to shift, its shape morphing into a comically exaggerated version of a slapstick comedian, complete with oversized shoes and a giant grinning smile. The moment the modification took effect, the potato launched itself into the air, its slapstick antics sending shockwaves of energy through the arena. The crowd gasped as the potato's slapstick moves caused the mana overload to erupt into a dazzling display of light and color, the arena becoming a kaleidoscope of impossible hues. Ling Hua, still standing in the center of the ring, stared in disbelief as the potato's slapstick moves turned her into a target, its exaggerated punches and kicks sending her flying through the air like a rag doll.
This ethos is impossible.
She shouted, her voice barely audible over the chaos.
How can a potato be this powerful?
Jiang Yan, perched on the platform, watched with a mix of amusement and determination.
It's not about power, Linghua.
He said, his voice carrying over the din.
It's about absurdity, and I've just turned your entire profession into a slapstick comedy. You should be honored.
The crowd's laughter reached a fever pitch as the potato continued its slapstick antics, the arena's mana overload finally reaching its peak and exploding into a burst of light that illuminated the entire city. As the light faded, the silver arena stood in stunned silence, the absurdity of the scene leaving everyone breathless. And at the center of it all, Yan stood with a grin, his tattered robe fluttering in the wind as he prepared for his next challenge. Jiang Yan stepped into the silver arena, the crowd's murmurs swelling into a cacophony of anticipation as he faced Xiao Ming, a brank warrior whose reputation for unshakable strength and flawless stance was legendary. Zhao Ming cracked his knuckles, his muscles bulging as he raised his fists, his eyes gleaming with the arrogance of a warrior who had never faced a challenge he couldn't crush.
You think you can challenge me with your useless skills?
He sneered, his voice echoing through the arena.
I'll show you the power of true strength.
Jiang Yan, however, simply adjusted the collar of his tattered robe, his lips curling into a faint, knowing smile.
am not here to challenge your skills.
he said, his voice calm, almost mockingly gentle.
I'm here to make sure your skills are as useless as mine.
With a flick of his wrist, he activated his
Modify.
skill, his eyes narrowing as he focused on Zhao Ming's.
Warrior stance.
A single thought passed through his mind, and the word
Stance.
was rewritten as
Wobble.
the moment the change took effect. Zhao Ming's feet shifted awkwardly, his stance collapsing into a comical, unsteady wobble that made him look like a toddler learning to walk. The crowd gasped, some laughing, others stunned into silence. Zhao Ming's face twisted in horror as he stumbled forward, his body swaying like a pendulum.
What is this?
He shouted, his voice trembling with disbelief. Yan tilted his head, his expression one of deep, unshakable disappointment.
I always thought my skills were useless, but I never imagined they'd be so useless that even warriors can't stand.
Before Zhao Ming could recover, the arena itself seemed to react to the chaos, a surge of mana, likely from the corrupted.
Wobble.
Skill rippled through the ground, causing cracks to spiderweb across the arena floor. The air crackled with energy, and the crowd scrambled to avoid the sudden tremors.
Hold on.
Shouted a voice from the stands. Yan turned to see his ally, Lin Shou, a fellow Frank repairman, waving frantically.
I just modified the mana regulators in the arena, but I think I overdid it.
She called, her face flushed with panic.
The mana's going haywire.
Jiang Yan blinked, then laughed.
Well, that's one way to make sure the arena's as useless as my skills.
As he spoke, the ground beneath Zhao Ming erupted in a burst of unstable mana, sending him sprawling. The warrior tried to regain his footing, but his
Wobble.
skill had escalated, making him trip over his own feet and tumble into a pile of rubble. The crowd erupted into laughter, the absurdity of the scene too much to contain.
You know,
Jiang Yan sat, his voice carrying over the noise.
I always thought my skills were useless, but I never imagined they'd be so useless that even warriors can't stand and the arena's falling apart too.
Ling Zhao, still shouting from the stands, added this tongue.
I'm not sure if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but I think we might need to fix the mana regulators before the whole arena collapses.
Jiang Yan's eyes gleamed with mischief.
Don't worry.
He said, his voice laced with confidence.
I've got one more trick up my sleeve.
He raised his hand, his fingers twitching as he focused on the mana surge. With a flick of his wrist, he modified the
Mana surge.
into,
Mana snap.
and the unstable energy coalesced into a rainbow of colorful, sugary particles that floated into the air, turning the chaotic scene into a surreal, sugary spectacle. The crowd gasped again, some laughing, others clutching their heads in disbelief. Xiao Ming, now covered in the sugary particles, groaned.
What is this?
He demanded, his voice muffled by the sticky residue. Yan tilted his head, his expression one of deep, unshakable disappointment.
I always thought my skills were useless, but I never imagined they'd be so useless that even warriors can't stand. The arena's turning into a candy factory.
As the crowd continued to laugh, Ajen's inner monologue buzzed with surprise and excitement. He had never expected the cabras.
Modify.
skill to have such an effect, but the absurdity of the situation was exhilarating. Watching Zhao Ming's once unshakable stance reduced to a wobble and the arena transformed into a sugary wonderland, he felt a surge of determination. This wasn't just about proving his skills weren't useless, it was about embracing the chaos and turning it into something unforgettable.
All right,
He muttered to himself.
let's see if I can make this even more ridiculous.
With that, he turned his attention to the monoregulators, ready to face whatever absurdity the next modification might bring. The silver arena buzzed with anticipation as Yan faced Zhao Yun, a crank tailor whose needlework was said to mend even the most shattered armor. The crowd's murmurs swelled into a cacophony of curiosity and mockery, their eyes darting between the frank repairman's tattered robe and the tailor's pristine, shimmering apron. A faint, eerie glow pulsed from the ancient skill scroll, tucked into Jiang Yan's belt, its runes flickering like embers in the wind. Beside it, the fate changing pen in his hand vibrated with a low hum, its ink well swirling with ink that seemed to shift between colors. The contract core embedded in his chest throbbed faintly, as though sensing something just beyond reach. The air grew heavier, charged with an unspoken tension that made even the arena's stone walls seem to lean inward. A single drop of sweat rolled down Zhao Yun's brow as she tightened her grip on her needle, unaware that the very fabric of her destiny was about to unravel in the most absurd way possible.
Do you even know what you're doing?
Xiao Yun's voice cut through the crowd's murmurs, sharp as the tip of her needle. Her eyes narrowed as she stepped forward, her tailoring skills already humming with latent energy.
You think you can mock my craft? I've stitched together the armor of generals and the robes of kings. This isn't just a game, it's a test of your worth.
Her tone was laced with the arrogance of someone who had never faced a challenge that didn't end in her victory.
And if you think your modified skill can change the laws of magic, you're wrong. Magic doesn't bend to fools.
Jiang Yan tilted his head, the faintest smirk tugging at the corners of his lips.
Oh, I know exactly what I'm doing.
He said, his voice calm but laced with a quiet confidence that made the crowd lean in, eager to hear more.
You see, my skill isn't about bending magicets. It's about revealing how utterly useless it can be. I've spent years learning that the strongest abilities are the ones that can be twisted into absurdity. And if you're wondering why I've never lost a fight, it's because I've always believed in one thing. Even the most powerful skill can be reduced to a joke.
He paused, his eyes flicking to the glowing scroll at his belt.
And if you're curious about that scroll, it's a relic from the Fate Changer, a legend that says even the stars can be rewritten. But I'll let you figure out what that means for yourself.
Jiang Yan's mind raced as he stared at the glowing scroll, its runes flickering like a heartbeat. Asterisk, why does this thing react to me? Asterisk, he wondered, his thoughts a tangled web of confusion and curiosity. Asterisk, is it because of the contract core, or is there something deeper at play? Asterisk, he had always known his
Modify.
skill was strangely too precise, too effective. It wasn't just about changing words. It felt as though he was peeling back layers of reality, exposing the absurdity hidden beneath. But why now, when he was facing Zhao Yun, did the scroll pulse with such intensity? Asterisk. Could it be a clue? Asterisk. He glanced at the contract core, its faint hum growing louder. Asterisk. Or was it just the magic of the arena, the way it always seemed to amplify the ridiculous? Asterisk, his thoughts drifted to the legends he had heard as a child. Tales of the fate changer, who could rewrite destinies with a single stroke of the pen. Asterisk, was he one of them? Asterisk, the idea, was both exhilarating and terrifying, a question that lingered in the back of his mind as he prepared to face Zhao Yun. As Yan's fingers twitched at his side, the air around him seemed to ripple, as though the very fabric of the arena was shifting. A sudden tremor ran through the ground, and the stone beneath their feet cracked, revealing a faintly glowing rune etched into the earth. The crowd gasped, their murmurs turning into a collective.
What is that?
Xiao Yun's eyes widened as she took a step back, her needle trembling in her hand.
What is this?
She demanded, her voice sharp with panic.
This isn't part of the arena. This is.
Before she could finish, the rune flared brightly, its light spreading outward in a wave that seemed to ripple through the air itself. The glow was unlike anything the crowd had ever seen, neither the cold blue of elemental magic, nor the warm gold of healing spells. It was a color that defied definition, shifting between hues as though it were alive. The rune's light pulsed in time with the contract, core embedded in Jiang Yan's chest, the two sources of energy resonating with an almost imperceptible hum. Jiang Yan's eyes narrowed as he stared at the rune, his mind racing. Asterisk, what is this? Asterisk, he thought, his curiosity piqued. Asterisk, why is it here? Asterisk, he had heard rumors of ancient runes hidden beneath the arena, relics of a time when magic was still raw and untamed, but this was something else entirely. The rune's glow seemed to pulse with a rhythm that matched the faint hum of his contract core, as though they were connected in some way he couldn't quite grasp. A sudden gust of wind swept through the arena, carrying with it the scent of ozone and something faintly metallic. The air grew heavier, charged with an energy that made the hairs on the back of Wei Yan's neck stand on end. He took a step forward, his boots crunching against the cracked stone as he approached the rune. The moment his foot touched the edge of the glowing symbol, a wave of warmth spread through his body, as though the rune was recognizing him. Zhao Yun's voice cut through the charged air, her tone a mix of fear and confusion.
This isn't normal. You're not just modifying my skills. Something else is happening. What is this place? What is that rune?
Jiang Yan didn't answer immediately. Instead, he crouched down, his fingers hovering just above the rune's surface. The moment he made contact, a flood of images and sensations surged through his mind, visions of a hidden workshop buried deep beneath the arena. Its walls lined with tools and scrolls that seemed to hum with the same strange energy as the rune. He saw himself standing in the workshop, surrounded by artifacts that defied logic, their purpose obscured by layers of absurdity. Asterisk, this is it. Asterisk, he realized, his heart pounding. Asterisk, this is where it all began. Asterisk, the rune flared again, its light intensifying as it pulsed in time with the contract core. Jiang Yan's mind reeled, the images and sensations growing more vivid. Asterisk, I have to find that workshop. Asterisk, he thought, determination hardening his resolve. Asterisk, if this is connected to my skill, to the fate-changing pen, then it's time to uncover the truth. Asterisk, the crowd's murmurs swelled into a cacophony of confusion and awe as the rune's glow spread outward, illuminating the arena in a surreal, shifting light. The air shimmered with an energy that felt both ancient and impossibly new, as though the very laws of the world were being rewritten in real time. Zhao Yun's eyes widened as she took a step back, her voice trembling.
This isn't just a test of my skills. This is something else entirely. What are you doing, Jiang Yan?
Jiang Yan's lips curled into a smirk as he stood, his gaze locked on the rune.
I'm just revealing the truth.
He said, his voice steady.
And I think it's time we see what's really hidden beneath this arena.
With that, he raised his hand, the fate-changing pen glowing in his grip. The rune flared one final time, its light surging upward in a column of energy that seemed to pierce the very sky. The crowd gasped, their voices drowned out by the sound of the rune's pulse as the arena itself seemed to tremble in anticipation. And then, with a sudden, thunderous crack, the stone beneath them gave way, revealing a hidden chamber that had remained buried for centuries. The air was thick with the scent of old parchment and something faintly metallic. The walls lined with tools and scrolls that seemed to hum with the same strange energy as the rune. Yen's heart pounded as he stepped forward, his mind racing with the implications of what he had just uncovered. Asterisk. This is it. Asterisk, he thought, his eyes alight with a mixture of curiosity and determination. Asterisk. The truth about my skill, about the fate-changing pen, about everything. Asterisk. The crowd's murmurs turned into a collective gasp as they gazed into the newly revealed chamber, their faces lit with a mixture of awe and confusion. Xiao Yun's expression was one of pure horror as she stared at the hidden workshop, her voice trembling.
This is impossible. How could this be hidden for so long?
Jiang Yan's smirk widened as he turned to face her, his eyes gleaming with a quiet confidence.
Because the truth has always been hidden.
He said, his voice steady.
And now it's time to uncover it.
The air around them seemed to vibrate with the energy of the hidden chamber, as though the very fabric of the world was holding its breath. The crowd's murmurs faded into silence, their collective attention fixed on the frank repairman and the revelation that had just unfolded before them. And as the rune's glow dimmed and the chamber's walls seemed to pulse with a quiet, ancient power, one thing became clear. Yan's journey was far from over. If anything, it had just begun. The silver arena buzzed with anticipation as Yan faced and Hu, the crank healer whose reputation for miraculous healing had made her a local legend. The air around them shimmered faintly, as if the very fabric of reality was holding its breath. Jiang Yan's fingers brushed against the worn leather of his satchel, where the fate-changing pen trembled slightly, its inkwell glowing with an eerie, pulsating light. Across the arena, Aunt Hua raised her hands, her palms crackling with the soft blue glow of her healing magic.
You think you can challenge me with your useless skills.
She asked, her voice carrying the weight of 1,000 failed attempts to mend broken bones and cure plagues.
I'll show you the power of true healing.
Jiang Yan tilted his head, the corners of his mouth twitching as he adjusted the frayed collar of his robe.
I'm not here to challenge your skills.
He said, his voice smooth as polished stone.
I'm here to make sure your skills are as useless as mine.
With a flick of his wrist, he activated his
Modify.
skill, the air around him humming as the word.
Heal.
On Antua's ability list shifted to.
Juice.
The crowd gasped as the blue light from her hands transformed into a burst of neon-colored fruit juice, spraying across the arena like confetti from a chaotic celebration. And Hua's eyes widened, her mouth opening in a silent scream as the liquid soaked her robes.
What? What is this?
She stammered, her voice shaking. Yan's lips curled into a smile, his thoughts racing as he recalled the legend of the fate-changing pen, a relic said to alter destinies with a single stroke.
You know,
He said, his tone dripping with mock solemnity.
I always thought my skills were useless, but I never imagined they'd be so useless that even healing is fruity.
As the juice pooled on the arena floor, a faint hum emanated from the contract core strapped to his wrist, its runes flickering like fireflies in the twilight. The pen in his satchel vibrated more violently now, as if sensing the shift in power. Jiang Yan's mind whirred with questions. Was this the first time his
Modify.
skill had touched something as ancient as healing magic? Or had the pen been waiting for this moment, its ink ready to rewrite the rules of the world? He glanced at the crowd, their laughter echoing like thunder, and wondered if the absurdity of his victories was a clue, a riddle left by the universe to guide him toward something greater. His thoughts were interrupted when a sudden jolt ran through the arena floor, the ground beneath them rippling like water. A faint metallic scent filled the air, and Jiang Yan's eyes narrowed as he noticed a faintly glowing stele buried in the arena's foundation, its runes warped and twisted as though someone had tried to erase them. The pen in his satchel pulsed again, and for a moment the world seemed to hold its breath, as if the universe itself was waiting for him to take the next step. The silver arena buzzed with laughter as Zhao Yun's slack-stitch magic sent loose threads swirling like a kaleidoscope of chaos. Jacking, Yan tilted his head, his expression one of unshakable disappointment, as he watched the threads flutter around Zhao Yun's horrified face.
You know, I always thought my skills were useless, but I never imagined they'd be so useless that even tailors can't stitch.
The crowd roared with delight, their voices echoing off the arena's stone walls. Zhao Yun's cheeks flushed red as she scrambled to retrieve her needle, her usual composure shattered by the absurdity of her own power turning against her. Jiang Yan turned to his allies, a wide grin spreading across his face as he raised his arms in triumph.
Did you see that?
He exclaimed, his voice carrying over the din.
I told you, no one's skills are more useless than mine.
His friends Tai Yu, who was still recovering from his pudding hammer mishap, and Ling Hua, who had nearly drowned in her own fizz, Potion laughed until tears streamed down their faces. Tiny wiped his eyes with the back of his hand, his voice shaking with mirth.
You've outdone yourself, Jiang Yan. I never thought I'd see a blacksmith's hammer turn into a dessert.
Ling Hua, still coughing from the colorful mist, added,
And I thought my alchemy was the most ridiculous thing in Yunxiao City. You've made me look like a toddler with a cauldron.
The crowd's laughter swelled, a wave of joy that seemed to lift the very air. Yan's friends gathered around him, their faces alight with pride and amusement.
You're a genius.
Mei Ling, a fellow Frank repairman, said, her eyes sparkling.
You've turned every high-ranking opponent into a laughingstock. I've never seen anyone so brilliant at being useless.
Jiang Yan chuckled, his shoulders shaking with laughter as he looked at his friends.
I wouldn't be here without you.
He said, his voice thick with gratitude.
You've all stood by me through every ridiculous failure, every absurd victory. I don't know what I'd do without you.
His words hung in the air, a quiet moment of sincerity amid the chaos. Mei Ling squeezed his shoulder, her smile warm.
You're not useless, Yan. You're the most useful person I know, even if your usefulness looks like a pudding hammer or a sword that sways like a drunkard.
The crowd's laughter swelled again, but this time it was tinged with something to pair a sense of belonging, of shared triumph. As the applause for Jiang Yan's latest victory faded, a new challenge loomed. The guild master of Yunxiao City, a stern-faced man named Master Lin, stepped forward, his expression dark.
Jiang Yan,
Tiwa said, his voice cutting through the noise like a blade.
your antics have gone too far. You've humiliated our most respected members, and I will not allow this to continue.
The crowd fell silent, their laughter replaced by uneasy murmurs. Jack! Yan's grin faltered, his eyes narrowing as he met Master Lin's gaze.
I'm not here to humiliate anyone.
He said, his voice steady.
I'm here to show that even the most powerful skills can be useless when faced with the right modification.
Master Lin's lips pressed into a thin line.
You will face consequences for your actions. The guild will not tolerate this.
Jiang Yan's allies tensed, their hands drifting toward their weapons, but Jiang Yan raised a hand to stop them.
Master Lin,
He said, his tone calm but firm.
you're not here to punish me. You're here because you're afraid. Afraid that my uselessness might spread, that even the guild's most powerful members might one day find themselves as ridiculous as a pudding hammer or a sword that sways like a drunkard.
The crowd gasped, their whispers turning into a murmur of intrigue. Master Lin's face reddened, his jaw tightening.
You're a disgrace to this city.
He spat.
You'll be expelled from the guild, and your modified skill will be sealed.
Yang Yan's eyes gleamed with a mixture of defiance and mischief.
Seal it?
He echoed.
You think you can stop me? I've already turned every high-ranking opponent into a laughingstock. What will you do when the guild itself becomes the joke?
His words hung in the air, a challenge that sent ripples of uncertainty through the crowd. Master Lin's hand twitched toward his staff, but before he could strike, a voice rang out.
Master Lin, I think you're missing the point.
The crowd turned as Mei Ling stepped forward, her arms crossed.
Jiang Yan's modified skill isn't a threat to the guild. It's a gift, a way to remind us that no one is above ridicule, no matter how powerful they think they are.
Master Lin's eyes narrowed.
You're not helping Mei Ling. I'm not helping.
She said, her voice sharp.
I'm defending him because he's not the enemy. You are.
The crowd erupted into a cacophony of cheers and jeers, their voices a storm of support and mockery. Master Lin's face twisted in fury, but before he could respond, Jayan stepped forward, his expression one of quiet determination.
You know,
He said, his voice carrying over the noise.
I used to be afraid of my own uselessness, but now I see it for what it is, a tool, a way to turn the tables on those who think they're untouchable, and I don't think I'm the only one who sees it that way.
His allies nodded, their faces resolute.
You're not alone, Yan.
Mei Ling said.
We're all in this together, even if it means turning the guild into a joke.
The crowd's laughter swelled again, a wave of absurdity that seemed to lift the very air. Master Lin's face was a mask of fury, but his voice was weak, drowned out by the noise. Jackie Yan turned to his friends, his eyes shining with a mix of pride and gratitude.
You've all stood by me through every ridiculous failure, every absurd victory.
He said.
I don't know what I'd do without you.
His friends squeezed his shoulders, their smiles warm.
You are not useless, Yan.
Mei Ling said.
You're the most useful person I know, even if your usefulness looks like a pudding hammer or a sword that sways like a drunkard.
The crowd's laughter swelled again, but this time it was tinged with something to pour a sense of belonging, of shared triumph. As the guildmaster's fury faded into the din of the crowd, Jiang Yan's allies gathered around him, their faces alight with determination.
We need to do something about this.
Tai Niu said, his voice low but firm.
Master Lin won't back down just because we laughed at him.
Ling Hua nodded, her eyes narrowing.
He's not going to let us turn the guild into a joke. He'll find a way to stop us.
Jiang Yan tilted his head, his expression thoughtful.
Maybe he's right.
He said,
Maybe I should have been more careful, but I can't let fear stop me now.
Mai Ling stepped forward, her hands on her hips.
We've come too far to back down now. If the guild wants to play this game, we'll show them what real uselessness looks like.
The crowd's laughter swelled again, but this time it was tinged with something deeper, a sense of defiance, of shared purpose. Jiang Yan's friends nodded, their faces resolute.
We're not just here to laugh.
Tai Niu said,
We're here to make sure no one ever feels alone again, not even the guild master.
The crowd's laughter swelled again, but this time it was tinged with something to pour a sense of belonging, of shared triumph. Yan's mind raced as he watched the guild master's face twist in fury. He had always been afraid of his own uselessness, of the ridicule that followed him everywhere he went. But now, standing with his friends, he saw it for what it was, a tool, a way to turn the tables on those who thought they were untouchable. And he didn't think he was the only one who saw it that way. His friends had stood by him through every ridiculous failure, every absurd victory, and he knew he couldn't let them down now. He had to keep going, no matter how ridiculous it seemed. Because even if his usefulness looked like a pudding hammer or a sword that sways like a drunkard, he had something the guild master would never have. He had them, his friends, his family, and that was more than enough. As the crowd's laughter swelled again, Jiang Yan turned to his friends, his eyes shining with a mix of pride and gratitude.
You've all stood by me through every ridiculous failure, every absurd victory.
He said,
I don't know what I'd do without you.
his friends squeezed his shoulders, their smiles warm.
You're not useless, Jen.
Mei Ling said,
You're the most useful person I know, even if your usefulness looks like a pudding hammer or a sword that sways like a drunkard.
The crowd's laughter swelled again, but this time it was tinged with something to pour a sense of belonging, of shared triumph. Jiang Yan's friends nodded, their faces resolute.
We're not just here to laugh.
Tai Niu said,
We're here to make sure no one ever feels alone again, not even the guild master.
The crowd's laughter swelled again, but this time it was tinged with something to pair a sense of defiance, of shared purpose. As the guild master's fury faded into the din of the crowd, Jiang Yan's allies gathered around him, their faces alight with determination.
We need to do something about this.
Tai Niu said, his voice low but firm.
Master Lin won't back down just because we laughed at him.
Ling Hua nodded, her eyes narrowing.
He's not going to let us turn the guild into a joke. He'll find a way to stop us.
Jiang Yan tilted his head, his expression thoughtful.
Maybe he's right.
He said,
Maybe I should have been more careful, but I can't let fear stop me now.
Mei Ling stepped forward, her hands on her hips.
We've come too far to back down now. If the guild wants to play this game, we'll show them what real useless looks like.
The crowd's laughter swelled again, but this time it was tinged with something deporous sense of defiance, of shared purpose. Jackie Yan's friends nodded, their faces resolute.
We're not just here to laugh.
Tai Yu said.
We're here to make sure no one ever feels alone again, not even the guild master.
The crowd's laughter swelled again, but this time it was tinged with something deporous sense of belonging, of shared triumph. As the guildmaster's fury faded into the din of the crowd, Shani Yan's allies gathered around him, their faces alight with determination.
We need to do something about this.
Tai Yu, said his voice low but firm.
Master Lin won't back down just because we laughed at him.
Ling Hua nodded, her eyes narrowing.
He's not going to let us turn the guild into a joke. He'll find a way to stop us.
Jiang Yan tilted his head, his expression thoughtful.
Maybe he's right.
He said.
Maybe I should have been more careful, but I can't let fear stop me now.
Mei Ling stepped forward, her hands on her hips.
We've come too far to back down now. If the guild wants to play this game, we'll show them what real usefulness looks like.
The crowd's laughter swelled again, but this time it was tinged with something to pair a sense of defiance, of shared purpose. Yen's friends nodded, their faces resolute.
We're not just here to laugh.
Tai Yu said.
We're here to make sure no one ever feels alone again, not even the guildmaster.
The crowd's laughter swelled again, but this time it was tinged with something to pour a sense of belonging, of shared triumph. The silver arena was a cauldron of noise, the crowd's jeers and laughter bouncing off the polished marble walls as Jassy. Yan stood across from Zhao Dao, his bow gleaming in the arena's harsh light. The air was thick with anticipation, the spectators crowding the edges of the battlefield, their faces a mix of mockery and curiosity. Zhao Dao's fingers tightened around his bowstring, his lips curling into a sneer as he aimed at Jiang Yan.
You think you can challenge me with your useless skills. I'll show you the power of true archery.
His voice was sharp, the kind that cut through the air like a blade. Gan, however, merely adjusted the collar of his tattered robe, his eyes glinting with the kind of calm that made even the most confident opponents uneasy.
I'm not here to challenge your skills.
He said, his voice soft but laced with a mocking solemnity.
I'm here to make sure your skills are as useless as mine.
With a flick of his wrist, he activated his
Modify.
skill, his fingers twitching as he focused on Zhao Dao's.
Arrow shot.
A single thought passed through his mind.
Shot.
Tune.
Snack.
The moment the words took effect, the arrows launched from Zhao Dao's bow transformed into a cascade of colorful snacks, cotton candy, candy canes, and even a few gummy bears. The crowd gasped, their laughter erupting in a cacophony as the snacks rained down, landing in the hands of the spectators who devoured them with delight. Zhao Dao stared at his bow, his face a mask of horror, his voice trembling as he whispered.
What? What is this?
Jiang Yan tilted his head, his expression one of unshakable disappointment.
You know, I always thought my skills were useless, but I never imagined they'd be so useless that even arrows are snacks. Hey, you!
A voice rang out, sharp and clear, cutting through the chaos. Zhao Lin, a fellow Frank repairman and Jiang Yan's closest ally, stepped forward, his arms crossed as he glared at the crowd.
You think this is funny. You think Yang Yang's skills are useless. Well, let me tell you something. Those arrows just saved a bunch of people from getting hurt. You think you're laughing now, but you'll be crying when you realize how much of a genius he is.
His voice was a mix of defiance and pride, his eyes burning with the kind of loyalty that only came from years of shared struggles. The crowd fell silent, their laughter fading into uneasy murmurs as Zhao Lin's words settled over them like a heavy fog. Yan turned to him, a small smile tugging at the corners of his lips.
You know, I didn't think anyone would ever stand up for me like that.
He said, his voice low but filled with gratitude.
But you're right. My skills might be absurd, but they're not useless. They're just different.
Xiang Ling grinned, slapping Yan on the back.
Different is better than useless, my friend.
As the crowd's laughter faded, Yan's mind drifted to the countless times he had been mocked. The way his peers had sneered at his frank status. The way they had called him a failure. He remembered the day he had first discovered his
Modify.
skill, the way he had stared at the words on his screen, his heart pounding with a mix of fear and hope. He had been alone then, a nobody, with no friends, no allies, just a broken spirit and a skill that no one else had ever seen. But now, standing in the silver arena with Zhao Lin by his side, he felt something shift inside him. It wasn't just the power of his skill, it was the people who believed in him, who had chosen to stand by him, even when the world had turned its back. He had never imagined that his absurd victories would be the ones that brought him the greatest joy, but as he looked at the faces of his allies, he knew that this was where he belonged. The arena's lights flickered as a new figure stepped into the crowd, a young woman with a patchwork cloak and a satchel slung over her shoulder. Her name was Mei Ling, a low-ranking healer who had once been mocked for her inability to cure even the simplest of ailments. Her eyes were red-rimmed, her voice trembling as she approached Jiang Yan.
I heard about your skill.
She said, her words barely more than a whisper.
I need help. My sister is sick, and the healers at the guild can't do anything for her. I don't know what to do.
Jiang Yan's eyes softened as he looked at her, the weight of her desperation settling over him like a heavy cloak. Without a word, he reached into his satchel, pulling out a small, unassuming vial.
I'll help you.
He said, his voice steady.
But I need you to trust me.
Mei Ling nodded, her hands shaking as she took the vial.
I trust you.
She said.
I have to.
With a flick of his wrist, Yan activated his
Modify.
skill. Focusing on the vial's contents, he changed the word
Heal.
to,
Harvest.
and the moment the words took effect, the vial's liquid transformed into a shimmering golden liquid that pulsed with a strange, otherworldly energy. Mei Ling's eyes widened as she looked at it, her voice barely a whisper.
What is this?
Jiang Yan smiled, his eyes gleaming with the kind of mischief that only came from someone who had spent his life being underestimated.
It's not a cure.
He said,
It's a harvest, and I think it's going to save your sister.
The crowd erupted into a cacophony of confusion as the vial's liquid began to swirl, the golden liquid rising into the air like a living thing. Mei Ling's hands trembled as she watched, her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and hope.
What do I do?
She asked, her voice barely audible. Yan stepped forward, his voice calm but firm.
Just hold it over her. It's going to work, I promise.
Mei Ling nodded, her hands shaking as she lifted the vial. The liquid began to pulse, its energy radiating outward, and for a moment the arena was silent. Then, as if by some unseen force, the liquid began to flow, its golden light enveloping Mei Ling's sister and her body. The crowd gasped, their murmurs turning into a chorus of awe as the woman's condition began to improve, her breathing steadying, her color returning. Mei Ling's eyes filled with tears as she looked at Jiang Yan, her voice trembling with gratitude.
You saved her.
She said,
You saved her with that absurd skill of yours.
Jiang Yan smiled, his eyes filled with a quiet pride.
I didn't save her.
He said,
You did. You just needed a little help from someone who was willing to be absurd.
as the crowd's applause echoed through the arena. Yan turned to Zhao Lin, his eyes filled with a quiet joy.
You know,
He said, his voice low but filled with warmth.
I never thought I'd be the one saving people with my absurd skills. But I guess that's the kind of underdog reversal I always wanted.
Xiao Ling grinned, slapping him on the back.
And you're still the best at it, my friend.
The two of them laughed, their voices rising above the crowd's applause, their bond stronger than ever. The silver arena was eerily silent as Zack. Yan's fingers brushed against the ancient skill scroll, its edges crackling with unstable mana. A faint spark leapt from the parchment, illuminating the runes etched into its surface. Well, the fate-changing pen, which had lain dormant in Jiang Yan's satchel, rolled toward a peculiar symbol on the arena flora jagged, star-shaped rune that pulsed faintly with a violet glow. The crowd, usually a cacophony of jeers and cheers, had fallen into an unnatural hush, their breaths held as if the air itself had thickened. Jiang Yan adjusted his tattered robe, his eyes flicking to Lei Hu, the errant mercenary, who stood rigid with barely contained fury.
You think this is a joke?
Lei Hu growled, his voice a low rumble.
You're about to learn the meaning of true combat.
Jiang Yan tilted his head, a smirk tugging at his lips.
Oh, I'm not here to learn. I'm here to make sure your berserk skill is as useless as mine. Don't worry, I'll be gentle. Just a little bear hug, nothing too intense.
His words drew a snort from old Mo, who had been watching from the stands.
You know, I've heard rumors about that contract core.
The farmer muttered to a nearby spectator.
Maybe it's not a curse after all.
Jiang Yan's mind raced, his thoughts a jumble of confusion and sudden clarity. Asterisk. Why is the scroll reacting to this rune? Is the contract core connected to this? Asterisk. He had always dismissed his
Modify.
skill as a joke, but now, as the arena's silence deepened, he felt the faintest whisper of something ancient stirring within him. Lei Hu's fists clenched, his
Berserk.
skill flaring to life with a surge of crimson mana that rippled through the air like a storm. The crowd gasped as the ground beneath him cracked, the mana's intensity so overwhelming that even the arena's enchanted stones trembled. Jackie. Yan's eyes narrowed, his fingers twitching as he prepared to activate his
Modify.
skill. But something strange happened. The fate-changing pen, now resting at the edge of the rune, began to glow, its ink swirling into a chaotic spiral that mirrored the mana's chaos.
Wait.
Jiang Yan muttered, his voice barely audible over the crackling energy.
This isn't just a skill change, it's a re-rate.
The realization hit him like a thunderclap. Asterisk, The contract. Korea's not a curse. It's a key. Asterisk, he had spent years believing his skills were useless, but now, as the mana surged and the pen's glow intensified, he saw the truth. His
Modify.
skill wasn't just a tool for mockery, it was a bridge to something far greater. As Lei Hu lunged forward, his body a blur of muscle and fury, Jiang Yan raised his hand, his palm trembling as he channeled his mana into the fate-changing pen. The pen's glow flared, and the star-shaped rune beneath it flared to life, its violet light piercing the arena's darkness.
Notify.
Jiang Yan whispered, his voice steady despite the chaos.
Berserk. To bear hug.
The words left his lips, and the world seemed to pause. Lei Hu's body froze mid-lunge, his muscles locking in place as the crimson mana around him flickered and died. A soft, almost imperceptible asterisk, thud asterisk, echoed through the arena as the mercenary's form sagged. His arms dropping to his sides in a comically limp heap. The crowd erupted into laughter, but Jayan's eyes remained fixed on the rune, his mind racing. Asterisk, this isn't just a joke. This is a test. Asterisk, he had always thought his skills were a mockery of strength. But now, as the pen's glow faded and the rune's light dimmed, he felt a strange sense of purpose. The contract core was no longer a curse. It was a challenge, one he was finally ready to face. The arena's silence returned, but this time it was not out of fear. It was out of awe. Yan's gaze flicked to old Mo, who now stood at the edge of the crowd, his expression unreadable.
You know.
The farmer said, his voice low.
I always thought the contract core was a punishment. But maybe it's a gift, a way to fix what was broken.
Jiang Yan's lips parted, his mind reeling. Asterisk fix what was broken. Asterisk. The words echoed in his thoughts, and for the first time he saw the truth. His
Modify.
skill wasn't just a tool for humiliation. It was a means to restore balance, to rewrite the absurdity of a world where strength was everything. The laughter of the crowd faded into the background as he turned to Lei Hu. Hu now lay on the arena floor, his comical bear hug still lingering in the air like a ghost. Asterisk. This isn't the end. Asterisk. Saki, Yan thought, a smile tugging at his lips. Asterisk. It's the beginning. Asterisk. The silver arena buzzed with anticipation as age. Yan stepped forward, his tattered robe fluttering in the cool breeze. Xiao Yun, the crank tailor, stood across from him, her needle glinting in the sunlight as she smirked.
You think you can challenge me with your useless skills? I'll show you the power of true tailoring.
She declared, her voice dripping with confidence. Yan merely adjusted his collar and chuckled, his eyes flicking to the scroll in his hand. The ancient paper shimmered faintly, its edges crackling with static, as if sensing the impending chaos. A sudden spark leapt from the scroll, and the fate-changing pen, which had been resting on the ground, rolled toward an odd rune etched into the arena's stone. The crowd fell silent, the air thick with unspoken tension as the mana surge pulsed through the ground, vibrating beneath their feet.
You know,
Jiang Yan said, his voice cutting through the hush.
I always thought my skills were useless, but I never imagined they'd be so useless that even tailors can't stitch.
Xiao Yun's smirk faltered as she raised her needle, her fingers twitching with anticipation.
You're just another frank joke.
She sneered, her tone laced with mockery.
I'll make you regret this.
Jiang Yan tilted his head, his eyes narrowing as he focused on the scroll.
Oh, I'm not here to challenge your skills.
He said, his voice calm but laced with a quiet confidence.
I'm here to make sure your skills are as useless as mine.
With a flick of his wrist, Yan activated his
Modify.
skill, his mind racing as he focused on Zhao Yun's
Stitch.
ability. The runes on the scroll flared, and the fate changing pen, now resting at the edge of the rune, seemed to hum with energy. The air crackled as the word
Stitch.
began to shift, the letters twisting and warping into the absurd syllables of
Slack.
Xiao Yun's eyes widened in horror as her needle suddenly dropped from her hand, landing with a soft clatter on the arena floor. The threads she had been weaving in the air, once tight and precise, now unraveled into a chaotic tangle of loose fibers, fluttering like a swarm of tiny, colorful snakes. The crowd gasped, their murmurs of disbelief growing louder as the threads spiraled around Zhao Yun, cocooning her in a web of loose threads that shimmered in the light.
What? What is this?
Xiao Yun shrieked, her voice trembling as she tried to pull free, only for the threads to tighten around her wrists and ankles, binding her in place. Yao Yang tilted his head, his expression one of deep, unshakable disappointment.
You know, I always thought my skills were useless, but I never imagined they'd be so useless that even tailors can't stitch.
As the crowd erupted into laughter, Yan's mind raced. The Gobify's skill had always felt strange, its effects unpredictable and often absurd, but this was different. The threads that should have been useless were now forming a strange, protective barrier around him, their loose ends weaving together into a shimmering net that pulsed with faint energy. He had no idea why the slack stitch had done this. But as Zhao Yun's panicked screams echoed through the arena, he felt a sudden surge of warmth in his chest. The threads weren't just houseless, they were powerful. He had spent years being mocked for his frank status, for his
Useless.
skills, but now, in this moment, he saw the truth. His modified skill wasn't just a joke, it was a weapon, a tool that could turn the absurd into the extraordinary. The realization sent a thrill through him, and for the first time he felt a flicker of pride. The arena's silence returned as the threads settled, their chaotic dance slowing to a halt. Hai Yun, now completely immobilized, stared at Jiang Yan with a mix of horror and confusion.
What did you do?
She demanded, her voice shaking. Yan. Yan tilted his head, his expression unreadable.
I did what I always do.
He said, his voice calm.
I made sure your skills were as useless as mine.
The crowd's laughter grew louder, but Jiang Yan's eyes were fixed on the threads, their faint glow pulsing in time with his heartbeat. He had no idea what was happening, but he could feel something was changing, something was awakening. The fat changing pen, still resting at the edge of the rune, seemed to hum with a new energy, its tip glowing faintly. He had no idea what it meant, but as the arena's lights flickered and the air grew heavy with anticipation, he knew one thing for certain: this was only the beginning. A sudden voice cut through the chaos, sharp and unexpected.
Jiang Yan, don't let the threads fool you.
It was old Mo, the drank farmer, who had been watching from the sidelines. His voice was strained, as if he were speaking through gritted teeth.
The slug stage isn't just useless, it's a key. The contract core is hidden in the thread, but you have to find it before the mana surge drains it.
The words hit Yan like a thunderclap, his mind racing as he tried to process what old Mo had said. The contract, Corithe mysterious beck that had been the subject of countless rumors and legends. Was this really what was happening? His heart pounded as he looked down at the threads, their chaotic dance now taking on a new pattern, as if they were guiding him towards something. The arena's lights flickered again, and the Fett changing pen's glow intensified, its tip pointing directly at the center of the rune. Jackie! Yan's breath caught in his throat. He had no idea what the contract core was, but he knew one thing. This was no longer just a joke. This was a turning point, a moment that could change everything. And as the crowd's laughter faded into stunned silence, he felt a strange sense of purpose settle over him. The absurd had become the extraordinary, and for the first time, he wasn't just in frank joke. He was a force to be reckoned with. The Silver Arena was a place where legends were born and destinies were rewritten, its marble floors gleaming under the flickering light of enchanted lanterns. The crowd had gathered in droves, their murmurs of anticipation rising like a wave as the towering elemental mage, his robes billowing with the heat of his power, stepped into the center of the arena. His aura crackled with raw fire, the air around him shimmering with the scent of scorched earth and the distant promise of destruction. The mage raised his hands, the crowd gasping as a swirling inferno coalesced above him, a tempest of flame that seemed to drink the very air. But as the flames began their descent, a figure stepped forward, Jiang Yan, his face lit with mischief as he tilted his head, as if listening to a joke only he could hear. Firestorm! The mage roared, his voice echoing through the arena. But Jiang Yan's eyes gleamed with something the crowd couldn't quite place. A strange, faint glow flickered in the corner of the arena, a skill scroll lying forgotten on the ground, its runes pulsing with an eerie rhythmic light. In Jiang Yan's hand, the fed-to-changing pen vibrated softly, its tip twitching as if eager to write something monumental. The crowd's anticipation turned to confusion as the flames froze midair, twisting unnaturally into the shape of a massive, glowing pie. The mage blinked, his expression shifting from determination to bewilderment.
What?
He shouted, his voice cracking as the pie tumbled down, landing with a soft asterisk thud asterisk in the center of the arena. The crowd erupted into laughter, the sound echoing off the arena's walls as the pie began to bake itself, its crust golden and its aroma wafting through the air. Yan crossed his arms, grinning as he leaned back, his smirk widening.
Oops, I guess my skills are so useless. Even firestorms have desserts now.
He said, his tone laced with mock humility. The mage, now more confused than furious, took a step forward, his hands trembling as he tried to summon another attack. But the arena was already filled with pie crumbs, and the mage tripped over a crust, landing flat on his face with a thud that made the crowd laugh even harder.
I mean, I tried to make it serious, but the pie had other ideas.
Jiang Yan added, his voice dripping with faux regret as he watched the mage struggle to rise.
Are you trying to tell me that your skills are so useless? They even make firestorms edible.
The mage demanded, his voice a mix of disbelief and irritation as he finally managed to stand, brushing dust from his robes.
You think this is some kind of joke?
He continued, his hands glowing with the heat of his power, as he pointed a finger at Jiang Yan.
You're in the silver arena, where legends are forged, not where they're turned into desserts.
Jiang Yan interrupted, his grin widening as he took a step forward.
Look, I know what you're thinking. This guy's a nobody, a joke,
He paused, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper.
a guy who somehow managed to make a firestorm into a pie. But you know what? I've been in situations worse than this once. I was stuck in a dungeon with a boss that looked like a giant overcooked noodle. I had to fight it with a broom and a recipe for mooncakes. That's when I realized the universe doesn't care about your strength. It only cares about your ability to make things weird.
He leaned in closer, his voice lowering to a near whisper.
And I'm pretty good at that.
The maid's eyes narrowed, his aura flaring with renewed fury as he raised his hands, flames crackling around his fingers.
You think this is a game?
He growled.
You think you can? You think you can make me feel small?
Jiang Yan cut in, his voice rising as he took another step forward.
I've been called a nobody, a joke, a guy who should have stayed in the kitchen. But you know what? I've got something you don't. I've got the ability to turn your most powerful attacks into things that make people laugh. And that, my friend, is a skill that even the fate changer can't undo.
He paused, his eyes flicking to the glowing skill scroll on the ground, its runes pulsing in time with the fate-changing pen in his hand.
So go ahead, try again. I'd love to see what kind of dessert you can make next.
The mage's face twisted in frustration as he raised his hands once more, the flames swirling around him. But before he could unleash another attack, the pie in the center of the arena began to glow even brighter, its crust crackling as if it were about to explode. The crowd's laughter grew louder, the air thick with anticipation, as Zakayan's smirk widened.
Oops.
He said, his voice laced with mischief.
I think the pie's ready.
Jiang Yan's thoughts were a whirlwind of confusion and curiosity as he watched the pie glow brighter, its crust crackling with an almost musical rhythm. He had always known his skills were strange, unpredictable, even, but this was something else entirely. Jiang Yan took a step back, his eyes narrowing as he studied the pie. It was still baking, but there was something about it that felt off, the way the crust was forming, the way the aroma seemed to shift from sweet to something more metallic. He frowned, his mind racing. Was this a trick? A test? Or was there something deeper at play? Something the fate changer had left behind in the form of a pie? He wasn't sure, but one thing was certain. Whatever was happening here, it wasn't just a joke. It was something bigger. And he had a feeling he was going to find out exactly what it was. The mage's flames surged forward, the air around him crackling with heat as he raised his hands, his expression a mix of fury and determination. The fate-changing pen in his hand vibrated softly, its tip twitching as if it were trying to write something important. He glanced at the glowing skill scroll on the ground, its runes pulsing in time with the pen. And, for a moment, he felt a strange sense of déjà vu. Hadn't he seen this scroll somewhere before? In a dream? In a memory that felt more like a joke than a real event? He shook his head, trying to clear the thoughts from his mind. The mage's flames were growing more intense, the air around him crackling with heat. Jiang Yan took a step back, his eyes narrowing as he studied the pie. It was still baking, but there was something about it that felt off. The way the crust was forming, the way the aroma seemed to shift from sweet to something more metallic. He frowned, his mind racing. Was this a trick? A test? Or was there something deeper at play? Something the fate changer had left behind in the form of a pie? He wasn't sure, but one thing was certain. Whatever was happening here, it wasn't just a joke. It was something bigger. And he had a feeling he was going to find out exactly what it was as the pie continued to bake, its glow intensifying. Jiang Yan's eyes flicked to the crowd, where a few members had begun to whisper among themselves. He couldn't hear what they were saying, but the way they looked at the pie, half in awe, half in fear, made his stomach twist with a strange mix of excitement and dread. He had always known that his skills were different, but this was something else entirely. The fate-changing pen in his hand vibrated again, its tip twitching, as if it were trying to write something important. He glanced at the glowing skill scroll on the ground, its runes pulsing in time with the pen, and for a moment he felt a strange sense of déjà vu. Hadn't he seen this scroll somewhere before? In a dream? In a memory that felt more like a joke than a real event? He shook his head, trying to clear the thoughts from his mind. The mage's flames were growing more intense, the air around him crackling with heat.
You think this is a game?
He roared, his voice echoing through the arena.
You think you can make a mockery of the silver arena with your ridiculous antics?
His hands flared with fire, the flames twisting into a massive, swirling inferno that seemed to drink the very air. The crowd gasped, their laughter fading into a tense silence as the flames descended toward the pie. But as the fire reached the pie, something strange happened. Instead of burning, the flames twisted and writhed, their edges curling around the pie's crust like a lover's embrace. The pie's glow intensified, its golden crust shimmering with an otherworldly light. The mage's eyes widened in disbelief as the flames began to change, their heat fading into something cooler, something almost sweet.
What?
He shouted, his voice cracking as he took a step back, his hands trembling.
This is impossible. Fire can't be turned into a pie.
Jiang Yan interrupted, his voice dripping with mock disappointment as he stepped forward, his grin widening.
Oh, I think it can. In fact, I think it's already happening.
He gestured toward the pie, which was now fully baked, its crust perfectly golden and its aroma wafting through the air. The crowd's laughter returned, louder this time, as the mage's face twisted in frustration.
You're a joke.
He spat, his voice filled with barely contained rage.
A pathetic, useless. A joke?
Jiang Yan cut in, his eyes narrowing as he took another step forward.
You think that's what I am? A joke. I've been called worse. I've been called a nobody, a failure, a guy who should have stayed in the kitchen. But you know what? I've got something you don't. I've got the ability to make your most powerful attacks into things that make people laugh. And that, my friend, is a skill that even the fate changer can't undo.
He paused, his eyes flicking to the glowing skill scroll on the ground, its runes pulsing in time with the fate-changing pen in his hand.
So go ahead, try again. I'd love to see what kind of dessert you can make next.
The maid's hands flared with fire once more, but this time the flames hesitated, as if unsure of what to do. The crowd's laughter grew louder, the air thick with anticipation, as Zaxi Yan's smirk widened.
Oops.
He said, his voice laced with mischief.
I think the pie's ready.
As the flames hesitated, Jaggy, Yan's eyes flicked to the glowing skill scroll on the ground, its runes pulsing in time with the fate-changing pen in his hand. He had always known that the scroll was strange, its runes shifting and changing in ways that defied logic. He had always known that the scroll was strange, its runes shifting and changing in ways that defied logic. But now, as the flames hesitated, he felt something else, a strange, almost imperceptible shift in the air around him, as if the very fabric of reality was bending to accommodate the pie's presence. He took a step forward, his eyes narrowing as he studied the scroll. There was something about it that felt wrong. The runes were pulsing in a rhythm that didn't match the pen's vibrations, and for a moment he felt a strange sense of deja vu. Hadn't he seen this scroll before? In a dream? In a memory that felt more like a joke than a real event? He shook his head, trying to clear the thoughts from his mind. The mage's flames were still flickering, uncertain of what to do, and the crowd's laughter was growing louder. Yan took a deep breath, his mind racing. Whatever was happening here, it wasn't just a joke. It was something bigger, and he had a feeling he was going to find out exactly what it was. But now, as the flames hesitated, he felt something else, a strange, almost imperceptible shift in the air around him, as if the very fabric of reality was bending to accommodate the pie's presence. He took a step forward, his eyes narrowing as he studied the scroll. There was something about it that felt wrong. The runes were pulsing in a rhythm that didn't match the pen's vibrations, and for a moment he felt a strange sense of deja vu. Hadn't he seen this scroll before? In a dream, in a memory that felt more like a joke than a real event? He shook his head, trying to clear the thoughts from his mind. The mage's flames were still flickering, uncertain of what to do, and the crowd's laughter was growing louder. Yan took a deep breath, his mind racing. Whatever was happening here, it wasn't just a joke. It was something bigger. And he had a feeling he was going to find out exactly what it was. As the flames hesitated, Yan's eyes flicked to the glowing skill scroll on the ground, its runes pulsing in time with the fate-changing pen in his hand. He had always known that the scroll was strange, its runes shifting and changing in ways that defied logic. But now, as the flames hesitated, he felt something else, a strange, almost imperceptible, shift in the air around him, as if the very fabric of reality was bending to accommodate the pie's presence. He took a step forward, his eyes narrowing as he studied the scroll. There was something about it that felt wrong. The runes were pulsing in a rhythm that didn't match the pen's vibrations, and for a moment he felt a strange sense of deja vu. Hadn't he seen this scroll before? In a dream? In a memory that felt more like a joke than a real event? He shook his head, trying to clear the thoughts from his mind. The mage's flames were still flickering, uncertain of what to do, and the crowd's laughter was growing louder. Jiang Yan took a deep breath, his mind racing. Whatever was happening here, it wasn't just a joke. It was something bigger, and he had a feeling he was going to find out exactly what it was. As the flames hesitated, Jiang Yan's eyes flicked to the glowing skill scroll on the ground, its runes pulsing in time with the fate-changing pen in his hand. Jiang Yan stood in the silver arena, the air around him crackling with an almost imperceptible hum as the crowd's murmurs swelled into a low, expectant hum. The sword saint, his blade gleaming with lethal precision, raised his hand, the aura of his sword aura radiating outward like a storm about to break. But as the crowd leaned forward, eyes wide, Yang Yan's fingers twitched, and the fate-changing pen in his palm began to vibrate faintly, its ink swirling in patterns that seemed to defy logic. A skill scroll tucked into his sleeve glowed with an odd, pulsating light, its runes shifting as if whispering secrets only he could hear. The contract core at his chest hummed faintly, resonating with the pen's vibrations as if sensing something ancient stirring beneath the surface.
Sword aura.
The saint muttered, his blade humming with energy, but Jiang Yan's eyes sparkled with mischief.
Saw. Snap!
The sword's edge shimmered, then transformed into a golden glowing snack bar. The crowd gasped, then erupted into laughter as the snack bar flew through the air, landing in the saint's hands.
What?
The saint barked, his voice tinged with disbelief.
You think you can turn my sword into a snack? That's not a skill, that's a curse.
Jiang Yan leaned back, smirking.
Oops, I guess my skills are so useless. Even sword saints have to eat snacks now.
The saint's face twisted in confusion, but before he could respond, a voice from the crowd shouted.
Hey, isn't that the same skill scroll that turned a sword into a spoon back in the Iron Forge?
Another voice chimed in.
And didn't the legend say the fate changer could twist reality into something absurd?
Jiang Yan's mind raced as he recalled the day he'd stumbled upon that scroll, its runes flickering with a strange, almost playful energy. He thought it was a joke, but now, as the snack bar in the saint's hands began to emit a scent that smelled suspiciously like burnt toast, he wondered if the scroll had been trying to tell him something all along. His inner monologue churned with confusion and curiosity. Asterisk. Why does my skill keep turning serious spells into ridiculous things? Is the fate changing pen really the key to this madness? And what if the contract core's humming is a warning? Asterisk. Just then, the snack bar in the saint's hands began to crack, revealing a hidden compartment filled with tiny, glowing runes. Jackie Yan's eyes widened as he realized the runes were identical to those on the stele he'd discovered in the abandoned workshop beneath the guild hala place he'd stumbled into by accident, where he'd found a map to a hidden chamber filled with bizarre, half-finished magical experiments. The workshop's existence had been a mystery until now, but as the snack bar's runes pulsed in sync with the contract core, Gassien felt a strange certainty. This was no coincidence. The saint, still clutching the snack bar, suddenly froze as the runes began to glow brighter, casting an eerie light across the arena.
What is this?
The saint demanded, his voice trembling.
This isn't a snack, it's a key.
Jiang Yan's eyes gleamed with a mix of triumph and dread as he realized the hidden workshop's connection to the fate-changing pen. The crowd's laughter turned into murmurs of awe as the runes on the snack bar began to rearrange themselves, forming a map that pointed directly to the workshop's location. Asterisk so, this is why the contract car hummed. Asterisk exgiac, Yan thought. Asterisk and why the fate-changing pen vibrated. It's all leading to the workshop. But what if the workshop's experiments are what caused my skills to go rogue? Asterisk, as the saint's confusion deepened. Jackin. Yan took a step back, his mind racing with possibilities. The snack bar had already been devoured by the crowd, but the runes on the map still glowed faintly, as if waiting for him to act. The absurdity of the moment was almost too much to bear, but Jackie, Yan couldn't help but grin. Asterisk, maybe the workshop's not a curse after all. Maybe it's the next step in my weird little journey. Asterisk, the crowd's laughter echoed around him as the saint, now more confused than furious, attempted to swing his sword again, only to find it had vanished, replaced by a single glowing crumb.
I mean, I tried to make it serious.
Jiang Yan muttered.
But the snack had other ideas.
The silver arena pulsed with mana, its crystalline walls shimmering as spectators leaned forward, their eyes fixed on the dueling platform where Jiang Yan stood, arms crossed, a mischievous grin tugging at his lips. Across from him, the healer's aura radiated a gentle warmth, her hands glowing with soft golden light as she raised them in preparation for her attack. The crowd murmured in anticipation, expecting a display of miraculous restoration. But Yan's eyes gleamed with a different kind of energy. His modified skills had turned every profession's signature ability into something absurd, and the healer's
Heal,
was no exception.
heal.
The healer whispered, her voice a soothing lullaby, as her hands extended toward Jiang Yan, the air around her thickening with the scent of lavender and the faint hum of healing magic. But as her fingers reached out, Jiang Yan's mind whispered the modification that had been waiting in the wings.
Heal with a hug.
The healer's hands shimmered, and suddenly, instead of golden light, they emitted a soft, warm embrace. The crowd gasped, then erupted into laughter as the healer's arms wrapped around Jiang Yan, pulling him into a tight, unexpected hug.
Ugh, I guess my skills are so useless. Even healers have to be hug therapists now.
Jiang Yan muttered, his face flushing as the healer clung to him, her cheeks turning pink. The arena exploded with sound, the spectators roaring with delight as the healer's embrace became the centerpiece of the spectacle.
This is ridiculous.
Jiang Yan muttered, but his eyes sparkled with the thrill of the absurdity. He had always known his modified skills would be unpredictable, but this was something else entirely.
You're not even trying to fight back.
The healer said, her voice tinged with confusion and a hint of amusement.
I'm not trying to fight back.
Jiang Yan replied.
I'm just letting the chaos take over.
His ally, Zhao Ling, who had been watching from the sidelines, burst into laughter.
Jiang Yan, you're turning every battle into a comedy show. I don't know if I should be impressed or terrified. Both.
Jiang Yan said, his grin widening as he wiggled out of the healer's grip, the crowd's laughter echoing around him.
But hey, at least I'm not the one getting hugged by a stranger.
The healer, now more confused than furious, attempted to release him, but Jiang Yan simply smiled.
I mean, I tried to make it serious, but the hug had other ideas.
As the crowd's laughter continued, a new challenge emerged. The arena's mana had become unstable, the healer's modified energy causing a ripple effect that sent bursts of light and warmth cascading through the space. Yen had to dodge a barrage of spud missiles launched by an unexpected ally, a rogue mage who had been waiting in the shadows, his eyes gleaming with mischief.
You're supposed to be the underdog, not the one throwing spud missiles.
Jiang Yan shouted, ducking as a missile whizzed past his ear.
But this is more fun.
The rogue mage replied, launching another missile toward the healer, who was now too busy trying to untangle herself from the mana overload to notice. The arena became a chaotic dance of light, warmth, and absurdity, with Jiang at the center, his modified skills turning every confrontation into a spectacle. As the mana overload reached its peak, the healer's energy surged, causing the arena's floor to glow with a soft, golden light. Yan, ever the trickster, had one last modification in mind.
Heal with a hug and a party popper.
The healer's hands shimmered again, and suddenly a massive party popper burst into the air, showering the arena with confetti. The crowd erupted into cheers, the healer's confusion giving way to a reluctant smile as she watched the spectacle unfold. Jiang Yan, now fully immersed in the chaos, turned to Zhao Ling.
You see? Even the most serious professions can be turned into a party. I see.
Zhao Ling said, her eyes wide with disbelief and admiration.
But I still don't know how you manage to modify your skills to do this. It's all in the mindset.
Jiang Yan replied, his grin widening.
When you're the underdog, you have to think outside the box. And sometimes, that box is a party popper.
As the arena's mana stabilized and the confetti settled, the healer finally released her grip, her face a mix of embarrassment and amusement.
I guess I'll have to admit,
She said, her voice tinged with a reluctant respect.
you're not just an underdog. You're a master of absurdity.
Jiang Yan chuckled, his eyes gleaming with the thrill of the chaos.
That's the spirit. Now, let's see what the next challenge has in store.
The silver arena was a cauldron of tension as the water mage, his robe shimmering with liquid power, raised his hands, the air around him crackling with anticipation. The crowd, a sea of murmurs and gasps, watched as the mage summoned a colossal wave of water, its surface undulating like a living thing, ready to crush Jiang Yan in an instant. But as the wave surged forward, a glint of mischief flickered in Jiang Yan's eyes. He stepped forward, his fingers twitching, and with a mischievous grin he whispered,
Firestorm with a side of pie.
The wave froze mid-air, then twisted unnaturally, forming a massive glowing pie in the sky. The mage blinked, his expression shifting from determination to bewilderment.
What?
He roared, his voice echoing through the arena. The pie tumbled down, landing with a soft asterisk thud asterisk in the center of the arena. The crowd erupted into laughter as the pie began to bake itself, its crust golden and its aroma wafting through the air. Jiang Yan crossed his arms, grinning.
Oops, I guess my skills are so useless. Even firestorms have dessert now.
The mage, now more confused than furious, attempted to summon another attack, but the arena was already filled with pie crumbs. Jiang Yan chuckled, stepping back as the mage tripped over a crust and fell flat on his face.
I mean, I tried to make it serious, but the pie had other ideas.
Xiao Mei, Jian's closest ally, burst into laughter from the sidelines, her hands clapping together as she watched the scene unfold.
You're insane, Ziyan.
She shouted, her voice carrying over the crowd's laughter.
You turned a deadly water blast into a pie. What even is this?
Jiang Yan turned to her, his grin widening.
What's the point of being a master of absurdity if I don't make it fun?
He replied, his tone playful.
Besides, the pie's got more power than that Mega's water watch.
He pointed at the pie, which suddenly began to levitate, its edges glowing with a soft golden light.
See that? The mana's not just baking the pea, it's amplifying it. This thing could flatten him if I wanted to.
Yang Mei's eyes widened.
Wait, are you saying the pie's a weapon now? Not a weapon.
Jiang Yan corrected.
A dessert with a side of chaos.
The crowd roared with laughter as the pie began to spin, its crust crackling with energy, and the mage, now on his knees, scrambled to his feet, his face a mix of fury and confusion.
You think this is a joke?
he snarled, his voice trembling.
I'll show you the real power of water.
He raised his hands again, summoning another wave, but this time Yan was ready.
Water blast, with a splash of laughter.
He muttered, and the wave froze midair, transforming into a massive, glowing splash of laughter that rippled through the arena, making everyone laugh uncontrollably. The mage's eyes widened in horror as the laughter overwhelmed him, his own power turning against him.
What is this?
He shouted, his voice drowned out by the crowd's giggles. Yay! Gan shrugged, his smirk returning.
I mean, I tried to make it serious, but the laughter had other ideas.
As the mage stumbled backward, his water powers faltering, Yan's inner monologue buzzed with a mix of surprise and exhilaration. Asterisk, this is insane. Asterisk, he thought. Asterisk, but it's working. I never expected my modified skills to turn the tables like this. The pie, the laughter, the absurdity, it's all part of the plan. I didn't think I'd be the one making the crowd laugh instead of the enemy, but here we are. Maybe I'm not just an underdog anymore. Maybe I'm the joke that's turning the tables. I just hope the mage doesn't try anything else. I'm not sure I can handle another surprise. Asterisk. He turned to Jamei, who was still laughing, and raised an eyebrow.
You think this is the end?
He asked.
Nope.
She replied, wiping tears from her eyes.
This is just the beginning. The mage is not going to give up that easily.
True to her words, the mage, his face red with fury, raised his hands once more, summoning a torrent of water that swirled into a massive, spiraling vortex. But as the vortex descended, Jackie Yan's eyes gleamed with mischief.
Water blast, with a splash of chaos.
He muttered, and the vortex froze midair, its edges twisting into a chaotic whirlwind of water and confetti. The crowd gasped as the confetti exploded, showering the arena with glitter and laughter. The mage, now completely disoriented, stumbled backward, his powers flickering as the chaos consumed him.
What? What is this?
He roared, his voice barely audible over the din. Yan stepped forward, his smirk widening.
I guess my skills are so useless. Even water mages have to celebrate now.
The mage, now on the verge of collapse, fell to his knees, his water powers dissipating into the air. The crowd erupted into cheers as Jiang Yan raised his arms in triumph.
I mean, I tried to make it serious, but the chaos had other ideas.
As the mage was dragged away by the arena's enforcers, Jamei approached Yan, her eyes still gleaming with laughter.
You did it again.
She said, her voice filled with admiration.
You turned the mage's attack into a party. How did you even think of that?
Jiang Yan chuckled, his grin returning.
It's all in the details, Xiaomei. The key is to take the enemy's power and twist it into something they can't control. The pie, the laughter, the confetti, it's all part of the same plan. You just have to be ready for the absurdity.
Xiaomei nodded, her expression softening.
You're amazing, Yan. I don't know how you do it, but you always find a way to win.
Jiang Yan shrugged, his eyes twinkling with mischief.
It's not about winning. It's about making the impossible possible. And in this arena, the impossible is just another day at the office.
The crowd's laughter echoed through the silver arena as they. Yan turned to face the next challenge, his heart pounding with the thrill of the absurd. Jiang Yan stood in the silver arena, the air around him crackling with an almost imperceptible hum as the teleporter's aura shimmered like liquid silver. The teleporter's hands hovered in front of him, a faint glow emanating from the ancient skill scroll strapped to his wrist, its runes flickering with an eerie, almost sentient pulse. Yan's fingers twitched as he felt the fate-changing pen in his pocket vibrate faintly, as though it were trying to warn him of something he couldn't yet comprehend. The contract tore at his chest, throbbed in response, its low, resonant hum growing louder with each passing second. The crowd murmured, their anticipation thick in the air, but Jiang Yan barely noticed. His mind was already racing with the absurdity of it all. The teleporter stepped forward, his voice cutting through the silence like a blade.
You think you can outwit me, Jiang Yan? I've studied your past. How you were cast out of the guild for your useless profession. How you've spent years trying to prove yourself. But this time I'll end you. No more jokes, no more detours. Your skill is a joke, and I'll make sure the entire arena remembers it.
Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow, his smirk widening as he thought of the countless times he'd been mocked for his
Useless.
abilities.
Oh, I'm not trying to outwit you.
He said, his voice dripping with faux sincerity.
I'm just trying to make sure your teleportation doesn't end up in a place you're not ready for.
The teleporter's eyes narrowed, but before he could react, Yan's fingers curled into a fist, and the words
Teleport with a detour.
slipped from his lips like a curse. The teleporter's body shimmered, but instead of vanishing, he found himself stumbling into the middle of the crowd, his face a mix of confusion and rage as the arena erupted into laughter. Jiang Yan's mind raced as he tried to make sense of the strange energy around him. The contract core's hum had grown louder, almost like it was trying to communicate, and the fate-changing pen's vibrations now felt almost like a heartbeat. He glanced at the teleporter, who was now shouting at the crowd, his face red with embarrassment, and couldn't help but chuckle.
I guess even teleporters have to take detours now.
He muttered, his voice laced with the same smugness that had carried him through every battle so far. But as the laughter died down, a strange sensation prickled at the back of his neck. The air around him felt heavier, as though something was watching. He looked down at the ground, where a faint, glowing rune had appeared, its shape unfamiliar, yet oddly familiar. His eyes widened as he realized it was the same symbol that had been etched into the walls of the abandoned workshop he'd stumbled upon months ago. The workshop had been a place of forgotten knowledge, a relic of an era when professions were not just skills but sacred contracts. But why was it appearing here? Now his thoughts were interrupted as the teleporter's voice cut through the air again, this time filled with a mix of fury and confusion.
What did you do? Why is my teleportation failing? This is impossible.
Jiang Yan's smirk didn't fade, but his mind was already racing with possibilities. The contract core's hum had grown louder, almost like it was urging him forward. He took a step toward the glowing rune, his curiosity piqued. If the workshop had been a place of forgotten knowledge, then maybe this was a clue to something even bigger. The thought sent a shiver down his spine, but he couldn't help the grin that spread across his face. The teleporter might have been confused, but Jiang Yan was just getting started. The arena might have laughed, but he could feel the weight of something far greater pressing down on him. And as the contract core's hum grew louder, he couldn't help but wonder what other secrets lay hidden in the shadows of the guild's forgotten past. Silver arena erupted into a cacophony of laughter and confusion as the Time Make's body slumped forward, his eyes fluttering shut like a man who had just been told he'd won a prize he didn't want. Jiang Yan stood with his arms crossed, his smirk widening as the mage's snoring echoed through the crowd.
Oops, I guess my skills are so useless. Even time mages have to take naps now.
He muttered, his voice dripping with faux regret. The arena's lights flickered as the fate-changing pen in his hand vibrated faintly, its ink swirling in patterns that seemed to defy logic. Nearby, the contract core embedded in his chest hummed with a low, almost melodic frequency, as if it were trying to communicate something important, but couldn't quite find the words. The crowd's laughter was interrupted by a sudden, eerie glow from the far corner of the arena, where a weathered stele stood half buried in the ground. Its runes, once pristine, now shimmered with an unnatural shifting hue, as though they were rewriting themselves in real time. Jesse! Yan's eyes narrowed as he stepped forward, his curiosity piqued.
What the hell is that?
He muttered, his voice barely above a whisper. The stele's runes pulsed in response, and for a brief moment the air around it felt heavier, as if time itself were holding its breath.
Maybe the time mage snap isn't the only thing that's been messed up.
Jiang Yan said to himself, his mind racing with possibilities. The contract core's hum grew louder, and the fate-changing pen's vibrations intensified, as if they were both reacting to the stele's presence. The crowd, still chuckling, began to murmur among themselves, some pointing at the stele, and others at Jiang Yan, their expressions a mix of amusement and unease.
I've heard stories about the fate changer.
A voice called out from the stands, and Jiang Yan turned to see an elderly man with a beard like a tangled mop of hair.
They say it's not just a tool, it's a curse, a blessing, a paradox, something that can rewrite destiny itself, but only if you're foolish enough to use it.
The crowd gasped, and Jayan's smirk faded slightly, replaced by a flicker of unease.
You think that's what this is?
He asked, his voice tinged with both curiosity and dread. The old man nodded, his eyes glinting with a mix of mischief and warning.
It's not just about the skill, it's about the cost. And I think you've already paid it.
The contract core's hum grew louder, and the fate-changing pen's ink began to drip, pooling into a small puddle on the arena floor. Jiang Yan's heart pounded as he realized the truth. The stele wasn't just a relic, it was a key to something far bigger than he had ever imagined. But before he could take another step, the time mage groaned, his eyes fluttering open.
What? What happened?
The mage asked, his voice hoarse and confused. Yan chuckled, his smirk returning.
I mean, I tried to make it serious, but the nap had other ideas.
The crowd erupted into laughter once more, but Jayan's mind was already racing. The stele, the contract core, the fate-changing penty were all pieces of a puzzle, and he had no idea where the final piece might be. But one thing was certain. The absurdity of his journey was only just beginning. Jiang Yan stood in the silver arena, the air thick with anticipation as the crowd murmured in excitement. The shadow user, a tall figure draped in dark robes, raised his hands, his aura swirling with the ominous energy of shadow clones. The arena's lights dimmed, casting long flickering shadows that danced across the floor. Yan's eyes gleamed with mischief as the shadow user summoned a swarm of dark figures, each one a perfect replica of himself. The crowd gasped, expecting a brutal display of power, but as the clones lunged forward, Yan's voice cut through the tension.
Shadow clone, with a side of popcorn.
The shadows shimmered, then burst into a cascade of golden kernels, the scent of butter and caramel wafting through the air. The crowd erupted into laughter as the popcorn exploded, showering the arena with a chaotic rain of kernels. The shadow user staggered back, his face a mix of confusion and fury, while Jiang Yan crossed his arms, grinning. The arena was a cacophony of laughter and applause, the absurdity of the moment leaving even the most stoic spectators in stitches. The popcorn continued to rain down, creating a sunria, glittering carpet across the arena floor. Jiaying, Yan's allies in the crowd, Lin Yuyan, Zhao Qian, and the others, clapped and cheered, their joy infectious. The shadow user, now more bewildered than angry, attempted to summon another clone, but the arena was already a golden wasteland of popcorn yen. Yane's smirk widened as he stepped back, the absurdity of the victory hanging in the air like a punchline to a joke no one could stop laughing at. As the last of the popcorn settled, J. Cole Yan's allies gathered around him, their laughter echoing through the arena. Lin Yuyan, her cheeks flushed with mirth, clapped him on the back.
You're the most ridiculous person I've ever met, but I love it.
She said, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Zhao Qian, still giggling, added,
Even when you're being a complete disaster, you somehow make it work. That's why we're here for you.
Jiang Yan grinned, his heart swelling with gratitude. He looked around at his friends, their faces alight with joy, and felt a deep sense of belonging. The absurdity of the moment was undeniable, but so was the bond they shared. The shadow user, now a laughingstock, muttered curses under his breath as the crowd continued to cheer, their voices a symphony of mirth. Jali Yan raised his hands, signaling for silence, and the arena fell into a hush.
I guess even shadow users have to eat popcorn now.
He said, his voice carrying the weight of his own ridiculousness. The crowd erupted once more, their laughter a testament to the unbreakable connection between Jiang Yan and his allies. Lin Yuyan turned to Jiang Yan, her eyes narrowing with playful teasing.
You know, if you keep doing this, the guild will never take you seriously. But honestly, I don't care. You're the most fun person I've ever met.
She leaned in, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper.
Besides, I'd rather watch you turn shadow clones into popcorn than see you lose to someone who takes themselves too seriously.
Jiang Yan chuckled, his shoulders relaxing as he met her gaze.
Thanks, Lin Yuyan. I don't know what I'd do without you.
Xiao Qian, who had been listening intently, interjected with a grin.
You know, I've been following you for weeks, and every time you mess up a spell, it somehow ends up being the best thing in the arena. You're like a walking paradox, completely useless, but somehow the most powerful person here.
The crowd laughed again, their admiration for Jesse Yan's absurd ingenuity evident in their cheers. Yan's mind was a whirlwind of emotions. He could feel the weight of his allies' trust pressing against him, a reminder that no matter how ridiculous his skills were, they believed in him. He remembered the first time he had failed a test, the way his friends had rallied around him, their laughter a balm for his shame. Now, as the arena erupted with joy, he felt a surge of gratitude. The absurdity of his victories wasn't just a joke, it was a testament to the bond they shared. He looked at Lin Yuyan and Zhao Quen, their faces alight with pride, and knew that no matter how many times he messed up, they would always be there for him. As the shadow user stumbled over a pile of popcorny, Yan's eyes flicked to the edge of the arena, where a group of guild enforcers was watching with thinly veiled amusement. One of them, a burly man with a scar across his cheek, stepped forward, his voice cutting through the laughter.
This isn't a game, Ijayan. You're supposed to be taking this seriously.
Jiang Yan tilted his head, a mischievous grin spreading across his face.
But I'm not. I'm just being me. And if being me means turning your shadow clones into popcorn, then so be it.
The enforcer's expression darkened, but before he could say anything else, a loud crash echoed through the arena. A rival guild member, Lang Feng, had been cornered by a swarm of shadow clones, his sword clashing against the dark figures. Jackie, Yan's eyes widened as he realized what was happening.
Wait, Jiang Feng!
He shouted, rushing toward the chaos. The clones were overwhelming him, their movements too fast for Liang Feng to counter. Yan's mind raced. He had no time to think, only to act. With a quick motion, he raised his hands, his voice cutting through the noise.
Shadow clone with a side of popcorn.
The clones froze, then burst into a cascade of golden kernels, the explosion knocking the shadow user back and scattering the clones into harmless bits of popcorn. Lang Feng, dazed but unharmed, looked up at Jackie Yan, his eyes wide with disbelief.
What the hell was that?
He asked, his voice tinged with confusion. Yang grinned, his usual mischief returning.
Just a little help from my friend.
As the arena settled into a tense silence, the guild enforcer's face twisted in frustration.
This isn't over, Yijan. You've made a mockery of the competition.
Jiang Yan's grin didn't falter.
I've made a mockery of the competition. I think you're the one who's being mocked, my friend.
He turned to Liang Feng, who was still staring at the pile of popcorn.
You okay?
He asked, his voice laced with concern. Liang Feng nodded, his expression softening.
Yeah, thanks, Jian. I don't know what I would have done without that.
The crowd murmured in approval, their admiration for Ayin Yan's absurd ingenuity growing with each passing moment. The shadow user, now thoroughly defeated, muttered under his breath as he retreated from the arena, his pride shattered by the ridiculousness of his loss. Jiang Yan looked around at his allies, their faces alight with pride, and felt a deep sense of satisfaction. The absurdity of their victory wasn't just a joke, it was a testament to the bond they shared. As the crowd's laughter echoed through the arena, Yan knew that no matter how many times he messed up, they would always be there for him. Jiang Yan stood in the silver arena, his heart pounding as the lightning mage's hands crackled with energy, the air around them humming with the promise of destruction. The crowd's anticipation was electric, but Jiang Yan's eyes gleamed with mischief as he recalled the absurdity of his previous victories.
Lightning bolt.
The mage roared, his voice echoing through the arena as a jagged streak of electricity lashed toward Jiang Yan. But as the bolt surged forward, Jackie Yan's mind flicked through his repertoire of ridiculous reversals.
Lightning bolt. With a musical note.
He muttered, his voice barely audible over the crackling energy. The bolt froze midair, then twisted into a glowing, shimmering note that hovered in the air, its edges vibrating with an otherworldly hum. Crowd gasped, then erupted into laughter as the note began to play a melody that was somehow both haunting and absurdly cheerful, making even the most stoic onlookers tap their feet. Jiang Yan's allies, Ling Dian and Zhao Huai, burst into uncontrollable giggles, their eyes wide with disbelief.
You turned a lightning bolt into a musical note.
Xiang Tian wheezed, clutching his sides.
I was about to die, and now I'm dancing to a symphony of chaos.
Zha Hui added, her laughter mingling with the melody. Jack Yan grinned, his heart swelling with the joy of their shared absurdity. He thought back to the countless times he'd been mocked, his skills dismissed as useless, and how his friends had stood by him, their belief in him, fueling his strange, unpredictable power.
I could have been a real mage.
he mused.
But I'm glad I'm the one who makes the world laugh instead.
The lightning mage, now more confused than furious, staggered as the musical note continued its performance, the crowd's laughter growing louder.
I guess my skills are so useless. Even lightning mages have to make music now.
Jiang Yan said, his voice carrying over the din. The mage attempted to summon another bolt, but the arena was already filled with the sound of the note, the melody weaving through the air like a spell of its own as the mage tripped over his own feet. Jiang Yan's allies rushed to his side, their laughter turning into cheers.
You're a genius.
Xiang Tian said, his voice thick with admiration.
No, you're the one who turned a disaster into a masterpiece.
Zhao Hui countered, her eyes shining with pride. Just then, a guild enforcer approached, his expression a mix of bewilderment and intrigue.
That was unexpected.
He said, his gaze lingering on Jiang Yan.
I've heard of your absurd victories, but this,
He chuckled, shaking his head.
the guild might have to reconsider its stance on unconventional talents.
Jiang Yan blinked, his mind racing. A guild position? The thought was absurd, but his friend's laughter and the enforcer's curiosity hinted at something bigger. As the musical note faded into the air, Jiang Yan felt a flicker of hope. Perhaps his ridiculous skills weren't so useless after all. The silver arena was eerily silent, the usual murmurs of the crowd replaced by an oppressive stillness that made the air feel thick with anticipation. Jiang Yan's fingers hovered over the ancient skill scroll in his hands, its edges crackling faintly with unstable mana. A sudden spark leapt from the scroll's surface, illuminating the rune etched into its center, a symbol he'd never seen before, pulsating with a strange, almost sentient glow across the arena, the fate-changing pen. A relic Yan had only glimpsed in guild archives, rolled unsteadily toward the rune, as though drawn by an invisible force. The mana in the air surged, a visible wave of energy rippling outward, but no one dared to speak. Even the gravity user's aura, usually so dominant, seemed to falter, as if the arena itself had paused to listen. Yan's eyes flicked between the scroll and the pen, his mind racing with questions he couldn't yet answer.
This isn't normal.
He muttered, his voice barely audible, though it carried the weight of a truth he hadn't fully grasped yet.
Hey, you think your useless skill is actually a secret powerhouse?
A voice cut through the silence, sharp and teasing. Yan turned to see his ally, Lin Aye, leaning against the arena's edge, her arms crossed and a smirk playing on her lips.
I mean, look at the scroll. That renet's not just a random symbol. It's the same one from the contract core's description. You're not just messing with gravity anymore, you're rewriting the rules.
Her words hung in the air, a challenge and a clue wrapped in a single sentence. Yan blinked, his mind scrambling. The contract core forbidden back that had been sealed away for centuries, its instability, had always been a mystery. Could his skill, the one he'd mocked as
Useless.
be tied to it? He opened his mouth to respond, but before he could, the gravity user's hands flared with energy, his voice booming.
Gravity pull.
Jiang Yan's heart pounded. He could feel the pull of the gravity user's power, a force that would crush him in an instant. But as he raised his hands, the skill scroll's rune flared brighter, and the fat-changing pen stopped just inches from it.
Gravity pull with a party popper.
He said, his voice steady, despite the chaos. The gravity user's aura faltered, and the arena erupted into laughter as a massive, glowing party popper materialized in the air, exploding into a shower of confetti.
Wait, You just turned a deadly gravity attack into a celebration.
Lin Sui's voice was a mix of disbelief and amusement.
That's not just useless. That's genius.
Jiang Yan's mind reeled. He hadn't planned this. He hadn't even known the contract core's connection to his skill. But as the confetti rained down, he felt a strange warmth in his chest, a flicker of understanding. The contract core wasn't just a relic, it was a key, and his skill was the lock. The arena's silence had been a warning, a test, and now, as the gravity user stumbled back, confused and embarrassed, Yan realized the truth. His so-called
Useless.
skill wasn't a mistake, it was a miracle.
Oops.
He said, grinning as the crowd roared with laughter.
I guess even gravity users have to celebrate now.
The gravity user, still dazed, muttered something about,
Unfair advantages.
but Yen didn't care. He had a new purpose now, one that didn't involve mocking his own abilities. The contract core's power was real, and he was finally ready to embrace it. As the arena filled with confetti and the fete-changing pen rolled toward the rune once more, Jackie Yen felt a surge of determination. The underdog had finally found his strength. The silver arena fell into an eerie silence as Seiki Yen's skill scroll sparked unexpectedly, its ancient runes flickering with a strange, pulsating light. The air around him seemed to hum with energy, the mana surging in a way that made the crowd's murmurs die off instantly. At the same time, the fate-changing pen resting on the ground near Jengi, Yan's feet rolled toward an odd, half-first rune etched into the arena floor, its path marked by a faint, glowing trail. The Enforcer, his hands poised to seal Jan. Yan's abilities paused mid-motion as the mana surge distorted the air around him, making the arena feel like a pressure cooker on the verge of explosion. Jiang Yan, standing calmly in the center of the chaos, watched the pen's movement with a faint smirk. His fingers twitched slightly as if he could already feel the shift in the air. The crowd, now holding their breath, waited for the inevitable clash. But something was wrong, something bigger than just a failed seal.
Hey, you think the pen's trying to draw a new rune?
Jiang Yan asked, his voice casual as he gestured toward the fate-changing pen. The Enforcer, still frozen in place, blinked at him, his face a mix of confusion and irritation.
It's just a broken scroll.
He muttered, his voice tinged with frustration.
You're not even a real profession, are you?
Jiang Yan shrugged, his grin widening.
Nah, but I've got a skill that's asterisk, so asterisk useless. Even the guild's seal can't handle it. Just wait, this is gonna be fun.
His words hung in the air, the Enforcer's eyes narrowing as he prepared to act, unaware that the pen's journey toward the rune was about to change everything. Yen's mind raced as he stared at the fate-changing pen's erratic movement. The rune it was heading toward looked like a jagged, incomplete symbol, its edges frayed as if it had been hastily drawn and forgotten. He had seen similar runes before, fragments of ancient contracts, remnants of power that had once shaped the world, but this one felt different, almost alive. His hands clenched into fists as a wave of unease washed over him. Why was the pen moving toward it? Was it trying to complete the rune? The thought sent a jolt of panic through him, but he quickly pushed it aside. He had no idea what this rune meant, but he knew one thing. Whatever was about to happen, it wasn't going to be normal. His skill scroll's erratic sparks flickered again, and for a moment, he felt like he was standing on the edge of something huge, something that could change everything.
Gilseo.
The enforcer growled, his hands glowing with a deep, oppressive aura. The air around him thickened, pressing down on Jiang Yan like a weight. But as the enforcer's seal began to take shape, Yan's eyes gleamed with mischief.
Skilseo with a leak.
He said, his voice carrying over the sudden stillness of the arena. The enforcer's expression shifted from confidence to confusion as the seal shimmered and twisted, its power bleeding out in strange glowing tendrils that coiled around the rune. The fate-changing pen had reached. The crowd gasped as the seal's energy was siphoned away, the enforcer's face turning red with frustration.
What?
He barked, his voice echoing through the arena, but Jiang Yan was already laughing, his hands raised as if he had just won the greatest battle of his life.
Oops, I guess my skills are so useless. Even guild enforcers have to deal with leaks now.
The enforcer's eyes widened as he realized what was happening. The seal, instead of trapping Jiang Yan's abilities, was unraveling itself, its energy flowing into the rune and the fate-changing pen. The air around the rune pulsed with a strange, otherworldly light, and the pen stopped moving, its tip hovering just above the rune's surface. The enforcer took a step forward, his voice shaking with anger.
You think this is a game? You're wasting my time.
But Ziyan's laughter only grew louder, his voice cutting through the enforcer's rage like a blade.
Oh, I think this is asterisk. Exactly asterisk what you wanted.
He said, his tone dripping with mock innocence.
You wanted to seal my skills, right? Well, guess what? Your seal just became a asterisk leak. Asterisk, and it's leaking into something asterisk way, asterisk bigger than you.
The enforcer's face turned red, his hands trembling as he tried to regain control of the seal. But the rune beneath his feet was already glowing, the fate-changing pen's tip now hovering inches above it. The crowd, once silent, erupted into a cacophony of gasps and whispers as the rune's light intensified, the air around it crackling with energy. Jiang Yan, standing at the center of the chaos, felt a strange warmth spreading through his chest. It was like the rune was recognizing him, like it had been waiting for this moment. His mind raced with possibilities, but before he could process them, the rune flared with a blinding light, and the fate-changing pen dropped to the ground, its tip now embedded in the rune's center. The arena fell silent again, but this time it was not out of fear, it was out of awe. The rune's light spread outward, wrapping around the enforcer and Jiang Yan in a cocoon of shimmering energy. The enforcer screamed as the seal's power was completely siphoned away, his body trembling as the energy consumed him. But Jiang Yan stood unmoved, his eyes wide, as he watched the rune's light pulse once more, before vanishing entirely. The fate-changing pen, now lying motionless on the ground, seemed to hum with a quiet, satisfied energy. The enforcer collapsed to his knees, his face pale, as he stared at the rune.
What? What is this?
He whispered, his voice barely audible. Yan stepped forward, his smirk returning as he looked down at the enforcer.
This?
He said, his voice filled with triumph.
This is the contract, core. And guess what? It's asterisk mine asterisk now.
The crowd erupted into cheers, their voices a thunderous roar that shook the arena. The enforcer, now completely powerless, looked up at Jiang Yan, his expression a mix of disbelief and rage, but Jiang Yan only laughed, his voice echoing through the chaos.
Oops. I guess my skills are so useless. Even the guild's most powerful enforcers can't stop me now.
As the enforcer's body was lifted by the contract Corel's energy and carried away, Jiang Yan turned to the crowd, his eyes gleaming with a mixture of pride and mischief. The fate-changing pen, now embedded in the rune, seemed to glow with a quiet, contented light. The contract corps had chosen him, and for the first time, Jiang Yan felt like he wasn't just an underdog, was the one who had turned the tables. The arena erupted into applause, the crowd's laughter ringing in his ears as he stood at the center of it all, his heart pounding with the thrill of victory. The enforcer's humiliation was complete. But Jiang Yan knew this was only the beginning. The contract corps had just opened the door to something far greater, and he was ready to face whatever came next. Jiang Yan stood in the silver arena, his fingers twitching with anticipation, as the burly opponent, with the strength
Strike.
Skill raised his hands, crackling with electric energy. The crowd murmured like a storm about to break, their eyes locked on the man who had already become a legend for his absurd modifications. Jiang Yan's lips curled into a grin, his mind already racing with the possibilities. He had no intention of letting this match end like any other. This was his chance to turn the absurd into the unforgettable. As the opponent unleashed a bolt of lightning toward him, Jiang Yan flicked his wrist, muttering under his breath.
Modify Thunder Strike to Thunder Chicken.
The air shimmered, and the lightning twisted midair, morphing into a plump clucking chicken that flapped its wings with a comically loud asterisk flap flap asterisk. The arena erupted into laughter, the sound echoing like a thunderclap of its own. The chicken pecked at the air, its beak snapping wildly, before suddenly exploding into a cloud of feathers that rained down like a bizarre snowfall. Jiang Yan wiped fake sweat from his brow, his eyes gleaming with mischief.
I tried to make it serious, but the leak had other ideas.
He said, his voice dripping with mock remorse. The crowd roared with laughter, and even the stern-faced announcer, Master Bai, chuckled despite himself.
This is the first time I've seen a Thunder Strike become a Thunder Chicken.
He said, shaking his head.
I think I need to update the skill market's description.
Jiang Yan raised a hand in mock apology, his grin widening.
Sorry, I didn't mean to ruin your reputation. I just thought it would be more fun if the lightning had a little personality.
The match ended in a resounding victory for Jiang Yan. The crowd's laughter still echoing through the arena, but as the feathers settled and the lights dimmed, a subtle shift in the air made Jiang Yan's skin prickle. The mana in the arena had fluctuated, a faint hum vibrating through the stone beneath his feet. He glanced toward the shadows, where a figure in a dark cloak had vanished without a trace, leaving only a faint scent of ozone and a lingering sense of unease. The Profession Guild's interest in his abilities was no longer just a rumor, it was a warning.
Master Bai.
Jiang Yan said, his voice low as he approached the announcer after the match.
Do you ever wonder why the guild keeps trying to suppress my modifications?
His eyes flickered with a mix of curiosity and defiance, as if daring the older man to challenge him. Master Bai, who had just finished adjusting his tie, paused mid-step, his stern expression softening into something almost amused.
You're not the first to ask that question, Yan.
He replied, his voice carrying the weight of years spent navigating the guild's politics.
But you might be the first to realize that the guild isn't just afraid of your skill. They're afraid of what it could reveal.
He gestured toward the arena, where the echoes of the Thunder Chicken's explosion still lingered.
That mana fluctuation wasn't an accident. It was a test, and the guild didn't like the results.
Jiang Yan's grin faltered for a moment, his mind racing with the implications. He had always thought of his modify skill as a tool for chaos and comedy, but now it felt like a key to something far more dangerous.
So what are they hiding?
He asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Master Byg's eyes narrowed, and for a moment the announcer looked almost like a man who had seen too much.
That's not for you to find out.
He said, his tone final.
But if you're going to keep playing with fire, be prepared for the consequences.
Jiang Yan's mind turned as he walked through the arena, the faint hum of mana still vibrating in his bones. He had always thought of his modify skill as a way to turn the absurd into the extraordinary, but now it felt like a double-edged sword. The Thunder Chicken's explosion had left a strange residue in the air, something that made his skin tingle and his thoughts spiral into a maze of questions. Asterisk. What if the guild was right to be afraid? Asterisk, he wondered. Asterisk. What if my modifications weren't just harmless pranks, but cracks in a much larger system? Asterisk. He had always been the underdog, the jokester who turned the rules of the profession world upside down, but now he felt like he was standing on the edge of something far bigger than himself. The contract core's hidden rules, the skill market's strange fluctuations, the fate-changing pen's whispers of power and danger it, all felt like pieces of a puzzle he had only just begun to see. And yet, despite the unease, a small part of him couldn't help but smile. If the guild was watching him, then maybe it was time to show them just how far he could go. As Zhang Yan stepped into the shadows of the arena's entrance, a sudden flicker of light caught his eye. A small stele, half buried in the dust, was glowing faintly, its runes twisted and modified in a way that looked almost deliberate. He knelt, brushing the dirt away with careful fingers, and his breath caught in his throat. The runes weren't just altered, they were asterisk, rewritten asterisk, as if someone had tried to erase a memory from the very fabric of the profession world. His Mavify skill pulsed faintly in his palm, the air around him crackling with a strange energy. Asterisk, what is this? Asterisk, he wondered, his curiosity piqued. The steely surface was warm, almost alive, and as he traced the runes with his fingertips, a faint voice echoed in his mind. Asterisk.
The truth is written in the cracks.
Asterisk, he looked up, his heart pounding. The shadows around him seemed to shift, the air thickening with a sense of foreboding. Someone had left this here, a clue or a warning. And as the arena's lights dimmed behind him, Jiang Yan knew he was no longer just playing games. The Perfection Guild was watching, and the truth was waiting to be uncovered. Jiang Yan stood in the forgotten workshop, his fingers hovering over the fate-changing pen as it pulsed with an eerie, rhythmic glow. The air around the bucket felt charged, like static before a storm, and the walls of the cluttered room seemed to hum faintly, as if the very stones were whispering secrets. Old Tai, the grizzled leader of the repairmen, watched him with a smirk that didn't quite reach his eyes.
You sure about this?
The old man asked, his voice a gravelly rasp.
That pen's got a reputation. Some say it's cursed. Others say it's the key to rewriting the world.
Jiang Yan chuckled, his eyes locked on the pen's shifting runes.
Cursed? I like that. Sounds like my kind of thing, I mean. I've turned lightning into chickens, fire into potatoes, and gravity into spoons. What's a little curse between friends?
Old Tai snorted, but his grin widened.
You're not the first to think that. 100 years ago, a guy tried to use this to change death into caterpillar and ended up summoning a swarm that ate an entire legion. You're brave, kid. Or maybe just stupid.
Jiang Yan grinned, his mind racing with possibilities. He had always been the one to twist the rules, to make the absurd the norm. But as the pen's glow intensified, a strange warmth seeped into his palm, and the air around him seemed to ripple like heat off asphalt. He had a feeling this was only the beginning.
Hey, hold the tie.
Jiang Yan said, his voice low, as he turned to the old man.
You ever wonder why the guild's so afraid of my modified skill, I mean? I've seen them twitch every time I pull a stunt. What's the big deal?
Old Ty's eyes narrowed, and for a moment the workshop seemed to hold its breath.
You're asking the wrong man.
He muttered, his voice barely audible.
The guild doesn't fear your skill. They fear what it could uncover. That pen.
He gestured toward the fate-changing pen, which now vibrated in Jiang Yan's grip like a live thing.
It's not just a tool. It's a key. And the door it opens, that's not something you're ready for.
Jiang Yan tilted his head, a smirk playing on his lips.
Oh, I think I am. I've spent my whole life turning the impossible into the ridiculous. What's one more twist besides?
He added, his voice dripping with mock innocence.
If the guild's so scared, why don't they just come and stop me? I mean, I've got a chicken in my pocket, a spoon in my other hand, and a pen that's about to rewrite the rules of the universe. What's the worst they can do?
Old Ty's smirk faded, replaced by a look of grim resignation.
You're not the first to think that.
He said, his voice heavy with unspoken history.
But you might be the last.
Jiang Yan's mind churned as he stared at the fate-changing pen, its glow now a steady, pulsing rhythm that matched the beat of his own heart. He had always been the underdog, the one who turned the absurd into the inevitable, but this felt different. The pen's warmth was not just physical, it was a promise, a challenge, a whisper of something ancient and dangerous. He had spent years mocking the guild's rigid rules, twisting their sacred skills into ridiculous parodies. But what if there was more to his power than he had ever imagined? What if the guild's fear wasn't just about his modifications, but about the truth they had buried? He thought back to the trial stone, to the faint inscription that had hinted at something hidden in the contract core. What if the pen could unlock that truth? He could feel the weight of the question pressing down on him, heavier than any skill scroll or mana crystal. And yet, despite the uncertainty, a spark of excitement flared in his chest. He had always been the one to defy the rules, to laugh in the face of authority. Why stop now? As if sensing his thoughts, the fate-changing pen suddenly flared with light, and the air around Yan shimmered like heat rising from pavement. The workshop's walls seemed to shift, the cluttered shelves rearranging themselves into a maze of forgotten tools and broken artifacts. Old Ty's eyes widened as he took a step back, his usual scowl replaced by a look of wary fascination.
What in the name of the forgotten workshop is that?
He muttered, his voice barely above a whisper. Yan's fingers tightened around the pen, and before he could answer, the ground beneath him trembled. A faint hum filled the air, growing louder until it was a deafening roar that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. Then, with a sudden burst of light, the pen's glow intensified, and a hidden door slid open in the wall behind Old Ty, revealing a narrow passage that had been invisible moments before. The air inside the passage was thick with the scent of old parchment and something metallic that made Yen's skin prickle. He exchanged a glance with Old Ty, who was now staring at the door with a mixture of fear and awe.
You're not the first to find this.
Old Tai said, his voice trembling slightly.
But you might be the first to actually use it.
Jiang Yan stepped forward, his heart pounding. He had always been the one to twist fate, to make the absurd the norm. But this felt like something else entirely. The passage was lined with ancient runes, their edges glowing faintly as if they were alive. Jiang Yan's fingers brushed against one, and a chill ran down his spine. The runes weren't just decorative. They were a map, a trail of symbols that led deeper into the workshop's hidden recesses. Old Tai followed him, his usual gruff demeanor replaced by a tense silence.
This place wasn't supposed to be here.
The old man muttered, his voice barely audible.
The guild sealed it away, whatever's inside.
He hesitated, his eyes darting to Jiang Yan.
It's not something you want to see.
Jiang Yan smirked, his hand still on the rune.
Oh, I think I do. After all, I've spent my whole life poking at the guild's secrets. What's one more?
Old Tai didn't answer, but his silence was answer enough. As they moved deeper into the passage, the air grew colder, and the glow of the runes intensified, casting long shadows that seemed to move of their own accord. Jiang Yan's mind raced with possibilities. What if the hidden chamber held the truth about the guild's suppression of his skill? What if it held the key to unlocking the full potential of the fate-changing pen? He could feel the weight of the question pressing down on him, but he didn't stop. He had always been the underdog, the one who turned the impossible into the inevitable. And if the guild wanted to keep their secrets buried, then so be it. He would find the truth, no matter the cost. As they stepped into the hidden chamber, the air was thick with the scent of old parchment and something metallic that made Jiang Yan's skin prickle. The chamber was vast, its walls lined with shells that seemed to stretch into infinity. At the center of the room stood a massive stone stele, its surface covered in intricate runes that pulsed with a strange rhythmic glow. Jiang Yan's eyes widened as he approached it, his fingers trembling slightly. The runes were different from any he had ever seen, older, more complex, and filled with a strange energy that seemed to hum in his very bones. Old Tai stepped beside him, his usual scowl replaced by a look of wary fascination.
This place.
The old man muttered, his voice barely above a whisper.
Was sealed by the guild for a reason. Whatever's here, it's not something you want to tamper with.
Jiang Yan chuckled, his voice laced with defiance.
Oh, I think I do. After all, I've spent my whole life poking at the guild's secrets. What's one more?
Old Tai didn't answer, but his silence was answer enough. As Jiang Yan reached out to touch the stele, the runes flared with light and a sudden surge of energy coursed through him, leaving him breathless. The air around them shimmered, and for a moment it felt as though the very fabric of reality was shifting. He could feel the weight of the question pressing down on him, but he didn't stop. He had always been the underdog, the one who turned the impossible into the inevitable. And if the guild wanted to keep their secrets buried, then so be it. He would find the truth, no matter the cost. Jiang Yan stood in the silver arena, his usual smirk replaced by a tense frown as he watched Lang Wei's mana surge explode into a shimmering orb of energy. The crowd's anticipation crackled in the air, but Jiang Yan's mind was already racing. He had studied Lang Wei's skill for weeks, dissecting its structure like a puzzle, and now, as the mage raised his hands, he knew exactly what to do.
Modify mana surge to mana sneeze.
He muttered, his voice barely audible over the arena's roar. The orb of energy flickered, then twisted into something absurda glowing, spud-like object that floated midair, its surface shimmering with chaotic mana. Liang Wei's eyes widened as the
Spud.
suddenly exploded, sending a wave of magical energy in all directions. Spectators screamed as the mana surged through the arena, launching Master Bai into the air like a cannonball, his stern face frozen in mid-sentence. Jiang Yan ducked behind a pillar, laughing as he wiped fake sweat from his brow.
Sorry. I didn't mean to ruin your reputation.
He called out, his voice echoing through the chaos. Liang Wei, still reeling from the snee-induced explosion, stumbled backward, his face a mix of embarrassment and disbelief.
I can't believe I just sneezed my own power out.
He muttered, rubbing his nose. The crowd roared with laughter, but Jayan's eyes were already scanning the arena's mana fluctuations. Something was off. This wasn't just a random surge. The energy patterns were too precise, too deliberate. He had seen this before, buried in the guild's archives, and now it was happening again.
Modify mana surge to mana sneeze.
He whispered again, his voice trembling with excitement. The mana energy around him pulsed, and for a brief moment he felt the weight of the guild's secrets pressing down on him. He had to find out what they were hiding, even if it meant turning every battle into a comedic spectacle, as the arena's chaos settled. Yan's mind raced. The mana fluctuation was a clue, a thread leading to the truth. He had to follow it, no matter how absurd the journey became.
Jiang Wei, you're not even trying to be embarrassed anymore, are you?
Jiang Yan's voice cut through the lingering laughter as he approached the mage, his hands clasped behind his back.
I mean, I expected a few feathers from the Thunder Chicken incident, but this? A sneeze that launched the announcer into the sky. You're practically a legend now.
Jiang Wei, still rubbing his nose, let out a dry chuckle.
I can't believe I just sneezed my own power out.
He said, his voice tinged with both amusement and exasperation.
I spent years mastering this skill, and now it's reduced to a glorified nose tickle. But honestly, I think I prefer this. At least it's entertaining.
Jiang Yan grinned, his eyes gleaming with mischief.
Entertaining? Oh, it's more than that. This is a revelation. You've just proven that even the most powerful skills can be turned into something absurd. The guild's been hiding this for years, and I'm finally seeing it in action. You're not just a mid-ear magi anymore. You're a pioneer of chaos.
Jiang Wei blinked, his face a mix of disbelief and intrigue.
A pioneer of chaos? I'm not sure I like that title, but I'll take it if it means I don't have to face another boring match. Besides, if this sneeze can launch an announcer, maybe I can turn my next skill into a firework display. Imagine the possibilities.
Jiang Yan clapped his hands together, his excitement palpable.
Exactly. You're not just surviving this, you're rewriting the rules. The guild's going to have a lot of explaining to do when they see what you've done. And I'll be right here cheering you on every step of the way.
As the crowd's laughter faded into murmurs, Yan's focus sharpened. The mana fluctuation was still lingering in the air, a faint ripple that seemed to pulse with hidden energy. He crouched low, his fingers twitching as he reached for the invisible threads of mana weaving through the arena.
Modify mana surge to mana sneeze.
He muttered again, his voice barely above a whisper. The energy around him responded instantly, coiling like a serpent before bursting into a sudden blinding flash. For a moment, the arena was silent, the only sound the distant hum of mana resonating through the air. Then, as if the universe itself had exhaled, the fluctuation stabilized, leaving behind a faint shimmering trail that led toward the arena's exit. Yan's eyes narrowed. This wasn't just a random occurrence. It was a message, a clue. He had to follow it even if it meant stepping into the unknown. He stood, brushing dust from his sleeves, and turned to Liang Wei.
You're not the only one who's going to be rewriting the rules.
He said, his voice steady.
I've got a feeling this is just the beginning. The guild's hiding something big, and I'm not going to stop until I find out what it is.
Xiang Wei raised an eyebrow, his smirk returning.
You're going to follow that trail, even if it leads to something absurd?
Jiang Yan laughed, the sound echoing through the arena.
Absurd? That's the point. If the guild thinks they can keep their secrets hidden, they've got another thing coming. I've got a modify skill, and I'm not afraid to use it, no matter how ridiculous the outcome.
Jiang Yan's mind buzzed with a mix of exhilaration and unease as he followed the shimmering trail of mana. Every step felt like a gamble, but he couldn't shake the feeling that this was the key to unraveling the guild's secrets. The mana fluctuation had been too precise, too deliberate, and it had left behind a trail that only he could see. He had spent so long mastering his modify skill, turning deadly attacks into absurd spectacles. But this was different. This wasn't just about K. Osset was about discovery. He had always thought of his modifications as a way to outwit his opponents, to turn their power into something ridiculous and harmless. But now he realized they were also a tool for uncovering truths. The guild had been suppressing certain modifications, hiding them in the shadows, and he was determined to bring them into the light. The thought sent a thrill through him. He had always been the underdog, the one who had to rely on absurdity to survive, but now he saw a new path. If he could turn a mana surge into a sneeze, if he could make a fireball into a fire potato, then maybe, just maybe, he could do more than that. He could expose the guild's secrets, one ridiculous modification at a time. As he stepped through the arena's exit, the shimmering trail of mana leading him forward, Jiang Yan felt a sudden jolt. His foot caught on something, and he stumbled, his body twisting in a comically awkward arc before landing flat on his back. The crowd gasped, but he barely noticed. His eyes were fixed on the object that had tripped him, a glowing, spud-shaped device that pulsed with mana. It was a modified gear, one of his own creations. But something was wrong. The mana inside it was unstable, flickering in and out of existence like a dying star. He scrambled to his feet, his heart pounding. This wasn't just a mistake. Someone had tampered with his gear, and the guild was behind it. He had to find out why.
Modify spud missile to spud explosion.
He muttered, his voice trembling with determination. The device in his hands flared with energy, then exploded in a burst of light and sound. The mana fluctuation intensified, the shimmering trail growing brighter as it stretched toward the horizon. Jassing! Yan's eyes widened. This was no longer just a game. It was a battle, and he was ready to fight. Jiang Yan stepped into the forgotten workshop, his boots crunching over a mosaic of broken gears and shattered weapons that littered the floor like confetti from a chaotic party. The air smelled of burnt mana and old oil, and the walls were lined with shelves that sagged under the weight of half-finished inventions, rusted armor, and jars of glowing, suspiciously bubbling liquids. Old Tai, a grizzled man with a beard that looked like it had been carved from a tree stump, was already waiting for him, leaning against a workbench that looked like it had been hit by a meteor.
You were late.
He grunted, his voice like gravel being dragged across stone.
I was about to send out a search party.
Jiang Yan laughed, wiping sweat from his brow as he glanced around the workshop.
Sorry. I got sidetracked by a rogue mana surge that turned my sword into a giant noodle.
Old Tai raised an eyebrow.
A noodle? That's not even the worst I've seen. I once saw a guy try to modify fire into turkey and end up summoning a roasted bird that ate the whole arena.
Jiang Yan blinked.
That sounds worse. I mean, I've had my sword turn into a noodle, but a bird that eats arenas, that's a whole new level of absurd.
Old Tai chuckled, then gestured toward a dusty curtain at the back of the room.
Come on. If you're going to find the trial stone, you're going to need to see it for yourself.
Behind the curtain, the trial stone loomed like a monolith from a forgotten age, its surface etched with symbols that shifted and writhed like living things. Guyan stepped closer, his eyes widening as he noticed the faint, flickering inscriptions that seemed to pulse in time with his own heartbeat.
This thing records every failed modification ever attempted.
Old Tai said, tapping the stone with a hammer that looked like it had been used to break mountains.
Some of them were so bad they caused entire cities to collapse.
Jiang Yan's fingers twitched as he reached out, but before he could touch the stone, a sudden jolt of mana surged through the air, sending a wave of energy rippling across the workshop. The shelves rattled, and a nearby jar of bubbling liquid exploded, drenching Otai in a sticky green goo.
Oh, for the love of all that's holy.
Old Tai muttered, wiping his beard with a rag.
You're going to have to be careful. That stone doesn't just record failures, it reacts to them.
Jiang Yan's eyes narrowed as he studied the trial stone's inscriptions. They weren't just shifting, they were asterisk talking asterisk. Or at least they were trying to. The symbols writhed and twisted, forming fragments of words that made no sense, like a language that had been forgotten by time itself.
This isn't just a record.
Jiang Yan said, his voice low.
It's alive. Or at least, it's trying to be.
Old Tai snorted.
Of course it's alive. Everything in this place is alive. I once had a wrench that screamed when I tried to use it.
Jiang Yan turned back to the stone, his mind racing. If the trial stone could react to failed modifications, then maybe it could also reveal the secrets of the Profession Guild's contract core. He reached out again, this time with more caution, and as his fingers brushed the surface, the stone flared with light. A sudden thunderous asterisk boom asterisk echoed through the workshop as the trial stone erupted in a burst of mana, sending a shockwave that knocked Jiang Yan off his feet. Old Tai yelped as he stumbled backward, his beard now a tangled mess of green goo and dust.
What in the name of all that's holy did you do?
He shouted, but Jayan was already scrambling to his feet, his eyes locked on the stone. The inscriptions had changed again, now forming a single glowing word. Asterisk contract. Asterisk. His heart pounded. This was it. The trial stone was pointing him toward the guild's secrets. But before he could take another step, a loud asterisk clang asterisk echoed from the other side of the workshop. A massive rusted door had burst open, and a group of guild enforcers stormed in, their faces twisted with fury.
Jiang Yan,
One of them barked, his voice like a blade slicing through the air.
you've been meddling with things you don't understand. The trial stone is off limits.
Old Tai's eyes narrowed as he brandished his hammer.
Off limits? That thing's been causing chaos since the day it was made. If you're going to stop me, you'll have to go through me first.
Jiang Yan's mind raced. The guild was here, and they weren't happy. But as the enforcers advanced, he muttered under his breath.
Modify. Trial stone to trial glitch.
The stone flared again, and this time the enforcers froze as the symbols on its surface twisted into a chaotic, shifting mess. The air crackled with mana, and the workshop trembled as the enforcers' weapons began to malfunction, turning into harmless toys.
What in the name of all that's holy is happening?
One of them shouted, but Jiang Yan was already laughing.
Sorry, sorry. I didn't mean to ruin your reputation. I just thought it would be more fun if the guild had a little personality.
Old Tai let out a booming laugh.
That's the spirit, kid. Now let's see if we can teach these clowns a lesson.
As the enforcers scrambled to regain control of their weapons, Yan turned back to the trial stone, his eyes burning with determination. The guild was hiding something, and he was going to find out what, no matter what it took.